From the studios of Books in Motion in Spokane, Washington, this is Cameron Byerly, reading The Belgariad, Queen of Sorcery, by David Eddings. We begin with the prologue. Being an account of the battle of the kingdoms of the West against the invasion of Kal Torak, based upon the battle of Vomembre. In the youth of the world, the evil god Torak stole the orb of Aldur and fled seeking dominion. The orb resisted, and its fire maimed him with a dreadful burning. But he would not give it up, for it was precious to him. Then Belgarath, a sorcerer and a disciple of the god Aldur, led forth the king of the Alorns and his 3 sons, and they reclaimed the orb from the iron tower of Torak. Torak sought to pursue, but the wrath of the orb repelled him and drove him back. Belgarath set Kerek and his sons to be kings over 4 great kingdoms, an eternal guard against Torak. The orb he gave to Riva Irongrip to keep, saying that so long as a descendant of Riva held the orb, the West would be safe. Century followed upon century, with no menace from Torak, until the spring of 4865, when Drasnea was invaded by a vast horde of Nadraks, Tuls, and Murgos. In the center of this sea of Angaraks was born the huge iron pavilion of Kal Torak, which means king and god. Cities and villages were razed and burned, for Kal Torak came to destroy, not to conquer. Those of the people who lived were given to the steel-masked Gorlam priests for sacrifice in the unspeakable rites of the Angaraks. None survived save those who fled to Algeria, or were taken from the mouth of the Aldur River by Kerek warships. Next, the horde struck south at Algeria, but there they found no cities. The nomadic Algerian horsemen fell back before them, then struck in vicious hit-and-run attacks. The traditional seat of the Algerian kings was the Stronghold, a man-made mountain with stone walls 30 feet thick. Against this the Angaraks hurled themselves in vain, before settling down to besiege the place. The siege lasted for 8 futile years. This gave the West time to mobilize and prepare. The generals gathered at the Imperial War College at Tolhanath and planned their strategy. National differences were set aside, and Brand, the warder of Riva, was chosen to have full command. With him came 2 strange advisers, an ancient but vigorous man who claimed knowledge even of the Angarak kingdoms, and a strikingly handsome woman with a silver lock at her brow and an imperious manner. To these Brand listened, and to them he paid almost deferential respect. In the late spring of 4875, Kal Torak abandoned his siege and turned west toward the sea, pursued still by Algar horsemen. In the mountains, the Ulgos came forth from their caverns by night, and wreaked fearful slaughter on the sleeping Angaraks. But still the forces of Kal Torak were beyond counting. After a pause to regroup, the host proceeded down the valley of the river Arend toward the city of Vomembre, destroying all in its path. Early in the summer the Angaraks deployed for the assault upon the city. On the 3rd day of the battle a horn was heard to blow 3 times. Then the gates of Vomembre opened, and the Membrate knights charged out to fall upon the front of the Angarak horde, the iron-shod hoofs of their chargers trampling living and dead. From the left came Algar cavalry, Drasnian pikemen, and veiled Olgo irregulars. And from the right came the Cherek berserks and legions of Tolnedra. Attacked on 3 sides, Kal Torak committed his reserves. It was then that the grey-clad ravens and Sendars and the Asturian archers came upon his forces from the rear. The Angaraks fell like mown wheat, and were overcome by confusion. Then the apostate, Zidar, the sorcerer, went in haste into the black iron pavilion, from which Kaltorak had not yet emerged, and to the accursed one he said,
Lord, thine enemies have thee surrounded in great numbers. Yea, even the grey ravens have come in their numbers to cast their defiance into thy teeth.
Kaltorak rose in anger and declared,
I will come forth, and the false keepers of Tragyaska, the jewel which was mine, shall see me and no fear of me. Send to me my kings.
Great Lord, Zedar told him, thy kings are no more. The battle has claimed their lives, and those of a multitude of thy Grodum priests as well.
Kaltorak's wrath grew at these words, and fire flared in his right eye, and from the eye that was not. He ordered his servants to bind his shield to the arm on which he had no hand, and he took up his dread black sword. With this he went forth to do war. Then came a voice from the midst of the ravens, saying,
In the name of Belar I defy thee, Torak. In the name of Aldur I cast my despite in thy teeth. Let the bloodshed be abated, and I will meet thee to decide the battle. I am Brand, warder of Riva. Meet me, or take thy stinking host away, and come no more against the kingdoms of the west.
Kaltorak strode apart from the host and cried,
Where is he who dares pit his mortal flesh against the king of the world? Behold, I am Torak, king of kings and lord of lords. I will destroy this loud-voiced raven. Mine enemies shall perish, and Sragyaska shall again be mine.
Brand stood forth. He bore a mighty sword and a shield muffled with cloth. A grizzled wolf marched at his side, and a snowy owl hovered over his head. And he spake, saying, I am Brand, and I will contend with thee, foul and misshapen Torak. When Torak saw the wolf, he said,
Begone, Belgarath, flee, if thou wouldst save thy life.
And to the owl he said,
Abjure thy father, Polgara, and worship me. I will wed thee, and make thee queen of the world.
But the wolf howled defiance, and the owl screeched her scorn. Torak raised his sword and smote down upon the shield of Brand. Long they fought, and many and grievous were the wounds and blows they struck. Those who stood near to see them were amazed. The fury of Torak grew great, and his sword battered the shield of Brand, until the warder fell back before the onslaught of the accursed one. And then the wolf howled, and the owl shrieked in one voice together, and the strength of Brand was renewed. With a single motion, the raven warder unveiled his shield, in the center of which stood a round jewel, incised like the heart of a child. As Torak gazed upon it, the stone began to glow and to flame. The accursed one drew back from it. He dropped his shield and sword and raised his arms before his face to ward away the dread fire of the stone. Brand struck, and his sword pierced Torak's visor to strike into the eye which was not, and to plunge into the accursed one's head. Torak fell back and gave a great cry. He plucked out the sword and threw off his helmet. Those who watched recoiled in terror, for his face was seared by some great fire, and was horrible to behold. Weeping blood, Torak cried out again as he beheld the jewel which he had named Tragyaska, and for which he had brought his war into the west. Then he collapsed, and the earth resounded with his fall. A great cry went up from the host of the Angarax when they saw what had befallen Kaltorak, and they sought to flee in their panic. But the armies of the west pursued them and slew them, so that when the smoky dawn broke on the 4th day, the host was no more. Brand asked that the body of the accursed one be brought to him, that he might behold him who would be king of all the world. But the body was not to be found, for in the night Zadar the sorcerer had cast an enchantment, and passed unseen through the armies of the west, bearing away the one he had chosen as master. Then Brand took counsel with his advisers, and Belgarath said to him, "Torak is not dead. He only sleeps, for he is a god and cannot be slain by any mortal weapon." "When will he awaken?" Brand asked. "I must prepare the west against his return." Polgara answered, "When once again a king of Riva's line sits on his northern throne, the dark god will waken to do war with him." Brand frowned, saying, "But that is never." For all knew that the last Riven king had been slain with his family in 4002 by Nissen assassins. Again the woman spoke. "In the fullness of time, the Riven king will rise to claim his own, as the ancient prophecy foretells. More cannot be said." Brand was content, and set his armies to cleansing the battlefield of the wreckage of the Angarax. And when that was finished, the kings of the west gathered before the city of Omimbre and held council. Many were the voices raised in praise of Brand. Soon men began crying that Brand should henceforth be chosen as ruler of all of the west. Only Mergon, ambassador of Imperial Tolnedra, protested in the name of his emperor, Ranbarun IV. Brand refused the honor, and the proposal was dropped, so that there was again peace among those assembled in council. But in return for peace, a demand was made of Tolnedra. The Gorum of the Olgos spoke first in a loud voice. "In fulfillment of the prophecy, thou must be promised a princess of Tolnedra to be wife unto the Riven king, who will come to save the world. This the gods require of us." Again Mergon protested. "The hall of the Raven king is empty and desolate. No king sits upon the Raven throne. How may a princess of Imperial Tolnedra be wed with a phantom?" Then the woman who was Polgara replied, "The Raven king will return to assume his throne and claim his bride. From this day forward, therefore, each princess of Imperial Tolnedra shall present herself in the hall of the Raven king upon her 16th birthday. She shall be clad in her wedding gown, and shall abide there for 3 days against the coming of the king. If he comes not to claim her, then she shall be free to return to her father for whatever he may decree for her." Mergon cried out, "All Tolnedra shall rise against this indignity. No, it shall not be." The wise Gorim of the Olgos spoke again. "Tell your emperor that this is the will of the gods. Tell him also that in the day Tolnedra fails in this, the west shall rise against him, and scatter the sons of Nedra to the winds, and pull down the might of the empire, until Imperial Tolnedra is no more." At that, seeing the might of the armies before him, the ambassador submitted to the matter. All then agreed, and were bound to it. When that was done, the nobles of strife-torn Orindia came to Brand, saying, "The king of the Membrates is dead, and the duke of the Asturians also. Who now shall rule us? For 2,000 years has war between Membre and Asturia rent fair Orindia. How may we become one people again?" Brand considered. "Who is heir to the Membrate throne?" "Corodulan is crown prince of the Membrates," the nobles replied. And to whom descends the Asturian line?
Maya Serena is the daughter of the Asturian duke, they told him.
Brand said, Bring them to me. And when they were brought before Brand, he said to them, The bloodshed between Membre and Asturia must end. Therefore, it is my will that you be wed to each other, and that the houses which so long have warred shall thus be joined. The two cried against the judgment, for they were filled with ancient enmity, and with pride of their separate lines. But Belgarath took Corodulan aside, and spoke in private with him. And Polgara withdrew Maya Serena to a separate place, and was long in converse with her. No man learned then, or later, what was said to the two young people. But when they returned to where Brand waited, Maya Serena and Corodulan were content that they should be wed. And this was the final act of the council that met after the battle of Vomimbre. Brand spoke to all of the kings and nobles one final time before departing for the north. Much has been wrought here that is good, and shall endure. Behold, we have joined together against the Angaracs, and they have been overthrown. Torak is quelled, and the covenant we have made here among us prepares the west for the day of the prophecy, when the Raven King shall return, and Torak shall wake from his long sleep, to contend again for empire and dominion. All that may be done in this day to prepare for the great and final war has been done. We can do no more. And here, perchance, the wounds of Arindia have been healed, and the strife of more than 2,000 years may see its end. So far as may be, I am content with it all. Hail, then, and farewell. He turned from them, and rode north with the grizzled man, who was Belgarath, and the queenly woman, who was Polgara, by his side. They took ship at Camar in Cinderia, and set sail for Riva. And Brand returned no more to the kingdoms of the west. But of his companions are many tales told, and of that telling, what may be true and what false, few men may know. Part 1. Arindia. Chapter 1. Wachun was no more. 24 centuries had passed since the city of the Wasaitarins had been laid waste, and the dark, endless forests of northern Arindia had reclaimed the ruins. Broken walls had toppled and been swallowed up in the moss and wet brown bracken of the forest floor, and only the shattered stumps of the once proud towers mouldered among the trees and fog to mark the place where Wachun had stood. Sodden snow blanketed the mist-shrouded ruins, and trickles of water ran down the faces of ancient stones, like tears. Geryon wandered alone down the tree-choked avenues of the dead city, his stout grey wool cloak drawn tight against the chill, and his thoughts as mournful as the weeping stones around him. Faldor's farm, with its green, sun-drenched fields, was so far behind him that it seemed lost in a kind of receding haze, and he was desperately homesick. No matter how hard he tried to hold on to them, details kept escaping him. The rich smells of Aunt Paul's kitchen were only a faint memory. The ring of Dernach's hammer in the smithy faded like the dying echo of the last note of a bell, and the sharp, clear faces of his playmates wavered in his remembrance of them until he could no longer be sure that he would even recognize them. His childhood was slipping away, and try though he might, he could not hold on to it. Everything was changing. That was the whole problem. The core of his life, the rock upon which his childhood had been built, had always been Aunt Paul. In the simple world of Faldor's farm, she had been Mistress Paul, the cook. But in the world beyond Faldor's gate, she was Polgara the sorceress, who had watched the passage of 3 millennia with a purpose beyond mortal comprehension. And Mr. Wolf, the old vagabond storyteller, had also changed. Garrigan knew now that his old friend was in fact his great-great-grandfather, with an infinite number of additional greats added on for good measure, but that behind that roguish old face there had always been the steady gaze of Belgarath, the sorcerer, who had watched and waited as he had looked upon the folly of men and gods for 7,000 years. Garrigan sighed and trudged on through the fog. Their very names were unsettling. Garrigan had never wanted to believe in sorcery or magic or witchcraft. Such things were unnatural, and they violated his notion of solid, sensible reality. But too many things had happened to allow him to hold on to his comfortable skepticism any longer. In a single shattering instant, the last vestiges of his doubt had been swept away. As he had watched with stunned disbelief, Aunt Paul had erased the milky stains from the eyes of Martia the witch with a gesture and a single word, restoring the madwoman's sight and removing her power to see into the future with a brutal even-handedness. Garrigan shuddered at the memory of Martia's despairing wail. That cry somehow marked the point at which the world had become less solid, less sensible, and infinitely less safe. Uprooted from the only place he had ever known, unsure of the identities of the 2 people closest to him, and with his whole conception of the difference between the possible and the impossible destroyed, Garrigan found himself committed to a strange pilgrimage. He had no idea what they were doing in this shattered city, swallowed up in trees, and not the faintest idea where they would go when they left. The only certainty that remained to him was the single grim thought to which he now clung. Somewhere in the world there was a man who had crept through the pre-dawn darkness to a small house in a forgotten village, and had murdered Garrigan's parents. If it took him the rest of his life, Garrigan was going to find that man, and when he found him, he was going to kill him. There was something strangely comforting in that one solid fact. He carefully climbed over the rubble of a house that had fallen outward into the street and continued his gloomy exploration of the ruined city. There was really nothing to see. The patient centuries had erased nearly all of what the war had left behind, and slushy snow and thick fog hid even those last remaining traces. Garrigan sighed again, and began to retrace his steps toward the mouldering stump of the tower where they had all spent the previous night. As he approached, he saw Mistress Wolf and Aunt Paul standing together some distance from the ruined tower, talking quietly. The old man's rust-colored hood was turned up, and Aunt Paul's blue cloak was drawn about her. There was a look of timeless regret on her face as she looked out at the foggy ruins. Her long dark hair spilled down her back, and the single white lock at her brow seemed paler than the snow at her feet. "There he is now," Mr. Wolf said to her as Garrigan approached them. She nodded, and looked gravely at Garrigan. "Where have you been?" "No place. I was thinking, that's all. I see you've managed to soak your feet." Garrigan lifted one of his sodden brown boots and looked down at the muddy slush clinging to it. "The snow's wetter than I thought," he apologized. "Does wearing that thing really make you feel better?" Mr. Wolf asked, pointing at the sword Garrigan always wore now. "Everybody keeps saying how dangerous Arendia is," Garrigan explained. "Besides, I need to get used to it." He shifted the creaking new leather sword belt around until the wire-bound hilt was not so obvious. The sword had been an Aristide present from Barak, one of several gifts he had received when the holiday had passed while they were at sea.
"It doesn't really suit you, you know,"
the old man told him somewhat disapprovingly.
"Leave him alone, father,"
Aunt Paul said almost absently.
"It is his, after all, and he can wear it if he likes."
"Shouldn't Hettar be here by now?" Garion asked, wanting to change the subject.
"He may have run into deep snow in the mountains of Sindaria,"
Wolf replied.
"He will be here. Hettar's very dependable."
"I don't see why we just didn't buy horses in Kamar."
"They would not have been as good,"
Mr. Wolf answered,
scratching at his short white beard. "We've got a long way to go, and I don't want to have to worry about a horse foundering under me somewhere along the way. It's a lot better to take a little time now than to lose more time later."
Garion reached back and rubbed at his neck where the chain of the curiously carved silver amulet Wolf and Aunt Paul had given him for Aristide had chafed his skin.
"Don't worry at it, dear,"
Aunt Paul told him.
"I wish you'd let me wear it outside my clothes," he complained. "Nobody can see it under my tunic. It has to be next to your skin."
"Well, it's not very comfortable. It looks nice enough, I suppose, but sometimes it seems cold, and other times it's hot, and once in a while it seems to be awfully heavy. The chain keeps rubbing at my neck. I guess I'm not used to ornaments."
"It's not entirely an ornament, dear. You'll get used to it in time."
Wolf laughed.
"Maybe it will make you feel better to know that it took your aunt 10 years to get used to hers. I was forever telling her to put it back on."
"I don't know that we need to go into that just now, Father,"
Aunt Paul answered coolly.
"Do you have one, too?"
Garion asked the old man, suddenly curious about it.
"Of course."
"Does it mean something that we all wear them?"
"It is a family custom, Garion," Aunt Paul told him, in a tone that ended the discussion. The fog eddied around them as a chill, damp breeze briefly swirled through the ruins. Garion sighed.
"I wish Hettar would get here. I'd like to get away from this place. It's like a graveyard." "It was not always this way,"
Aunt Paul said very quietly.
"Well, what was it like?"
"I was happy here. The walls were high and the towers soared. We all thought it would last forever." She pointed toward a rank patch of winter-browned brambles creeping over the broken stones. "Over there was a flower-filled garden where ladies in pale yellow dresses used to sit while young men sang to them from beyond the garden wall. The voices of the young men were very sweet, and the ladies would sigh and throw bright red roses over the wall to them, and down that avenue was a marble-paved square where the old men met to talk of forgotten wars and long-gone companions. Beyond that there was a house with a terrace where I used to sit with friends in the evening to watch the stars come out, while a boy brought up chilled fruit, and the nightingales sang as if their hearts were breaking." Her voice drifted off into silence. "But then the Asturians came," she went on, "and there was a different note then. You would be surprised at how little time it takes to tear down something that took 1,000 years to build."
"Don't worry at it, Paul," Wolf told her. "These things happen from time to time. There's not a great deal we can do about it."
"I could have done something, Father," she replied, looking off into the ruins. "But you would not let me, remember?"
"Do we have to go over that again, Paul?" Wolf asked in a pained voice. "You have to learn to accept your losses. The Wassiderans were doomed anyway. At best, you would have only been able to stall off the inevitable for a few months. We are not who we are, and what we are, in order to get mixed up in things that don't have any meaning."
"So you said before."
She looked around at the filmy trees marching away in the fog down the empty streets.
"I did not think the trees would come back so fast,"
she said with a strange little catch in her voice.
"I thought they might have waited a little longer."
"It's been almost 25 centuries, Paul."
"Really? It seems like only last year."
"Don't brood about it. It will only make you melancholy. Why don't we go inside? The fog's beginning to make us all a bit moody."
Unaccountably, Aunt Paul put her arm around Gerion's shoulders as they turned toward the tower. Her fragrance and the sense of her closeness brought a lump to his throat. The distance that had grown between them in the past few months seemed to vanish at her touch. The chamber in the base of the tower had been built of such massive stones that neither the passage of centuries nor the silent probing tendrils of the tree roots had been able to dislodge them. Great shallow arches supported the low stone ceiling, making the room seem almost like a cave. At the end of the room, opposite the narrow doorway, a wide crack between two of the rough-hewn blocks provided a natural chimney. Dernick had soberly considered the crack the previous evening, when they had arrived cold and wet, and then had quickly constructed a crude but efficient fireplace out of the rubble.
"It'll serve,"
the smith had said.
"Not very elegant, perhaps, but good enough for a few days."
As Wolfe, Gerion, and Aunt Paul entered the low, cave-like chamber, a good fire crackled in the fireplace, casting a looming shadow among the low arches and radiating a welcome warmth. Dernick, in his brown leather tunic, was stacking firewood along the wall. Barak, huge, red-bearded, and mail-shirted, was polishing his sword. Silk, in an unbleached linen shirt and black leather vest, lounged idly on one of the packs, toying with a pair of dice.
"Any sign of Hathor yet?"
Barak asked, looking up.
"It's a day or so early,"
Mr. Wolfe replied, going to the fireplace to warm himself.
"Why don't you change your boots, Gerion?"
Aunt Paul suggested, hanging her blue cloak on one of the pegs Dernick had hammered into a crack in the wall. Gerion lifted his pack down from another peg and began rummaging through it.
"Your stockings, too?"
"Is the fog lifting at all?" Silk asked Mr. Wolfe.
"Not a chance."
"If I can persuade you all to move out from in front of the fire, I will see about supper,"
Aunt Paul told them, suddenly very businesslike. She began setting out a ham, a few loaves of dark peasant bread, a sack of dried peas, and a dozen or so leathery-looking carrots, humming softly to herself as she always did when she was cooking. The next morning, after breakfast, Gerion pulled on a fleece-lined overvest, belted on his sword, and went back out into the fog-muffled ruins to watch for Hathor. It was a task to which he had appointed himself, and he was grateful that none of his friends had seen fit to tell him that it wasn't really necessary. As he trudged through the slush-covered streets toward the broken west gate of the city, he made a conscious effort to avoid the melancholy brooding that had blackened the previous day. Since there was absolutely nothing he could do about his circumstances, chewing on them would only leave a sour taste in his mouth. He was not exactly cheerful when he reached the low piece of wall by the west gate, but he was not precisely gloomy either. The wall offered some protection, but the damp chill still crept through his clothes, and his feet were already cold. He shivered and settled down to wait. There was no point in trying to see any distance in the fog, so he concentrated on listening. His ears began to sort out the sounds in the forest beyond the wall, the drip of water from the trees, the occasional sodden thump of snow sliding from the limbs, and the tapping of a woodpecker working on dead snags several hundred yards away.
"That's my cow,"
a voice said suddenly from somewhere off in the fog. Garion froze and stood silently, listening. "Keep her in your own pasture, then," another voice replied shortly. "Is that you, Limer?" the first voice asked. "Right, you're all Dutton, aren't you?" "I don't recognize you. How long's it been?" 4 or 5 years, I suppose," Limer judged. "How are things going in your village?" Dutton asked. "We're hungry. The taxes took all our food." "Ours too. We've been eating boiled tree roots." "Haven't tried that yet. We are eating our shoes." "How's your wife?" Dutton asked politely. "She died last year," Limer answered in a flat, unemotional voice. "My lord took our son for a soldier, and he was killed in a battle somewhere. They poured boiling pitch on him. After that my wife stopped eating. Didn't take her long to die." "I'm sorry," Dutton sympathized. "She was very beautiful." "They're both better off," Limer declared. "They aren't cold or hungry any more. Which kind of tree roots have you been eating?" "Oh, birch is the best. Spruce has too much pitch and oak's too tough. You boil some grass with the roots to give them a bit of flavour." "I'll have to try it." "We've got to get back," Dutton said. "My lord's got me clearing trees, and he'll have me flogged if I stay away too long. Maybe I'll see you again sometime." "If we both live." "Goodbye." "Goodbye." The two voices drifted away. Garion stood quite still for a long time after they were gone, his mind numb with shock and with tears of sympathy standing in his eyes. The worst part of it was the matter-of-fact way in which the two had accepted it all. A terrible anger began to burn in his throat. He wanted suddenly to hit somebody. Then there was another sound off in the fog. Somewhere in the forest nearby, someone was singing. The voice was a light, clear tenor, and Garion could hear it quite plainly as it drew closer. The song was filled with ancient wrongs, and the refrain was a call to battle. Irrationally, Garion's anger focused on the unknown singer. His vapid bawling about abstract injustices seemed somehow obscene in the face of the quiet despair of Limer and Dutton. Without thinking, Garion drew his sword and crouched slightly behind the shattered wall. The song came yet nearer, and Garion could hear the step of a horse's hooves in the wet snow. Carefully, he poked his head out from behind the wall as the singer appeared out of the fog no more than 20 paces away. He was a young man, dressed in yellow hose and a bright red jerkin. His fur-lined cloak was tossed back, and he had a long curved bow slung over one shoulder and a well-sheathed sword at his opposite hip. His reddish-gold hair fell smoothly down his back from beneath a pointed cap with a feather rising from it. Although his song was grim, and he sang it in a voice throbbing with passion, there was about his youthful face a kind of friendly openness that no amount of scowling could erase. Garion glared at this empty-headed young nobleman, quite certain that the singing fool had never made a meal of tree roots or mourned the passing of a wife who had starved herself to death out of grief. The stranger turned his horse, and, still singing, rode directly toward the broken arch of the gateway beside which Garion lurked in ambush. Garion was not normally a belligerent boy, and under other circumstances he might have approached the situation differently. The gaudy young stranger, however, had presented himself at precisely the wrong time. Garion's quickly devised plan had the advantage of simplicity. Since there was nothing to complicate it, it worked admirably, up to a point. No sooner had the lyric young man passed through the gate than Garion stepped from his hiding-place, grasped the back of the rider's cloak, and yanked him bodily out of the saddle. With a startled outcry and a wet splat, the stranger landed unceremoniously on his back in the slush at Garion's feet. The second part of Garion's plan, however, fell completely apart. Even as he moved in to take the fallen rider prisoner at sword point, the young man rolled, came to his feet, and drew his own sword. seemingly all in one motion. His eyes were snapping with anger, and his sword weaved threateningly. Garion was not a fencer, but his reflexes were good, and the chores he had performed at Faldor's farm had hardened his muscles. Despite the anger which had moved him to attack in the first place, he had no real desire to hurt this young man. His opponent seemed to be holding his sword lightly, almost negligently, and Garion thought that a smart blow on the blade might very well knock it out of his hand. He swung quickly, but the blade flicked out of the path of his heavy swipe and clashed with a steely ring down on his own sword. Garion jumped back and made another clumsy swing. The swords rang again. Then the air was filled with clash and scrape and bell-like rattle as the two of them banged and parried and feinted with their blades. It took Garion only a moment to realize that his opponent was much better at this than he was, but that the young man had ignored several opportunities to strike at him. In spite of himself, he had begun to grin in the excitement of their noisy contest. The stranger's answering grin was open, even friendly.
"All right. That's enough of that."
It was Mr. Wolf. The old man was striding toward them with Barak and Silk close on his heels.
"Just exactly what do you two think you're doing?"
Garion's opponent, after one startled glance, lowered his sword. "Belgarath," he began.
"Leldorin," Wolf's tone was scathing. "Have you lost what little sense you had to begin with?"
Several things clicked into place in Garion's mind simultaneously as Wolf turned on him coldly.
"Well, Garion, would you like to explain this?"
Garion instantly decided to try guile. "Grandfather," he said, stressing the word and giving the younger stranger a quick warning look, "you didn't think we were really fighting, did you? Leldorin here was just showing me how you block somebody's sword when he attacks. That's all."
"Really?" Wolf replied skeptically.
"Of course," Garion said, all innocence now. "What possible reason could there be for us to be trying to hurt each other?" Leldorin opened his mouth to speak, but Garion deliberately stepped on his foot. "Leldorin's really very good," he rushed on, putting his hand in a friendly fashion on the young man's shoulder. "He taught me a lot in just a few minutes." "Let it stand." Silk's fingers flickered at him in the minute gestures of the Draznian secret language. "Always keep a lie simple." "The lad is an apt pupil, Belgarath," Leldorin said lamely, finally understanding.
"He's agile, if nothing else," Mr. Wolf replied dryly. "What is the idea behind all the frippery?" He indicated Leldorin's gaudy clothes. "You look like a maypole." "The Mimbrates have started detaining honest Asturians for questioning," the young errand explained. "And I had to pass several of their strongholds. I thought that if I dressed like one of their toadies, I wouldn't be bothered." "Maybe you've got better sense than I thought," Wolf conceded grudgingly. He turned to Silk and Barak. "This is Leldorin, son of the Baron of Wildentor. He'll be joining us."
"I wanted to talk to you about that, Belgarath," Leldorin put in quickly. "My father commanded me to come here, and I cannot disobey him, but I am pledged in a matter of extremest urgency."
"Every young nobleman in Asturia's pledged in at least 2 or 3 such matters of urgency. I'm sorry, Leldorin, but the matter we are involved in is much too important to be postponed while you go out to ambush a couple of Mimbrate tax collectors." Aunt Paul approached them out of the fog then, with Dernick striding protectively at her side. "What are they doing with the swords, father?" she demanded, her eyes flashing. "Playing," Mr. Wolf replied shortly. "So they say. This is Leldorin. I think I have mentioned him to you."
Aunt Paul looked Leldorin up and down, with one raised eyebrow. "A very
colourful young man."
"The clothes are a disguise. He's not as frivolous as all of that. Not quite, anyway. He's the best bowman in Asturia, and we might need his skill before we're done with all of this."
"I see," she said, somewhat unconvinced.
"There's another reason, of course," Wolf continued, "but I don't think we need to get into that just now, do we?"
"Are you still worried about that passage, Father?" she asked with exasperation. "The Mren Codex is very obscure, and none of the other versions say anything at all about the people it mentions. It could be pure allegory, you know."
"I have seen a few too many allegories to know to be plain fact to start gambling at this point. Why don't we all go back to the tower? It's a bit cold and wet out here for lengthy debates on textual variations."
Garion glanced at Silk, baffled by this exchange, but the little man returned his look with blank incomprehension. "Will you help me catch my horse, Garion?" Leldurin asked politely, sheathing his sword. "Of course," Garion replied, also putting away his weapon. "I think he went that way." Leldurin picked up his bow, and the two of them followed the horse's tracks off into the ruins. "I'm sorry I pulled you off your horse," Garion apologized when they were out of the sight of the others. "No matter," Leldurin laughed easily. "I should have been paying more attention." He looked quizzically at Garion. "Why did you lie to Belgarath?" "It wasn't exactly a lie. We weren't really trying to hurt each other, and sometimes it takes hours trying to explain something like that." Leldurin laughed again, an infectious sort of laugh. In spite of himself, Garion could not help joining in. Both laughing, they continued together down an overgrown street between the low mounds of slush-covered rubble. Chapter 2. Leldurin of Wildentor was 18 years old, although his ingenuous nature made him seem more boyish. No emotion touched him that did not instantly register in his expression, and sincerity shone in his face like a beacon. He was impulsive, extravagant in his declarations, and probably, Garion reluctantly concluded, not overly bright. It was impossible not to like him, however. The following morning, when Garion pulled on his cloak to go out and continue his watch for Hetar, Leldurin immediately joined him. The young errand had changed out of his garish clothing, and now wore brown hose, a green tunic, and a dark brown wool cape. He carried his bow, and wore a quiver of arrows at his belt. As they walked through the snow toward the broken west wall, he amused himself by loosing arrows at targets only half visible ahead of him. "You're awfully good," Garion said admiringly, after one particularly fine shot. "I am an Asturian," Leldurin replied modestly. "We have been bowmen for 1,000 of years. My father had the limbs of this bow cut on the day that I was born, and I could draw it by the time that I was 8. "I imagine you had a great deal," Garion said, thinking of the dense forest all around them, and the tracks of game he had seen in the snow. "It is our most common pastime." Leldurin stopped to pull the arrow he had just shot from a tree trunk. "My father prides himself on the fact that beef or mutton are never served at his table." "I went hunting once, in Carrick." "Deer?" "No, wild boars. We didn't use bows, though. The Carricks hunt with spears." "Spears? How can you get close enough to kill anything with a spear?" Garion laughed a bit ruefully, remembering his bruised ribs and aching head. "Getting close isn't the problem. It's getting away after you've speared him that's the difficult part." Leldurin did not seem to grasp that. "The huntsmen form a line," Garion explained, "and they crash through the woods, making as much noise as they can. You take your spear and wait where the boars are likely to pass when they try to get away from the noise. Being chased makes them bad-tempered, and when they see you, they charge. That's when you spear them." "Well, isn't that dangerous?" Leldurin's eyes were wide. Garion nodded. "I almost got all my ribs broken." He was not exactly boasting, but he admitted to himself that he was pleased by Loldoran's reaction to his story. "We don't have many dangerous animals in Asturia," Loldoran said almost wistfully. "A few bears and once in a while a pack of wolves." He seemed to hesitate for a moment, looking closely at Garion. "Some men, though, find more interesting things to shoot at than wild stags." He said it with a kind of secretive sidelong glance. "Oh?" Garion was not quite sure what he meant. "Hardly a day goes by that some membrate's horse doesn't come home riderless." Garion was shocked at that. "Some men think that there are too many membrates in Asturia," Loldoran explained with heavy emphasis. "I thought that the Orandish civil war was over." "There are many who do not believe that. There are many who believe that the war will continue until Asturia is free of the membrate crown." Loldoran's tone left no question as to where he stood in the matter. "Wasn't the country unified after the Battle of Omembre?" Garion objected. "Unified? Well, how could anyone believe that? Asturia is treated like a subject province. The king's court is at Valmembre. Every governor, every tax collector, every bailiff, every high sheriff in the kingdom is membrate. There is not a single Asturian in a position of authority anywhere in Orindia. The membrites even refuse to recognize our titles. My father, whose line extends back 1,000 years, is called landowner. A membrate would sooner bite out his tongue than call him baron." Loldoran's face had gone white with suppressed indignation. "I didn't know that," Garion said carefully, not sure how to handle the young man's feelings. "Asturia's humiliation is almost at an end, however," Loldoran declared fervently. "There are some men in Asturia for whom patriotism is not dead, and the time is not far off when these men will hunt royal game." He emphasized his statement by snapping an arrow at a distant tree. That confirmed the worst of Garion's fears. Loldoran was a bit too familiar with the details not to be involved in this plot. As if he had realized himself that he had gone too far, Loldoran stared at Garion with consternation. "Oh, I am a fool," he blurted, with a guilty look around him. "I've never learned to control my tongue. Please, forget what I just said, Garion. I know you are my friend, and I know you won't betray what I said in a moment of heat." That was one thing Garion had feared. With that single statement, Loldoran had effectively sealed his lips. He knew that Mr. Wolfe should be warned that some wild scheme was afoot, but Loldoran's declaration of friendship and trust had made it impossible for him to speak. He wanted to grind his teeth with frustration as he stared full in the face of a major moral dilemma. They walked on, neither of them speaking, and both a little embarrassed, until they reached the bit of a wall where Garion had waited in ambush the day before. For a time they stared out into the fog, their strained silence growing more uncomfortable by the moment. "Oh, what is it like in Sandaria?" Loldoran asked suddenly. "I have never been there." "There aren't so many trees," Garion answered, looking over the wall at the dark trunks marching off in the fog. "It's an orderly kind of place." "Why did you live there?" "At Faldor's farm. It's near Lake Arat." "Is this Faldor a nobleman?" "Faldor? No, Faldor's as common as old shoes. He's just a farmer. Decent, honest, good-hearted. I miss him." "A commoner, then," Loldoran said, seeming ready to dismiss Faldor as a man of no consequence. "Rank doesn't mean very much in Sandaria," Garion told him rather pointedly. "What a man does is more important than what he is." He made a wry face. "I was a scullery boy. Not very pleasant, but somebody's got to do it, I suppose. Oh, not a serf, certainly. Leldarin sounded shocked. There aren't any serfs in Sindaria. No serfs? The young Aaron stared at him uncomprehendingly. No, Garion said firmly. We've never found it necessary to have serfs. Weldarin's expression clearly showed that he was baffled by the notion. Garion remembered the voices that had come to him out of the fog the day before, but he resisted the urge to say something about serfdom. Leldarin would never understand, and the two of them were very close to friendship. Garion felt that he needed a friend just now, and he did not want to spoil things by saying something that would offend this likable young man. "What sort of work does your father do?" Leldarin asked politely. "He's dead. So is my mother." Garion found that if he said it quickly, it did not hurt so much. Leldarin's eyes filled in sudden, impulsive sympathy. He put his hand consolingly on Garion's shoulder. "Oh, I'm sorry," his voice almost breaking. "It must have been a terrible loss." "I was a baby," Garion shrugged, trying to sound off-handed about it. "I don't even remember them." It was still too personal to talk about. "Some pestilence?" Leldarin asked gently. "No," Garion answered in the same flat tone. "They were murdered." Leldarin gasped, and his eyes went wide. "A man crept into their village at night and set fire to their house," Garion continued unemotionally. "My grandfather tried to catch him, but he got away. From what I understand, the man is a very old enemy of my family." "Oh, surely you're not going to let it stand like that?" Leldarin demanded. "No," Garion replied, still looking out into the fog. "As soon as I'm old enough, I'm going to find him and kill him." "Good lad!" Leldarin exclaimed, suddenly catching Garion in a rough embrace. "We will find him and cut him to pieces." "We? Well, I'll be going with you, of course," Leldarin declared. "No true friend could do any less." He was obviously speaking on impulse, but just as obviously he was totally sincere. He gripped Garion's hand firmly. "I swear to you, Garion, I will not rest until the murderer of your parents lies dead at your feet." The sudden declaration was so totally predictable that Garion silently berated himself for not keeping his mouth shut. His feelings in the matter were very personal, and he was not really sure he wanted company in his search for his faceless enemy. Another part of his mind, however, rejoiced in Leldarin's impulsive but unquestioning support. He decided to let the subject drop. He knew Leldarin well enough by now to realize that the young man undoubtedly made a dozen devout promises a day, quickly offered in absolute sincerity, and just as quickly forgotten. They talked then of other things, standing close together beside the shattered wall with their dark cloaks drawn tightly around them. Shortly before noon, Garion heard the muffled sound of horses' hooves somewhere out in the forest. A few minutes later, Hettar materialized out of the fog with a dozen wild-looking horses trailing after him. The tall Algar wore a short, fleece-lined leather cape. His boots were mud-spattered and his clothes travel-stained, but otherwise he seemed unaffected by his 2 weeks in the saddle. "Garion," he said gravely, by way of greeting, and Garion and Leldarin stepped out to meet him. "We've been waiting for you," Garion told him, and introduced Leldarin. "We'll show you where the others are." Hettar nodded, and followed the 2 young men through the ruins to the tower where Mr. Wolf and the others were waiting. "Snow in the mountains," the Algar remarked laconically by way of explanation as he swung down from his horse. "It delayed me a bit." He pulled his hood back from his shaved head and shook out his long black scalp lock. "No harm's been done," Mr. Wolf replied. "Come inside to the fire, and have something to eat. We have got a lot to talk about." Hettar looked at the horses, his tan, weathered face growing strangely blank, as if he were concentrating. The horses all looked back at him, their eyes alert and their ears pointed sharply forward. Then they turned and picked their way off among the trees.
"Don't they stray?"
Dernick wanted to know.
"No,"
Hettar answered.
"I ask them not to."
Dernick looked puzzled, but he let it pass. They all went into the tower and sat near the fireplace. Aunt Paul cut dark bread and pale yellow cheese for them while Dernick put more wood on the fire.
"Cohag sent word to the clan chiefs,"
Hettar reported, pulling off his cape. He wore a black, long-sleeved horsehide jacket with steel discs riveted to it to form a kind of flexible armor.
"They are gathering at the stronghold for council."
He unbelted the curved saber he wore, laid it to one side, and sat near the fire to eat.
Wolf nodded. "Is anyone trying to get through to Polgar?" "I sent a troop of my own men to the Gorham before I left,"
Hettar responded.
"They will get through if anyone can."
"I hope so," Wolf stated.
"The Gorham's an old friend of mine, and I'll need his help before all of this is finished."
"Aren't your people afraid of the land of the Ulgos?"
Lulduran inquired politely.
"I have heard that there are monsters there that feed on the flesh of men."
Hettar shrugged.
"They stay in their lairs in the winter-time. Besides, they are seldom brave enough to attack a full troop of mounted men."
He looked over at Mr. Wolf.
"Southern Sindaria is crawling with Murgos. Or did you know that?"
"I could have guessed. Did they seem to be looking for anything in particular?"
"I do not talk with Murgos,"
Hettar said shortly. His hooked nose and fierce eyes made him look at that moment like a hawk about to swoop down to the kill.
"I'm surprised that you were not delayed even more," Silk bantered. "The whole world knows how you feel about Murgos."
"I indulged myself once,"
Hettar admitted. "I met 2 of them, alone on the highway. It did not take very long."
"Two less to worry about, then,"
Breck grunted with approval. "I think it's time for some plain talk," Mr. Wolf said, brushing crumbs off the front of his tunic. "Most of you have some notion of what we are doing, but I don't want anybody blundering into something by accident. We are after a man named Zedar. He used to be one of my master's disciples. Then he went over to Torak. Early last fall he somehow slipped into the throne room at Riva and stole the Orb of Aldur. We are going to chase him down and get it back."
"Isn't he a sorcerer too?"
Beric asked, tugging absently at a thick red braid.
"That is not the term we use. But yes, he does have a certain amount of that kind of power. We all did. Me, Beltira, and Belkira, Belzedar, all the rest of us. That's one of the things I wanted to warn you about."
"You all seem to have the same sort of names," Silk noticed.
"Our master changed our names when he took us as disciples. It was a simple change, but it meant a great deal to us."
"Wouldn't that mean that your original name was Gareth?" Silk asked, his ferret eyes narrowing shrewdly.
Mr. Wolf looked startled and then laughed.
"I haven't heard that name for thousands of years. I have been Belgarath for so long that I had almost completely forgotten Gareth. It's probably just as well. Gareth was a troublesome boy, a thief and a liar, among other things."
"Some things never change,"
Aunt Paul observed.
"Nobody's perfect,"
Wolf admitted blandly.
"Why did Zedar steal the orb?"
Hettar asked, setting aside his plate.
"He has always wanted it for himself," the old man replied. "That could be it, but more likely he's trying to take it to Torak. The one who delivers the orb to One Eye is going to be his favorite."
"But Torak is dead," Lulduran objected. "The Raven Warder killed him at Vomimbre."
"No, Torak is not dead, only asleep. Bran's sword was not the one destined to kill him. Zedar carried him off after the battle, and hid him someplace. Someday he will awaken, probably someday very soon, if I am reading the signs right. We have got to get the orb back before that happens." "These Zedar's caused a lot of trouble," Beric rumbled. "You should have dealt with him a long time ago."
Possibly," Wolf admitted.
"Why don't you just wave your hand and make him disappear?"
Beric suggested, making a sort of gesture with his thick fingers. Wolf shook his head. "I can't. Not even the gods can do that." "Well, we've got some big problems, then," Silk said with a frown. "Every Mergo from here to Rakgoska's going to try to stop us from catching Zedar."
"Not necessarily,"
Wolf disagreed.
"Zedar's got the orb, but Tochik commands the Grolums."
"Tochik?" Loldoran asked. "The Grolum High Priest. He and Zedar hate each other. I think we can count on him to try to keep Zedar from getting to Torak with the orb."
Beric shrugged. "What difference does it make? You and Polgara can use magic if we run into anything difficult, can you not?"
This ends Disc 1. Please change to Disc 2.
"You and Polgara can use magic if we run into anything difficult, can you not?"
"There are limitations on that sort of thing," Wolf said a bit evasively.
"I don't understand,"
Beric said, frowning. Mr. Wolf took a deep breath. "All right, as long as it's come up, let's go into that too. A sorcery, if that's what you want to call it, is a disruption of the natural order of things. Sometimes it has certain unexpected effects, so you have to be very careful about what you do with it. Not only that, it makes—" He frowned then. "Well, let's call it a sort of noise. That's not exactly what it is, but it serves well enough to explain. Others with the same abilities can hear the noise. Once Polgara and I start changing things, every Grolum in the West is going to know exactly where we are and what we are doing. They'll keep piling things in front of us until we're exhausted." "It takes almost as much energy to do things that way as it does to do them with your arms and back," Aunt Paul explained. "It is very tiring." She sat beside the fire, carefully mending a small tear in one of Gerion's tunics.
"I didn't know that,"
Beric admitted. "Not many people do."
"If we have to, Paul and I can take certain steps," Wolf went on. "But we can't keep it up forever. And we can't simply make things vanish. I'm sure you can see why."
"Oh, of course," Silk professed, though his tone indicated that he did not. "Everything that exists depends on everything else," Aunt Paul explained quietly. "If you were to unmake one thing, it is altogether possible that everything would vanish." The fire popped, and Gerion jumped slightly. The vaulted chamber seemed suddenly dark, and shadows lurked in the corners.
"That cannot happen, of course,"
Wolf told them. "When you try to unmake something, your will simply recoils on you. If you say, 'Be not,' then you are the one who vanishes. That's why we are very careful about what we say." "Oh, I can understand why," Silk said, his eyes widening slightly.
"Most of the things we will encounter can be dealt with by ordinary means. That is the reason we have brought you together. At least, that's one of the reasons. Among you, you will be able to handle most of the things that get in our way. The important thing to remember is that Polgara and I have to get to Zedar before he can reach Torak with the orb. Zedar has found some way to touch the orb. I don't know how. If he can show Torak how it's done, no power on earth will be able to stop One Eye from becoming king and god over the whole world."
They all sat in the ruddy, flickering light of the fire, their faces serious as they considered that possibility.
"I think that pretty well covers everything, don't you, Paul?"
"I believe so, Father," she replied, smoothing the front of her grey homespun gown. Later, outside the tower, as grey evening crept in among the foggy ruins of Voachun, and the smell of the thick stew Aunt Paul was cooking for supper drifted out to them, Geryon turned to Silk. "Is it all really true?" The small man looked out into the fog. "Let's act as if we believed that it is," he suggested. "Under the circumstances, I think it would be a bad idea to make a mistake." "Are you afraid too, Silk?" Silk sighed. "Yes," he admitted. "But we can behave as if we believed that we aren't, can't we?" "I guess we can try," Geryon said, and the two of them turned to go back into the chamber at the foot of the tower, where the firelight danced on the low stone arches, holding the fog and the chill at bay. Chapter 3. The next morning, Silk came out of the tower wearing a rich maroon doublet and a bag-like black velvet cap cocked jauntily over one ear. "What is all that about?" Aunt Paul asked him. "I chanced to cross an old friend in one of the packs," Silk replied airily. "Redek of Bakhtor by name." "What happened to Ambar of Kartu?" "Oh, Ambar's a good enough fellow, I suppose," Silk said a bit deprecatingly. "But a Murgo named Asherak knows about him, and may have dropped his name in certain quarters. Let's not look for trouble, if we don't have to."
"Not a bad disguise," Mr. Wolf agreed. "One more Drasnian merchant on the Great West Road won't attract any attention, whatever his name."
"Please," Silk objected in an injured tone. "The name is very important. You hang the whole disguise on the name."
"I don't see any difference,"
Barak asserted bluntly. "There is all the difference in the world. Surely you can see that Ambar's a vagabond with very little regard for ethics, while Redek's a man of substance, whose word is as good in all the commercial centres of the West. Besides, Redek's always accompanied by servants." "Servants?" One of Aunt Paul's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, just for the sake of disguise," Silk assured her quickly. "You, of course, could never be a servant, Lady Polgara." "Oh, thank you. No one would ever believe it. You'll be my sister instead, travelling with me to see the splendours of Tolhanath." "Your sister?" "Oh, well, you could be my mother instead, if you prefer," Silk suggested blandly. "Making a religious pilgrimage to Mar Terran, to atone for a colourful past." Aunt Paul gazed steadily at the small man for a moment, while he grinned impudently at her. "Some day, your sense of humour is going to get you into a great deal of trouble, Prince Keldar." "Oh, I am always in trouble, Lady Polgara. I would not know how to act if I were not."
"Do you two suppose we could get started?" Mr. Wolf asked.
"Oh, just a moment more. If we meet anyone and have to explain things, you, Luldarin, and Geryon are Polgara's servants. Hetar, Barak, and Dernik are mine."
"Anything you say," the wolf agreed wearily.
"Well, there are reasons."
"All right."
"Don't you want to hear them?"
"Not particularly."
Silk looked a bit hurt.
"Are we ready?"
"Everything's out of the tower," Dernik told him.
"Oh, just a moment. I forgot to put out the fire."
He went back inside. Wolf glanced after the smith in exasperation.
"What difference does it make?" he muttered. "This place is a ruin anyway."
"Leave him alone, Father," Aunt Paul said placidly. "It's the way he is." As they prepared to mount, Barak's horse, a large, sturdy grey, sighed and threw a reproachful look at Hettar, and the Algar chuckled.
"What's so funny?"
Barak demanded suspiciously. The horse said something. "Never mind," Hettar replied. Then they swung into their saddles and threaded their way out of the foggy ruins and along the narrow, muddy track that wound into the forest. Sodden snow lay under wet trees, and water dripped continually from the branches overhead. They all drew their cloaks about them to ward off the chill and dampness. Once they were under the trees, Loldoran pulled his horse in beside Gerion's, and they rode together. "Is Prince Keldar always so, well, extremely complicated?" "Silk? Oh, yes. He's very devious. You see, he's a spy, and disguises and clever lies are second nature to him." "A spy? Really?" Loldoran's eyes brightened as his imagination caught hold of the idea. "He works for his uncle, the king of Drasnia," Garion explained. "From what I understand, the Drasnians have been at this sort of thing for centuries." "We've got to stop and pick up the rest of the packs," Silk was reminding Mr. Wolf.
"I have not forgotten."
"Packs?" Loldoran asked. "Silk picked up some wool, cloth, and kamar," Garion told him. "He said it would give us a legitimate reason to be on the highway. We hid them in a cave when we left the road to come to Voachun." "He thinks of everything, doesn't he?" "He tries. We're lucky to have him with us." "Maybe we could have him show us a few things about disguises," Loldoran suggested brightly. "It might be very useful when we go looking for your enemy." Garion had thought that Loldoran had forgotten his impulsive pledge. The young Aran's mind seemed too flighty to keep hold of one idea for very long, but he saw now that Loldoran only seemed to forget things. The prospect of a serious search for his parents' murderer, with this young enthusiast adding embellishments and improvisations at every turn, began to present itself alarmingly. By mid-morning, after they had picked up Silk's packs and lashed them to the backs of the spare horses, they were back out onto the Great West Road, the Tolnedran highway running through the heart of the forest. They rode south at a loping canter that ate up the miles. They passed a heavily burdened serf, clothed in scraps and pieces of sackcloth, tied on with bits of string. The serf's face was gaunt, and he was very thin under his dirty rags. He stepped off of the road and stared at them with apprehension until they had passed. Garion felt a sudden stab of compassion. He briefly remembered Lamer and Detton, and he wondered what would finally happen to them. It seemed important for some reason. "Is it really necessary to keep them so poor?" he demanded of Loldoran, unable to hold it in any longer. "Who?" Loldoran asked, looking around. "That serf." Loldoran glanced back over his shoulder at the ragged man. "You didn't even see him," Garion accused. Loldoran shrugged. "There are so many." "And they all dress in rags and live on the edge of starvation?" "Membrate taxes," Loldoran replied, as if that explained everything. "You seem to have always had enough to eat." "I am not a serf, Garion," Loldoran answered patiently. "The poorest people always suffer the most. It is the way the world is." "It doesn't have to be." "You just don't understand." "No, and I never will." "Naturally not," Loldoran said with infuriating complacency. "You are not errandish." Garion clenched his teeth to hold back the obvious reply. By late afternoon they had covered 10 leagues, and the snow had largely disappeared from the roadside. "Shouldn't we start to give some thought to where we're going to spend the night, Father?" Aunt Paul suggested. Mr. Wolf scratched thoughtfully at his beard as he squinted at the shadows hovering in the trees around them. "I have an uncle who lives not far from here," Loldoran offered. "Count Reldegan. I am sure that he will be glad to give us shelter."
Thin? Mr. Wolf asked. Dark hair?
It is grey now, Lilderin replied. Do you know him?
I have not seen him for 20 years, Wolf told him. As I recall, he used to be quite a hothead.
Uncle Reldigan? You must have him confused with somebody else, Belgarath.
Maybe. How far is it to his house?
No more than a league and a half away.
Let's go see him, then, Wolf decided.
Lilderin shook his reins and moved into the lead to show them the way.
How are you and your friend getting along? Silk asked, falling in beside Garion.
Fine, I suppose, Garion replied, not quite sure how the rat-faced little man intended the question. It seems to be a little hard to explain things to him, though.
That is only natural. He is an errand, after all.
Garion quickly came to Lilderin's defense.
He's honest and very brave.
Yes, they all are, and that is part of the problem.
I like him.
Oh, so do I, Garion, but that does not keep me from realizing the truth about him.
If you're trying to say something, why don't you just go ahead and say it?
All right, I will. Do not let friendship get the better of your good sense. Orindia is a very dangerous place, and errands tend to blunder into disasters quite regularly. Don't let your exuberant young companion drag you into something that's none of your business.
Silk's look was direct, and Garion realized that the little man was quite serious.
I'll be careful, he promised.
I knew that I could count on you, Silk said gravely.
Are you making fun of me?
Would I do that, Garion?
Silk asked mockingly. Then he laughed, and they rode on together through the gloomy afternoon. The grey stone house of Count Reldigan was about a mile back in the forest from the highway, and it stood in the centre of a clearing that extended beyond bowshot in every direction. Although it had no wall, it had somehow the look of a fort. The windows facing out were narrow and covered with iron gratings. Strong turrets, surmounted by battlements, stood at each corner, and the gate, which opened into the central courtyard of the house, was made of whole tree trunks, squared off and strapped together with iron bands. Garion stared at the brooding pile as they approached in the rapidly fading light. There was a kind of haughty ugliness about the house, a grim solidity that seemed to defy the world.
It's not a very pleasant-looking sort of place, is it?
He said to Silk. Asturian architecture is a reflection of their society. A strong house isn't a bad idea in a country where neighborhood disputes sometimes get out of hand.
Are they also afraid of each other?
Just cautious, Garion, just cautious. Lilderin dismounted before the heavy gate and spoke to someone on the other side through a small grill. There was finally a rattling of chains and the grinding sound of heavy iron-shod bars sliding back.
I would not make any quick moves once we are inside, Silk advised quietly. There will probably be archers watching us.
Garion looked at him sharply.
A quaint custom of the region, Silk informed him.
They rode into a cobblestoned courtyard and dismounted. Count Reldigan, when he appeared, was a tall, thin man with iron-grey hair and a beard who walked with the aid of a stout cane. He wore a rich green doublet and black hose. Despite the fact that he was in his own house, he carried a sword at his side. He limped heavily down a broad flight of stairs from the house to greet them.
"Uncle,"
Lilderin said, bowing respectfully.
"Nephew," the Count replied in polite acknowledgment.
"My friends and I have found ourselves in the vicinity,"
Lilderin stated.
"We thought we might impose on you for the night."
"You are always welcome, nephew,"
Reldigan answered with a kind of grave formality.
"Have you dined yet?"
"No, uncle."
"Then you must all take supper with me. May I know your friends?"
Mr. Wolf pushed back his head and stepped forward.
"You and I are already acquainted, Reldigan."
The Count's eyes widened.
Belgarath, is it really you?
Wolf grinned.
Oh, yes. I'm still wandering about the world, stirring up mischief.
Reldigan laughed then, and grasped Wolf's upper arm warmly.
Come inside, all of you. Let us not stand about in the cold.
He turned and limped up the steps toward the house.
What happened to your leg?
Wolf asked him.
An arrow in the knee,
the Count shrugged.
The result of an old disagreement, long since forgotten. As I recall, you used to get involved in quite a few of those. I thought for a while that you intended to go through life with your sword half drawn.
I was an excitable youth, the Count admitted, opening the broad door at the top of the steps. He led them down a long hallway to a room of imposing size with a large blazing fireplace at each end. Great curving stone arches supported the ceiling. The floor was of polished black stone, scattered with fur rugs, and the walls, arches, and ceiling were whitewashed in gleaming contrast. Heavy carved chairs of dark brown wood set here and there, and a great table with an iron candelabra in its center stood near the fireplace at one end. A dozen or so leather-bound books were scattered on its polished surface.
Books, Reldigan?
Mr. Wolf said in amazement, as he and the others removed their cloaks and gave them to the servants, who immediately appeared.
You have mellowed, my friend?
The Count smiled at the old man's remark.
I'm forgetting my manners, Wolf apologized. My daughter, Polgara. Paul, this is Count Reldigan, an old friend.
Milady, the Count acknowledged with an exquisite bow. My house is honored. Aunt Paul was about to reply when two young men burst into the room, arguing heatedly. "You're an idiot, Barantine," the first, a dark-haired youth in a scarlet doublet, snapped. "It may please thee to think so, Tarasin," the second, a stout young man with pale curly hair and wearing a green and yellow-striped tunic, replied. "But whether it pleases thee or not, Asturia's future is in Membrite hands. Thy rancorous denouncements and sulphurious rhetoric shall not alter that fact." "Don't thee me, or thou me, Barantine," the dark-haired one sneered. "Your imitation Membrite courtesy turns my stomach."
"Gentlemen, that is enough,"
Count Reldigan said sharply, rapping his cane on the stone floor.
"If you two are going to insist on discussing politics, I'll have you separated, forcibly, if necessary."
The two young men scowled at each other and then stalked off to opposite sides of the room.
"My son, Torasin,"
the Count admitted apologetically, indicating the dark-haired youth.
"And his cousin Barantine, son of my late wife's brother. They have been wrangling like this for 2 weeks now. I had to take their swords away from them the day after Barantine arrived."
"Political discussion is good for the blood, my lord," Silk observed. "Especially in the winter. The heat keeps the veins from clogging up." The Count chuckled at the little man's remark.
"Prince Keldar, of the royal house of Drasnia,"
Mr. Wolf introduced Silk.
"Your Highness," the Count responded, bowing.
Silk winced slightly. "Oh, please, my lord, I have spent a lifetime running from that mode of address, and I am sure that my connection with the royal family embarrasses my uncle almost as much as it embarrasses me." The Count laughed again with easy good nature.
"Why don't we all adjourn to the dining table?"
he suggested.
2 fat deer have been turning on spits in my kitchen since daybreak, and I recently obtained a cask of red wine from southern Tornedra. As I recall, Belgarath has always had a great fondness for good food and fine wines."
"He has not changed, my lord," Aunt Paul told him. "My father is terribly predictable, once you get to know him." The Count smiled and offered her his arm as they all moved toward the door on the far side of the room. "Tell me, my lord, Do you by chance have a bathtub in your house?
Bathing in winter is dangerous, Lady Polgara, the Count warned her.
My lord, she stated gravely, I have been bathing winter or summer for more years than you could possibly imagine.
Let her bathe, Raldigan, Mr. Wolf urged. Her temper deteriorates quite noticeably when she thinks she's getting dirty.
A bath would not hurt you either, old wolf. You are starting to get a bit strong from the downwind side,
Aunt Paul retorted tartly. Mr. Wolf looked a bit injured.
Much later, after they had eaten their fill of venison, gravy-soaked bread, and rich cherry tarts, Aunt Paul excused herself and went with a maid-servant to oversee the preparation of her bath. The men all lingered at the table over their wine cups, their faces washed with the golden light of the many candles in Reldigan's dining hall.
"Let me show you to your rooms,"
Thorasin suggested to Leldarin and Garion, pushing back his chair and casting a look of veiled contempt across the table at Berantine. They followed him from the room and up a long flight of stairs toward the upper stories of the house.
"I don't want to offend you, Tor," Leldarin said as they climbed, "but your cousin has some peculiar ideas."
Thorasin snorted.
"Berantine is a jackass. He thinks he can impress the Membrates by imitating their speech and by fawning on them."
His dark face was angry in the light of the candle he carried to light their way.
"Why should he want to?"
Leldarin asked.
"He is desperate for some kind of holding he can call his own,"
Thorasin replied.
"My mother's brother has very little land to leave him. The fat idiot's all calf-eyed over the daughter of one of the barons in his district, and since the baron won't even consider a landless suitor, Barantine's trying to wheedle an estate from the Membrate governor. He would swear fealty to the ghost of Kaltorak himself if he thought it would get him land." "Doesn't he realize that he has not got a chance?" Leldarin inquired. "There are too many land-hungry Membrate knights around the governor for him to even think of granting an estate to an Asturian." "I have told him the same thing myself," Thorasin declared, with scathing contempt. "But there is no reasoning with him. His behavior degrades our whole family."
Leldarin shook his head commiseratingly as they reached an upper hall. He looked around quickly then.
"I have to talk with you, Tor,"
he blurted, his voice dropping to a whisper. Thorasin looked at him sharply.
"My father has committed me to Belgarath's service in a matter of great importance,"
Leldarin hurried on in that same hushed voice.
"I do not know how long we will be gone, so you and the others will have to kill Corodulan without me."
Thorasin's eyes went wide with horror.
"We are not alone, Leldarin,"
he said in a strangled voice.
"I'll go down to the other end of the hall,"
Garion said quickly.
"No," Leldarin replied firmly, taking hold of Garion's arm. "Garion is my friend, Tor. I have no secrets from him." "Leldarin, please. I'm not Asturian. I'm not even an errand. I don't want to know what you're planning." "But you will know, Garion, as proof of my trust in you," Leldarin declared. "Next summer, when Corodulan journeys to the ruined city of Oaster to hold court there for the 6 weeks that maintain the fiction of Erendish unity, we are going to ambush him on the highway."
"Leldarin!"
Thorasin gasped, his face turning white. But Leldarin was already plunging on.
"It won't be just a simple ambush, Garion. This will be a master stroke at Membrae's heart. We are going to ambush him in the uniforms of Tolnedran legionnaires and cut him down with Tolnedran swords. Our attack will force Membrae to declare war on the Tolnedran Empire, and Tolnedra will crush Membrae like an eggshell. Membrae will be destroyed, and Asturia will be free." "Natchak will have you killed for this, Neldarin," Thorasin cried. "We have all been sworn to secrecy on a blood oath."
"Tell the Murgo that I spit on his oath," Leldarin said hotly.
What need have Asturian patriots for a Murgo henchman? He is providing us with gold, you blockhead! Torreson raged, almost beside himself. We need his good red gold to buy the uniforms, the swords, and to strengthen the backbones of some of our weaker friends. I don't need weaklings with me, Loldoran said intensely. A patriot does what he does for the love of his country, not for Angarak gold.
Garion's mind was moving quickly now. His moment of stunned amazement had passed.
There was a man in Cleric, he recalled. The Earl of Yarvik. He also took Murgo gold and plotted to kill a king.
The two stared at him blankly.
Something happens to a country when you kill its king, Garion explained. No matter how bad the king is, or how good the people are who kill him, the country falls apart for a while. Everything is confused, and there's nobody to point the country in any one direction. Then, if you start a war between that country and another one at the same time, you add just that much more confusion. I think that if I were a Murgo, that's exactly the kind of confusion I'd want to see in all of the kingdoms of the West.
Garion listened to his own voice, almost in amazement. There was a dry, dispassionate quality in it that he instantly recognized. From the time of his earliest memories, that voice had always been there, inside his mind, occupying some quiet, hidden corner, telling him when he was wrong or foolish. But the voice had never actively interfered before in his dealings with other people. Now, however, it spoke directly to these two young men, patiently explaining.
Angarek gold is not what it seems to be. There's a kind of power in it that corrupts you. Maybe that's why it's the color of blood. I would think about that before I accepted any more red gold from this Murgo Nachak. Why do you suppose he's giving you gold and helping you with this plan of yours? He's not an Asturian, so patriotism could not have anything to do with it, could it? I'd think about that, too.
Loldoran and his cousin looked suddenly troubled.
I'm not going to say anything about this to anybody. You told me about it in confidence, Garion said. And I really was not supposed to hear about it anyway. But remember that there's a lot more going on in the world right now than what's happening here in Arindia. Now, I think I'd like to get some sleep. If you will show me where my bed is, I'll leave you to talk things over all night, if you'd like.
All in all, Garion thought he had handled the whole thing rather well. He had planted a few doubts, at the very least. He knew Arins well enough by now to realize that it probably would not be enough to turn these two around, but it was a start. Chapter 4. The following morning, they rode out early, while the mist still hung among the trees. Count Reldigan, wrapped in a dark cloak, stood at his gate to bid them farewell, and Torreson, standing beside his father, seemed unable to take his eyes off of Garion's face. Garion kept his expression as blank as possible. The fiery young Asturian seemed to be filled with doubts, and those doubts might keep him from plunging headlong into something disastrous. It wasn't much, Garion realized, but it was the best he could manage under the circumstances.
"Come back again soon, Belgarath," Reldigan said. "Some time when you can stay longer. We are very isolated here, and I would like to know what the rest of the world is doing. We will sit by the fire and talk away a month or two."
Mr. Wolf nodded gravely. "Maybe, when this business of mine is over, Reldigan." Then he turned his horse and led the way across the wide clearing that surrounded the Count's house and back once again into the gloomy forest.
"The Count is an unusual errand," Silk said lightly as they rode along.
"I think I actually detected an original thought or two in him last evening."
"He has changed a great deal," Wolf agreed. "He sets a good table," Beric said. "I haven't felt this full since I left Val Aulorn."
"You should,"
Aunt Paul said. "You ate the biggest part of one deer by yourself."
"You're exaggerating, Polgara,"
Beric told her.
"Oh, but not by very much,"
Hetor observed in his quiet voice. Luldarin had pulled his horse in beside Gerion's, but he had not spoken. His face was as troubled as his cousin's had been. It was obvious that he wanted to say something, and just as obvious that he didn't know how to begin. "Go ahead," Gerion said quietly. "We're good enough friends that I'm not going to be upset if it doesn't come out exactly right." Luldarin looked at him a little sheepishly.
"Am I really that obvious?"
"Honest is a better word for it," Gerion told him. "You have just never learned to hide your feelings, that's all."
"Was it really true? I'm not doubting your word, but was there really a Murko and Kerek plotting against King Aneg?"
"Ask Silk," Gerion suggested, "or Beric or Hetar, any of them. We were all there."
"Nachak is not like that, though,"
Luldarin said quickly, defensively. "Can you be sure? The plan was his in the first place, wasn't it? How did you happen to meet him?"
"We had all gone down to the great fair, Torreson, me, several of the others. We bought some things from a Murgo merchant, and Tor made a few remarks about Mimbrates. You know how Tor is. The merchant said that he knew somebody we might be interested in meeting, and he introduced us to Nachak. The more we talked with him, the more sympathetic he seemed to become to the way we all feel."
"Naturally."
"He told us what the king is planning. You wouldn't believe it."
"Probably not." Luldarin gave him a quick, troubled look.
"He is going to break up our estates and give them to landless Mimbrate nobles."
He said it accusingly.
"Did you verify that with anybody but Nachak?" "Well, how could we? The Mimbrates would not admit it if we confronted them with it. But it's the kind of thing that the Mimbrates would do."
"So you've only got Nachak's word for it, right? How did this plan of yours come up?"
"Nachak said that if he were an Asturian, he would not let anybody take his land. But he said that it would be too late to try to stop them when they came with knights and soldiers. He said that if he were doing it, he would strike before they were ready, and that he would do it in such a way that the Mimbrites would not know who had done it. That's when he suggested the Tolnedran uniforms." "When did he start giving you money?" "I'm not sure. Tor handled that part of it."
"Did he ever say why he was giving you this money?"
"He said it was out of friendship."
"Didn't that seem a little odd?"
"Well, I would give someone money out of friendship," Luldarin protested.
"You are an Asturian," Gerion told him. "You would give somebody your life out of friendship.
Nachak's a Murgo, and I have never heard that they were all that generous. What it comes down to, then, is that a stranger tells you that the king's planning to take your land. Then he gives you a plan to kill the king and start a war with Tolnedra. And to make sure you succeed with his plan, he gives you the money. Is that about it?"
Luldarin nodded mutely, his eyes stricken.
"Weren't any of you just the least bit suspicious?"
Luldarin seemed almost about to cry.
"But it is such a good plan," he burst out finally. "It could not help but succeed."
"And that's what makes it so dangerous," Gerion replied.
"Oh, Gerion, what am I going to do?"
Luldarin's voice was anguished now.
"I don't think there's anything you can do right now. Maybe later, after we've had time to think about it, we'll come up with something. If we can't, we can always tell my grandfather about it. He'll think of a way to stop it." "Oh, we can't tell anybody. We are pledged to silence," Luldarin reminded him.
"We might have to break that pledge," Gerion said somewhat reluctantly.
"I don't see that either of us owes that Murko anything. But it's going to have to be up to you, Luldarin. I won't say anything to anybody without your permission."
You decide, Leldarin pleaded then. I cannot do it, Garion. You are going to have to. I'm sure that if you think about it, you'll see why. They reached the Great West Road then, and Beric led them south at a brisk trot, cutting off the possibility of further discussion. A league or so down the road they passed a muddy village, a dozen or so turf-roofed huts with walls made of wattles plastered over with mud. The fields around the village were dotted with tree stumps, and a few scrawny cows grazed near the edge of the forest. Garion could not control his indignation as he looked at the misery implicit in the crude collection of hovels. "Leldarin! Look!" "What? Where?" The blond young man came out of his troubled preoccupation quickly, as if expecting some danger. "The village. Look at it." "It is only a serf's village," Leldarin said indifferently. "I have seen hundreds like it." He seemed ready to return to his own inner turmoil. "In Sundaria, we wouldn't keep pigs in places like that." Garion's voice rang with fervor now. If he could only make his friend see. Two ragged serfs were dispiritedly hacking chunks of firewood from one of the stumps near the road. As the party approached, they dropped their axes and bolted in terror for the forest. "Does it make you proud, Leldarin?" Garion demanded. "Does it make you feel good to know that your own countrymen are so afraid of you that they run from the very sight of you?" Leldarin looked baffled. "They are serfs, Garion." He said it as if that explained it all. "They are men. They are not animals. Men deserve to be treated better." "I can't do anything about it. They aren't my serfs." And with that Leldarin's attention turned inward again as he continued to struggle with the dilemma Garion had placed upon him. By late afternoon, they had covered 10 leagues, and the cloudy sky was gradually darkening as evening approached. "I think we're going to have to spend the night in the forest, Belgarath," Silk said, looking around. "There is no chance of reaching the next Tolnedron hostel." Mr. Wolf had been half dozing in his saddle. He looked up, blinking a bit. "All right, but let's get back from the road a bit. Our fire could attract attention, and too many people know that we are in Arindia already." "There's your woodcutter's track right there." Dernick pointed at a break in the trees just ahead. "It should lead us back in the trees." "All right," Wolf agreed. The sounds of their horses' hooves were muffled by the sodden leaves of the forest floor as they turned in among the trees to follow the narrow track. They rode silently for the better part of a mile, until a clearing opened ahead of them. "How about there?" Dernick asked. He indicated a brook trickling softly over mossy stones on one side of the clearing. "It will do," Wolf agreed. "We're going to need shelter," the smith observed. "I bought tents in Kamar," Silk told him. "They're in the packs." "That was foresighted of you," Aunt Paul complimented him. "I have been in Arindia before, my lady. I am familiar with the weather."
"Garion and I will go get wood for the fire, then," Dernick said, climbing down from his horse and untying his axe from his saddle.
"I'll help you," Leldarin offered, his face still troubled. Dernick nodded and led the way off into the trees. The woods were soaked, but the smith seemed to know almost instinctively where to find dry fuel. They worked quickly in the lowering twilight, and soon had 3 large bundles of limbs and faggots. They returned to the clearing where Silk and the others were erecting several dun-colored tents. Dernick dropped his wood and cleared a space for the fire with his foot. Then he knelt and began striking sparks with his knife from a piece of flint into a wad of dry tinder that he always carried. In a short time he had a small fire going, and Aunt Paul set out her pots beside it, humming softly to herself. Hettar came back from tending the horses, and they all stood watching Aunt Paul preparing a supper from the stores that Count Reldigan had pressed on them before they had left his house that morning. After they had eaten, they sat around the fire talking quietly.
"How far have we come today?" Dernick asked.
12 leagues,
Hettar estimated. "How much farther do we have to go to get out of this forest?"
"It is 80 leagues from Clemar to the central plain," Leldarin replied.
Dernick sighed.
"A week or more. I'd hoped that it'd be only a few days."
"I know what you mean, Dernick,"
Beric agreed.
"It is gloomy under all these trees."
The horses picketed near the brook stirred uneasily. Hettar rose to his feet.
"Something wrong?"
Beric asked, also rising.
"There shouldn't be,"
Hettar started, and then he stopped.
"Back!"
he snapped.
"Away from the fire. The horses say there are men out there, many with weapons."
He jumped back from the fire, drawing his saber. Leldarin took one startled look at him and bolted for one of the tents. Gerion's sudden disappointment in his friend was almost like a blow to the stomach. An arrow buzzed into the light and shattered on Beric's mail shirt.
"Arm yourselves!"
the big man roared, drawing his sword. Gerion grasped Aunt Paul's sleeve and tried to pull her from the light. "Stop that!" she snapped, jerking her sleeve free. Another arrow whizzed out of the foggy woods. Aunt Paul flicked her hand as if brushing away a fly, and muttered a single word. The arrow bounced back as if it had struck something solid and fell to the ground. Then, with a hoarse shout, a gang of rough, burly men burst from the edge of the trees and splashed across the brook, brandishing swords. As Beric and Hettar leaped forward to meet them, Leldarin re-emerged from the tent with his bow and began loosing arrows so rapidly that his hands seemed to blur as they moved. Gerion was instantly ashamed that he had doubted his friend's courage. With a choked cry, one of the attackers stumbled back, an arrow through his throat. Another doubled over sharply, clutching at his stomach, and fell to the ground, groaning. A third, quite young, and with a pale, downy beard on his cheeks, dropped heavily and sat plucking at the feathers on the shaft protruding from his chest. He sat with a bewildered expression on his boyish face. Then he sighed and slumped over on his side, with a stream of blood coming from his nose. The ragged-looking men faltered under the rain of Leldarin's arrows, and then Beric and Hettar were upon them. With a great sweep, Beric's heavy sword shattered an upflung blade and crunched down into the angle between the neck and shoulder of the black-whiskered man who had held it. The man collapsed. Hettar made a quick feint with his saber, then ran it smoothly through the body of a pock-marked ruffian. The man stiffened, and a gush of bright blood burst from his mouth as Hettar pulled out his blade. Dernick ran forward with his axe and silk drew his long dagger from under his vest and ran directly at a man with a shaggy brown beard. At the last moment he dived forward, rolled, and struck the bearded man full in the chest with both feet. Without pausing, he came up and ripped his dagger into his enemy's belly. The dagger made a wet, tearing sound as it sliced upward, and the stricken man clutched at his stomach with a scream, trying to hold in the blue-colored loops and coils of his entrails that seemed to come boiling out through his fingers. Gerion dived for the pax to get his own sword, but was suddenly grabbed roughly from behind. He struggled for an instant, and then felt a stunning blow on the back of his head, and his eyes filled with a blinding flash of light.
"This is the one we want,"
a rough voice rasped as Gerion sank into unconsciousness. He was being carried. That much was certain. He could feel the strong arms under him. He did not know how long it had been since he had been struck on the head. His ears still rang, and he was more than a little sick to his stomach. He stayed limp, but carefully opened one eye. His vision was blurred and uncertain, but he could make out Beric's bearded face looming above him in the darkness, and merged with it, as once before in the snowy woods outside Val Alworn, he seemed to see the shaggy face of a great bear. He closed his eyes, shuddered, and started to struggle weakly.
"It's all right, Gerion,"
Beric said, his voice sunk in a kind of despair.
"It's me."
Gerion opened his eyes again, and the bear seemed to be gone. He was not even sure he had ever really seen it.
"Are you all right?"
Beric asked, setting him on the ground.
"They hit me on the head,"
Gerion mumbled, his hand going to the swelling behind his ear.
"They won't do it again,"
Beric muttered, his tone still despairing. Then the huge man sank to the ground and buried his face in his hands.
It was dark and difficult to see, but it looked as if Barak's shoulders were shaking with a kind of terrible suppressed grief, a soundless, wrenching series of convulsive sobs. "Where are we?" Garion asked, looking around into the darkness.
Barak coughed and wiped at his face. "Quite a ways from the tents. It took me a little while to catch up to the two who were carrying you off."
"What happened?"
Garion was still a bit confused. "They are dead. Can you stand up?"
"I don't know." Garion tried to get up, but a wave of giddiness swept over him, and his stomach churned.
"Never mind. I will carry you."
Barak said it in a now grimly practical voice. An owl screeched from a nearby tree, and its ghostly white shape drifted off through the trees ahead of them. As Barak lifted him, Garion closed his eyes and concentrated on keeping his stomach under control. Before long, they came out into the clearing and its circle of firelight. "Is he all right?" Aunt Paul asked, looking up from bandaging a cut on Dernick's arm.
"A bump on the head, that is all,"
Barak replied, setting Garion down.
"Did you run them off?"
His voice was harsh, even, brutal. "Those that could still run," Silk answered, his voice a bit excited and his ferret eyes bright. "They left a few behind." He pointed at a number of still shapes, lying near the edge of the firelight. Loldoran came back into the clearing, looking over his shoulder, and with his bow half drawn. He was out of breath, his face was pale, and his hands were shaking. "Are you all right?" he asked as soon as he saw Garion. Garion nodded, gently fingering the lump behind his ear. "I tried to find the two who took you," the young man declared. "But they were too quick for me. There is some kind of animal out there. I heard it growling while I was looking for you. Awful growls."
"The beast is gone now," Barak told him flatly.
"What's the matter with you?" Silk asked the big man.
"Nothing."
"Who were these men?" Garion asked. "Robbers, most likely," Silk surmised, putting away his dagger. "It is one of the benefits of a society that holds men in serfdom. They get bored with being serfs and go out into the forest, looking for excitement and profit." "You sound just like Garion," Loldoran objected. "Can you people not understand that serfdom's part of the natural order of things here? Our serfs could not take care of themselves alone, so those of us in higher station accept the responsibility of caring for them." "Oh, of course you do," Silk agreed sarcastically. "They are not so well fed as your pigs, nor as well kennelled as your dogs, but you do care for them, don't you?" "That will do, Silk," Aunt Paul said coolly. "Let's not start bickering among ourselves." She tied a last knot on Dornick's bandage and came over to examine Garion's head. She touched her fingers gently to the lump, and he winced. "Doesn't seem too serious," she observed. "Well, it hurts all the same," he complained. "Oh, of course it does, dear," she said calmly. She dipped a cloth in a pail of cold water and held it to the lump. "You are going to have to learn to protect your head, Garion. If you keep banging it like this, you're going to soften your brains." Garion was about to answer that, but Hettar and Mr. Wolf came back into the firelight just then. "They are still running," Hettar announced. The steel discs on his horsehide jacket gleamed red in the flickering light, and his saber was streaked with blood.
"They seem to be awfully good at that part of it. Is everyone here all right?" Wolf asked.
"A few bumps and bruises is about all," Aunt Paul told him. "It could have been much worse."
"Let's not start worrying about what could have been. Shall we remove those?" Barak growled, pointing at the bodies littering the ground near the brook.
"Shouldn't they be buried?"
Dernick asked. His voice shook a little, and his face was very pale.
Too much trouble,
Beric said bluntly.
Their friends can come back later and take care of it, if they feel like it.
Well, isn't that just a little uncivilized?
Dernick objected.
Beric shrugged. It is customary.
Mr. Wolf rolled one of the bodies over and carefully examined the dead man's gray face.
Looks like an ordinary errandish outlaw. Hard to say for sure.
Lolderon was retrieving his arrows, carefully pulling them out of the bodies.
Let's drag them all over there a ways,
Beric said to Hettar.
I'm getting tired of looking at them.
Dernick looked away, and Geryon saw 2 great tears standing in his eyes. "Does it hurt, Dernick?" he asked sympathetically, sitting on the log beside his friend.
I killed one of those men, Geryon,
the smith replied with a shake in his voice.
I hit him in the face with my axe. He screamed, and his blood splashed all over me. Then he fell down and kicked on the ground with his heels until he died.
"You didn't have any choice, Dernick," Geryon told him. "They were trying to kill us."
I've never killed anyone before,"
Dernick said, the tears now running down his face.
"He kicked the ground for such a long time. Such a terribly long time."
"Why don't you go to bed, Geryon?" Aunt Paul suggested. Her eyes were on Dernick's tear-streaked face. Geryon understood. "Good night, Dernick." He got up and started toward one of the tents. He glanced back once. Aunt Paul had seated herself on the log beside the smith and was speaking quietly to him with one of her arms comfortingly about his shoulders. Chapter 5. The fire had burned down to a tiny orange flicker outside of the tent, and the forest around the clearing was silent. Geryon lay with a throbbing head, trying to sleep. Finally, long past midnight, he gave it up. He slid out from under his blanket and went searching for Aunt Paul. Above the silvery fog, a full moon had risen, and its light made the mist luminous. The air around him seemed almost to glow as he picked his way carefully through the silent camp. He scratched on the outside of her tent flap and whispered, "Aunt Paul?" There was no answer. "Aunt Paul!" A bit louder. "It's me, Geryon. May I come in?" There was still no answer, nor even the faintest sound. Carefully he pulled back the flap and peered inside. The tent was empty. Puzzled, even a bit alarmed, he turned and looked around the clearing. Hettar stood watch not far from the picketed horses, his hawk face turned toward the foggy forest, and his cape drawn about him. Geryon hesitated a moment and then stepped quietly behind the tents. He angled down through the trees and the filmy, luminous fog toward the brook, thinking that if he bathed his aching head in the cold water, it might help. He was about 50 yards from the tents when he saw a faint movement among the trees ahead. He stopped. A huge gray wolf padded out of the fog and stopped in the center of a small open space among the trees. Geryon drew in his breath sharply and froze beside a large twisted oak. The wolf sat down on the damp leaves as if he were waiting for something. The glowing fog illuminated details Geryon would not have been able to see on an ordinary night. The wolf's ruff and his shoulders were silvery, and his muzzle was shot with gray. He carried his age with enormous dignity, and his yellow eyes seemed calm and very wise somehow. Geryon stood absolutely still. He knew the slightest sound would instantly reach the sharp ears of the wolf, but it was more than that. The blow behind his ear had made him light-headed, and the strange glow of moon-drenched fog made this encounter seem somehow unreal. He found that he was holding his breath. A large, snowy white owl swooped over the open space among the trees on ghosting wings, settled on a low branch, and perched there, looking down at the wolf with an unblinking stare. The grey wolf looked calmly back at the perched bird. Then, though there was no breath of wind, it seemed somehow that a sudden eddy in the shimmering fog made the figures of the owl and the wolf hazy and indistinct. When it cleared again, Mr. Wolf stood in the centre of the opening, and Aunt Paul in her grey gown was seated rather sedately on the limb above him.
"It has been a long time since we've hunted together, Belgarath."
"Yes, it has, Father." She raised her arms and pushed her fingers through the long, dark weight of her hair. "I'd almost forgotten what it was like." She seemed to shudder then with a strange kind of pleasure. "It is a very good night for it."
"A little damp," he replied, shaking one foot.
"It's very clear above the tree-tops, and the stars are particularly bright. It's a splendid night for flying."
"I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Did you happen to remember what you were supposed to be doing?"
"Don't be sarcastic, Father."
"Well?"
"There's no one in the vicinity but errands, and most of them are asleep."
"You're sure?"
"Of course. There isn't a Grolem for 5 leagues in any direction. Did you find the ones you were looking for?"
"They weren't hard to follow. They're staying in a cave, about 3 leagues deeper into the forest. Another one of them died on their way back there. A couple more probably won't live until morning. The rest of them seemed a little bitter about the way things turned out."
"I can imagine. Did you get close enough to hear what they were saying?"
He nodded. "There's a man in one of the villages nearby who watches the road and lets them know when somebody passes by who might be worth robbing."
"Then they are just ordinary thieves?"
"Not exactly. They were watching for us in particular. We had all been described to them in rather complete detail."
"I think I'll go talk to this villager," she said grimly. She flexed her fingers in an unpleasantly suggestive manner.
"It's not worth the time that it would take," Wolf told her, scratching thoughtfully at his beard. "All he would be able to tell you is that some Murgo offered him gold. Grolems don't bother to explain very much to their hirelings."
"We should attend to him then, Father. We don't want him lurking behind us," she insisted, "trying to buy up every brigand in Arindia to send after us."
"After tomorrow, he won't buy much of anything," Wolf replied with a short laugh. "His friends plan to lure him out into the woods in the morning and cut his throat for him, among other things."
"Good. I'd like to know who this Grolem is, though."
Wolf shrugged. "What difference does it make? There are dozens of them in northern Arindia, all stirring up as much trouble as they can. They know what's coming as well as we do. We can't expect them to just sit back and let us pass."
"Shouldn't we put a stop to it?"
"We don't have the time. It takes forever to explain things to errands. If we move fast enough, maybe we can slip by before the Grolems are ready."
"And if we can't?"
"Then we'll do it the other way. I have got to get to Zadar before he crosses into Talmogos. If too many things get in my way, I'll have to be more direct."
"You should have done that from the beginning, Father. Sometimes you are too delicate about things."
"Are you going to start that again? That's always your answer to everything, Polgara. You are forever fixing things that would fix themselves if you would just leave them alone, and changing things when they don't have to be changed."
"Don't be cross, Father. Help me down now."
"Why not fly down?"
"Don't be absurd."
Garion slipped away among the mossy trees, trembling violently as he went. When Aunt Paul and Mr. Wolf returned to the clearing, they roused the others.
"I think we had better move on," Wolf told them. "We're a little vulnerable out here. It's safer on the highway. And I'd like to get past this particular stretch of woods."
The dismantling of their night's encampment took less than an hour, and they started back among the woodcutters' track toward the Great West Road. Though it was still some hours before dawn, the moon-bathed fog filled the night with a misty luminosity, and it seemed almost as if they rode through a shining cloud that had settled among the dark trees.
They reached the highway and turned south again. "I'd like to be a very good way from here when the sun comes up. But we don't want to blunder into anything," Wolf said quietly. "So, keep your eyes and ears open." They set off at a canter, and had covered a good 3 leagues by the time the fog had begun to turn to a pearly grey with the approach of morning. As they rounded a broad curve, Hettar suddenly raised his arm, signalling for a halt.
"What's wrong?"
Beric asked him.
"Horses ahead. Coming this way."
"Are you sure? I don't hear anything."
40 at least,"
Hettar answered firmly.
"There,"
Dernick said, his head cocked to one side.
"Hear that?"
Faintly they all heard a jingling clatter some distance off in the fog.
"We could hide in the woods until they have passed,"
Lodorun suggested.
"It is better to stay on the road,"
Wolf replied. "Let me handle it," Silk said confidently, moving into the lead. "I have done this sort of thing before." They proceeded at a careful walk. The riders who emerged from the fog were encased in steel. They wore full suits of polished armor, and round helmets with pointed visors that made them look strangely like huge insects. They carried long lances with colored pennons at their tips, and their horses were massive beasts also encased in armor.
"Membrite knights,"
Lodorun snarled, his eyes going flat.
"Keep your feelings to yourself,"
Wolf told the young man.
"If any of them say anything to you,
answer in such a way that they will think that you are a Membrite sympathizer,
like young Barantains back at your uncle's house."
Lodorun's face hardened.
"Do as he tells you, Lodorun. This is not the time for heroics."
"Hold!"
the leader of the armored column commanded, lowering his lance until the steel point was leveled at them.
"Let one come forward so that I may speak with him."
The knight's tone was peremptory. Silk moved toward the steel-cased man, his smile ingratiating. "We are glad to see you, Sir Knight," he lied glibly. "We were set upon by robbers last night, and we have been riding in fear of our lives."
"What is thy name?"
the knight demanded, raising his visor.
"And who are these who accompany thee?"
"I am Radic of Boktor, my lord," Silk answered, bowing and pulling off his velvet cap. "A merchant of Drasnia, bound for Tolhanath with Sendarian woolens in hopes of catching the winter market." The armored man's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
"Thy party seems overlarge for so simple an undertaking, worthy merchant."
"The 3 there are my servants," Silk told him, pointing at Beric, Hettar, and Dernick. "The old man and the boy serve my sister, a widow of independent means, who accompanies me so that she might visit Tolhanath."
This ends Disc 2. Please change to Disc 3.
"The old man and the boy serve my sister, a widow of independent means, who accompanies me so that she might visit Tolhanath."
"What of the other?"
the knight pressed. "The Asturian." "A young nobleman, travelling to Valmembre to visit friends there. He graciously consented to guide us through this forest." The knight's suspicion seemed to relax a bit.
"Thou madest mention of robbers. Where did this ambush take place?"
"About 3 or 4 leagues back. They set upon us after we had made our night's encampment. We managed to beat them off, but my sister was terrified."
"This province of Asturia seethes with rebellion and brigandage,"
the knight said sternly.
"My men and I are sent to suppress such offences. Come here, Asturian."
Lodorun's nostrils flared, but he obediently came forward.
"I will require thy name of thee."
"My name is Lodorun, Sir Knight. How may I serve thee?"
"These robbers thy friends spoke of, were they commons, or men of quality?"
"Serfs, my lord. Ragged and uncouth, doubtless fled from lawful submission to their masters to take up outlawry in the forest."
"How may we expect duty and proper submission from serfs, when nobles raise detestable rebellion against the crown?"
the knight asserted. Truly, my lord, Loudon agreed with a show of sadness that was a trifle overdone. Much have I argued that self-same point with those who speak endlessly of membrate oppression and o'erweening arrogance. My appeals for reason and dutiful respect for his majesty our Lord King, however, are greeted with derision and cold despite.
My wisdom becomes thee, young Loudoun,
the knight approved.
Regrettably, I must detain thee and thy companions in order that we may verify certain details.
But, Sir Knight, Silk protested vigorously, a change in the weather could destroy the value of my merchandise in Tolhanath. I pray you, don't delay me.
I regret the necessity, good merchant. But Asturia is filled with dissemblers and plotters. I can permit none to pass without meticulous examination.
There was a stir at the rear of the membrate column. In single file, resplendent in burnished breastplates, plumed helmets, and crimson capes, 100 Tonedran legionnaires rode slowly along the flank of the armoured knights.
"What seems to be the problem here?"
the legion commander, a lean, leather-faced man of 40 or so, asked politely as he stopped not far from Silk's horse.
"We do not require the assistance of the legions in this matter," the knight said coldly. "Our orders are from Vomimbre. We were sent to help restore order in Asturia, and we were questioning these travellers to that end."
"I have great respect for order, Sir Knight," the tall Nedrin replied, "but the security of the highway is my responsibility."
He looked inquiringly at Silk.
"I am Radek of Boktor, Captain,"
Silk told him.
"A Drasnian merchant bound for Tolhanath. I have documents if you wish to see them."
"Documents are easily forged," the knight declared.
"So they are," the Tolnedran agreed. "But to save time, I make it a practice to accept all documents at face value. A Drasnian merchant with goods in his packs has a legitimate reason to be on the Imperial Highway, Sir Knight. There is no reason to detain him, is there?"
"We seek to stamp out banditry and rebellion," the knight asserted hotly.
"Well then, stamp away," the captain said, "but off the highway, if you don't mind. By treaty, the Imperial Highway is Tonedran territory. What you do once you are 50 yards back in the trees is your affair. What happens on this road is mine. I am certain that no true membrate knight would want to humiliate his king by violating a solemn agreement between the Erendish crown and the Emperor of Tonedra, would he?"
The knight looked at him helplessly.
"I think that you should proceed, good merchant," the Tolnedran told Silk. "I know that all Tolhanath awaits your arrival breathlessly."
Silk grinned at him and bowed floridly in his saddle. Then he gestured to the others, and they all rode slowly past the fuming membrate knight. After they had passed, the legionnaires closed ranks across the highway, effectively cutting off any pursuit.
"Good man there," Beric said. "I don't think much of Tornedrans ordinarily, but that one is different." "Let's move right along," Mr. Wolf said. "I'd rather not have those knights doubling back on us after the Tornedrans leave."
They pushed their horses into a gallop and rode on, leaving the knights behind arguing heatedly with the legion commander in the middle of the road. They stayed that night at a thick-walled Tolnedran hostel, and for perhaps the first time in his life Gerion bathed without the insistence or even the suggestion of his aunt. Though he had not had the chance to become directly involved in the fight in the clearing the night before, he felt somehow as if he were spattered with blood, or worse. He had not before realized how grotesquely men could be mutilated in close fighting. Watching a living man disemboweled or brained had filled him with a kind of deep shame that the ultimate inner secrets of the human body could be so grossly exposed. He felt unclean. He removed his clothing in the chilly bathhouse and, even without thinking, the silver amulet Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul had given him, and then he entered the steaming tub, where he scrubbed at his skin with a coarse brush and strong soap, much harder than even the most meticulous obsession with personal cleanliness would have required. For the next several days they moved southward at a steady pace, stopping each night at the evenly spaced Tolnedran hostels, where the presence of the hard-faced legionnaires was a continual reminder that all of the might of Imperial Tolnedra guaranteed the safety of travelers who sought refuge there. On the 6th day after the fight in the forest, however, Luldaran's horse pulled up lame. Dernek and Hetar, under Aunt Paul's supervision, spent several hours brewing poultices over a small fire by the roadside and applying steaming compresses to the animal's leg, while Wolf fumed at the delay. By the time the horse was fit to continue, they all realized that there was no chance to reach the next hostel before dark. "Well, old Wolf," Aunt Paul said after they had remounted, "what now? Do we ride on at night, or do we try to take shelter in the forest again?"
"I haven't decided,"
Wolf answered shortly.
"If I remember right, there is a village not far ahead,"
Luldaran, now mounted on an Algar horse, stated.
"It is a poor place, but I think it has an inn. Of sorts."
"Oh, that sounds ominous," Silk said. "What exactly do you mean by 'of sorts'?"
"The lord of this demesne is notoriously greedy. His taxes are crushing, and his people have little left for themselves. The inn is not so good."
"We'll have to chance it,"
Wolf decided, and led them off at a brisk trot. As they approached the village, the heavy clouds began to clear off, and the sun broke through wanly. The village was even worse than Luldaran's description had led them to believe. A half-dozen ragged beggars stood in the mud on the outskirts, their hands held out imploringly and their voices shrill. The houses were nothing more than rude hovels oozing smoke from the pitiful fires within. Scrawny pigs rooted in the muddy streets, and the stench of the place was awful. A funeral procession slogged through the mud toward the burial ground on the other side of the village. The corpse, carried on a board, was wrapped in a ragged brown blanket, and the richly robed and cowled priests of Haldan, the Erendish god, chanted an age-old hymn that had much to do with war and vengeance, but little to do with comfort. The widow, a whimpering infant at her breast, followed the body, her face blank and her eyes dead. The inn smelled of stale beer and half-rotten food. A fire had destroyed one end of the common room, charring and blackening the low-beamed ceiling. The gaping hole in the burned wall was curtained off with a sheet of rotting canvas. The fire pit in the center of the room smoked, and the hard-faced innkeeper was surly. For supper he offered only bowls of watery gruel, a mixture of barley and turnips.
"Oh, charming,"
Silk said sardonically, pushing away his untouched bowl.
"I am a bit surprised at you, Luldaran. Your passion for correcting wrongs seems to have overlooked this place. Might I suggest that your next crusade include a visit to the lord of this domain? His hanging seems long overdue."
"I had not realized that it was so bad,"
Luldaran replied in a subdued voice. He looked around as if seeing certain things for the first time. A kind of sick horror began to show itself in his transparent face. Geryon, his stomach churning, stood up.
"I think I'll go outside."
"Not too far," Aunt Paul warned. The air outside was at least somewhat cleaner, and Geryon picked his way carefully toward the edge of the village, trying to avoid the worst of the mud.
"Please, my lord?"
A little girl with huge eyes begged.
"Have you a crust of bread to spare?"
Geryon looked at her helplessly.
"I'm sorry."
He fumbled through his clothes, looking for something to give to her, but the child began to cry and turned away. In the stump-dotted field beyond the stinking streets, a ragged boy about Geryon's own age was playing a wooden flute as he watched a few scrubby cows. The melody he played was heartbreakingly pure, drifting unnoticed among the hovels, squatting in the slanting rays of the pale sun. The boy saw him, but did not break off his playing. Their eyes met with a kind of grave recognition, but they did not speak. At the edge of the forest beyond the field, a dark-robed and hooded man astride a black horse came out of the trees and sat, watching the village. There was something ominous about the dark figure, and something vaguely familiar as well. It seemed somehow to Geryon that he should know who the rider was, but though his mind groped for a name, it tantalizingly eluded him. He looked at the figure at the edge of the woods for a very long time, noticing without even being aware of it that though the horse and rider stood in the full light of the setting sun, there was no shadow behind them. Deep in his mind, something tried to shriek at him, but all bemused, he merely watched. He would not say anything to Aunt Paul or the others about the figure at the edge of the woods, because there was nothing to say. As soon as he turned his back, he would forget. The light began to fade, and because he had begun to shiver, he turned to go back to the inn, with the aching song of the boy's flute soaring toward the sky above him. Chapter 6. Despite the promise of the brief sunset, the next day dawned cold and murky, with a chill drizzle that wreathed down among the trees and made the entire forest sodden and gloomy. They left the inn early and soon entered a part of the wood that seemed more darkly foreboding than even the ominous stretches through which they had previously passed. The trees here were enormous, and many vast gnarled oaks lifted their bare limbs among the dark firs and spruces. The forest floor was covered with a kind of grey moss that looked diseased and unwholesome. Luldaran had spoken little that morning, and Geryon assumed that his friend was still struggling with the problem of Nachak's scheme. The young Asturian rode along, wrapped in his heavy green cloak, his reddish-gold hair damp and dispirited-looking in the steady drizzle. Geryon pulled in beside his friend, and they rode silently for a while.
"What's troubling you, Luldaran?"
he asked finally.
"I think that all my life I have been blind, Geryon,"
Luldaran replied.
"Oh? In what way?"
Geryon said it carefully, hoping that his friend had finally decided to tell Mr. Wolf everything.
"I saw only Membray's oppression of Asturia. I never saw our own oppression of our own people. I've been trying to tell you that," Geryon pointed out. "What made you see it finally?" "That village where we stayed last night," Luldaran explained. "I have never seen so poor and mean a place, or people crushed into such helpless misery. How can they bear it?" "Do they have any choice?" "Well, my father at least looks after the people on his land," the young man asserted defensively. "No one goes hungry or without shelter. But those people, they're treated worse than animals. I've always been proud of my station, but now it makes me ashamed."
Tears actually stood in his eyes now. Geryon was not sure how to deal with his friend's sudden awakening. On the one hand, he was glad that Luldaran had finally seen what had always been obvious, but on the other, he was more than a little afraid of what this newfound perception might cause his mercurial companion to leap into.
"I will renounce my rank,"
Luldaran declared suddenly, as if he had been listening to Geryon's thoughts.
"And when I return from this quest, I'll go among the serfs and share their lives, their sorrows." "What good will that do? How would your suffering in any way make theirs less?"
Luldaran looked up sharply, a half-dozen emotions chasing each other across his open face. Finally he smiled, but there was determination in his blue eyes.
"Yeah, you are right, of course. You always are. It's amazing how you can always see directly to the heart of a problem, Geryon." "Just what have you got in mind?" Geryon asked a little apprehensively. I will lead them in a revolt. I will sweep across Orindia with an army of serfs at my back." His voice rang as his imagination fired with the idea.
Garion groaned.
"Why is that always your answer to everything, Loldoran?" he demanded. "In the first place, the serfs don't have any weapons, and they don't know how to fight. No matter how hard you talk, you'd never get them to follow you. In the second place, if they did, every nobleman in Orindia would join ranks against you. They'd butcher your army, and afterward things would be 10 times worse. In the third place, you'd just be starting another civil war, and that's exactly what the Murgos want."
Loldoran blinked several times as Garion's words sank in. His face gradually grew mournful again.
"I had not thought of that," he confessed. "I didn't think you had. You're going to keep making these mistakes as long as you keep carrying your brain in the same scabbard with your sword, Loldoran."
Loldoran flushed at that, and then he laughed ruefully.
"That is a pointed way of putting it, Garion," he said reproachfully. "I'm sorry," Garion apologized quickly. "Maybe I should have said it another way." "No," Loldoran told him. "I'm an errand. I tend to miss things if they are not said directly." "Well, it's not that you're stupid, Loldoran," Garion protested. "That's a mistake everyone makes. Arens aren't stupid. They're just impulsive." "All this was more than just impulsiveness," Loldoran insisted sadly, gesturing out at the damp moss lying under the trees. "This what?" Garion asked, looking around. "This is the last stretch of forest before we come out on the plains of central Arendia. It is the natural boundary between Mimbra and Asturia." "The woods look all the same as the rest," Garion observed, looking around. "Not really," Loldoran said somberly. "This was the favorite ground for ambush. The floor of this forest is carpeted with old bones. Look there," he pointed. At first it seemed to Garion that what his friend indicated was merely a pair of twisted sticks protruding from the moss, with the twigs at their ends entangled in a scrubby bush. Then, with revulsion, he realized that they were the greenish bones of a human arm. The fingers clutched at the bush in a last convulsive agony. Outraged, he demanded, "Why didn't they bury him?" "It would take 1,000 men, 1,000 years, to gather all the bones that lie here and commit them to the earth," Loldoran intoned morbidly. "Whole generations of Arendia rest here. Mimbrate, Glassite, Asturian. All lie where they fell, and the moss blankets their endless slumber."
Garion shuddered, and pulled his eyes away from the mute appeal of that lone arm rising from the sea of moss on the floor of the forest. The curious lumps and hummocks of that moss suggested the horror which lay mouldering beneath. As he raised his eyes, he realized that the uneven surface extended as far as he could see. "How long until we reach the plain?" he asked in a hushed voice. 2 days, probably." 2 days? And it's all like this?" Loldoran nodded.
"Why?"
Garion's tone was harsher, more accusing than he had intended.
"At first for pride and honor," Loldoran replied. "Later for grief and revenge. Finally it was simply because we did not know how to stop. As you said before, sometimes we Arens, we are not very bright." "But always brave," Garion answered quickly. "Oh, yes," Loldoran admitted. "Always brave. It is our national curse."
"Belgarath,"
Hetar said quietly from behind them.
"The horses smell something."
Mr. Wolf roused himself from the doze in which he usually rode.
"What?" "The horses," Hetar repeated. "Something is out there frightening them."
Wolf's eyes narrowed and then grew strangely blank. After a moment he drew in a sharp breath with a muttered curse.
"Elgroths,"
he swore.
"What's an Elgroth?"
Dernick asked.
"A non-human, somewhat distantly related to trolls," I saw the troll once, Beric said. A big ugly thing with claws and fangs.
Will they attack us? Dernick asked.
Almost certainly.
Wolf's voice was tense.
Hetar, you're going to have to keep the horses under control. We don't dare get separated.
Where did they come from? Loldoran asked. There aren't any monsters in this forest?
They came down up to the mountains of Volga. Sometimes they do so when they're hungry, Wolf answered. They don't leave survivors to report their presence.
You had better do something, Father, Aunt Paul said. They're all around us. Loldoran looked quickly around as if getting his bearings. We are not far from Ergon's Tor. We might be able to hold them off if we get there.
Ergon's Tor?
Beric said. He had already drawn his heavy sword. It is a high hillock covered with boulders, Loldoran explained. It's almost like a fort. Edgar held it for a month against a Mimbret army.
Sounds promising, Silk said.
It would get us out of the trees, at least. He looked nervously around at the forest looming about them in drizzling rain.
Let's try for it, Wolf decided. They haven't worked themselves up to the point of attacking yet, and the rain's confusing their sense of smell.
A strange barking sound came from back in the forest. Is that them? Garion asked, his voice sounding shrill in his own ears.
They're calling to each other, Wolf told him. Some of them have seen us. Let's pick up the pace a bit, but don't start running until we see the Tor.
They nudged their nervous horses into a trot and moved steadily along the muddy road as it began to climb toward the top of a low ridge. "Half a league," Loldoran said tensely. "Half a league and we should see the Tor." The horses were difficult to hold in, and their eyes rolled wildly at the surrounding woods. Garion felt his heart pounding and his mouth was suddenly dry. It started to rain a bit harder. He caught a movement out of the corner of his eye and looked quickly. A man-like figure was loping along parallel to the road about 100 paces back in the forest. It ran half-crouched, its hands touching the ground. It seemed to be a loathsome gray color. "Over there!" Garion cried.
"I saw him," Beric growled. "Not quite as big as a troll."
Silk grimaced. "Big enough."
"If they attack, be careful of their claws," Wolf warned. "They're venomous."
"Oh, that's exciting," Silk said. "There's the Tor," Aunt Paul announced quite calmly.
"Let's run," Wolf barked.
The frightened horses, suddenly released, leaped forward and fled up the road, their hooves churning. An enraged howl came from the woods behind them, and the barking sound grew louder all around them.
"We're going to make it,"
Dernick shouted in encouragement. But suddenly a half-dozen snarling Algroths were in the road in front of them, their arms spread wide and their mouths gaping hideously. They were huge, with ape-like arms and claws instead of fingers. Their faces were goatish, surrounded by short, sharp-pointed horns, and they had long, yellow fangs. Their gray skin was scaly and reptilian. The horses screamed and one reared, trying to bolt. Garion clung to his saddle with one hand and fought the reins with the other. Beric beat at his horse's rump with the flat of his sword, and kicked savagely at the animal's flanks until the horse, finally more afraid of him than the Algroths, charged. With two great sweeps, one to either side, Beric killed two of the beasts as he plunged through. A third, claws outstretched, tried to leap on his back, but stiffened and collapsed face down in the mud, with one of Loldoran's arrows between its shoulders. Beric wheeled his horse and chopped at the three remaining creatures.
"Let's go!"
he bellowed. Garion heard Loldoran gasp and turned quickly. With sick horror he saw that a lone Algroth had crept out of the woods beside the road and was clawing at his friend, trying to hook him out of the saddle. Weakly, Loldoran beat at the goat face with his bow. Garion desperately drew his sword, but Hetar, coming from behind, was already there. His curved saber ran through the beast's body, and the Algroth shrieked and fell, writhing to the ground, beneath the pounding hooves of the pack animals. The horses, running now in sheer panic, scrambled toward the slope of the boulder-strewn Tor. Garion glanced back over his shoulder and saw Loldoran swaying dangerously in his saddle.
his hand pressed to his bleeding side. Garion pulled in savagely on his reins and turned his horse.
"Save yourself, Garion," Loldoran shouted, his face deadly pale. "No!"
Garion sheathed his sword, pulled in beside his friend and took his arm, steadying him in the saddle. Together they galloped toward the tor, with Garion straining to hold the injured young man. The tor was a great jumble of earth and stone thrusting up above the tallest trees around it. Their horses scrambled and clattered up the side among the wet boulders. When they reached the small, flat area at the top of the tor where the pack animals huddled together, trembling in the rain, Garion slid out of his saddle in time to catch Loldoran, who toppled slowly to one side.
"Over here,"
Aunt Paul called sharply. She was pulling her small bundle of herbs and bandages out of one of the packs.
"Dernick, I'll need a fire at once."
Dernick looked around helplessly at the few scraps of wood lying in the rain at the top of the tor.
"I'll try," he said doubtfully.
Loldoran's breathing was shallow and very fast. His face was still a deadly white, and his legs would not hold him. Garion held him up, a sick fear in the pit of his stomach. Hettar took the wounded man's other arm, and between them they half-carried him to where Aunt Paul knelt, opening her bundle.
"I have to get the poison out immediately," she told them. "Garion, give me your knife."
Garion drew his dagger and handed it to her. Swiftly she ripped open Loldoran's brown tunic along his side, revealing the savage wounds the Algarath's claws had made.
"This will hurt. Hold him."
Garion and Hettar took hold of Loldoran's arms and legs, holding him down. Aunt Paul took a deep breath and then deftly sliced open each of the puffy wounds. Blood spurted and Loldoran screamed once, then he fainted.
"Hettar,"
Barak shouted from atop a boulder near the edge of the slope.
"We need you."
"Go,"
Aunt Paul told the hawk-faced Alga.
"We can handle this now. Garion, you stay here."
She was crushing some dried leaves and sprinkling the fragments into the bleeding wounds.
"The fire, Dernick," she ordered.
"It won't start, Mistress Paul," Dernick replied helplessly. "It's too wet."
She looked quickly at the pile of sodden wood the smith had gathered. Her eyes narrowed, and she made a quick gesture. Garion's ears rang strangely, and there was a sudden hissing. A cloud of steam burst from the wood, and then crackling flames curled up from the sticks. Dernick jumped back, startled.
"The small pot, Garion," Aunt Paul instructed. "And water, quickly."
She pulled off her blue cloak and covered Loldoran with it. Silk, Barak, and Hettar stood at the edge of the slope, heaving large rocks over the edge. Garion could hear the clatter and clash of the rocks striking the boulders below, and the barking of the Algaraths, punctuated by an occasional howl of pain. He cradled his friend's head in his lap, terribly afraid.
"Is he going to be all right?"
he appealed to Aunt Paul.
"It's too early to tell. Don't bother me with questions just now."
"They're running,"
Barak shouted.
"They're still hungry,"
Wolf replied grimly.
"They'll be back."
From far off in the forest there came the sound of a brassy horn.
"What's that?"
Silk asked, still puffing from the effort of heaving the heavy stones over the edge.
"Someone I've been expecting,"
Wolf answered, with a strange smile. He raised his hands to his lips and whistled shrilly.
"I can manage now, Garion,"
Aunt Paul said, mashing a thick paste into a steaming pad of wet linen bandage.
"You and Dernick go help the others."
Reluctantly, Garion lowered Loldoran's head to the wet turf and ran over to where Wolf stood. The slope below was littered with dead and dying Algaraths, crushed by the rocks Barak and the others had hurled down on them.
"They're going to try again,"
Barak said, hefting another rock.
"Can they get at us from behind?"
Silk shook his head.
"No. I checked. The back of the hill's a sheer face."
The Algaraths came out of the woods below, barking and snarling as they loped forward with their half-crouched gait. The first of them had already crossed the road when the horn blew again, very close this time. And then a huge horse, bearing a man in full armor, burst out of the trees and thundered down upon the attacking creatures. The armored man crouched over his lance and plunged directly into the midst of the startled Algaraths. The great horse screamed as he charged, and his iron-shod hooves churned up big clots of mud. The lance crashed through the chest of one of the largest Algroths, and splintered from the force of the blow. The splintered end took another full in the face. The knight discarded the shattered lance and drew his broadsword with a single sweep of his arm. With wide swings to the right and left, he chopped his way through the pack, his war-horse trampling the living and the dead alike into the mud of the road. At the end of his charge he whirled and plunged back again, once more opening a path with his sword. The Algroths turned and fled howling into the woods.
"Bandorlan!"
Wolf shouted.
"Up here!"
The armored knight raised his blood-spattered visor and looked up the hill.
"Permit me to disperse this rabble first, mine ancient friend,"
he answered gaily, clanging down his visor and plunging into the rainy woods after the Algroths.
"Hitar!"
Barak shouted, already moving. Hitar nodded tersely, and the two of them ran to their horses. They swung into their saddles and plunged down the wet slope to the aid of the stranger. "Your friend shows a remarkable lack of good sense," Silk observed to Mr. Wolf, wiping the rain from his face. "Those things will turn on him any second now."
"It's probably not occurred to him that he is in any danger," Wolf replied. "He's a membrate, and they tend to think they're invincible."
The fight in the woods seemed to last for a long time. There were shouts and ringing blows and shrieks of terror from the Algroths. Then Hitar, Barak, and the strange knight rode out of the trees and trotted up the tor. At the top the armored man clanged down from his horse.
"Well met, mine old friend,"
he boomed to Mr. Wolf.
"Thy friends below are most frolicsome."
His armor gleamed wetly in the rain.
"I'm glad we found something to entertain you,"
Wolf said dryly.
"I can still hear them," Dernick reported. "I think they are still running. Their cowardice hath deprived us of an amusing afternoon,"
the knight observed, regretfully sheathing his sword and removing his helmet.
"We must all make sacrifices,"
Silk drawled. The knight sighed.
"All too true. Thou art a man of philosophy, I see."
He shook the water out of the white plume on his helmet.
"Forgive me,"
Mr. Wolf said.
"This is Mandorallan, Baron of Volmandor. You'll be going with us. Mandorallan, and this is Prince Keldor of Drasnir, and Barak, Earl of Trelheim, and cousin to King Anheg of Sharak. Over there is Hetar, son of Clohag, chief of the clan chiefs of Algaria. The practical one is Goodman Dernick of Sundaria, and this boy is Gerion, my grandson, several times removed."
Mandorallan bowed deeply to each of them.
"I greet you, comrades all," he declaimed in a booming voice. "Our adventure hath seen a fortuitous beginning. And pray tell, who is this lady, whose beauty doth bedazzle mine eye?"
"A pretty speech, Sir Knight,"
Aunt Paul replied with a rich laugh, her hand going almost unconsciously to her damp hair.
"I'm going to like this one, Father."
"The legendary Lady Polgara?" Mandorallan asked. "My life has now seen its crown."
His courtly bow was somewhat marred by the creaking of his armor.
"Our injured friend is Leldarin, son of the Baron of Wildantor," Wolf continued. "You may have heard of him."
Mandorallan's face darkened slightly.
"Indeed, rumour, which sometimes doth run before us like a barking dog, has suggested that Leldarin of Wildantor hath raised on occasion foul rebellion against the crown. That's of no matter now," Wolf stressed. "The business which has brought us together is much more serious than all of that. We'll have to put it aside." "It shall be as you say, noble Belgarath,"
Mandorallan declared immediately, though his eyes still lingered on the unconscious Leldarin.
"Grandfather?"
Gerion called, pointing at a mounted figure that had suddenly appeared on the side of the stony hilltop. The figure was robed in black and sat a black horse. He pushed back his hood to reveal a polished steel mask cast in the form of a face that was at once beautiful and strangely repelling. A voice deep in Garion's mind told him that there was something important about the strange rider, something he should remember, but whatever it was eluded him.
"Abandon this quest, Belgarath."
The voice was hollow behind the mask.
"You know me better than that, Kamdar,"
Mr. Wolf said calmly, quite obviously recognizing the rider.
"Was this childishness with the Algroths your idea?"
"And you should know me better than that,"
the figure retorted derisively.
"When I come against you, you can expect things to be a bit more serious. For now, there are enough underlings about to delay you. That's all we really need. Once Zedar has carried Kragaska to my master, you can try your power against the might and will of Torak, if you'd like."
"Are you running errands for Zedar, then?"
"I run no man's errands,"
the figure replied with a heavy contempt. The rider seemed solid, as real as any of them standing on the hilltop, but Garion could see the filmy drizzle striking the rocks directly beneath the horse and man. Whatever the figure was, the rain was falling right through it.
"Why are you here, then, Kamdar?"
Wolf demanded.
"Let's call it curiosity, Belgarath. I wanted to see for myself how you would manage to translate the prophecy into everyday terms."
The figure looked around at the others on the hilltop.
"Clever,"
it said with a certain grudging admiration.
"Where did you find them all?"
"I didn't have to find them, Kamdar," Wolf answered. "They have been there all along. If any part of the prophecy is valid, then it all has to be valid, doesn't it? There is no contrivance involved at all. Each one has come down to me through more generations than you can imagine."
The figure seemed to hiss with a sharp intake of its breath.
"It isn't complete yet, old man."
"It will be, Kamdar," Wolf replied confidently. "I have already seen to that."
"Which one is the one who will live twice?"
the figure asked suddenly. Wolf smiled coldly, but did not answer.
"Hail, my queen,"
the figure said mockingly then to Aunt Paul.
"Grolam courtesy always leaves me quite cold," she returned with a frosty look. "I am not your queen, Kamdar."
"You will be, Polgara. My master said that you are to become his wife when he comes into his kingdom. You will be queen of all the world."
"Well, then that puts you at a bit of a disadvantage, doesn't it, Kamdar? If I'm to become your queen, you can't really cross me now, can you?"
"I can work around you, Polgara, and once you've become the bride of Torak, his will becomes your will. I am sure you won't hold any grudges at this point."
"I think we have had enough of this, Kamdar," Mr. Wolf said. "Your conversation's beginning to bore me. You can have your shadow back now."
He waved his hand negligently, as if brushing away a troublesome fly.
"Go,"
he commanded. Once again Garion felt that strange surge and that hollow roaring in his mind. The horseman vanished.
"You didn't destroy him, did you?"
Silk gasped in a shocked voice.
"No," Mr. Wolf told him. "It was all just an illusion. It's a childish trick the Grolams find impressive. A shadow can be projected over quite some distance if you want to take the trouble. All I did was send his shadow back to him."
He grinned suddenly with a slight twist to his lips.
"Of course I selected a somewhat indirect route. It may take a few days to make the trip. It won't actually hurt him, but it's going to make him a bit uncomfortable, and extremely conspicuous."
"A most unseemly spectre," Mandorallan observed. "Who was this rude shade?"
"It was Camdar," Aunt Paul said, returning her attention to the injured Loldoran. "One of the chief priests of the Grolums. Father and I have met him before."
"I think we had better get off of this hilltop. How soon will Loldoran be able to ride?"
"A week, at least," Aunt Paul replied. "If then."
"That's out of the question. We cannot stay here."
"He can't ride," she told him firmly.
"Couldn't we make a litter of some sort?" Dernick suggested. "I'm sure I can make something we can sling between two horses, so we can move him without hurting him." "Well, Paul?" Wolf asked.
"It might be all right," she said a little dubiously.
"Let's do it, then. We're much too exposed up here, and we've got to move on."
Dernick nodded and went to the packs for rope to use in building the litter. Chapter 7. Sir Mandorallan, Baron of Omandor, was a man of slightly more than medium height. His hair was black and curly, his eyes were deep blue, and he had a resonant voice in which he expressed firmly held opinions. Garion did not like him. The knight's towering self-confidence, an egotism so pure that there was a kind of innocence about it, seemed to confirm the worst of Loldoran's dark pronouncements about Membrets, and Mandorallan's extravagant courtesy to Aunt Paul struck Garion as beyond the bounds of proper civility. To make matters even worse, Aunt Paul seemed quite willing to accept the knight's flatteries at face value. As they rode through the continuing drizzle along the Great West Road, Garion noted with some satisfaction that his companions appeared to share his opinion. Barak's expression spoke louder than his words. Silk's eyebrows lifted sardonically at each of the knight's pronouncements, and Dernick scowled. Garion, however, had little time to sort out his feelings about the Membret. He rode close beside the litter upon which Loldoran tossed painfully, as the Algroth poison seared into his wounds. He offered his friend what comfort he could, and exchanged frequent worried looks with Aunt Paul, who rode nearby. During the worst of Loldoran's paroxysms, Garion helplessly held the young man's hand, unable to think of anything else to do to ease the pain.
"Bear thine infirmity with fortitude, good youth,"
Mandorallan cheerfully advised the injured Asturian after a particularly bad bout that left Loldoran gasping and moaning.
"This discomfort of thine is but an illusion. Thy mind can put it to rest if thou wouldst have it so."
"That's exactly the kind of comfort I'd expect from a Membret," Loldoran retorted from between clenched teeth. "I think I'd rather you didn't ride so close. Your opinions smell almost as bad as your armor."
Mandorallan's face flushed slightly. "The venom which doth rage through the body of our injured friend hath, it seemed, bereft him of civility as well as sense," he observed coldly.
Loldoran half raised himself in the litter, as if to respond hotly, but the sudden movement seemed to aggravate his injury, and he lapsed into unconsciousness.
His wounds are grave," Mandorallan stated. "Thy poultice, Lady Polgara, may not suffice to save his life."
"He needs rest. Try not to agitate him so much."
"I will place myself beyond the reach of his eye," Mandorallan replied. "Through no fault of mine own, my visage is hateful to him, and doth stir him to unhealthful choler."
He moved his war-horse ahead at a canter until he was some distance in front of the rest of them.
"Do they all talk like that?"
Garion asked with a certain rancour. "These and thous and doths."
"Membrates tend to be very formal," Aunt Paul explained. "You'll get used to it." "I think it sounds stupid," Garion muttered darkly, glaring after the knight. "An example of good manners won't hurt you all that much, Garion."
They rode on through the dripping forest as evening settled among the trees.
"Aunt Paul?"
Garion asked finally.
"Yes, dear." "What was that Grolum talking about when he said that about you and Torak?" It's something Torak said once when he was raving. The Grollums took it seriously, that's all. She pulled her blue cloak tighter about her. Doesn't it worry you? Not particularly. What was that prophecy the Grollum was talking about? I didn't understand any of that.
The word prophecy, for some reason, stirred something very deep in him.
Bimren Codex. It's a very old version, and the writing's almost illegible. It mentions companions, the bear, the rat, and the man who will live twice. It is the only version that says anything about them. Nobody knows for certain that it really means anything. Grandfather thinks it does, doesn't he? Your grandfather has a number of curious notions. Old things impress him, probably because he's so old himself.
Garion was going to ask her about this prophecy that seemed to exist in more than one version, but Loldoran moaned then, and they both immediately turned to him. They arrived shortly thereafter at a Tolnedran hostel, with thick whitewashed walls and a red tile roof. Aunt Paul saw to it that Loldoran was placed in a warm room, and she spent the night sitting by his bed caring for him. Garion padded worriedly down the dark hallway in his stockinged feet a half-dozen times before morning to check on his friend, but there seemed to be no change. By daybreak the rain had let up. They started out in the greyish dawn with Mandorallan, still riding some distance ahead of them until they reached at last the edge of the dark forest and saw before them the vast open expanse of the Erendish central plain, dun-coloured and sere in the last few weeks of winter. The knight stopped there and waited for them to join him, his face sombre.
"What's the trouble?"
Silk asked him. Mandorallan pointed gravely at a column of black smoke rising from a few miles out on the plain.
"What is it?"
Silk inquired, his rat face puzzled.
"Smoke in Orendia can mean but one thing,"
the knight replied, pulling on his plumed helmet.
"Abide here, dear friends. I will investigate, but I fear the worst."
He set his spurs to the flanks of his charger and leaped forward at a thunderous gallop.
"Wait!"
Beric roared after him, but Mandorallan rode on obliviously.
"That idiot,"
the big Carrick fumed.
"I had better go with him in case there's trouble."
"It isn't necessary,"
Loldoran advised weakly from his litter.
"Not even an army would dare to interfere with him."
"I thought you didn't like him,"
Beric said, a little surprised.
"I don't," Loldoran admitted. "But he is the most feared man in Orindia. Even in Asturia we have heard of Sir Mandorallan. No sane man would stand in his way."
They drew back into the shelter of the forest and waited for the knight to come back. When he returned, his face was angry.
"This is I feared. A war doth rage in our path. A senseless war, since the two barons involved are kinsmen and the best of friends."
"Can we go around it?"
"Nay, Prince Keldor. Their conflict is so widespread that we would be waylaid ere we had gone 3 leagues. I must, it appear, buy us passage."
"Do you think they'll take money to let us pass?" Dernick asked dubiously.
"In Orendia, there is another way to make such purchase, good man,"
Mandorallan responded.
"May I prevail upon thee to obtain 6 or 8 stout poles, perhaps 20 feet in length, and about as thick as my wrist at the butt?"
"Of course." Dernick took up his axe.
"What have you got in mind?"
Beric rumbled.
"I
challenge them," Mandorallan announced calmly.
"One or all. No true knight could refuse me without being cold craven. Wilt thou be my second and deliver my challenge, my lord?"
"What if you lose?" Silk suggested.
"Lose?"
Mandorallan seemed shocked.
"I? Lose?"
"Oh, let it pass," Silk said. By the time Dernick had returned with the poles, Mandorallan had finished tightening various straps beneath his armor, Taking one of the poles, he vaulted into his saddle and started at a rolling trot toward the column of smoke, with Barak at his side. "Is this really necessary, Father?" and Paul asked.
"We have to get through, Paul. Don't worry. Mandoralin knows what he's doing."
After a couple of miles, they reached the top of a hill and looked down at the battle below. Two grim black castles faced each other across a broad valley, and several villages dotted the plain on either side of the road. The nearest village was in flames, with a great pillar of greasy smoke rising from it toward the lead-grey sky overhead. Serfs armed with scythes and pitchforks were attacking each other with a sort of mindless ferocity on the road itself. Some distance off, pikemen were gathering for a charge, and the air was thick with arrows. On two opposing hills, parties of armored knights with bright-colored pennons on their lances watched the battle. Great siege engines lofted boulders into the air to crash down on the struggling men, killing, so far as Geryon could tell, friend and foe indiscriminately. The valley was littered with the dead and the dying.
"Stupid,"
Wolf muttered darkly.
"No one I know has ever accused Arans of brilliance," Silk observed.
Mandoralin set his horn to his lips and blew a shattering blast. The battle paused as the soldiers and serfs all stopped to stare up at him. He sounded his horn again, and then again, each brassy note a challenge in itself. As the two opposing bodies of knights galloped through the knee-high winter-yellowed grass to investigate, Mandoralin turned to Barak.
"If it please thee, my lord,"
he requested politely,
"deliver my challenge as soon as they approach us."
Barak shrugged.
"It's your skin,"
he noted. He eyed the advancing knights and then lifted his voice in a great roar.
"Sir Mandoralin, Baron of Vomandor, desires entertainment," he declaimed. "It would amuse him if each of your parties would select a champion to joust with him. If, however, you are all such cowardly dogs that you have no stomach for such a contest, cease this brawling and stand aside so that your betters may pass."
"Oh, splendidly spoken,
my lord Barak,"
Mandoralin said with admiration.
"I've always had a way with words,"
Barak replied modestly. The two parties of knights warily rode closer.
"For shame, my lords," Mandoralin chided them. "Ye will gain no honour in this sorry war. So, Daragon, what hath caused this contention?"
"An insult, Sir Mandoralin," the noble replied. He was a large man, and his polished steel helmet had a golden circlet riveted above the visor. "An insult so vile that it may not go unpunished." "It was I who was insulted," a noble on the other side contended hotly.
"What was the nature of this insult, Sir Otorain?" Mandoralin inquired.
Both men looked away uneasily, and neither spoke.
"Ye have gone to war over an insult which cannot even be recalled?" Mandoralin said incredulously. "I had thought, my lords, that ye were serious men, but I now perceive my error." "Don't the nobles of Orendia have anything better to do?" Barak asked in a voice heavy with contempt.
"Of Sir Mandoralin the bastard, we have all heard," a swarthy knight in black enamelled armour sneered. "But who is this red-bearded ape who so maligns his betters?"
Barak asked Mandoralin. "You are going to take that?" "It is more or less true," Mandoralin admitted with a pained look, "since there was some temporary irregularity about my birth, which still raises questions about my legitimacy. This knight is Sir Haldoran, my third cousin, twice removed. Since it's considered unseemly in Orendia to spill the blood of kinsmen, he thus cheaply gains reputation for boldness by casting the matter in my teeth." "That's a stupid custom," Barak grunted. "In Kerak, Kinsmen kill each other with more enthusiasm than they kill strangers.
Alas, Mandaralan sighed. This is not Skerak.
Would you be offended if I dealt with this?
Barak asked politely.
Not at all.
Barak moved closer to the swarthy knight.
I am Barak, Earl of Trelheim,
he announced in a loud voice,
kinsman to King Anheg of Karak, and I see that certain nobles in Arendia have even fewer manners than they have brains.
The lords of Arindia are not impressed by the self-bestowed titles of the pigsty kingdoms of the north, Sir Haldoran retorted coldly.
I find your words offensive, friend,
Barak said ominously. And I find thy ape face and scraggly beard amusing, Sir Haldoran replied. Barak did not even bother to draw his sword. He swung his huge arm in a wide circle and crashed his fist with stunning force against the side of the swarthy knight's helmet. Sir Haldoran's eyes glazed as he was swept from the saddle, and he made a vast clatter when he struck the ground.
Would anyone else like to comment about my beard?
Barak demanded.
Gently, my lord,
Mandaralan advised. He glanced down with a certain satisfaction at the unconscious form of his senseless kinsman twitching in the tall grass.
Will we docilely accept this attack on our brave companion?
One of the knights in Baron Derrigan's party demanded in a harshly accented voice.
Kill them all.
He reached for his sword.
On the instant thy sword leaves its sheath, thou art a dead man, Sir Knight,
Mandaralan coolly advised him. The knight's hand froze on his sword hilt.
For shame, my lords,
Mandaralan continued accusingly.
Surely ye know that by courtesy and common usage, my challenge, until it is answered, guarantees my safety and that of my companions. Choose your champions or withdraw. I tire of all of this and presently will become irritable.
The two parties of knights pulled back some distance to confer, and several men-at-arms came to the hilltop to pick up Sir Haldoran.
That one who was going to draw his sword was a Murgo,
Garion said quietly.
I noticed that,
Hetar murmured, his dark eyes glittering.
Aye, they're coming back,
Dernick warned.
I will joust thee, Sir Mandaralan,
Baron Derrigan as he approached.
I doubt not that thy reputation is well deserved, but I also have taken the prize in no small number of tourneys. I would be honoured to try a lance with thee.
And I too will try my skill against thine, Sir Knight, Baron Autorane declared. My arm is also feared in some parts of Arindia.
Oh, very well, Mandaralan replied. Let us seek level ground and proceed. The day wears on, and my companions and I have business to the south. They all rode down the hill to the field below, where the two groups of knights drew up on either side of a course which had been quickly trampled out in the high yellow grass. Tharajan galloped to the far end, turned, and sat waiting, his blunted lance resting in his stirrup.
"Thy courage becomes thee, my lord,"
Mandaralan called, taking up one of the poles Dernick had cut.
"I shall try not to injure thee too greatly. Art thou prepared to meet my charge?"
"I am," the Baron replied, lowering his visor. Mandaralan clapped down his visor, lowered his lance, and set his spurs to his war-horse. "It's probably inappropriate under the circumstances," Silk murmured, "but I can't help wishing that our overbearing friend could suffer some humiliating defeat." Mr. Wolf gave him a withering look.
"Forget it."
"Is he that good?" Silk asked wistfully.
"Watch,"
Wolf told him. The two knights met in the center of the course with a resounding crash, and their lances both shattered at the stunning impact, littering the trampled grass with splinters. They thundered past each other, turned, and rode back, each to his original starting place. Darajan, Garion noticed, swayed somewhat in the saddle as he rode. The knights charged again, and their fresh lances also shattered. Dernick said thoughtfully, "I should have cut more poles." But Baron Darajan swayed even more as he rode back this time, and on the third charge his faltering lance glanced off Mandaralan's shield. Mandaralan's lance, however, struck true, and the Baron was hurled from his saddle by the force of their meeting. Mandaralan reined in his charger and looked down at him. "Art thou able to continue, my lord?" he asked politely. Darajan staggered to his feet. "I do not yield," he gasped, drawing his sword. "Splendid," Mandaralan replied. "I feared that I might have done thee harm." He slid out of his saddle, drew his sword, and swung directly at Darajan's head. The blow glanced off the Baron's hastily raised shield, and Mandaralan swung again without pause. Darajan managed one or two feeble swings before Mandaralan's broadsword caught him full on the side of the helmet. He spun once and collapsed face down on the earth. "My lord?" Mandaralan inquired solicitously. He reached down, rolled over his fallen opponent, and opened the dinted visor of the Baron's helmet. "Art thou unwell, my lord? Dost thou wish to continue?" He did not reply. Blood ran freely from his nose, and his eyes were rolled back in his head. His face was blue, and the right side of his body quivered spasmodically. Since this brave knight is unable to speak for himself, I declare him vanquished." He looked around, his broadsword still in his hand. "Would any here gainsay my words?" There was a vast silence. "Will some few then remove him from the field?" Mandaralan suggested. "His injuries do not appear grave. A few months in bed should make him whole again." He turned to Baron Ultoren, whose face had grown visibly pale. "Well, my lord, shall we proceed?" he said cheerfully. "My companions and I are impatient to continue our journey." Sir Ultoren was thrown to the ground on the first charge, and broke his leg as he fell. "Ill luck, my lord," Mandaralan observed, approaching on foot with his drawn sword. "Dost thou yield?" "I cannot stand," Ultoren said from between clenched teeth. "I have no choice but to yield." "And I and my companions may continue our journey?" "You may freely depart," the man on the ground replied painfully. "Not just yet," a harsh voice interrupted. The armored Murgo pushed his horse through the crowd of other mounted knights until he was directly in front of Mandaralan. "I thought he might decide to interfere," Aunt Paul said quietly. She dismounted and stepped out onto the hoof-churned course. "Move out of the way, Mandaralan," she told the knight. "Nay, my lady," Mandaralan protested. Wolf barked sharply. "Move, Mandaralan." Mandaralan looked startled and stepped aside. "Well, Grolum," Aunt Paul challenged, pushing back her hood. The mounted man's eyes widened as he saw the white lock in her hair, and then he raised his hand almost despairingly, muttering rapidly under his breath. Once again Garion felt that strange surge, and the hollow roaring filled his mind. For an instant Aunt Paul's figure seemed surrounded by a kind of greenish light. She waved her hand indifferently, and the light disappeared. "You must be out of practice," she told him. "Would you like to try again?" The Grolum raised both hands this time, but got no further. Maneuvering his horse carefully behind the armored man, Dernick had closed on him. With both hands he raised his axe and smashed it down directly on top of the Grolum's helmet.
This ends Disc 3. Please change to Disc 4.
With both hands he raised his axe and smashed it down directly on top of the Grolum's helmet. "Darnick!" Aunt Paul shouted. "Get away!" But the smith, his face set grimly, swung again, and the Grolem slid senseless from his saddle with a crash. "You fool!" Aunt Paul raged. "What do you think you are doing?"
"He was attacking you, Mistress Paul," Dernick explained, his eyes still hot.
"Get down off that horse." He slid down. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? He could have killed you."
"I will protect you, Mistress Paul," Dernick replied stubbornly. "I'm not a warrior or a magician, but I won't let anybody try to hurt you."
Her eyes widened in surprise for an instant, then narrowed, then softened. Garion, who had known her from childhood, recognized her rapid changes of emotion. Without warning, she suddenly embraced the startled Dernick. "You great, clumsy, dear fool! Never do that again! Never! You almost made my heart stop." Garion looked away with a strange lump in his throat and saw the brief, sly smile that flickered across Mr. Wolfe's face. A peculiar change had come over the knights lining the sides of the course. Several of them were looking around with amazed expressions of men who had just been roused from some terrible dream. Others seemed suddenly lost in thought. Sir Ultherain struggled to rise.
"Nay, my lord,"
Mandorlan told him, pressing him gently back down.
"Thou wilt do thyself injury."
"What have we done?" the Baron groaned, his face anguished. Mr. Wolfe dismounted and knelt beside the injured man.
"It wasn't your fault," he informed the Baron. "Your war was the Murgo's doing. He twisted your minds and set you on each other."
"Sorcery?" Ultherain gasped, his face growing pale.
Wolfe nodded. "He's not really a Murgo, but a Grolem priest."
"And the spell is now broken?" Wolfe nodded again, glancing at the unconscious Grolem.
"Chain that Murgo,"
the Baron ordered the assembled knights. He looked back at Wolfe.
"We have ways of dealing with sorcerers," he said grimly.
"We will use the occasion to celebrate the end of our unnatural war. This Grolem sorcerer has cast his last enchantment."
"Good,"
Wolfe replied with a bleak smile.
"Sir Mandorlan,"
Baron Ultherain said, wincing as he shifted his broken leg.
"In what way may we repay thee and thy companions for bringing us to our senses?"
"That peace has been restored is reward enough," the Baron replied somewhat pompously.
"For, as all the world knows, I am the most peace-loving man in the kingdom."
He glanced once at Leldarin, lying nearby on the ground in his litter, and a thought seemed to occur to him.
"I would, however, ask a boon of thee. We have in our company a brave Asturian youth of noble family who hath suffered grievous injury. We would leave him, if we might, in thy care."
"His presence shall honour me, Sir Mandorlan,"
Ultherain assented immediately.
"The women of my household will care for him most tenderly."
He spoke briefly to one of his retainers, and the man mounted and rode quickly toward one of the nearby castles. Leldarin protested weakly.
"You're not going to leave me behind? I'll be able to ride in a day or so."
He began to cough rackingly.
"I think not,"
Mandorlan disagreed with a cool expression.
"The results of thy wounding have not yet run their natural course."
"I won't stay with Mimbritz,"
Leldarin insisted.
"I would rather take my chances on the road."
"Young Leldarin,"
Mandorlan replied bluntly, even harshly,
"I know thy distaste for the men of Mimbre. Thy wound, however, will soon begin to abscess and then suppurate, and raging fever and delirium will afflict thee, making thy presence a burden upon us. We have not the time to care for thee, and thy sore need would delay us in our quest."
Garion gasped at the brutal directness of the knight's words. He glared at Mandorlan with something very close to hatred. Leldarin's face, meanwhile, had gone white.
"Thank you. for pointing that out to me, Sir Mandrarin. I should have considered it myself. If you will help me to my horse, I'll leave immediately." "You will stay right where you are," Aunt Paul told him flatly. Baron Otarain's retainer returned with a group of household servants and a blonde girl of about 17 wearing a rose-colored gown of stiff brocade and a velvet cloak of teal. "My younger sister, Lady Ariana," Otarain introduced her. "She is a spirited girl, and though she is young, she is already well versed in the care of the sick." "I won't trouble her for long, my lord," Laldoran declared. "I will be returning to Astoria within a week." Lady Ariana laid a professional hand to his forehead. "Nay, good youth. Thy visit, I think, will be protracted." "I'll leave within the week," Laldoran repeated stubbornly. She shrugged. "As it pleases thee. I expect that my brother will be able to spare some few servants to follow after thee, to provide thee that decent burial which, if I misjudged not, thou wilt require before thou hast gone 10 leagues.
Laldoran blinked. Aunt Paul took Lady Ariana to one side and spoke with her at some length, giving her a small packet of herbs and certain instructions. Laldoran motioned to Geryon, and Geryon went to him immediately and knelt beside the litter.
"So it ends," the young man murmured. "I wish I could go with you." "You'll be well in no time at all,"
Geryon assured him, knowing that it was not true.
"Maybe you can catch up with us later."
Laldoran shook his head.
"No, I am afraid not."
He began to cough again, the spasms seeming to tear at his lungs.
"We don't have much time, my friend. So, listen carefully."
Geryon, near tears, took his friend's hand.
"You remember what we were talking about that morning after we left my uncle's house?"
Geryon nodded.
"You said that I was the one who would have to decide if we were to break our pledge to Tarasin and the others to keep silent." "I remember,"
Geryon told him.
"All right. I have decided. I release you from your pledge. Do what you have to do." "It would be better if you told my grandfather about it yourself, Laldoran." "I can't, Geryon. The words would stick in my throat. I'm sorry, but that's the way I am. I know that Natchak's only using us, but I gave the others my word. I am an errand, Geryon. I will keep my word even though I know it is wrong. So it is up to you. You are going to have to keep Natchak from destroying my country. I want you to go straight to the king himself." "To the king? Oh, he'd never believe me." "Make him believe you. Tell him everything."
Geryon shook his head firmly.
"I won't tell him your name, or Terrasen's. You know what he'd do to you if I did." "We do not matter,"
Laldoran insisted, coughing again.
"I'll tell him about Natchak," Geryon said stubbornly, "but not about you. Where do I tell him to find this Murgo?" "He will know," Laldoran replied, his voice very weak now. "Natchak's the ambassador to the court at Vomimbre. He is the personal representative of Taurogas, king of the Murgos."
Geryon was stunned at the implications of that.
"He has got all the gold from the bottomless mines of Taumurgos at his command. The plot he gave my friends and me could just be one of a dozen or more, all aimed at destroying our India. You have got to stop him, Geryon. Promise me."
The pale young man's eyes were feverish, and his grip on Geryon's hand was tightening.
"I'll stop him, Laldoran. I don't know how yet, but one way or another I will stop him."
Laldoran sank weakly back on the litter, his strength seeming to run out as if the necessity for extracting that promise had been the only thing sustaining him.
"Goodbye, Laldoran,"
Geryon said softly, his eyes filling with tears.
Goodbye, my friend.
Loldoran barely more than whispered. Then his eyes closed, and the hand gripping Gerion's went limp. Gerion stared at him with a dreadful fear, until he saw the faint flutter of his pulse in the hollow of his throat. Loldoran was still alive, if only barely. Gerion tenderly put down his friend's hand, and pulled the rough grey blanket up around his shoulders. Then he stood up and walked quickly away with tears running down his cheeks. The rest of the farewells were brief, and they remounted and rode at a trot toward the Great West Road. There were a few cheers from the serfs and pikemen as they passed, but in the distance there was another sound. The women from the villages had come out to search for their men among the bodies littering the field, and their wails and shrieks mocked the cheers. With deliberate purpose, Gerion pushed his horse forward until he drew in beside Mandorallan. "I have something to say to you," he said hotly. "You're not going to like it, but I don't really care."
"Oh?"
the knight replied mildly.
"I think the way you talked to Loldoran back there was cruel and disgusting. You might think you are the greatest knight in the world, but I think you're a loud-mouthed braggart with no more compassion than a block of stone, and if you don't like it, what do you plan to do about it?"
"Ah," Mandorallan said, "that. I think that thou hast misunderstood, my young friend. It was necessary in order to save his life. The Asturian youth is very brave, and so gives no thought to himself. Had I not spoken so to him, he would surely have insisted upon continuing with us, and would soon have died."
"Died?"
Gerion scoffed.
"And Paul could have cured him?"
"It was the Lady Polgara herself who informed me that his life was in danger," Mandorallan replied. "His honour would not permit him to seek proper care, but that same honour prevailed upon him to remain behind, lest he delay us."
The knight smiled wryly.
"He will, I think, be no fonder of me for my words than thou art, but he will be alive, and that is what matters, is it not?"
Gerion stared at the arrogant-seeming membrate, his anger suddenly robbed of its target. With painful clarity he realized that he had just made a fool of himself.
"I'm sorry,"
he apologized grudgingly.
"I didn't realize what you were doing."
Mandorallan shrugged.
"It is not important. I am frequently misunderstood. As long as I know what my motives are, and that they are good, however, I am seldom very concerned with the opinions of others. I am glad, though, that I have the opportunity to explain this to thee. Thou art to be my companion, and it ill behooves companions to have misapprehensions about each other."
They rode on in silence as Gerion struggled to readjust his thinking. There was, it seemed, much more to Mandorallan than he had suspected. They reached the highway then and turned south again, under a threatening sky. Chapter 8. The Arundish Plain was a vast rolling grassland only sparsely settled. The wind, sweeping across the dried grass, was raw and chill. Dirty-looking clouds scudded overhead as they rode on. The necessity for leaving the injured Loldoran behind had put them all into a melancholy mood, and, for the most part, they travelled in silence for the next several days. Gerion rode at the rear with Hettar and the pack-horses, doing his best to stay away from Mandorallan. Hettar was a silent man, who seemed undisturbed by hours of riding without conversation. But after 2 days of this, Gerion made a deliberate effort to draw the hawk-faced Algar out.
"Why is it that you hate the Murgos so much, Hettar?"
he asked, for want of something better to say.
"All Alorns hate Murgos,"
Hettar answered quietly.
"Yes," Gerion admitted, "but it seems to be something personal with you. Why is that?"
Hettar shifted in his saddle, his leather clothing creaking.
"They killed my parents," he replied.
Gerion felt a sudden shock as the Algar's words struck a responsive note.
How did it happen?
He asked it before he realized that Hettar might prefer not to talk about it.
I was 7,
Hettar told him in an unemotional voice.
We were going to visit my mother's family. She was from a different clan. We had to pass near the eastern escarpment, and a Murgo raiding party caught us. My mother's horse stumbled, and she was thrown. The Murgos were on us before my father and I could get her back onto her horse. They took a long time to kill my parents. I remember that my mother screamed once near the end.
The Algar's face was as bleak as a rock, and his flat, quiet voice made his story seem that much more dreadful.
After my parents were dead, the Murgos tied a rope around my feet and dragged me behind one of their horses. When the rope finally broke, they thought I was dead, and they all rode off. They were laughing about it, as I recall. Hag found me a couple of days later.
As clearly as if he had been there, Gerion had a momentary picture of a child, dreadfully injured and alone, wandering in the emptiness of eastern Algaria with only grief and a terrible hatred keeping him alive.
I killed my first Murgo when I was 10.
Hettar went on in that same flat voice.
He was trying to escape from us, and I rode him down and put a javelin between his shoulders. He screamed when the javelin went through him. That made me feel better. Hohag thought that if he made me watch the Murgo die, it might cure me of the hatred. He was wrong about that, though.
The tall Algar's face was expressionless, and his wind-whipped scalp-lock tossed and flowed out behind him. There was a kind of emptiness about him, as if he were devoid of any feeling but that one driving compulsion. For an instant, Gerion dimly understood what Mr. Wolf had been driving at when he had warned about the danger of becoming obsessed with a desire for revenge. But he pushed the notion out of his mind. If Hettar could live with it, so could he. He felt a sudden fierce admiration for this lonely hunter in black leather. Mr. Wolf was deep in conversation with Mandorallan, and the two of them loitered until Hettar and Gerion caught up with them. For a time they rode along together.
"It is our nature,"
the knight in his gleaming armor was saying in a melancholy voice.
"We are overproud, and it is our pride that dooms our poor Arindia to internecine war."
"That can be cured," Mr. Wolf said.
"How?" Mandorallan asked. "It is in our blood. I myself am the most peaceful of men, but even I am subject to our national disease. Moreover, our divisions are too great, too buried in our history, and our souls to be purged away. The peace will not last, my friend. Even now Asturian arrows sing in the forests, seeking Membre targets, and Membre, in reprisal, burns Asturian houses and butchers the hostages. War is inevitable, I fear."
"No," Wolf disagreed. "It's not."
"But how may it be prevented?" Mandorallan demanded. "Who can cure our insanity?"
"I will, if I have to," Wolf told him quietly, pushing back his grey hood.
Mandorallan smiled wanly. "I appreciate thy good intentions, Belgarath, but that is impossible, even for thee."
"Nothing is actually impossible, Mandorallan,"
Wolf answered in a matter-of-fact voice.
"Most of the time, I prefer not to interfere with other people's amusements. But I can't afford to have Arindia going up in flames just now. If I have to, I will step in and put a stop to any more foolishness."
"Hast thou in truth such power?"
Mandaralan asked somewhat wistfully, as if he could not quite bring himself to believe it.
Yes,
Wolf replied prosaically, scratching at his short white beard.
as a matter of fact, I do.
Mandaralan's face grew troubled, even a bit awed, at the old man's quiet statement, and Geryon found his grandfather's declaration profoundly disturbing. If Wolf could actually stop a war single-handedly, he would have no difficulty at all thwarting Geryon's own plans for revenge. It was something else to worry about. Then Silk rode back toward them.
The Great Fair's just ahead, the rat-faced man announced. Do we want to stop, or should we go around it? We might as well stop. It's almost evening, and we need some supplies, Wolf decided.
The horses could use some rest too, Hetar said. They are starting to complain.
You should have told me, Wolf said, glancing back at the pack train.
They are not really in bad shape yet, Hetar informed him, but they are starting to feel sorry for themselves. They are exaggerating, of course, but a little rest would not hurt them.
Exaggerating? Silk sounded shocked. You don't mean to say that horses can actually lie, do you?
Hetar shrugged.
Of course. They lie all the time. They are very good at it.
For a moment, Silk looked outraged at the thought, and then he suddenly laughed.
Somehow that restores my faith in the order of the universe, he declared.
Wolf looked pained.
Silk, he said pointedly, you are a very evil man. Did you know that?
Oh, one does one's best, Silk replied mockingly. The Erendish Fair lay at the intersection of the Great West Road and the mountain track leading down out of Ogoland. It was a vast collection of blue, red, and yellow tents, and broad-striped pavilions, stretching for a league or more in every direction. It appeared like a brightly hued city in the midst of the dun-colored plain, and its brilliant pennons snapped bravely in the endless wind under a lowering sky.
I hope I'll have time to do some business,
Silk said, as they rode down a long hill toward the fair. The little man's sharp nose was twitching now.
I'm starting to get out of practice.
A half-dozen mud-smeared beggars crouched miserably beside the road, their hands outstretched. Mandaralan paused and scattered some coins among them.
You shouldn't encourage them,
Barak growled.
Charity is both a duty and a privilege, my Lord Barak,
Mandaralan replied.
Why don't they build houses here?
Geryon asked Silk, as they approached the central part of the fair.
Oh, nobody stays here that long,
Silk explained.
The fair is always here, but the population is very fluid. Besides, buildings are taxed. Tents are not.
Many of the merchants who came out of their tents to watch the party pass seemed to know Silk, and some of them greeted him warily, suspicion plainly written on their faces.
Barak observed dryly, I see that your reputation's preceded you, Silk.
Silk shrugged. The price of fame.
Isn't there some danger that somebody will recognize you as that other merchant? Durnik asked. The one the Murgos are looking for?
You mean Ambar? Oh, it's not very likely. Ambar does not come to our India very often, and he and Redek don't look a bit alike.
But they're the same man, Durnik objected. They're both you.
Ah, Silk said, raising a finger. You and I both know that, but they do not. To you I always look like myself, but to others I look quite different.
Durnik looked profoundly skeptical.
Redek, old friend,
a bald Drasnian merchant called from a nearby tent.
Delvor, Silk replied delightedly. I haven't seen you in years.
You look prosperous, the bald man observed.
Oh, getting by, Silk responded modestly. What are you dealing in now?
I've got a few Malorian carpets, Delvor told him. Some of the local nobles are interested, but they don't like the price.
His hands, however, were already speaking of other matters. Your uncle sent out word that we were to help you if necessary. Do you need anything?
What are you carrying in your packs? He asked aloud.
Sindarian woolens, Sulk answered, and a few other odds and ends. Have you seen any Murgos here at the fair? The hands continued flying. One, but he left for Vomimbre a week ago. There are some Nadraks on the far side of the fair, though. They're a long way from home, Sulk gestured. Are they really in business? Delvor answered. It's hard to say. Can you put us up for a day or so? I'm sure we can work out something, Delvor replied with a sly twinkle in his eyes and a flick in his hands. Sulk's fingers betrayed his shock at the suggestion. Business is business, after all, Delvor gestured.
You must come aside, he said aloud. Take a cup of wine, have some supper. We have years of catching up to do.
We'd be delighted, Sulk returned somewhat sourly. Could it be that you've met your match, Prince Keldar? Aunt Paul inquired softly, with a faint smile, as the little man helped her down from her horse in front of Delvor's brightly striped pavilion. Delvor? Hardly. He's been trying to get even with me for years, ever since a ploy of mine and your Gorak cost him a fortune. I'll let him think he's got me for a while, though. It will make him feel good, and I will enjoy it that much more when I pull the rug out from under him. She laughed. You're incorrigible. He winked back at her. The interior of Delvor's main pavilion was ruddy in the light of several glowing braziers that put out a welcome warmth. The floor was covered with a deep blue carpet, and large red cushions were scattered here and there to sit upon. Once they were inside, Sulk quickly made the introductions. "I am honored, Ancient One," Delvor murmured, bowing deeply to Mr. Wolf and then to Aunt Paul. "What can I do to help?" Wolf replied, "Right now, we need information more than anything." He pulled off his heavy cloak. "We ran into a Grolem stirring up trouble a few days north of here. Can you nose about and find out what's happening between here and Vomimbre? I'd like to avoid any more neighborhood squabbles, if possible." "I will make the inquiries," Delvor promised. "I'll be moving around too," Sulk said. "Between us, Delvor and I should be able to sift out most of the loose information in the fair." Wolf looked at him inquiringly. "Radek of Boktor never passes up a chance to do business," the little man explained, just a bit too quickly. "It would look very strange if he stayed in Delvor's tent." "I see," Wolf said. "We wouldn't want anything to spoil our disguise now, would we?" Sulk asked innocently. His long nose, however, was twitching even more violently. Wolf surrendered. "All right, but don't get exotic. I don't want a crowd of outraged customers outside this tent in the morning, howling for your head." Delvor's porters took the packs from the spare horses, and one of them showed Hetar the way to the horse pens on the outskirts of the fair. Sulk began rummaging through the packs. A myriad of small, expensive items began to pile up on Delvor's carpet, as Sulk's quick hands dipped into the corners and folds of the wool cloth. "I wondered why you needed so much money in Kamar," Wolf commented dryly. "Oh, just part of the disguise," Sulk replied. "Radek always has a few curios with him for trade along the way." "That's a very convenient explanation," Barak observed, "but I wouldn't run it into the ground if I were you." "If I can't double our old friend's money in the next hour, I'll retire permanently," Sulk promised. "Oh, I almost forgot. I'll need Geryon to act as a porter for me. Radek always has at least one porter." "Try not to corrupt him too much," Aunt Paul said. Sulk bowed extravagantly and set his black velvet cap at a jaunty angle. With Geryon at his heels, carrying a stout sack of his treasures, he swaggered out onto the great Erendish fair like a man going into battle. A fat Tolnedran, 3/10 down the way, proved troublesome, and succeeded in getting a jeweled dagger away from Silk for only 3 times what it was worth. But 2 Erendish merchants in a row bought identical silver goblets at prices which, though widely different, more than made up for the setback. "I love to deal with errands," Silk gloated as they moved on down the muddy streets between the pavilions. The sly little Drasnian moved through the fair, wreaking havoc as he went. When he could not sell, he bought. When he could not buy, he traded. And when he could not trade, he dredged for gossip and information. Some of the merchants, wiser than their fellows, saw him coming and promptly hid from him. Geryon, swept along by the little man's enthusiasm, began to understand his friend's fascination with this game, where profit was secondary to the satisfaction of besting an opponent. Silk's predations were broadly ecumenical. He was willing to deal with anyone. He met them all on their own ground. Tolnedrins, Errans, Kereks, fellow Drasnians, Sindars, all fell before him. By mid-afternoon he had disposed of all of what he had bought in Kamar. His full purse jingled, and the sack on Geryon's shoulder was still as heavy, but now it contained entirely new merchandise. Silk, however, was frowning. He walked along, bouncing a small, exquisitely blown glass bottle on the palm of his hand. He had traded 2 ivory-bound books of Rassite verse to a Revan for the little bottle of perfume. "What's the trouble?" Geryon asked him as they walked back toward Delvor's pavilions. "I'm not sure who won," Silk told him shortly. "What?" "I don't have any idea what this is worth." "Well, why did you take it, then?" "I didn't want him to know that I didn't know its value." "We'll sell it to somebody else." "How can I sell it if I don't know what to ask for it? If I ask too much, nobody will talk to me, and if I ask too little, I'll be laughed out of the fair." Geryon started to chuckle. "I don't see that it's all that funny, Geryon," Silk said sensitively. He remained moody and irritable as they entered the pavilion. "Here's the profit I promised you," he told Mr. Wolf somewhat ungraciously as he poured coins into the old man's hand.
"What's bothering you?"
Wolf asked, eyeing the little man's grumpy face. "Nothing," Silk replied shortly. Then he glanced over at Aunt Paul, and a broad smile suddenly appeared on his face. He crossed to her and bowed. "My dear Lady Polgara, please accept this trifling memento of my regard for you." With a flourish he presented the perfume bottle to her. Aunt Paul's look was a peculiar mixture of pleasure and suspicion. She took the small bottle and carefully worked out the tightly fitting stopper. Then, with a delicate gesture, she touched the stopper to the inside of her wrist and raised the wrist to her face to catch the fragrance. "Why, Keldar," she exclaimed with delight, "this is a princely gift." Silk's smile turned a bit sickly, and he peered sharply at her, trying to determine if she was serious or not. Then he sighed and went outside, muttering darkly to himself about the duplicity of ravens. Delvor returned not long afterward, dropping his striped cloak in one corner, and held out his hand to one of the glowing braziers. "As nearly as I was able to find out, things are quiet between here and Vomimbre," he reported to Mr. Wolf. "But 5 Murgos just rode into the fair with 24 tolls behind them." Hettar looked up quickly, his hawk face alert. Wolf frowned.
"Did they come from the north or the south?"
"They claim to have come from Vomimbre, but there's red clay on the toll's boots. I don't think there's any clay between here and Vomimbre, is there?"
"None," Mondorallen declared firmly. "The only clay in the region is to the north." Wolf nodded. "Get Silk back inside," he told Barak.
Barak went to the tent flap.
"Couldn't it just be coincidence?" Durnik wondered.
"I don't think we want to take that chance," Wolf answered. "We'll wait until the fair settles down for the night, and then slip away."
Silk came back inside, and he and Delvor spoke together briefly.
"It won't take the Murgos long to find out we've been here," Barak rumbled,
tugging thoughtfully at his red beard.
Then we'll have them dogging our heels every step of the way from here to Vomimbre. Wouldn't it simplify things if Hetor, Mandoralin, and I go pick a fight with them? 5 dead Murgles aren't going to follow anybody.
Hetar nodded with a certain dreadful eagerness. I don't know if that would set too well with the Tonedran legionnaires who police the fair, Silk drawled. Policemen seem to worry about unexplained bodies. It upsets their sense of neatness.
Barak shrugged. It was a thought.
I think I've got an idea, Delvor said, pulling on his cloak again. They set up their tents near the pavilions of the Natrax. I'll go do some business with them. He started toward the tent flap, then paused. I don't know if it means anything, he told them, but I found out that the leader is a Murgo named Ashrak. Garion felt a sudden chill at the mention of the name. Barak whistled and looked suddenly very grim.
We're going to have to attend to that one sooner or later, Belgarath, he declared.
You know him? Delvor did not seem very surprised. We've met a time or two, Silk replied in an offhanded way. He's starting to make a nuisance of himself, Aunt Paul agreed. I'll get started, Delvor said. Garion lifted the tent flap to allow Delvor to leave, but as he glanced outside, he let out a startled gasp and jerked the flap shut again. What's the matter? Silk asked. I think I just saw Brill out there on the street.
Let me see,
Durnick said. His fingers parted the flap slightly, and he and Garion both peered out. A slovenly figure loitered in the muddy street outside. Brill had not changed much since they had left Faldor's farm. His tunic and hose were still patched and stained, his face was still unshaven, and his cast eye still gleamed with a kind of unwholesome whiteness.
It's Brill, all right. Close enough for me to smell him.
Delvor looked at the smith inquiringly.
Brill bathes irregularly,
Durnick explained.
He's a fragrant sort of fellow.
May I? Delvor asked politely. He glanced out over Durnick's shoulder. Ah, that one. He works for the Natrax. I thought that was a little strange, but he didn't seem so important, so I didn't bother to investigate.
Durnick, Wolf said quickly, step outside for a moment.
Make sure that he sees you,
but don't let him know that you know he's there. After he sees you, come back inside. Hurry. We don't want to let him get away.
Durnick looked baffled, but he lifted the tent flap and stepped out. What are you up to, Father? Aunt Paul asked rather sharply. Don't just stand there smirking, old man. That's very irritating.
It's perfect,
Wolf chortled, rubbing his hands together. Durnick came back in, his face worried.
He saw me,
he reported.
Are you sure it's a good idea?
Of course, Wolf replied.
Ashrak's obviously here because of us. It is going to be looking all over the fair for us.
Why make it easy for him, then?
We won't, Wolf replied. Ashrak's used Brill before. In Muros, remember? He brought Brill down here because Brill would recognize you or me or Durnick or Garion. Probably Barak, too, and maybe Silk. Is he still out there?
Garion peered out through the narrow opening. After a moment he saw the unkempt Brill half hidden between 2 tents across the street. He's still there, he answered.
We want to keep him there, Wolf said. We'll have to be sure that he doesn't get bored and go back to report to Ashrak that he's found us.
Silk looked at Delvor, and they both began to laugh.
What's so funny?
Barak demanded suspiciously. You almost have to be a Drasnian to appreciate it, Silk replied. He looked at Wolf admiringly. Sometimes you amaze me, old friend. Mr. Wolf winked at him. Mondoralin confessed,
That plan still escapes me.
May I? Silk asked Wolf. He turned back to the knight. It goes like this, Manderallen. Asarek's counting on Brill to find us for him. But as long as we keep Brill interested enough, he'll delay going back to tell Asherak where we are. We've captured Asherak's eyes, and that puts him at quite a disadvantage.
Manderallen then asked, But will this curious Sindar not follow us as soon as we leave the tent? When we ride from the fair, the Murkos will be immediately behind us.
The back wall of the tent is only canvas, Manderallen, Silk pointed out gently. With a sharp knife, you can make as many doors in it as you like. Delver winced slightly, then sighed. I'll go see the Murkos, he said. I think I can delay them even more. Dernick and I will go out with you, Silk told his bald friend. You go one way, we'll go another. Brill will follow us, and we can lead him back here. Delver nodded, and the three of them went out. Barak asked sourly,
Isn't this all unnecessarily complicated? Brill doesn't know Hathor. Why not just have Hathor slip out the back, circle around behind him, and stick a knife between his ribs? Then we could stuff him in a sack and drop him in a ditch somewhere after we leave the fair.
Wolf shook his head. Asherak would miss him, he replied. I want him to tell the Murgos that we are in this tent. With any luck, they'll sit outside for a day or so before they realize that we're gone. For the next several hours, various members of the party went out into the street in front of the tent on short and wholly imaginary errands to hold the attention of the lurking Brill. When Gurion stepped out into the gathering darkness, he put on a show of unconcern, although his skin prickled as he felt Brill's eyes on him. He went into Delver's supply tent and waited for several minutes. The noise from a tavern pavilion several rows of tents over seemed very loud in the growing stillness of the fair, as Gurion waited nervously in the dark supply tent. Finally, he drew a deep breath and went out again, one arm tucked up as if he were carrying something. I found it, Dernick, he announced as he re-entered the main pavilion. There's no need to improvise, dear, Aunt Paul remarked. I just wanted to sound natural, he replied innocently. Delver returned soon after that, and they all waited in the warm tent as it grew darker outside and the streets emptied. Once it was fully dark, Delver's porters pulled the packs out through a slit in the back of the tent. Silk, Delver, and Hathor went with them to the horse pens on the outskirts of the fair, while the rest remained long enough to keep Brill from losing interest. In a final attempt at misdirection, Mr. Wolf and Barak went outside to discuss the probable conditions of the road to Prolgu and the Ogland.
It might not work,
Wolf admitted, as he and the big red-bearded man came back inside.
Asherak's sure to know that we are following Zadar south.
But if Brill tells him that we're going to Prolgu, it might make him divide his forces to cover both roads. He looked around the inside of the tent.
All right. Let's go.
One by one they squeezed out through the slit in the back of the tent and crept into the next street. Then, walking at a normal pace like serious people on honest business, they proceeded toward the horse pens. They passed the tavern pavilion, where several men were singing. The streets were mostly empty by now, and the night breeze brushed the city of tents, fluttering the pennons and banners. Then they reached the edge of the fair, where Silk, Delver, and Hathor waited with their mounts. "Good luck," Delver said as they prepared to mount. "I'll delay the Murgos for as long as I can." Silk shook his friend's hand. "I'd still like to know where you got those lead coins." Delver winked at him.
"What's this?"
Wolf asked. "Delvor's got some Tolnedran crowns stamped out of lead and gilded over," Silk told him. "He hid some of them in the Murgos' tent, and tomorrow morning he's going to go to the Legionnaires with a few of them, and accuse the Murgos of passing them. When the Legionnaires search the Murgos' tent, they are sure to find the others."
"Monies. Awfully important to Tonedrons, Barak observed. If the Legionnaires get excited enough about those coins, they might start hanging people.
Delver smirked. Wouldn't that be a terrible shame? They mounted then, and rode away from the horse-pens toward the highway. It was a cloudy night, and once they were out in the open, the breeze was noticeably brisk. Behind them the fair gleamed and twinkled under the night sky like some vast city. Geryon drew his cloak about him. It was a lonely feeling to be on a dark road on a windy night, when everyone else in the world had a fire and a bed and walls around him. Then they reached the great west road, stretching pale and empty across the dark, rolling Erendish plain, and turned south again. Chapter 9. The wind picked up again shortly before dawn, and was blowing briskly by the time the sky over the low foothills to the east began to lighten. Geryon was numb with exhaustion by then, and his mind had drifted into an almost dreamlike trance. The faces of his companions all seemed strange to him as the pale light began to grow stronger. At times he even forgot why they rode. He seemed caught in a company of grim-faced strangers pounding along a road to nowhere through a bleak, featureless landscape, with their wind-whipped cloaks flying dark behind them like the clouds scudding low and dirty overhead. A peculiar idea began to take hold of him. The strangers were somehow his captors, and they were taking him away from his real friends. The idea seemed to grow stronger the farther they rode, and he began to be afraid. Suddenly, without knowing why, he wheeled his horse and broke away, plunging off to the side of the road and across the open field beside it. "Geryon!" a woman's voice called sharply from behind, but he set his heels to his horse's flanks and sped even faster across the rough field. One of them was chasing him. A frightening man in black leather with a shaved head and a dark lock at his crown, flowing behind him in the wind. In a panic, Geryon kicked at his horse, trying to make the beast run even faster, but the fearsome rider behind him closed the gap quickly and seized the reins from his hands. "What are you doing?" he demanded harshly. Geryon stared at him, unable to answer. Then the woman in the blue cloak was there, and the others not far behind her. She dismounted quickly and stood looking at him with a stern face. She was tall for a woman, and her face was cold and imperious. Her hair was very dark, and there was a single white lock at her brow. Geryon trembled. The woman made him terribly afraid. "Get down off that horse," she commanded. "Gently, Paul," a silvery-haired old man with an evil face said. A huge, red-bearded giant rode closer, threatening, and Geryon, almost sobbing with fright, slid down from the horse. "Come here," the woman ordered. Falteringly, Geryon approached her. "Give me your hand," she said. Hesitantly, he lifted his hand, and she took his wrist firmly. She opened his fingers to reveal that ugly mark on his palm that he seemed to always have hated, and then put his hand against the white lock in her hair. "Aunt Paul!" he gasped, the nightmare suddenly dropping away. She put her arms about him tightly and held him for some time. Strangely, he was not even embarrassed by that display of affection in front of the others. "This is serious, Father," she told Mr. Wolf. "What happened, Geryon?" Wolf asked, his voice calm. "I don't know," Geryon replied. "It was as if I didn't know any of you, and you were my enemies, and all I wanted to do was run away and try to get back to my real friends." "Are you still wearing the amulet I gave you?" "Yes." "Have you had it off at any time since I gave it to you?" "Well, just once," Geryon admitted, "when I took a bath in the Tolnedron hostel."
Wolf sighed. "You cannot take it off. Not ever. Not for any reason. Take it out from under your tunic."
Geryon drew out the silver pendant with the strange design. The old man took a medallion out from under his own tunic. It was very bright, and there was upon it the figure of a standing wolf,
so lifelike that it looked almost ready to lope away. Aunt Paul, her one arm still about Gerion's shoulders, drew a similar amulet out of her bodice. Upon the disk of her medallion was the figure of an owl. "Hold it in your right hand, dear," she instructed, firmly closing Gerion's fingers over the pendant. Then, holding her amulet in her own right hand, she placed her left hand over his closed fist. Wolf, also holding his talisman, put his hand on theirs. Gerion's palm began to tingle, as if the pendant were suddenly alive. Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul looked at each other for a long moment, and the tingling in Gerion's hand suddenly became very strong. His mind seemed to open, and strange things flickered before his eyes. He saw a round room very high up somewhere. A fire burned, but there was no wood in it. At a table there was seated an old man who looked somewhat like Mr. Wolf, but obviously was someone else. He seemed to be looking directly at Gerion, and his eyes were kindly, even affectionate. Gerion was suddenly overwhelmed with a consuming love for this old man. "That should be enough," Wolf judged, releasing Gerion's hand. "Who was the old man?" Gerion asked. "My master," Wolf replied. "What happened?" Dernick asked, his face concerned. "It's probably better not to talk about it," Aunt Paul said. "Do you think you could build a fire? It's time for breakfast."
"There's some trees over there. Well, we can get out of the wind,"
Dernick suggested. They all remounted and rode toward the trees. After they had eaten, they sat by the small fire for a while. They were tired, and none of them felt quite up to facing the blustery morning again. Gerion felt particularly exhausted, and he wished that he were young enough to sit close beside Aunt Paul and perhaps put his head in her lap and sleep, as he had done when he was very young. The strange thing that had happened made him feel very much alone, and more than a little frightened. "Dernick," he said, more to drive the mood away than out of any real curiosity, "what sort of bird is that?" He pointed.
"A raven, I think,"
Dernick answered, looking at the bird circling above them.
I thought so too," Gerion said. "But they don't usually circle, do they?"
Dernick frowned.
Maybe it's watching something on ground."
"How long has it been up there?" Wolf asked, squinting up at the large bird.
"I think I first saw it when we were crossing the field."
Mr. Wolf glanced over at Aunt Paul.
"What do you think?"
She looked up from one of Gerion's stockings she had been mending.
"I'll see."
Her face took on a strange, probing expression. Gerion felt a peculiar tingling again. On an impulse, he tried to push his own mind out toward the bird.
"Gerion,"
Aunt Paul said, without looking at him, "stop that."
"I'm sorry,"
he apologized quickly, and pulled his mind back where it belonged. Mr. Wolf looked at him with a strange expression, then winked at him.
"It's Kamdar,"
Aunt Paul announced calmly. She carefully pushed her needle into the stocking and set it aside. Then she stood up and shook off her blue cloak.
"What have you got in mind?"
Wolf asked.
"I think I'll go have a little chat with him," she replied,
flexing her fingers like talons.
"You'd never catch him," Wolf told her. "Your feathers are too soft for this kind of wind. There is an easier way."
The old man swept the windy sky with a searching gaze.
"Over there."
He pointed at a barely visible speck above the hills to the west.
"You had better do it, Paul. I don't get along with birds."
"Of course, Father,"
she agreed. She looked intently at the speck, and Gerion felt the tingle as she sent her mind out again. The speck began to circle, rising higher and higher, until it disappeared. The raven did not see the plummeting eagle until the last instant, just before the larger bird's talons struck. There was a sudden puff of black feathers, and the raven, screeching with fright, flapped wildly away with the eagle in hot pursuit.
"Nicely done, Paul,"
Wolf approved.
"It will give him something to think about,"
she smiled.
"Don't stare, Dernick."
Dernick was gaping at her, his mouth open.
"How did you do that?"
"Do you really want to know?"
she asked. Dernick shuddered and looked away quickly.
"I think that just about settles it," Wolf said. "Disguises are probably useless now. I'm not sure what Camdar's up to, but he's going to be watching us every step of the way, and we might as well arm ourselves and ride straight on to Vomimbre." "Aren't we going to follow the trail any more?" Beric asked. "The trail goes south," Wolf replied. "I can pick it up again once we cross over into Tolnedra. But first I want to stop by and have a word with King Coradulan. There are some things he needs to know."
Coradulan?
Dernick looked puzzled. "Wasn't that the name of the first Erendish king? Seems to me somebody told me that once."
"All Erendish kings are named Coradulan," Silk told him. "And the queens are all named Maya Serena. It's all part of the fiction the royal family here maintains, to keep the kingdom from flying apart. They have to marry as closely within the bloodline as possible to maintain the illusion of the unification of the houses of Mimbre and Asturia. It makes them all a bit sickly, but there's no help for it, considering the peculiar nature of Erendish politics." "All right, Silk," Aunt Paul said reprovingly.
Mandorallan looked thoughtful. "Could it be that this Hamdar, who so dogs our steps, is one of great substance in this dark society of the Grolums?" he asked.
"He'd like to be," Wolf answered. "Zadar and Tukchik are Torak's disciples, and Hamdar wants to be one as well. He has always been Tukchik's agent, but he may believe that this is his chance to move up in the Grolum hierarchy. Tukchik's very old, and he spends all of his time in the Temple of Torak at Raktal. Maybe Hamdar thinks it's time that someone else become High Priest." "Is Torak's body at Raktal?" Silk asked quickly. Mr. Wolf shrugged.
"Nobody knows for sure, but I doubt it. After Zadar carried him away from the battlefield at Vomimbre, I don't think he'd have just handed him over to Ktuchik. He could be in Meloria, or somewhere in the southern reaches of Hraul Murgos. It's hard to say."
"But at the moment, Hamdar's the one we have to worry about," Silk concluded.
"Not if we keep moving," Wolf replied. "We'd better get moving, then," Beric said, standing up.
By mid-morning the heavy clouds had begun to break up, and patches of blue sky showed here and there. Enormous pillars of sunlight stalked ponderously across the rolling fields that waited, damp and expectant, for the first touches of spring. With Mandorallan in the lead, they had ridden hard and had covered a good 6 leagues. Finally they slowed to a walk to allow their steaming horses to rest.
"How much further is it to Vomimbre, grandfather?"
Garion asked, pulling his horse in beside Mr. Wolf.
60 leagues, at least," Wolf answered. "Probably closer to 80.
"That's a long way,"
Garion winced as he shifted in his saddle.
"Yes."
"I'm sorry I ran away like that back there,"
Garion apologized.
"It wasn't your fault. Camdar was playing games."
"But why did he pick me? Couldn't he have done the same thing to Dernick or Beric?"
Mr. Wolf looked at him.
"You are younger, more susceptible."
"That's not really it, is it?"
Garion accused.
"No,"
Wolf admitted.
"Not really. But it is an answer of sorts."
"This is another one of those things you aren't going to tell me, isn't it?"
I suppose you could say that,"
Wolf answered blandly. Garion sulked about that for a while, but Mr. Wolf rode on, seemingly unconcerned by the boy's reproachful silence. They stopped that night at a Tolnedran hostel, which, like all of them, was plain, adequate, and expensive. The next morning the sky had cleared, except for billowy patches of white cloud scampering before the brisk wind. The sight of the sun made them all feel better, and there was even some bantering between Silk and Barak as they rode along, something Geryon had not heard in all of the weeks they had spent travelling under the gloomy skies of northern Arindia. Mondorallan, however, scarcely spoke that morning, and his face grew more sombre with each passing mile. He was not wearing his armor, but instead a mail suit and a deep blue surcoat. His head was bare, and the wind tugged at his curly hair. On a nearby hilltop, a bleak-looking castle brooded down at them as they passed, its grim walls high and haughty-looking. Mondorallan seemed to avoid looking at it, and his face became even more melancholy. Geryon found it difficult to make up his mind about Mondorallan. He was honest enough with himself to admit that much of his thinking was still clouded by Laldharan's prejudices. He didn't really want to like Mondorallan, but aside from the habitual gloominess which seemed characteristic of all Arans, and the studied and involuted archaisms of the old man's speech, and his towering self-confidence, there seemed little actually to dislike. A half-league along the road from the castle, a ruin sat at the top of a long rise. It was not much more than a single wall with a high archway in the center and broken columns on either side. Near the ruin, a woman sat on horseback, her dark red cape flowing in the wind. Without a word, almost without seeming to think about it, Mondorallan turned his war-horse from the road and cantered up the rise toward the woman, who watched his approach without any seeming surprise, but also with no particular pleasure.
"Where's he going?"
Barak asked.
"She's an acquaintance of his," Mr. Wolf said dryly. "Are we supposed to wait for them?"
"He can catch up with us." Mondorallan had stopped his horse near the woman, and dismounted. He bowed to her, and held out his hands to help her down from her horse. They walked together toward the ruin, not touching, but walking very close to each other. They stopped beneath the archway and talked. Behind the ruin, clouds raced in the windy sky, and their enormous shadows swept uncaring across the mournful fields of Arindia.
"We should have taken a different route. I wasn't thinking, I guess," Wolf said.
"Is there some problem?" Dernick asked.
"Nothing unusual. In Arindia," Wolf answered. "I suppose it is my fault. Sometimes I forget the kinds of things that can happen to young people."
"Don't be cryptic, Father," Aunt Paul told him. "It's very irritating. Is this something we should know about?"
Wolf shrugged.
It isn't any secret. Half of Arindia knows about it. A whole generation of Erendish virgins cry themselves to sleep every night over it."
"Father," Aunt Paul snapped exasperatedly.
"Right," Wolf said. "When Mondorallan was about Geryon's age, he showed a great deal of promise. Strong, courageous, not too bright. The qualities that make a good knight. His father asked me for advice, and I made arrangements for the young man to live, for a while, with the Baron of Voebor. That's his castle back there. The Baron had an enormous reputation, and he provided Mondorallan with the kind of instruction he needed. Mondorallan and the Baron became almost like father and son, since the Baron was quite a bit older. Everything was going along fine until the Baron got married. His bride, however, was much younger, about Mondorallan's age."
"I think I see where this is going," Dernick remarked disapprovingly.
"Not exactly," Wolf disagreed. "After the honeymoon, the Baron returned to his customary nightly pursuits, and left a very bored young lady wandering around his castle. It is a situation with all kinds of interesting possibilities. Anyway, Mondorallan and the lady exchanged glances, then words, the usual sort of thing."
"It happens in Cinderia, too," Dernick observed. "I'm sure the name we have for it's very different from the one they use here." His tone was becoming critical, even offended.
"You're jumping to conclusions, Dernick," Wolf told him. "Things never went any further. It might have been better if they had. Adultery isn't really all that serious, and in time they'd have gotten bored with it. But since they both loved and respected the Baron too much to dishonor him, Mandorlan left the castle before things could get out of hand. Now they both suffer in silence. Oh, it's all very touching, but it seems like a waste of time to me. Of course I am older.
You are older than everyone, father,
Aunt Paul said. You didn't have to say that, Paul. Silk laughed sardonically.
I am glad to see that our stupendous friend at least has the bad taste to fall in love with another man's wife. His nobility was beginning to get rather cloying.
The little man's expression had that bitter self-mocking cast to it Gerion had first seen in Val Alorn when they had spoken with Queen Porin.
Does Baron know about it?
Dernick asked.
Naturally,
Wolf replied.
That's the part that makes the errands get all mushy inside about it. There was a knight once, stupider than most errands, who made a bad joke about it. The Baron promptly challenged him and ran a lance through him during the duel. Since then, very few people have found the situation humorous.
This ends Disc 4. Please change to Disc 5.
There was a knight once, stupider than most errands, who made a bad joke about it. The Baron promptly challenged him and ran a lance through him during the duel. Since then, very few people have found the situation humorous. Still disgraceful, Dernick said.
Their behavior is above reproach, Dernick,
Aunt Paul maintained firmly.
There is no shame in it as long as it does not go any further.
Decent people done a lot in the first place,
Dernick asserted.
You'll never convince her, Dernick,
Mr. Wolf told the smith.
Polgara spent too many years associating with the Wassite errands. They were as bad or worse than the Membrates. You cannot wallow in that kind of sentimentality for that long without some of it rubbing off. Fortunately, it hasn't totally blotted out her good sense. She's only occasionally girlish and gushy. If you can avoid her during those seizures, it's almost as if there's nothing wrong with her.
My time was spent a little more usefully than yours, father,
Aunt Paul observed acidly.
As I remember, you spent those years carousing in the waterfront dives in Kamar. And then there was that uplifting period you spent amusing the depraved women of Meragor. I am certain those experiences broadened your concept of morality enormously.
Mr. Wolf coughed uncomfortably and looked away. Behind them, Mandorlan had remounted and begun to gallop back down the hill. The lady stood in the archway with her red cloak billowing in the wind, watching him as he rode away. They were 5 days on the road before they reached the river Arend, the boundary between Arindia and Tolnedra. The weather improved as they moved farther south, and by the morning, when they reached the hill overlooking the river, it was almost warm. The sun was very bright, and a few fleecy clouds raced overhead in the fresh breeze. Mandorlan remarked,
"The high road to Valmembre branches to the left just there."
"Yes," Wolf said.
"Let's go down into that grove near the river, make ourselves a bit more presentable. Appearances are very important in Valmembre, and we don't want to arrive looking like vagabonds."
3 brown-robed and hooded figures stood humbly at the crossroads, their faces down and their hands held out in supplication. Mr. Wolf reined in his horse and approached them. He spoke with them briefly, then gave each a coin.
"Who are they?"
Gerion asked.
"Monks from Mar Terren,"
Silk replied.
"And where's that?"
"It's a monastery in southeastern Tolnedra, where Meragor used to be," Silk told him. "The monks try to comfort the spirits of the Merags." Mr. Wolf motioned to them, and they rode on past the 3 humble figures at the roadside.
"They say that no Murgos have passed here in the last 2 weeks. Are you sure that you can believe them?" "Probably. The monks won't lie to anybody." Then they'll tell anybody who comes by that we have passed here?
Wolf nodded.
They'll answer any question anyone puts to them. That's an unsavory habit,
Beric grunted darkly. Mr. Wolf shrugged and led the way among the trees beside the river.
This ought to do,
he decided, dismounting in a grassy glade. He waited while the others climbed down from their horses.
All right,
he told them.
We're going to Vomimbre. I want you all to be careful about what you say while we're there. Membrates are very touchy, and the slightest word could be taken as an insult.
Aunt Paul interrupted. I think you should wear the white robe Thorak gave you, Father.
Please, Paul, Wolf said.
I'm trying to explain something. I heard you, Father, she said, pulling open one of the packs. You tend to belabor things too much. She held up the white robe and looked at it critically. You should have folded it more carefully. You've wrinkled it.
I am not going to wear that thing.
Yes, you are, Father. We might have to argue about it for an hour or two, but you'll wind up wearing it in the end anyway. Why not just save yourself all of the time and aggravation?
It's silly.
Lots of things are silly, Father. I know the errands better than you do. You'll get more respect if you look the part. Mandaralan and Hetar and Barak will wear their armor. Dernik and Silk and Geryon can wear the doublets Thorak gave them in Sindar. I'll be wearing my blue gown, and you will wear the white robe. I insist, Father.
You what? Now, listen here, Polgara.
Be still, Father, she said absently, examining Geryon's blue doublet. Wolf's face darkened, and his eyes bulged dangerously. Was there something else? She asked with a level gaze. Mr. Wolf let it drop. He's as wise as they say he is, Silk observed. An hour later they were on the high road to Vomimbre, under a sunny sky. Mandaralan, once again in full armor and with a blue and silver pennon streaming from the tip of his lance, led the way, with Barak in his gleaming mail shirt and black bearskin cape riding immediately behind him. At Aunt Paul's insistence, the big Kerach had combed the tangles out of his red beard and even rebraided his hair. Mr. Wolf, in his white robe, rode sourly, muttering to himself, and Aunt Paul set her horse demurely at his side in a short fur-lined cape and with a blue satin headdress surmounting the heavy mass of her dark hair. Geryon and Dernik were ill at ease in their finery, but Silk wore his doublet and black velvet cap with a kind of exuberant flair. Hatar's sole concession to formality had been the replacement of a ring of beaten silver for the leather thong, which usually caught in his scalp-lock. The serfs and even the occasional knight they encountered along the way stood aside and saluted respectfully. The day was warm, the road was good, and their horses were strong. By mid-afternoon they crested a high hill, overlooking the plain which sloped down to the gates of Vomimbre. Chapter 10. The city of the Membrate Errands reared almost like a mountain beside the sparkling river. Its thick, high walls were surmounted by massive battlements, and great towers and slender spires with bright banners at their tips rose within the walls, gleaming golden in the afternoon sun.
"Behold, Vomimbre," Mandaralan proclaimed with pride, "Queen of cities. Upon that rock the tide of Angarak crashed and recoiled and crashed again. Upon this field they met their ruin. The soul and pride of Orindia doth reside within that fortress, and the power of the Dark One may not prevail against it." "We have been here before, Mandaralan," Mr. Wolf said sourly. "Don't be impolite, Father," Aunt Paul said to the old man. Then she turned to Mandaralan, and to Geryon's amazement she spoke in an idiom he had never heard from her lips before. "Wilt thou, Sir Knight, convey us presently into the palace of thy king? We must needs take counsel with him in matters of gravest urgency." She delivered this without the least trace of self-consciousness, as if the archaic formality came quite naturally to her.
Forasmuch as thou art the mightiest living knight, we place ourselves under the protection of thy arm."
Mandurallan, after a startled instant, slid with a crash from his war-horse and sank to his knees before her.
"My lady Polgara,"
he replied in a voice throbbing with respect, with reverence even,
"I accept thy charge, and will convey thee safely unto King Coradulan. Should any man question thy paramount right to the king's attention, I shall prove his folly upon his body."
Aunt Paul smiled at him encouragingly, and he vaulted into the saddle with a clang and led the way at a rolling trot, his whole bearing seething with a willingness to do battle.
"What was that all about?"
Wolfe asked.
"Mandurallan needed something to take his mind off of his troubles," she replied. "He has been out of sorts for the last few days."
As they drew closer to the city, Geryon could see the scars on the great walls where heavy stones from the Angarak catapults had struck the unyielding rock. The battlements high above were chipped and pitted from the impact of showers of steel-tipped arrows. The stone archway that led into the city revealed the incredible thickness of the walls, and the iron-bound gate was massive. They clattered through the archway and into the narrow, crooked streets. The people they passed seemed for the most part to be commoners, who quickly moved aside. The faces of the men in dun-colored tunics and the women in patched dresses were dull and uncurious.
"They don't seem very interested in us,"
Geryon commented quietly to Dernick.
"I don't think the ordinary people and the gentry pay much attention to each other here,"
Dernick replied.
"Well, they live side by side, but they don't know anything about each other. Maybe that is what's wrong with Arendia."
Geryon nodded soberly. Although the commoners were indifferent, the nobles at the palace seemed afire with curiosity. Word of the party's entrance into the city apparently had raced ahead of them through the narrow streets, and the windows and parapets of the palace were alive with people in brightly coloured clothes.
"Abate thy pace, Sir Knight,"
a tall man with dark hair and beard, wearing a black velvet surcoat over his polished mail, called down from the parapet to Mandurallan as they clattered into the broad plaza before the palace.
"Lift thy visor, so I may know thee."
Mandurallan stopped in amazement before the closed gate and raised his visor.
"What discourtesy is this?" he demanded. "I am, as all the world knows, Mandurallan, Baron of Omandor. Surely thou canst see my crest upon the face of my shield."
"Any man may wear another's crest," the man above declared disdainfully. Mandurallan's face darkened.
"Art thou not mindful that no man on life would dare to counterfeit my semblance?" he asked with dangerous tones.
"Sir Andrig," another knight on the parapet told the dark-haired man, "this is indeed Sir Mandurallan. I met him on the field of the great tourney last year, and our meeting cost me a broken shoulder and put ringing in my ears which has not yet subsided."
"Ah?"
Sir Andrig replied. "Since thou wilt vouch for him, Sir Halbergran, I will admit that this is indeed the bastard of Omandor."
Beric said quietly to Mandurallan, "You're going to have to do something about that one of these days."
"It will seem so," Mandurallan replied.
"Who, however, are these others with thee who seek admittance, Sir Knight?" Andrig demanded. "I will not cause the gates to open for foreign strangers."
Mandurallan straightened in his saddle.
"Behold,"
he announced in a voice that could probably be heard all over the city,
"I bring you honor beyond measure. Fling wide the palace gates and prepare one and all to make obeisance. You look upon the holy face of Belgarath the sorcerer, the eternal man, and upon the divine countenance of his daughter, the Lady Polgara, who have come to Vomembre to consult with the king of Arendia on diverse matters."
"Isn't that a little overdone?"
Garion whispered to Aunt Paul.
"It's customary, dear," she replied placidly. "When you are dealing with errands, you have to be a little extravagant to get their attention."
"And who hath told thee that this is the Lord Belgarath?" Andrig asked, with the faintest hint of a sneer. "I will bend no knee before an unproved vagabond."
"Dost thou question my words, Sir Knight?"
Mandurallan returned, in an ominously quiet voice.
"And wilt thou then come down and put thy doubt to the test? Or is it perhaps that thou wouldst prefer to cringe dog-like behind the parapet and yap at thy betters?"
"Oh, that was very good,"
Beric said admiringly. Mandurallan grinned tightly at the big man. "I don't think we're getting anywhere with this," Wolf muttered. "It looks like I'll have to prove something to the skeptics if we're ever going to get into Secrojulan." He slid down from his saddle and thoughtfully removed a twig from his horse's tail, picked up somewhere during their journeys. Then he strode to the center of the plaza and stood there in his gleaming white robe.
"Sir Knight,"
he called up mildly to Andrig,
"you are a cautious man, I see. That is a good quality, but it can be carried too far."
"I am hardly a child, old man,"
the dark-haired knight replied, in a tone hovering on the verge of insult.
"And I believe only what mine own eye hath confirmed."
"It must be a sad thing to believe so little,"
Wolf observed. He bent then, and inserted the twig he had been holding between two of the broad granite flagstones at his feet. He stepped back a pace and stretched his hand out above the twig, his face curiously gentle.
"I'm going to do you a favor, Sir Andrig. I am going to restore your faith. Watch closely."
And then he spoke a single soft word that Garion could not quite hear, but which set off the now familiar surge and a faint roaring sound. At first, nothing seemed to be happening. Then the two flagstones began to buckle upward with a grinding sound as the twig grew visibly thicker and began to reach up toward Mr. Wolf's outstretched hand. There were gasps from the palace walls as branches began to sprout from the twig, and it continued growing. Wolf raised his hand higher, and the twig obediently grew at his gesture, its branches broadening. By now it was a young tree, and still growing. One of the flagstones cracked with a sharp report. There was absolute silence as every eye fixed in awed fascination on the tree. Mr. Wolf held out both hands and turned them until the palms were up. He spoke again, and the tips of the branches swelled and began to bud. Then the tree burst into flower, its blossoms a delicate pink and white.
"Apple, wouldn't you say, Paul?"
Wolf asked over his shoulder.
"It appears to be, Father,"
she replied. He patted the tree fondly, and then turned back to the dark-haired knight who had sunk, white-faced and trembling, to his knees.
"Well, Sir Andrig, what do you believe now?"
"Please, forgive me, holy Belgarath,"
Andrig begged in a strangled voice. Mr. Wolf drew himself up and spoke sternly, his words slipping into the measured cadences of the membrate idiom as easily as Aunt Paul's had earlier.
"I charge thee, Sir Knight, to care for this tree. It has grown here to renew thy faith and trust. Thy debt to it must be paid with tender and loving attention to its needs. In time it will bear fruit, and thou wilt gather the fruit and give it freely to any who ask it of thee. For thy soul's sake thou wilt refuse none, no matter how humble. As the tree gives freely, so shalt thou."
"Oh, that's a nice touch,"
Aunt Paul approved. Wolf winked at her.
"I will do even as thou hast commanded me, holy Belgarath,"
Sir Andrig choked.
"I pledge my heart to it." Mr. Wolf returned to his horse. "At least he'll do one useful thing in his life," he muttered. After that there was no further discussion. The palace gate creaked open, and they all rode into the inner courtyard and dismounted. Munderalan led them past kneeling and even sobbing nobles, who reached out to touch Mr. Wolf's robe as he passed. At Munderalan's heels they walked through the broad, tapestried hallways with a growing throng behind them. The door to the throne room opened, and they entered. The Arendish throne room was a great vaulted hall with sculptured buttresses soaring upward along the walls. Tall, narrow windows rose between the buttresses, and the light streaming through their stained glass panels was jeweled. The floor was polished marble, and on the carpeted stone platform at the far end stood the double throne of Arindia, backed by heavy purple drapes. Flanking the draped wall hung the massive antique weapons of 20 generations of Arendish royalty, lances, maces, and huge swords, taller than any man, hung among the tattered war banners of forgotten kings. Coradulan of Arindia was a sickly-looking young man in a gold-embroidered purple robe, and he wore his large gold crown as if it were too heavy for him. Beside him on the double throne sat his pale, beautiful queen. Together they watched somewhat apprehensively as the throng surrounding Mr. Wolf approached the wide steps leading up to the throne. Munderalan announced, "My king," dropping to one knee, "I bring into thy presence holy Belgarath, disciple of Aldur, and the staff upon which the kingdoms of the West has leaned since time began." "He knows who I am, Munderalan," Wolf said. He stepped forward and bowed briefly. "Hail, Coradulan, and Maya Serena." He greeted the king and queen. "I'm sorry we have not had the chance to get acquainted before." The young king replied in a voice whose rich timbre belied his frail appearance. "The honor is ours, noble Belgarath." "My father spoke often of thee," the queen said. "We were good friends," Wolf told her. "Allow me to present my daughter, Polgara." "Great lady," the king responded, with a respectful inclination of his head. "All the world knows of thy power, but men have forgotten to speak of thy beauty." "We'll get along well together," Aunt Paul answered warmly, smiling at him. "My heart trembles at the sight of the flower of all womanhood," the queen declared. Aunt Paul looked at the queen thoughtfully. "We must talk, Maya Serena," she said in a serious tone, "in private, and very soon." The queen looked startled. Mr. Wolf introduced the rest of them, and each bowed in turn to the young king. Coradulan said, "Welcome, gentle Zal. My poor court is overwhelmed by so noble a company." "We don't have much time to waste, Coradulan," Mr. Wolf told him. "The courtesy of the Arendish throne is the marvel of the world. I don't want to offend you and your lovely queen by cutting short those stately observances which so ornament your court. But I have certain news which I have to present to you in private. The matter is of extreme urgency." "Then I am at thine immediate disposal," the king replied, rising from his throne. "Forgive us, dear friends," he said to the assembled nobles, "but this ancient friend of our kingly line has information which must be imparted to our ears alone with utmost urgency. I pray thee, let us go apart for a little space of time to receive this instruction. We shall return presently." "Polgara," Mr. Wolf said.
"Oh, go ahead, father," she replied. "Just now I have to speak with Maya Serena about something that is very important to her."
"Can't it wait?"
"No, father, it cannot." And with that she took the queen's arm, and the two left. Mr. Wolf stared after her for a moment, then shrugged, and he and Coradulan also left the throne-room. An almost shocked silence followed their departure.
"Most unseemly,"
an old courtier with wispy white hair disapproved.
"Unnecessary haste, my lord,"
Mondorallan informed him. "As the revered Belgarath has intimated, our mission is the hinge-pin of the survival of all of the kingdoms of the West. Our ancient foe may soon be abroad again. It will not be long, I fear, ere the Membrite Knights will again stand the brunt of titanic war." "Blessed, then, be the tongue which brings the news," the white-haired old man declared. "I had feared that I had seen my last battle, and would die abed in my dotage. I thank great Caldan that I still have my vigour, and that my prowess is undiminished by the passage of a mere 80 years.
Garion drew off by himself to one side of the room to wrestle with a problem. Events had swept him into King Coradullan's court before he had had the time to prepare himself for an unpleasant duty. He had given his word to Loldoran to bring certain things to the king's attention, but he did not have the faintest idea how to begin. The exaggerated formality of the Arendish court intimidated him. This was not at all like the rough, good-natured court of King Anheg in Val Alhorn, or the almost homey court of King Fulrak and Sindar. This was Vomimbre, and the prospect of blurting out news of the wild scheme of a group of Asturian firebrands, as he had blurted out the news of the Earl Yarvik and Kerrick, now seemed utterly out of the question. Suddenly, the thought of that previous event struck him forcibly. The situation then was so similar to this one that it seemed all at once like some elaborate game. The moves on the board were almost identical, and in each case he had been placed in the uncomfortable position of being required to block that last crucial move, where a king would die and a kingdom would collapse. He felt oddly powerless, as if his entire life were in the fingers of two faceless players, maneuvering pieces in the same patterns on some vast board, in a game that, for all he knew, had lasted for eternity. There was no question about what had to be done. The players, however, seemed content to leave it up to him to come up with a way to do it. King Coradullan appeared shaken when he returned to the throne-room with Mr. Wolfe a half-hour later, and he controlled his expression with obvious difficulty. "Forgive me, gentles all," he apologized, "but I have had disturbing news. For the present time, however, let us put aside our cares and celebrate this historic visit. Summon musicians and command that a banquet be made ready." There was a stir near the door, and a black-robed man entered with 6 Membrite knights in full armor following him closely, their eyes narrow with suspicion and their hands on their sword hilts, as if daring anyone to bar their leader's path. As the robed man strode nearer, Garion saw his angular eyes and scarred cheeks. The man was a Murgo. Barak put a firm hand on Hetar's arm. The Murgo had obviously dressed in haste, and he seemed slightly breathless from his hurried trip to the throne-room.
"Your Majesty," he rasped, bowing deeply to Coradullan, "I have just been advised that visitors have arrived at thy court, and have made haste here to greet them in the name of my king, Tower Urgas."
Coradullan's face grew cold.
"I do not recall summoning thee, Nachak."
"It is then as I had feared," the Murgo replied. "These messengers have spoken ill of my race, seeking to dissever the friendship which doth exist between the thrones of Arindia and of Cathal Murgos. I am chagrined to find that thou hast given ear to slanders without offering me opportunity to reply. Is this just, August Majesty?"
"Who is this?"
Mr. Wolfe asked Coradullan.
"Nachak," the king replied, "the ambassador of Cathal Murgos. Shall I introduce thee to him, ancient one?"
"That won't be necessary,"
Mr. Wolfe answered bleakly.
"Every Murgle alive knows who I am. Mothers in Solmurgos frighten their children into obedience by mentioning my name."
But I am not a child, old man, Nechek sneered. I am not afraid of you.
That could be a serious failing, Sulk observed.
The Murgo's name had struck Garion almost like a blow. As he looked at the scarred face of the man who had so misled Leldarin and his friends, he realized that the players had once again moved their pieces into that last crucial position, and that who would win and who would lose once again depended entirely on him.
What lies have you told the king?
Nechek was demanding of Mr. Wolf. No lies, Nechek. Just the truth. That should be enough.
I protest, your majesty,
Nechek appealed to the king.
I protest in the strongest manner possible. All the world knows of his hatred for my people. How can you allow him to poison your mind against us?
Sulk commented slyly. He forgot the these and thous that time.
He's excited, Barak replied. Murgos get clumsy when they are excited. It is one of their shortcomings.
Elons,
Nechek spat.
That's right, Murgo,
Barak said coldly. He was still holding Hetar's arm. Nechek looked at them, and then his eyes widened as he seemed to see Hetar for the first time. He recoiled from the Algar's hate-filled stare, and his half-dozen knights closed protectively around him.
Your Majesty, he rasped, I know that man to be Hetar of Belgariad, a known murderer. I demand that you arrest him.
Demands, Nechek? The king asked with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Thou wilt present demands to me in my own court?
Forgive me, your Majesty,
Nechek apologized quickly.
The sight of that animal so disturbed me that I forgot myself.
You would be wise to leave now, Nechek,
Mr. Wolf recommended.
It's not really a good idea for a Murgo to be alone in the presence of so many Elons. Accidents have a way of happening under such conditions.
Grandfather?
Garion said urgently. Without knowing exactly why, he knew that it was time to speak. Nechek must not be allowed to leave the throne room. The faceless players had made their final moves, and the game must end here.
Grandfather, there is something I have to tell you.
Not now, Garion.
Wolf was still looking with hard eyes at the Murgo.
It is important, Grandfather. Very important?
Mr. Wolf turned as if to reply sharply, but then he seemed to see something that no one else in the throne room could see, and his eyes widened in momentary amazement.
All right, Garion,
he said in a strangely quiet voice. Go ahead.
Some men are planning to kill the king of Arindia. Nechek's one of them.
Garion had said it louder than he had intended, and a sudden silence fell over the throne room at his words. Nechek's face went pale, and his hand moved involuntarily toward his sword hilt, then froze. Garion was suddenly keenly aware of Barak's hulking form just behind him, and Hetar, grim as death in black leather, towering beside him. Nechek stepped back and made a quick gesture to his steel-clad knights. Quickly they formed a protective ring around him, their hands on their weapons.
I won't stay and listen to such slander, the Murgo declared.
Coradulin informed him coolly.
I have not yet given thee my permission to withdraw, Nechek. I require thy presence yet a while.
The king's young face was stern, and his eyes bored into the Murgo's. Then he turned to Garion.
I would hear more of this. Speak truthfully, lad, and fear not reprisal from any man for thy words.
Garion drew a deep breath and spoke carefully.
I don't really know all of the details, your Majesty. I found out about it quite by accident, he explained.
Say what thou canst, the king told him.
As nearly as I can tell your Majesty, next summer, when you travel to Voaster, a group of men are going to try to kill you somewhere on the highway."
"Eastern traitors, doubtless," a grey-haired courtier suggested.
"They call themselves patriots," Garion answered.
"Inevitably," the courtier sneered.
The king said, "Such attempts are not uncommon. We will take steps to guard against them. I thank thee for this information. There's more, your Majesty. When they attack, they are going to be wearing the uniforms of Tolnedran legionnaires."
Silk whistled sharply.
"The whole idea is to make your nobles believe that you've been killed by Tolnedrans. These men are sure that Membre will immediately declare war on the Empire, and that as soon as that happens, the legions will march in. Then, when everybody here is involved in the war, they are going to announce that Asturia is no longer subject to the Arendish throne. They are sure that the rest of Asturia will follow them at that point."
"I see," the king replied thoughtfully. "'Tis a well-conceived plan, but with a subtlety uncharacteristic of our wild-eyed Asturian brothers. But I have yet heard nothing linking the emissary of Tower Urgas with this treason."
"The whole plan was his, your Majesty. He gave them all of the details and the gold to buy the Tolnedran uniforms, and to encourage the other people to join them."
"He lies!"
Nechak burst out.
"Thou shalt have opportunity to reply, Nechak," the king advised him. He turned back to Garion. "Let us pursue this matter further. How camest thou by this knowledge?" "I cannot say, your Majesty,"
Garion replied painfully.
"I gave my word not to. One of the men told me about it to prove that he was my friend. He put his life in my hands to show how much he trusted me. I cannot betray him."
"The loyalty speaks well of thee, young Garion.
But thine accusation against the Murgo ambassador is most grave. Without violating thy trust, canst thou provide corroboration?"
Helplessly, Garion shook his head.
"This is a serious matter, your Majesty," Nechak declared. "I am the personal representative of Chawarogos. This lying urchin is Belgarath's creature, and his wild, unsubstantiated story is an obvious attempt to discredit me, and to drive a wedge between the thrones of Arindia and Xalmurgos. This accusation must not be allowed to stand. The boy must be forced to identify these imaginary plotters, or to admit that he lies."
"He has given his pledge, Nechak,"
the king pointed out.
"He says so, your Majesty," Nechak replied with a sneer. "Let us put him to the test. An hour on the rack may persuade him to speak freely."
"I have seldom had much faith in confessions obtained by torment," Coradulan replied.
"If it please your Majesty,"
Mondaralan interjected,
"it may be that I can help to resolve this matter."
Garion threw a stricken look at the knight. Mondaralan knew Leldarin, and it would be a simple thing for him to guess the truth. Mondaralan, moreover, was a Mimbret, and Coradulan was his king. Not only was he under no compulsion to remain silent, but his duty almost obliged him to speak.
"So, Mondaralan," the king responded gravely, "thy devotion to truth and duty are legendary. Canst thou, perchance, identify these plotters?"
The question hung there.
"Nay, sire,"
Mondaralan replied firmly.
"but I know Garion to be a truthful and honest boy. I will vouch for him."
"That is scanty corroboration. I declare that he lies. So where does that leave us?"
"The lad is my companion," Mondaralan said. "I will not be the instrument of breaking his pledge, since his honor is as dear to me as mine own. By our law, however, a cause incapable of proof may be decided by trial at arms."
I will champion this boy. I declare before this company that this Nechak is a foul villain, who hath joined with divers others to slay my king." He pulled off his steel gauntlet and tossed it to the floor. The crash, as it struck the polished stone, seemed thunderous. "Take up my gage, Murgo," Mondorallan said coldly, "or let one of thy sycophant knights take it up for thee. I will prove thy villainy upon thy body, or upon the body of thy champion." Nechak stared first at the mailed gauntlet, and then at the great knight standing accusingly before him. He licked his lips nervously and looked around the throne room. Except for Mondorallan, none of the membrate nobles present were under arms. The Murgo's eyes narrowed with a sudden desperation. "Kill him!" he snarled at the 6 men in armor surrounding him. The knights looked shocked and doubtful. "Kill him," Nechak commanded them. 1,000 gold pieces to the man who spills out his life." The faces of the 6 knights went flat at those words. As one man they drew their swords and spread out, moving with raised shields toward Mondorallan. There were gasps and cries of alarm as the nobles and their ladies scrambled out of the way.
"What treason is this?" Mondorallan demanded of them. "Are you so enamored of this Murgo and his gold that you would draw weapons in the king's presence in open defiance of the law's prohibitions? Put up your swords." But they ignored his words and continued their grim advance. "Defend thyself, Sir Mondorallan," Coradullan urged, half rising from his throne. "I free thee of the law's constraint." Barak, however, had already begun to move. Noting that Mondorallan had not carried his shield into the throne-room, the red-bearded man jerked an enormous 2-handed broadsword down from the array of banners and weapons at one side of the dais. "Mondorallan!"
he shouted, and with a great heave he slid the huge blade skittering and bouncing across the stone floor toward the knight's feet. Mondorallan stopped the sliding weapon with one mailed foot, stooped, and picked it up. The approaching knights looked a bit less confident as Mondorallan lifted the 6-foot blade with both hands. Barak, grinning hugely, drew his sword from one hip and his war-axe from the other. Hetar, his drawn saber held low, was circling the clumsy knights on cat-like feet. Without thinking, Garion reached for his own sword, but Mr. Wolf's hand closed on his wrist.
"You stay out of it,"
the old man told him, and pulled him clear of the impending fight. Mondorallan's first blow crashed against a quickly raised shield, shattering the arm of a knight with a crimson surcoat over his armor, and hurling him into a clattering heap 10 feet away. Barak parried a sword stroke from a burly knight with his axe, and battered at the man's raised shield with his own heavy sword. Hetar toyed expertly with a knight in green enameled armor, easily avoiding his opponent's awkward strokes and flicking the point of his saber at the man's visored face. The steely ring of sword on sword echoed through Coradullan's throne room, and showers of sparks cascaded from the clash of edge against edge. With huge blows, Mondorallan smashed at a second man. A vast sweep of his 2-handed sword went under the knight's shield, and the man shrieked as the great blade bit through his armor and into his side. Then he fell, with blood spouting from the sheared-in gash that reached halfway through his body. Barak, with a deft back-swing of his war-axe, caved in the side of the burly knight's helmet, and the knight half spun, then fell to the floor. Hetar feinted a quick move, then drove his saber-point through a slot in the green-armored knight's visor. The stricken knight stiffened as the saber ran into his brain. As the melee surged across the polished floor, the nobles and ladies scurried this way and that to avoid being overrun by the struggling men. Nechak watched with dismay as his knights were systematically destroyed before his eyes. Then, quite suddenly, he turned and fled. "He's getting away!" Garion shouted, but Hetar was already in pursuit, his dreadful face and blood-smeared saber melting the courtiers and their screaming ladies out of his path as he ran to cut off Nechak's flight. The Murgo had almost reached the far end of the hall before Hetar's long strides carried him through the crowd to block the doorway.
With a cry of despair, the ambassador yanked his sword from its scabbard, and Gerion felt a strange, momentary pity for him. As the Murgo raised his sword, Hetar flicked his saber almost like a whip, lashing him once on each shoulder. Nechak desperately tried to raise his numbed arms to protect his head, but Hetar's blade dropped low instead. Then, with a peculiar fluid grace, the grim-faced Algar quite deliberately ran the Murgo through. Gerion saw the saber blade come out between Nechak's shoulders, angling sharply upward. The ambassador gasped, dropped his sword, and gripped Hetar's wrist with both hands. But the hawk-faced man inexorably turned his hand, twisting the sharp, curved blade inside the Murgo's body. Nechak groaned and shuddered horribly. Then his hands slipped off Hetar's wrists, and his legs buckled under him. With a gurgling sigh, he toppled backward, sliding limply off of Hetar's blade. Chapter 11. A moment of dreadful silence filled the throne room, following the death of Nechak. Then the two members of his bodyguard, who were still on their feet, threw their weapons down on the blood-spattered floor with a sudden clatter. Mandaralan raised his visor and turned toward the throne. "Sire," he said respectfully, "the treachery of Nechak stands proved by reason of this trial at arms."
"Truly," the king agreed. "My only regret is that thine enthusiasm in pursuing this cause has deprived us of the opportunity to probe more deeply into the full extent of Nechak's duplicity."
"I expect that the plots he hatched will dry up once word of what happened here gets around," Mr. Wolf observed.
Perhaps so," the king acknowledged. "I would have pursued the matter further, however. I would know if this villainy was Nechak's own, or if I must look beyond him to Tawaragast himself." He frowned thoughtfully, then shook his head as if to put a certain dark speculation aside. "Orindia stands in thy debt, ancient Belgarath. This brave company of thine has forestalled the renewal of a war best forgotten." He looked sadly at the blood-smeared floor and the bodies littering it. "My throne-room has become as a battlefield. The curse of Orindia extends even here." He sighed then. "Have it cleansed," he ordered shortly, and turned his head so that he would not have to watch the grim business of cleaning up. The nobles and ladies began to buzz as the dead were removed, and the polished stone floor was quickly mopped to remove the pools of sticky blood.
"Good fight," Barak commented as he carefully wiped his axe-blade. "I am in thy debt, Lord Barak," Mandaralan said gravely. "Thine aid was fortuitous." Barak shrugged. "It seems appropriate."
Hetar rejoined them, his expression one of grim satisfaction.
"You did a nice job on Nechak," Barak complimented him.
"I have had a lot of practice," Hetar answered. "Murgos always seem to make that same mistake when they get into a fight. I think there's a gap in their training somewhere."
"That's a shame, isn't it?"
Barak suggested, with vast insincerity. Gerion moved away from them. Although he knew it was irrational, he nevertheless felt a keen sense of personal responsibility for the carnage he had just witnessed. The blood and violent death had come about as the result of his words. Had he not spoken, men who were now dead would still be alive. No matter how justified, how necessary, his speaking out had been, he still suffered the pangs of guilt. He did not at the moment trust himself to speak with his friends. More than anything, he wished that he could talk with Aunt Paul. But she had not yet returned to the throne-room, and so he was left to wrestle alone with his wounded conscience. He reached one of the embrasures formed by the buttresses along the south wall of the throne-room and stood alone in somber reflection until a girl, perhaps 2 years older than he, glided across the floor toward him, her stiff crimson brocade gown rustling. The girl's hair was dark, even black, and her skin was creamy. Her bodice was cut quite low, and Geryon found some difficulty in finding a safe place for his eyes as she bore down on him.
"I would add my thanks to the thanks of all Orindia, Lord Geryon,"
she breathed at him. Her voice was vibrant with all kinds of emotions, none of which Geryon understood.
"Thy timely revelation of the Murgo's plotting hath in truth saved the life of our sovereign."
Geryon felt a certain warmth at that.
"I didn't do all that much, my lady," he replied with a somewhat insincere attempt at modesty. "My friends did all of the fighting." "Oh, but it was thy brave denunciation which uncovered the foul plot," she persisted. "And virgins will sing of the nobility with which thou hast protected the identity of thy nameless and misguided friend."
Virgin was not a word with which Geryon was prepared to deal. He blushed and floundered helplessly.
"Art thou in truth, noble Geryon, the grandson of eternal Belgarath?" "The relationship's a bit more distant. We simplify it for the sake of convenience." "But thou art in his direct line?"
she persisted, her violet eyes glowing.
"He tells me I am." "Is the Lady Polgara perchance thy mother?"
"My aunt."
"Oh, a close kinship none the less,"
she approved warmly, her hand coming to rest lightly on his wrist.
"Thy blood, Lord Geryon, is the noblest in the world. Tell me, art thou perchance as yet unbetrothed?"
Geryon blinked at her, his ears growing suddenly redder.
"Ah, Geryon,"
Manderellen boomed in his hearty voice, striding into the awkward moment.
"I had been seeking thee. Wilt thou excuse us, Countess?"
The young lady shot Manderellen a look filled with sheer venom, but the knight's firm hand was already drawing Geryon away.
"We will speak again, Lord Geryon,"
she called after him.
"I hope so, milady,"
Geryon replied back over his shoulder. Then he and Manderellen merged with the crowd of courtiers near the center of the throne room.
"I wanted to thank you, Manderellen,"
Geryon said finally, struggling with it a little.
For what, lad?"
"You knew whom I was protecting when I told the king about Natchak, didn't you?"
"Naturally,"
the knight replied in a rather offhand way.
"You could have told the king. Actually, it was your duty to tell him, wasn't it?"
"But thou hadst given thy pledge."
"You hadn't, though."
"Thou art my companion, lad. Thy pledge is as binding upon me as it is upon thee. Didst thou not know that?"
Geryon was startled by Manderellen's words. The exquisite involvement of Erendish ethics were beyond his grasp.
"So you fought for me instead?"
Manderellen laughed easily.
"Of course," he answered, "though I must confess to thee in all honesty, Geryon, that my eagerness to stand as thy champion grew not entirely out of friendship. In truth, I found that Murgo Natchak offensive, and liked not the cold arrogance of his hirelings. I was inclined toward battle before thy need of championing presented itself. Perhaps it is I who should thank thee for providing the opportunity."
"I don't understand you at all, Manderellen,"
Geryon admitted.
"Sometimes I think you're the most complicated man I've ever met."
"I?"
Manderellen seemed amazed.
"I am the simplest of men."
He looked around then, and leaned slightly toward Geryon.
"I must advise thee to have a care on thy speech with the Countess Vesrana. It was that which impelled me to draw thee aside."
"Who?"
"The comely young lady with whom thou wert speaking. She considers herself the greatest beauty in the kingdom, and is seeking a husband worthy of her."
"A husband?"
Garion responded in a faltering voice. "Thou art fair game, lad. Thy blood is noble beyond measure by reason of thy kinship to Belgarath. Thou wouldst be a great prize for the Countess."
Husband,
Garion quavered again, his knees beginning to tremble.
Me?
"I know not how things stand in misty Sandaria," Mandaralan declared, "but in Arindia thou art of marriageable age. Guard well thy speech, lad. The most innocent remark can be viewed as a promise, should a noble choose to take it so." Garion swallowed hard and looked around apprehensively. After that he did his best to hide. His nerves, he felt, were not up to any more shocks. The Countess Vesrana, however, proved to be a skilled huntress. With appalling determination she tracked him down and pinned him in another embrasure with smouldering eyes and heaving bosom.
"Now, perchance, we may continue our most interesting discussion, Lord Garion,"
she purred at him. Garion was considering flight when Aunt Paul, accompanied by a now radiant Queen Mayaserena, re-entered the throne-room. Mandaralan spoke briefly to her, and she immediately crossed to the spot where the violet-eyed Countess held Garion captive.
"Garion, dear," she said as she approached, "it's time for your medicine." "Medicine?" he replied, confused. "Oh, a most forgetful boy," she told the Countess. "Probably it was all of the excitement, but he knows that if he does not take the potion every 3 hours, the madness will return." "Madness?" the Countess Vesrana repeated sharply. "Oh, it's the curse of his family," Aunt Paul sighed. "They all have it, all the male children. The potion works for a while, but of course it is only temporary. We'll have to find some patient and self-sacrificing lady soon, so that he can marry and father children before his poor brains begin to soften. After that his poor wife will be doomed to spend the rest of her days caring for him." She looked critically at the young Countess. I wonder," she said, "could it be possible that you are as yet unbetrothed? You appear to be of suitable age." She reached out and briefly took hold of Vesrana's rounded arm. "Nice and strong," she said approvingly. "I'll speak to my father, Lord Belgarath, about this immediately." The Countess began to back away, her eyes wide. "Come back," Aunt Paul told her. "His fits won't start for several minutes yet." The girl fled. "Can't you ever stay out of trouble?" Aunt Paul demanded of Garion, leading him firmly away. But I didn't say anything," he objected. Mandaralan joined them, grinning broadly.
"I perceive that thou hast routed our predatory Countess, my lady. I should have thought that she would prove more persistent."
"I gave her something to worry about. It dampened her enthusiasm for matrimony."
"What matter didst thou discuss with our queen?" he asked. "I have not seen her smile so in years."
"Mayasarena's had a problem of the female nature. I do not think that you would understand."
"Her inability to carry a child to term?"
"Don't errands have anything better to do than gossip about things that do not concern them? Why don't you go find another fight instead of asking intimate questions?"
"The matter is of great concern to us all, my lady," Mandaralan apologized. "If our queen does not produce an heir to the throne, we stand in danger of dynastic war. All Arindia could go up in flames."
"There aren't going to be any flames, Mandaralan. Fortunately, I arrived in time, though it was very close. You will have a crown prince before winter."
"Is it possible?"
"Would you like all of the details?" she asked pointedly. "I have noticed that men usually prefer not to know about the exact mechanics involved in childbearing."
Mandaralan's face slowly flushed. "I will accept thine assurances, Lady Polgara," he replied quickly.
"I'm so glad."
"I must inform the king," he declared.
"You must mind your own business, Sir Mandaralan. The Queen will tell Corodulan what he needs to know. Why don't you go clean off your armor? You look as if you just walked through a slaughterhouse."
He bowed, still blushing, and moved away.
"Men,"
she said to his retreating back. Then she turned back to Geryon.
"I hear that you have been busy." "I had to warn the king." "You seem to have an absolute genius for getting mixed up in this sort of thing. Why didn't you tell me, or your grandfather?" "I promised that I wouldn't say anything."
"Geryon," she said firmly,
"under our present circumstances, secrets are very dangerous." "You knew that what Leldarin told you was important, didn't you?" "I didn't say it was Leldarin."
She gave him a withering look.
"Geryon, dear," she told him bluntly, "don't ever make the mistake of thinking that I'm stupid." "I didn't," he floundered. I wasn't. Aunt Paul, I gave them my word that I wouldn't tell anybody."
She sighed.
"We have got to get you out of Arindia. The place seems to be affecting your good sense. The next time you feel the urge to make one of these startling public announcements, talk it over with me first, all right?" "Yes, ma'am," he mumbled, embarrassed. "Oh, Geryon, what am I ever going to do with you?"
And then she laughed fondly and put her arm about his shoulder, and everything was all right again. The evening passed uneventfully after that. The banquet was tedious, and the toasts afterward interminable, as each Arendish noble arose in turn to salute Mr. Wolfe and Aunt Paul with flowery and formal speeches. They went to bed late, and Geryon slept fitfully, troubled by nightmares of the hot-eyed Countess pursuing him through endless flower-strewn corridors. They were up early the next morning, and, after breakfast, Aunt Paul and Mr. Wolfe spoke privately with the King and Queen again. Geryon, still nervous about his encounter with the Countess Vesrana, stayed close to Mandralan. The Membrate Knight seemed best equipped to help him avoid any more such adventures. They waited in an antechamber to the throne-room, and Mandralan in his blue surcoat explained at length an intricate tapestry which covered one entire wall. About mid-morning, Sorandarig, the dark-haired knight Mr. Wolfe had ordered to spend his days caring for the tree in the plaza, came looking for Mandralan.
"Sir Knight," he said respectfully, "the Baron of Voebo hath arrived from the north, accompanied by his lady. They have asked after thee, and besought me that I should seek thee out for them."
"Thou art most kind, Sorandarig,"
Mandralan replied, rising quickly from the bench where he had been sitting.
"Thy courtesy becomes thee greatly."
Andorig sighed.
"Alas, that it was not always so. I have this past night stood vigil before that miraculous tree which holy Belgarath commended to my care. I thus had leisure to consider my life in retrospect. I have not been an admirable man. Bitterly I repent my faults, and will strive earnestly for amendment."
Wordlessly, Mandralan clasped the knight's hand, and then followed him down a long hallway to a room where the visitors waited. It was not until they entered the sunlit room that Geryon remembered that the wife of the Baron of Oebor was the lady to whom Mandralan had spoken on that windswept hill beside the Great West Road some days before. The Baron was a solid-looking man in a green surcoat, and his hair and beard were touched with white. His eyes were deep-set, and there seemed to be a great sadness in them.
"Mandralan,"
he said, warmly embracing the younger knight,
"thou art unkind to absent thyself from us for so long." "It is my duty, my lord,"
Mandralan replied in a subdued voice.
"Come, Narina,"
the Baron told his wife.
"Greet our friend."
The Baroness Narina was much younger than her husband. Her hair was dark and very long. She wore a rose-colored gown, and she was beautiful, though Geryon thought no more so than any of half a dozen others he had seen at the Arendish court.
"Dear Mandralan,"
she said, kissing the knight with a brief, chaste embrace.
We have missed thee at Voebor.
And the world is as desolate for me, that I must be absent from its well-loved halls.
Sorandreg had bowed and then discreetly departed, leaving Garion standing awkwardly near the door.
And who is this likely-appearing lad who accompanies thee, my son?
The Baron asked.
A Sundarian boy,
Mandorellan responded.
His name is Garion. He and divers others have joined with me in a perilous quest. Joyfully, I greet my son's companion,
the Baron declared. Garion bowed, but his mind raced, attempting to find some legitimate excuse to leave. The situation was terribly embarrassing, and he did not want to stay.
I must wait upon the king, the Baron announced. Custom and courtesy demand that I present myself to him as soon as possible upon my arrival at his court. Wilt thou, Mandorellan, remain here with my Baroness until I return? I will, my lord.
I'll take you to where the king is meeting with my aunt and my grandfather, sir,
Garion offered quickly.
Nay, lad, the Baron demurred. Thou too must remain. Though I have no cause for anxiety, knowing full well the fidelity of my wife and my dearest friend, idle tongues would make scandal were they left together unattended. Prudent folk leave no possible foundation for false rumor and vile innuendo.
I'll stay then, sir,
Garion replied quickly.
Good lad,
the Baron approved. Then, with eyes that seemed somehow haunted, he quietly left the room. Mandorellan asked Nerina,
Wilt thou sit, my lady?
Pointing to a sculptured bench near the window.
I will, she said. Our journey was fatiguing.
It is a long way from Voebor,
Mandorellan agreed, sitting on another bench.
Dost thou and my lord find the roads passable?
Perhaps not yet so dry as to make travel enjoyable, she told him.
They spoke at some length about roads and weather, sitting not far from each other, but not so close that anyone chancing to pass by the open door could have mistaken their conversation for anything less than innocent. Their eyes, however, spoke more intimately. Garion, painfully embarrassed, stood looking out a window, carefully choosing one that kept him in full view of the door. As the conversation progressed, there were increasingly long pauses, and Garion cringed inwardly at each agonizing silence.
This ends Disc 5. Please change to Disc 6.
There were increasingly long pauses, and Garion cringed inwardly at each agonizing silence, afraid that either Mandorellan or the Lady Nerina might, in the extremity of their hopeless love, cross that unspoken boundary and blurt the one word, phrase, or sentence which would cause restraint and honor to crumble and turn their lives into disaster. And yet, a certain part of his mind wished that the word or phrase or sentence might be spoken, that their love could flame, however briefly. It was there, in that quiet, sunlit chamber, that Garion passed a small crossroad. The prejudice against Mandorellan that Laudron's unthinking partisanship had instilled in him finally shattered and fell away. He felt a surge of feeling, not pity, for they would not have accepted pity, but compassion rather. More than that, there was the faint beginning of an understanding of the honor and towering pride which, though utterly selfless, was the foundation of that tragedy which had existed in Arindia for uncounted centuries. For perhaps half an hour, Mandorellan and the Lady Nerina sat, speaking hardly at all now, their eyes lost in each other, while Garion, near to tears, stood his enforced watch over them. And then Dernick came to tell them that Aunt Paul and Mr. Wolf were getting ready to leave. Part 2. Tolnedra. Chapter 12. A brassy chorus of horns saluted them from the battlements of Vomimbre as they rode out of the city, accompanied by 20 armored knights and by King Coradulan himself. Gerion glanced back once, and thought he saw the Lady Nerina standing upon the wall above the arched gate, though he could not be sure. The lady did not wave, and Mandoralan did not look back. Gerion, however, very nearly held his breath until Vomimbre was out of sight. It was mid-afternoon by the time they reached the ford which crossed the river Arend into Tolnedra, and the bright sun sparkled on the river. The sky was very blue overhead, and the coloured pennons on the lances of the escorting knights snapped in the breeze. Gerion felt a desperate urgency, an almost unbearable necessity to cross the river and leave Arindia and the terrible things that had happened there behind.
"Hail and farewell, holy Belgarath," Coradulan said at the water's edge. "I will, as thou hast advised me, begin my preparations. Arindia will be ready. I pledge my life to it."
"And I'll keep you advised of our progress from time to time," Mr. Wolf said.
"I will also examine the activities of the Murgos within my kingdom," Coradulan said. "If what thou hast told me should prove true, as I doubt not that it shall, then I will expel them from Arindia. I will seek them out, one and all, and hurry them out of the land. I will make their lives a burden and an affliction to them for sowing discord and contention among my subjects."
Wolf grinned at him.
"That's an idea that appeals to me. Murgos are an arrogant people, and a little affliction now and then teaches them humility."
He reached out and took the king's hand.
"Goodbye, Coradulan. I hope the world's happier next time we meet."
"I will pray that it may be so," the young king said.
Then Mr. Wolf led the way down into the rippling water of the shallow ford. Beyond the river, Imperial Tolnedra waited, and from the banks behind them, the Membrate knights saluted with a great fanfare on their horns. As they emerged on the far side of the river, Gerion looked around, trying to see some difference in terrain or foliage which might distinguish Arindia from Tolnedra, but there seemed to be none. The land, indifferent to human boundaries, flowed on unchanged. About a half-mile from the river they entered the forest of Vordu, an extensive tract of well-kept woodland, which extended from the sea to the foothills of the mountains to the east. Once they were under the trees, they stopped and changed back into their travelling clothes.
"I think we might as well keep the guise of merchants,"
Mr. Wolf said, settling with obvious comfort back into his patched rust-coloured tunic and mismatched shoes.
"It won't fool the Grolums, of course, but it will satisfy the Tolnedrans we meet along the way. We can deal with the Grolums in other ways." "Are there any signs of the orb about?"
Barak rumbled as he stowed his bearskin cloak and helmet in one of the packs.
A hint or two. I'd guess that Zedar went through here a few weeks ago."
"We don't seem to be gaining on him much," Silk said, pulling on his leather vest.
"We are holding our own, at least. Shall we go?"
They remounted and continued along the Tolnedran highway, which ran straight through the forest in the afternoon sun. After a league or so, they came to a wide place in the road where a single whitewashed stone building, low and red-roofed, stood solidly at the roadside. Several soldiers lounged indolently about, but their armour and equipment seemed less well cared for than that of the legionnaires Gerion had seen before.
"Customs station," Silk said. "Tolnedrans like to put them far enough from the border so they don't interfere with legitimate smuggling."
"These are very slovenly legionnaires," Dernick said disapprovingly.
"Oh, they're not legionnaires," Silk explained. "They're soldiers of the customs service, local troops. There is a great difference."
"I can see that," Dernick said.
A soldier wearing a rusty breastplate and carrying a short spear stepped into the road and held up his hands. "A customs inspection," he announced in a bored tone. "His Excellency will be with you in a moment or two. You can take your horses over there." He pointed to a kind of yard at the side of the building.
"Is trouble likely?"
Manderallen asked. The knight had removed his armor and now wore the mail suit and surcoat in which he customarily traveled. "Oh, no," Silk said. "The customs agent will ask a few questions, and then we will bribe him and be on our way."
"Bribe?"
Dernick asked. Silk shrugged. "Of course. That's the way things are in Tolnedra. You'd better let me do the talking. I have been through all of this before." The customs agent, a stout, balding man in a belted gown of rusty brown color, came out of the stone building, brushing crumbs from the front of his clothes. "Oh, good afternoon," he said in a businesslike manner. "Oh, good day, Your Excellency," Silk replied with a brief bow. "And what have we here?" the agent asked, looking appraisingly at the packs. "I am Redek of Boktor," Silk replied, "a Drasnian merchant. I am taking Sindarian wool to Tolhanath." He opened the top of one of the packs and pulled out a corner of woven grey cloth. "Your prospects are good, worthy merchant," the customs agent said, fingering the cloth. "It has been a chilly winter this year, and wool is bringing a good price." There was a brief clinking sound as several coins changed hands. The customs agent smiled then, and his manner grew more relaxed. "I don't think we will need to open all of these packs. You are obviously an honorable man, worthy Redek, and I would not want to delay you." Silk bowed again. "Is there anything I should know about the road ahead, Your Excellency?" he asked, tying up the pack again. "I have learned to rely on the advice of the customs service." "The road is good," the agent said with a shrug. "The legions, they see to that?" "Oh, of course. Any unusual conditions anywhere?" "It might be wise if you kept somewhat to yourselves on your way south," the stout man advised him. "There's a certain amount of political turmoil in Tolnedra just now. I'm assured, though, that if you show that you're tending strictly to business, you won't be bothered." "Turmoil?" Silk asked, sounding a bit concerned. "I hadn't heard about that." "It is the secession. Things are a bit stirred up at the moment." "Is Ranborun ill?" Silk asked with surprise. "No," the stout man said, "only old. It is a disease no one recovers from. Since he does not have a son to succeed him, the Barun dynasty hangs on his feeblest breath. The great families are already maneuvering for a position. He's so terribly expensive, of course, and we Tolnedrans get agitated where there's money involved." Silk laughed briefly. "Don't we all? Perhaps it might be to my advantage, then, to make a few contacts in the right quarters. Which family, would you guess, is in the best position at the moment?" "I think we have the edge over the rest of them," the agent said rather smugly. "We? The Vauduvians. I am distantly related on my mother's side to the family. The Grand Duke Kedor of Tolvordus, the only logical choice for the throne." "I don't believe I know of him." "Ah, an excellent man," the agent said expansively. "A man of force, a vigor, and insight. If the selection were based on simple merit, Grand Duke Kedor would be given the throne by general consent. Unfortunately, the selection is in the hands of the Council of Advisors." "Oh, I see. Indeed," the agent agreed bitterly. "You would not believe the size of the bribes some of those men are asking for their votes, worthy Redek." "It is an opportunity that comes only once in a lifetime, I suppose," Silk said. "Oh, I don't begrudge any man the right to decent, reasonable bribes," the stout agent complained.
But some of these men on the council have gone mad with greed. No matter what position I get in the new government, it is going to take me years to recoup what I've already been obliged to contribute. It is the same all over Tonedra. Decent men are being driven to the wall by taxes and all of these emergency subscriptions. You don't dare let a list go by that does not have your name on it, and there is a new list out every day. The expense is making everyone desperate. They're killing each other in the streets of Tolhanath. Is it that bad? Silk asked. Oh, it is worse than you can imagine, the customs man said. The Horbites don't have the kind of money it takes to conduct a political campaign, so they have started to poison off council members. We spend millions buying a vote, and the next day a man turns black in the face and falls over dead. Then we have to raise more millions to buy up his successor. They're absolutely destroying me. I don't have the right kind of nurse for politics. That's terrible, Silk sympathized. If Ron Baroon would only die, the Tolnedran complained desperately. We are in control now, but the Honoths are richer than we are. If they unite behind one candidate, they will be able to buy the throne right out from under us, and all the while Ron Baroon sits in the palace doting on that little monster he calls his daughter, and with so many guards around that we cannot persuade even the bravest assassin to make an attempt on him. Sometimes I think he intends to live forever. Patience, Excellency. The more we suffer, the greater the reward in the end. The Tolnedran sighed. Well, then I will be very rich some day. But I have kept you long enough, worthy Rydek. I wish you Godspeed and cold weather in Tolhanath to bring up the price of your wool.
Silk bowed formally, remounted his horse, and led the party a trot away from the customs station. It's good to be back in Tolnedra again, the weasel-faced little man said expansively, once they were out of earshot. I love the smell of deceit, corruption, and intrigue.
You're a very bad man, Silk, Barak said. This place is a cesspool.
But of course it is, Silk laughed. But it isn't dull, Barak. Tolnedra is never dull. They approached a tidy Tolnedran village as evening fell, and stopped for the night in a solid, well-kept inn where the food was good and the beds were clean. They were up early the next morning. After breakfast they clattered out of the inn-yard and onto the cobblestone street in that curious silver light that comes just before the sun rises.
A proper sort of place,
Dernick said approvingly, looking around at the white stone houses with their red-tiled roofs.
Everything seems neat and orderly.
It's a reflection of the Tolnedran mind, Mr. Wolf explained.
They pay great attention to details.
Well, that's not an unseemly trait, Dernick observed. Wolf was about to answer that when two brown-robed men ran out of a shadowy side street. "Look out!" the one in the rear yelled. "He's gone mad!" The man running in front was clutching at his head, his face contorted into an expression of unspeakable horror. Gerion's horse shied violently as the madman ran directly at him, and Gerion raised his right hand to try to push the bulging-eyed lunatic away. At the instant his hand touched the man's forehead, he felt a surge in his hand and arm, a kind of tingling, as if the arm were suddenly enormously strong, and his mind filled with a vast roaring. The madman's eyes went blank, and he collapsed on the cobblestones as if Gerion's touch had been some colossal blow. Then Barak nudged his horse between Gerion and the fallen man.
"What's this all about?"
he demanded of the second-robed man who ran up, gasping for breath.
"We're from Monterrain," the man answered. "Brother Ober, he could not stand the ghosts any more, so I was given permission to bring him home until his sanity returned."
He knelt over the fallen man.
"You did not have to hit him so hard," he accused.
"But I didn't," Gerion protested.
"I only touched him. I think he fainted."
"You must have hit him," the monk said. "Look at this mark on his face."
An ugly red welt stood on the unconscious man's forehead.
"Gerion," Aunt Paul said. "Can you do exactly what I tell you to do, without asking any questions?"
Garion nodded.
"I think so." "Get down off of your horse. Go to the man on the ground and put the palm of your hand on his forehead. Then apologize to him for knocking him down."
"Are you sure it's safe, Polgara?"
Barak asked.
"It will be all right. Do as I told you, Garion."
Garion hesitantly approached the stricken man, reached out and laid his palm on the ugly welt.
"I'm sorry. And I hope you get well soon."
There was a surge in his arm again, but quite different from the first one. The madman's eyes cleared, and he blinked.
"Where am I? What happened?"
His voice sounded very normal, and the welt on his forehead was gone.
"It's all right now,"
Garion told him, not knowing exactly why he said it.
"You've been sick, but you're better now."
"Come along, Garion," Aunt Paul said.
"His friend can care for him now."
Garion went back to his horse, his thoughts churning.
"It is a miracle,"
the second monk exclaimed.
"Oh, hardly that," Aunt Paul said. "The blow restored your friend's mind, that's all. It happens sometimes."
But she and Mr. Wolf exchanged a long glance that said quite plainly that something else had happened, something unexpected. They rode on, leaving the two monks in the middle of the street.
"What happened?"
Dernick asked, a stunned look on his face. Mr. Wolf shrugged.
"Polgara had to use Garion," he said. "There wasn't time to do it any other way."
Dernick looked unconvinced.
"We don't do it often," Wolf explained. "It's a little cumbersome to go through someone else like that, but sometimes we don't have any choice."
"But Garion healed him," Dernick objected.
"It has to come from the same hand as the blow, Dernick," Aunt Paul said. "Please don't ask so many questions."
The dry awareness in Garion's mind, however, refused to accept any of their explanations. It told him that nothing had come from outside. With a troubled face, he studied the silvery mark on his palm. It seemed different for some reason.
"Don't think about it, dear,"
Aunt Paul said quietly as they left the village and rode south along the highway.
"It's nothing to worry about. I'll explain it later."
Then, to the caroling of birds that greeted the rising sun, she reached across and firmly closed his hand with her fingers. Chapter 13. It took them 3 days to pass through the forest of Vordu. Garion, remembering the dangers of the Erendish forest, was apprehensive at first, and watched the shadows beneath the trees nervously. But after a day or so, with nothing out of the ordinary occurring, he began to relax. Mr. Wolf, however, seemed to grow increasingly irritable as they rode south.
"They're planning something, but I wish they'd get on with it. I hate to ride with one eye over my shoulder every step of the way."
Garion had little opportunity along the way to speak with Aunt Paul about what had happened to the crazy monk from Mar Terran. It seemed almost as if she were deliberately avoiding him. When he finally did manage to ride briefly beside her and question her about the incident, her answers were vague and did little to quiet his unease about the whole affair. It was the middle of the morning on the 3rd day when they emerged from the trees and rode out into the open farmland. Unlike the Erendish plain, where vast tracts of land seemed to lie fallow, the ground here was extensively cultivated, and low stone walls surrounded each field. Although it was still far from being warm, the sun was very bright, and the well-turned earth in the fields seemed rich and black as it lay waiting for sowing. The highway was broad and straight, and they encountered frequent travelers along the way. Greetings between the party and these travelers were restrained but polite, and Garion began to feel more at ease. This country appeared to be much too civilized for the kind of dangers they had encountered in Arindia. About mid-afternoon, They rode into a sizable town where merchants in variously colored mantles called to them from booths and stalls which lined the streets, imploring them to stop and look at the merchandise.
They sound almost desperate, Durnick said.
Tall Nedrans hate to see a customer get away. They're greedy, Silk told him. Ahead in a small square a disturbance suddenly broke out. A half-dozen slovenly, unshaven soldiers had accosted an arrogant-looking man in a green mantle.
"Stand aside, I say,"
the arrogant man protested sharply.
We just don't want a word or two with you,
Limbor, one of the soldiers said, with an evil-looking leer. He was a lean man with a long scar down one side of his face.
What an idiot,
a passer-by observed with a callous laugh.
Limbor's gotten so important that he doesn't think he has to take any precautions.
Is he being arrested, friend?
Durnick inquired politely.
Only temporarily, the passer-by said dryly.
What are they going to do with him, then?
Durnick asked.
The usual.
And what's the usual?
Watch and see. The fool should have known better than to come out with his bodyguards.
The soldiers had surrounded the man in the green mantle, and two of them took hold of his arms roughly.
"Let me go," Limbor protested. "What do you think you are doing?"
"Just get along quietly then, Limbor,"
the scar-faced soldier ordered.
"It'll be a lot easier that way."
They began pulling him toward a narrow alleyway.
"Help!"
Limbor shouted, desperately trying to struggle. One of the soldiers smashed the captive in the mouth with his fist, and they pulled him into the alley. There was a single short scream, and the sounds of a brief scuffle. There were other sounds as well, a few grunts, and the grating sound of steel on bone, then a long, sighing moan. A wide rivulet of bright blood trickled out of the mouth of the alley and ran into the gutter. A minute or so later the soldiers came back out into the square, grinning and wiping their swords.
"We've got to do something,"
Geryon said, sick with outrage and horror.
"No,"
Silk said bluntly.
"What we have to do is to mind our own business. We're not here to get involved in the local politics."
"Politics?" Geryon objected.
"That was deliberate murder. Shouldn't we at least see if he's still alive?"
"Not too likely," Barak said. "6 men with swords can usually do a pretty thorough job."
A dozen other soldiers, as shabby-looking as the first group, ran into the square with drawn swords.
"Too late, Travis."
The scar-faced soldier laughed harshly to the leader of the newcomers.
"Limbor doesn't need you any more. He just came down with a bad case of dead. It looks like you are out of work."
The one called Rabas stopped, his expression dark. Then a look of brutal cunning spread across his face.
"Maybe you are right, Krager."
His voice was harsh.
"But then again, we might be able to create a few vacancies in Elgan's garrison. I am sure that he would be happy to hire good replacements."
He began to move forward again, his short sword swinging in a low, dangerous arc. Then there came the sound of a jingling trot, and 20 legionnaires in a double column came into the square, their feet striking the cobblestones in unison. They carried short lances, and they stopped between the two groups of soldiers. Each column turned to face one group, their lances leveled. The breastplates of the legionnaires were brightly burnished, and their equipment was spotless.
"All right, Travis. Krager, that is enough,"
the sergeant in charge said sharply.
"I want both of you off of the street immediately."
"But these swine kill Limbor, Sergeant,"
Rabas protested.
"That's too bad,"
the sergeant said without much sympathy.
"Now, clear the streets. There is not going to be any brawling while I am on duty."
Rabas demanded in return.
"Aren't you going to do something?"
"I am," the legionnaire said. "I am clearing the street. Now get out of here."
Sullenly, Rabas turned and led his men out of the square.
"That goes for you too, Krager," the sergeant ordered.
"Of course, Sergeant,"
Krager said with an oily smirk.
We were just leaving anyway.
A crowd had gathered, and there were several boos as the legionnaires herded the sloppy-looking soldiers out of the square. The sergeant looked around, his face dangerous, and the boos died immediately. Dernick hissed sharply.
"Over there, far side that square,"
he said to Wolf in a hoarse whisper.
"Isn't that Brill? Or Ken?"
Wolf's voice held exasperation.
"How does he keep getting ahead of us like this?"
"Let's find out what he's up to," Silk suggested, his eyes bright.
"He would recognize any of us if we tried to follow him,"
Varrack warned. "Oh, leave that to me," Silk said, sliding out of his saddle.
"Did he see us?"
Garion asked.
"I don't think so. He's talking to those men over there," said Dernick. "He isn't looking this way."
"There's an inn near the south end of town," Silk said, quickly pulling off his vest and tying it to the saddle. "I'll meet you there in an hour or so." Then the little man turned and disappeared into the crowd.
"Get down off your horses,"
Mr. Wolf ordered tersely.
"We'll lead them."
They all dismounted and led their mounts slowly around the edge of the square, staying close to the buildings and keeping the animals between themselves and Brill as much as possible. Garion glanced once up the narrow alleyway where Cragar and his men had dragged the protesting Limbor. He shuddered and looked away quickly. A green-mantled heap lay in a grimy corner, and there was blood splashed thickly on the walls and the filthy cobblestones in the alley. After they had moved out of the square, they found the entire town seething with excitement, and in some cases consternation.
"Limbor, you say?"
An ashen-faced merchant in a blue mantle exclaimed to another shaken man.
"Impossible!" "My brother just talked to a man who was there," the second merchant said. 48 of Elgon's soldiers attacked him in the street. They cut him down right in front of the crowd.
"What's it going to happen to us?"
the first man asked in a shaking voice.
"I don't know about you, but I am going to hide.
Now that Limbor's dead, Elgon's soldiers are probably going to try to kill us all. But they would not dare. Who is going to stop them now? I am going home." "Why did we listen to Limbor?" the first merchant wailed. "We could have stayed out of this whole business." "It's too late now," the second man said. "I'm going to go home and bar my doors." He turned and scurried away. The first man stared after him, and then he too turned and fled.
"They play for keeps, don't they?"
Varrack observed.
"Why do the legions allow it?"
Mandorallan wanted to know.
"The legions stay neutral in these affairs,"
Wolf told them.
"It is part of their oath."
The inn to which Silk had directed them was a neat square building surrounded by a low wall. They tied their horses in the courtyard and went inside. "We might as well eat, Father," Aunt Paul said, seating herself at a table of well-scrubbed oak in the sunny common room.
"I was just—"
Wolf looked toward the door which led into the tap room. "I know," she said, "but I think we should eat first." Wolf sighed.
"All right, Paul."
The serving man brought them a platter of smoking cutlets and heavy slabs of brown bread soaked in butter. Garion's stomach was still a bit shaky after what he had witnessed in the square, but the smell of the cutlets soon overcame that. They had nearly finished eating when a shabby-looking little man in a linen shirt, leather apron, and a ragged hat came in and plunked himself unceremoniously at the end of their table. His face looked vaguely familiar somehow.
"Wine,"
he bawled at the serving man,
"and food."
He squinted around in the golden light streaming through the yellow glass windows of the common room.
"There are other tables, friend," Mandorallan said coldly.
But I like this one,"
the stranger said. He peered at each of them in turn, and then he suddenly laughed. Garion stared in amazement as the man's face relaxed, the muscles seeming to shift under his skin back into their normal position. It was Silk.
"How did you do that?"
Beric asked, startled. Silk grinned at him and then reached up to massage his cheeks with his fingertips. Concentration, Beric. Concentration and lots of practice. It makes my jaws ache a bit, though.
Useful skill, I would imagine.
Under the right circumstances,
Hettar said blandly.
Particularly for a spy,
Beric said. Silk bowed mockingly.
Where'd you get those clothes?
Dernick asked. I stole them, Silk shrugged, peeling off the apron.
So, what is Brill doing here?
Wolf asked. Oh, stirring up trouble. Same as always, Silk replied. He's telling people that a Murgo named Asherek is offering a reward for any information about us. Oh, he describes you quite well, old friend. Not very flatteringly, but quite well. I expect we will have to deal with this Asherek before long, Aunt Paul said. He is beginning to irritate me. Oh, there's another thing, Silk started on one of the cutlets. Brill's telling everyone that Garion is Asherak's son, and that we've stolen him, and that Asherak's offering a huge reward for his return. Garion? Aunt Paul asked sharply. Silk nodded. The kind of money he's talking about is bound to make everyone in Tolnedra keep his eyes open. He reached for a piece of bread. Garion felt a sharp pang of anxiety. Why me?
It would delay us, Wolf said. Asherek, whoever he is, knows that Polgara would stop to look for you. So would the rest of us, most likely. That would give Zadar time to get away.
Just who is Asherek?
Hettar wanted to know, his eyes narrowing.
A Grolem, I expect, Wolf answered. His operations are a little too widespread for him to be an ordinary Murgo.
I can one tell a difference, though?
Dernick asked.
You can't, Wolf answered. They look very much the same. They are two separate tribes, but they're much more closely related to each other than they are to other Engraks. Anyone can tell the difference between a Nadrak and a Tul, or a Tul and a Malorian, but the Murgos and Grolems are so much alike that they can't tell them apart.
I've never had any problem, Aunt Paul said. Their minds are quite different.
Oh, that will make it much easier, Beric commented dryly. We'll just chop open the head of the next Murgo we meet, and you can point out the differences to us.
You have been spending too much time with Silk lately, Aunt Paul said acidly. You're starting to talk like him. Beric looked over at Silk and winked.
Let's finish up here, and see if we can't get out of town quietly. Is there a back alley out of this place?
Wolf asked Silk. Oh, naturally, Silk said, still eating.
Are you familiar with it?
Please, Silk looked a bit offended. Of course I'm familiar with it.
Let it pass, Wolf said.
The alleyway Silk led them through was narrow, deserted, and smelled quite bad, but it brought them to the town's south gate, and they were soon on the highway again.
A little distance would not hurt at this point,
Wolf said. He thumped his heels to his horse's flanks and started off at a gallop. They rode until well after dark. The moon, looking swollen and unhealthy, rose slowly above the horizon and filled the night with a pale light that seemed to leach away all traces of color. Wolf finally pulled to a stop.
There's really no point in riding all night. Let's move off of the road and get a few hours' sleep now. We will start out again early. I would like to stay ahead of Brill this time, if we can. Over there?
Dernick suggested, pointing at a small copse of trees looming black in the moonlight not far from the road.
It will do, Wolf decided. I don't think we'll need a fire.
They led the horses in among the trees and pulled their blankets out of their packs. The moonlight filtered in among the trees and dappled the leaf-strewn ground. Garion found a fairly level place with his feet rolled up in his blankets, and after squirming around a bit, he fell soundly asleep. He awoke suddenly, his eyes dazzled by the light of a half-dozen torches. A heavy foot was pushed down on his chest, and the point of a sword was set firmly, uncomfortably, against his throat.
"Nobody move," a harsh voice ordered. "We will kill anybody who moves."
Garion stiffened in panic, and the sword point at his throat dug in sharply. He rolled his head from side to side, and saw that all of his friends were being held down in the same way. Durnick, who had been standing guard, was held by two rough-looking soldiers, and a piece of rag was stuffed in his mouth. "What does this mean?" Silk demanded of the soldiers.
"You'll find out," the one in charge rasped.
"Get their weapons." As he gestured, Garion saw that a finger was missing from his right hand. "There's a mistake here," Silk said. "I'm Redek of Boktor, a merchant, and my friends and I haven't done anything wrong."
"Get on your feet,"
the three-fingered soldier ordered, ignoring the little man's objections.
"If any one of you tries to get away, we will kill all of the rest."
Silk rose and crammed on his cap. "You are going to regret this, Captain. I've got powerful friends here in Tolnedra." The soldier shrugged.
"That doesn't mean anything to me. I take my orders from Count Drevor. He told me to bring you in."
"All right. Let's go see this Count Drevor. We'll get this cleared up right now, and there is no need for waving your swords around. We come along quietly. None of us is going to do anything to get you excited." The three-fingered soldier's face darkened in the torchlight.
"I don't like your tone, merchant."
"You're not being paid to like my tone, friend. You're being paid to escort us to Count Drevor. Now suppose we get moving. The quicker we get there, the quicker I can give him a full report about your behavior."
"Get their horses,"
the soldier growled. Garion had edged over to Aunt Paul. "Can't you do anything?" he asked her quietly.
"No talking,"
the soldier who had captured him barked. Garion stood helplessly, staring at the sword leveled at his chest. Chapter 14. The house of Count Drevor was a large white building set in the center of a broad lawn with clipped hedges and formal gardens on either side. The moon, fully overhead now, illuminated every detail as they rode slowly up a white gravelled curving road that led to the house. The soldiers ordered them to dismount in the courtyard between the house and the garden on the west side of the house, and they were hustled inside and down a long hallway to a heavy polished door. Count Drevor was a thin, vague-looking man with deep pouches under his eyes, and he sprawled in a chair in the center of a richly furnished room. He looked up with a pleasant, almost dreamy smile on his face as they entered. His mantle was a pale rose color, with silver trim at the hem and around the sleeves to indicate his rank. It was badly wrinkled and none too clean. "And who are these guests?" he asked, his voice slurred and barely audible.
"The prisoners, my lord," the three-fingered soldier explained. "These are the ones you ordered arrested."
"Did I order someone arrested?" the Count asked, his voice still slurred. "What a remarkable thing for me to do. I hope that I have not inconvenienced you, my friends." "We were a bit surprised, that's all," Silk said carefully. "I wonder why I did that," the Count pondered. "I must have had a reason. I never do anything without a reason. What has you done wrong?" "We have not done anything wrong, my lord," Silk assured him. "Then why would I have you arrested? There must be some sort of mistake." "That's what we thought, my lord." "Well, I am glad that's all cleared up," the Count said happily. "May I offer you some dinner, perhaps?" "We've already eaten, my lord." "Oh," the Count's face fell with disappointment. "I have so few visitors."
"Perhaps your steward, this
May I remember the reason these people were detained, my lord? The three-fingered soldier suggested.
Yes, of course, the Count said.
Why didn't I think of it? Idis remembers everything. Please, send for him at once. Yes, my lord. The soldier bowed and jerked his head curtly at one of his men. Count Drevor dreamily began playing with one of the folds of his mantle, humming tunelessly as they waited. After a few moments, a door at the end of the room opened, and a man in an iridescent and intricately embroidered robe entered. His face was grossly sensual, and his head was shaved.
"You sent for me, my lord."
His rasping voice was almost a hiss.
"Ah, Edis," Count Drever said happily. "How good of you to join us." "It's my pleasure to serve you, my lord," the steward said with a sinuous bow.
"I was so wondering why I asked these friends to stop by," the Count said. "I seem to have forgotten. Do you by any chance recall?"
"It is just a small matter, my lord," the steward answered. "I can easily handle it for you. You need your rest. You mustn't overtire yourself, you know."
The Count passed a hand across his face.
Now that you mention it, I do feel a little bit fatigued. It is, perhaps you can entertain our guests while I rest a bit." "Yes, of course, my lord,"
it is said with another bow. The Count shifted round in his chair and almost immediately fell asleep.
"The Count is in delicate health,"
it is said with an oily smile.
"He seldom leaves that chair these days. Let's move away a bit so that we don't disturb him."
"I am only a Drasnian merchant, your eminence, and these are my servants, except for my sister there. We're all baffled by all of this." Idis laughed.
"Why do you persist in this absurd fiction, Prince Keldar? I know who you are. I know you all, and I know your mission."
"What is your interest in us, Nason?"
Mr. Wolf asked bluntly.
"I serve my mistress, Eternal Salamirsra,"
Idis said. "Has this snake woman become the pawn of the Grolams, then? Or does she bow to the will of Zadar?" Aunt Paul asked.
"My queen bows to no man, Polgara,"
Idis said scornfully. "Really?" She raised one eyebrow. "It's curious to find her servant dancing to a Grolam tune, then."
"I have no dealings with the Grolams," Idis said. "They are scouring all Tunedra for you. But I am the one who found you."
"Finding isn't keeping, Idis,"
Mr. Wolf stated quietly.
"Suppose you tell us what this is all about."
"I will tell you only what I feel like telling you, Belgarath."
"I think that's about enough, Father. We really don't have time for Niasan riddle games, do we?" Aunt Paul said.
"Don't do it, Polgara,"
Idis warned.
"I know all about your powers. My soldiers will kill your friends if you so much as raise your hand."
Garion felt himself roughly grabbed from behind, and a sword blade was pressed firmly against his throat. Aunt Paul's eyes blazed suddenly. "You're walking on dangerous ground?"
"I don't think we need to exchange threats," Mr. Wolf said. "I gather, then, that you don't intend to turn us over to the Grolams."
"I am not interested in the Grolams," Idis said. "My queen has been instructing me to deliver you to her and Stithis Tor."
"What is Salmisra's interest in this matter?" Wolf asked.
It doesn't concern her.
I'll let her explain that to you when you get to Stithis Tor. In the meantime, there are a few things I will require you to tell me.
I think that thou wilt have scant success in that, Mandorellan said stiffly. It is not our practice to discuss private matters with unwholesome strangers.
And I think you are wrong, my dear Baron, Idis replied with a cold smile. The cellars of this house are deep, and what happens there can be most unpleasant. I have servants highly skilled in applying certain exquisitely persuasive torments.
I do not fear thy torments, Nathan, Mandorellan said contemptuously.
No, I don't imagine you do. Fear requires imagination, and you Arryns aren't bright enough to be imaginative. The torments, however, will wear down your will and provide entertainment for my servants. Good torturers are hard to find, and they grow sullen if they aren't allowed to practice. I'm sure you understand. Later, after you have all had the chance to visit with them a time or two, we'll try something else. Yes, abounds with roots and leaves and curious little berries with strange properties. Oddly enough, most men prefer the rack or the wheel to my little concoctions.
Idis laughed then, a brutal sound with no mirth.
We'll discuss all of this further after I have the Count settled for the night. For right now, the guards will take you downstairs to the places that I have prepared for you all.
Count Drevor roused himself and looked around dreamily.
Are friends departing so soon? He asked. Yes, my lord, Idis told him.
Well, then, the Count said with a vague smile, farewell, dear people.
I hope you will return some day so that we can continue our delightful conversation.
The cell to which Geryon was taken was dank and clammy, and it smelled of sewage and rotting food. Worst of all was the darkness. He huddled beside the iron door, with the blackness pressing in on him palpably. From one corner of the cell came little scratchings and skittering sounds. He thought of rats and tried to stay as near to the door as possible. Water trickled somewhere, and his throat began to burn with thirst. It was dark, but it was not silent. Chains clinked in a nearby cell. Someone, somewhere, was moaning. Farther off there was insane laughter, a meaningless cackle repeated over and over again without pause, endlessly rattling in the dark. Someone screamed, a piercing, shocking sound, and then again. Geryon cringed back against the slimy stones of the wall, his imagination immediately manufacturing tortures to account for the agony in those screams. Time, in such a place, was non-existent, and so there was no way to know how long he had huddled in his cell, alone and afraid, before he began to hear a faint metallic scraping and clicking that seemed to come from the door itself. He scrambled away, stumbling across the uneven floor of his cell to the far wall. "Go away!" he cried. "Keep your voice down," Silk whispered from the far side of the door. "Is that you, Silk?" Geryon almost sobbed with relief. "Well, who were you expecting? How did you get loose?" "Don't talk so much," Silk said from between clenched teeth. "Cursed rust," he swore. Then he grunted, and there was a grating click from the door. There! The cell door creaked open, and the dim light from torches somewhere filtered in. "Come along," Silk whispered. "We have to hurry." Garion almost ran from the cell. Aunt Paul was waiting a few steps down the gloomy stone corridor. Without a word, Garion went to her. She looked at him gravely for a moment and then put her arms about him. They did not speak. Silk was working on another door, his face gleaming with perspiration. The lock clicked and the door creaked open. Hettar stepped out. "What took you so long?" he asked Silk. "Rust," Silk snapped in a low voice. "I'd like to flog all the jailers in this place for letting the locks get into this condition."
"Do you suppose we could hurry a bit?"
Barak suggested over his shoulder from where he stood guard. "Do you want to do this?" Silk demanded. "Just move along as quickly as you can," Aunt Paul said. "We don't have the time for bickering just now." She primly folded her blue cloak over one arm. Silk grunted sourly and moved on to the next door.
"Is all of this oratory actually necessary?"
Mr. Wolf, the last to be released, asked crisply as he stepped out of his cell.
"You've all been babbling like a flock of geese out here." "Prince Keldar felt need to make observations about the condition of the locks," Mandaralan said lightly.
Silk scowled at him and led the way toward the end of the corridor where the torches fumed greasily onto the blackened ceiling.
"Have a care," Mandaralan whispered urgently. "There's a guard."
A bearded man in a dirty leather jerkin sat on the floor with his back against the wall of the corridor, snoring.
"Can we get past him without waking him up?" Dernick breathed.
"He isn't going to wake up for several hours,"
Barak said grimly. The large purple swelling on the side of the guard's face immediately explained it.
"Dost think there might be others?"
Mandaralan asked, flexing his hands.
"There were a few,"
Barak said.
"They're sleeping, too."
"Let's get out of here, then,"
Wolf suggested.
"We'll take Idis with us, won't we?"
Aunt Paul asked.
"What for?"
"I'd like to talk with him at great length."
"It would be a waste of time,"
Wolf said.
"So Misra's involved herself in this affair. That's all we really need to know. Her motives don't really interest me all that much. Let's just get out of here as quietly as we can."
They crept past the snoring guard, turned a corner, and moved softly down another corridor.
"Did he die?"
A voice, shockingly loud, asked from behind a barred door that emitted a smoky red light.
"No,"
another voice said.
"only fainted. You pulled too hard on the lever. You have to keep the pressure steady. Otherwise they faint and you have to start over."
"That's a lot harder than I thought,"
the first voice complained.
"You're doing fine," the second voice said. "The rack's always tricky. Just remember to keep a steady pressure and not to jerk the lever. They usually die if you pull their arms out of the sockets."
Aunt Paul's face went rigid, and her eyes blazed briefly. She made a small gesture and whispered something. A brief, hushed sound murmured in Garion's mind.
"You know," the first voice said rather faintly, "suddenly, I don't feel so good." "Now that you mention it, I don't either," the second voice agreed. "Did that meat we had for supper taste all right to you?" "It seemed all right."
There was a long pause.
"I really don't feel good at all."
They tiptoed past the barred door, and Garion carefully avoided looking in. At the end of the corridor was a stout oak door bound with iron. Silk ran his fingers around the handle.
"It is locked from the outside," he whispered.
"Someone is coming,"
Hettar warned. There was the tramp of heavy feet on the stone stairs beyond the door, the murmur of voices, and a harsh laugh. Wolf turned quickly to the door of a nearby cell. He touched his fingers to the rusty iron lock, and it clicked smoothly.
"In here,"
he whispered. They all crowded into the cell, and Wolf pulled the door shut behind them.
"When we have got some leisure, I want to talk to you about that," Silk said.
You were having such a good time with the locks that I didn't want to interfere.
Wolf smiled blandly. Now listen. We're going to have to deal with these men before they find out that our cells are empty and rouse the whole house.
We can do that,
Barak said confidently. They waited.
Opening the door,
Dernick whispered.
How many are there?
Manderallen asked.
I can't tell.
8, Aunt Paul said firmly.
All right,
Barak decided.
We'll let them pass and then jump on them from behind. A scream or two won't matter much in a place like this. But let's put them down quickly.
They waited tensely in the darkness of the cell.
Edith says it doesn't matter. If some of them die under the questioning,
one of the men outside said.
The only ones we have to keep alive are the old man, the woman, and the boy.
Let us kill the big one with the red whiskers, then,
another suggested.
He looks like he might be troublesome, and he's probably too stupid to know anything useful.
I want that one,
Barak whispered. The men in the corridor passed their cell.
Let's go,
Barak said. It was a short, ugly fight. They swarmed over the startled jailers in a savage rush. 3 were down before the others fully realized what was happening. One made a startled outcry, dodged past the fight, and ran back toward the stairs. Without thinking, Garion dove in front of the running man. Then he rolled, tangling the man's feet and tripping him up. The guard fell, started to rise, then sagged back down in a limp heap as Silk neatly kicked him just below the ear. "Are you all right?" Silk asked. Garion squirmed out from under the unconscious jailer and scrambled to his feet, but the fight was nearly over. Dernick was pounding a stout man's head against the wall, and Barak was driving his fist into another's face. Manderallen was strangling a third, and Hettar stalked a fourth, his hands out. The wide-eyed man cried out once, just as Hettar's hands closed on him. The tall Algar straightened, spun about, and slammed the man into the stone wall with terrific force. There was the grating sound of bones breaking, and the man went limp.
"Nice little fight,"
Barak said, rubbing his knuckles.
"Entertaining,"
Hettar agreed, letting the limp body slide to the floor. "Are you about through?" Silk demanded hoarsely from the door by the stairs.
"Almost,"
Barak said.
"Need any help, Dernick?"
Dernick lifted the stout man's chin and examined the vacant eyes critically. Then he prudently banged the jailer's head against the wall once more and let him fall.
"Shall we go?"
Hettar suggested.
Might as well,"
Barak agreed, surveying the littered corridor. "The door's unlocked at the top of the stairs," Silk said as they joined him, "and the hallway's empty beyond it. The house seems to be asleep, but let's be quiet." They followed him silently up the stairs. He paused briefly at the door. "Wait here a moment," he whispered. Then he disappeared, his feet making absolutely no sound. After what seemed a long time, he returned with the weapons the soldiers had taken from them. "I thought we might need these." Garion felt much better after he had belted on his sword. "Let's go," Silk said, and led them to the end of the hall and around a corner.
"I think I'd like some of the green, Edith."
Count Drevor's voice came from behind a partially open door.
"Certainly, my lord,"
Edith said in his sibilant, rasping voice.
"The green tastes so bad," Count Drevor said drowsily, "but it gives me such lovely dreams. The red tastes better, but the dreams, they are not so nice." "Soon you'll be ready for the blue, my lord,"
Edith promised. There was a faint clink and the sound of liquid being poured into a glass.
"Then the yellow, and finally the black. The black is the best of all."
Silk led them on tiptoe past the half-open door. The lock on the outside door yielded quickly to his skill, and they all slipped out into the cool, moonlit night. The stars twinkled overhead, and the air was sweet.
"I'll go get the horses,"
Hettar said.
Go with him, Manderallen. We'll wait over there,
Wolf said. He pointed at the shadowy garden. The two men disappeared around the corner, and the rest of them followed Mr. Wolf into the looming shadows of the hedge, which surrounded Count Drevor's garden. They waited. The night was chilly, and Gerion found himself shivering. Then there was a click of a hoof touching a stone, and Hettar and Manderallen came back, leading the horses.
"We'd better hurry,"
Wolf said.
"As soon as Drevor drops off to sleep, Idis is going to go down to his dungeon and find out that we have left. Lead the horses. Let's get away from the house before we start making any noise."
They went down through the moonlit garden with the horses trailing along after them until they emerged on the open lawn beyond. They mounted carefully. "We had better hurry," Aunt Paul suggested, glancing back at the house. "I bought us a little time before we left," Thuk said with a short laugh.
"How did you manage that?"
Beric asked. "When I went to get our weapons, I also set fire to the kitchen," Sulk smirked. "That will keep their attention for a bit." A tendril of smoke rose from the back of the house. "Very clever," Aunt Paul said, with a certain grudging admiration. "Why, thank you, my lady." Sulk made a mocking little bow. Mr. Wolf chuckled and led them away at an easy trot. The tendril of smoke at the back of the house became thicker as they rode away, rising black and oily toward the uncaring stars. Chapter 15. They rode hard for the next several days, stopping only long enough to rest the horses and catch a few hours' sleep at infrequent intervals. Gerion found that he could doze in his saddle whenever they walked the horses. He found, indeed, that if he were tired enough, he could sleep almost any place. One afternoon, as they rested from the driving pace Wolf set, he heard Sulk talking to the old man and Aunt Paul. Curiosity finally won out over exhaustion, and he roused himself enough to listen. "I'd still like to know more about Selmisra's involvement in this," the little man was saying.
"She's an opportunist. Any time there's turmoil, she tries to turn it to her own advantage."
"That means we'll have to dodge Niasans as well as Murgos." Gerion opened his eyes. "Why do they call her Eternal Selmisra?" he asked Aunt Paul. "Is she very old?" "No," Aunt Paul answered. "The queens of Nyssa are always named Selmisra, that's all." "Do you know this particular one?" "I don't have to," she told him. "They are always exactly the same. They all look alike and act alike. If you know one, you know them all." "She's going to be terribly disappointed with Idis," Silk observed, grinning.
"I imagine that Idis has taken some quiet, painless way out by now," Wolf said. "Selmisra grows a bit excessive when she's irritated."
"Is she so cruel, then?" Gerion wanted to know.
"Not cruel exactly," Wolf explained. "Niasans admire serpents. If you annoy a snake, he'll bite you. He's a simple creature, but very logical. Once he bites you, he doesn't hold any further grudges."
"Do we have to talk about snakes?" Silk asked in a pained voice.
"I think the horses are rested now," Hettar said from behind them. "We can go now."
They pushed the horses back into a gallop and pounded south toward the broad valley of the Nadrain River and Tolhanath. The sun turned warm, and the trees along the way were budding in the first days of spring. The gleaming imperial city was situated on an island in the middle of the river, and all the roads led there. It was clearly visible in the distance as they crested the last ridge and looked down into the fertile valley, and it seemed to grow larger with each passing mile as they approached it. It was built entirely of white marble, and it dazzled the eye in the mid-morning sun. The walls were high and thick, and towers soared above them within the city. A bridge arched gracefully across the rippled face of Nadrain to the bronze expanse of the north gate, where a glittering detachment of legionnaires marched perpetual guard. Silk pulled on his conservative cloak and cap and drew himself up.
This ends Disc 6. Please change to Disc 7.
Silk pulled on his conservative cloak and cap and drew himself up, his face assuming that sober, businesslike expression that meant that he was undergoing a private internal transition that seemed to make him almost believe himself that he was the Drasnian merchant whose identity he assumed. "Your business in Tolhanath?" one of the legionnaires asked politely. "I am Radek of Boktor," Silk said, with that preoccupied air of a man whose mind was on business. "I have Sindarian woolens of the finest quality." "You probably want to talk with the steward of the central market, then," the legionnaire suggested. "Thank you," Silk nodded, and led them through the gate into the broad and crowded streets beyond.
"I think I'd better stop by the palace and have a talk with Ran Baroon," Mr. Wolf said. "The Baroons aren't the easiest emperors to deal with, but they are the most intelligent. I shouldn't have too much trouble convincing him that the situation is serious."
"How are you going to get to see him?" Aunt Paul asked. "It could take weeks to get an appointment. You know how they are."
Mr. Wolf made a sour face. "I suppose I could make a ceremonial visit of it," he said as they pushed their horses through the crowd.
"And announce your presence to the whole city?"
"Do I have any choice? I have to nail down the Tonedrins. We cannot afford to have them neutral." "Could I make a suggestion?" Barak asked. "I'll listen to anything at this point. Why don't we go see Greneg? He's the Cherak ambassador here in Tolhanath. He could get us into the palace to see the Emperor without all that much fuss."
"Oh, that's not a bad idea, Belgarath. Greneg's got enough connections in the palace to get us inside quickly, and Ran Baroon respects him."
"That only leaves the problem of getting in to see the ambassador,"
Dernek said as they stopped to let a heavy wagon pass onto a side street.
"He's my cousin," Barak said. "He and Anheg and I used to play together when we were children."
The big man looked around.
"He's supposed to have a house near the garrison of the 3rd Imperial Legion. I suppose we could ask somebody the way."
"Oh, that won't be necessary," Silk said. "I know where it is."
I should have known," Barak grinned at him.
"We can go through the North Marketplace. The garrison's located near the main wharves on the downstream end of the island."
"Lead the way," Wolf told him. "I don't want to waste too much time here."
The streets of Tolhanath teemed with people from all over the world. Drasnians and Rivans rubbed elbows with Nissans and Tuls. There was a sprinkling of Nadraks in the crowd, and, to Garion's eye, a disproportionate number of Murgos. Aunt Paul rode close beside Hetar, talking quietly to him, and frequently laying her hand lightly on his sword-arm. The lean Algar's eyes burned, and his nostrils flared dangerously each time he saw a scarred Murgo face. The houses along the wide streets were imposing, with white marble facades and heavy doors, quite often guarded by private mercenary soldiers who glared belligerently at passers-by.
"The Imperial City seems awash with suspicion," Mandaralin observed. "Do they fear their neighbors so?"
"Troubled times," Silk answered, "and the merchant princes of Tolhanath keep a great deal of the world's wealth in their counting rooms. There are men along this street who could buy most of Arindia if they wanted to."
"Arindia's not for sale,"
Mandaralin said stiffly. "In Tolhanath, my dear Baron, everything is for sale. Honor, virtue, friendship, love. Oh, it's a wicked city full of wicked people, and money is the only thing that matters."
"Well, I expect that you fit right in, then,"
Barak said. Silk laughed. "Oh, I like Tolhanath. The people here have no illusions. They are refreshingly corrupt."
"You're a very bad man, Silk,"
Barak stated bluntly. "So you've said before," the rat-faced little Drasnian said with a mocking grin. The banner of Terek, the outline of a white war boat on an azure background, fluttered from a pole surmounting the gate of the ambassador's house. Barak dismounted a bit stiffly and strode to the iron grill which blocked the gate.
"Tell Greneg that his cousin Barak is here to see him,"
he announced to the bearded guards inside. "How do we know you're his cousin?" one of the guards demanded roughly. Barak reached through the grill, almost casually, and took hold of the front of the guard's mail shirt. He pulled the man up firmly against the bars.
"Would you like to rephrase that question? While you still have your health?"
"Oh, excuse me, Lord Barak," the man apologized quickly. "Now that I am closer, I do seem to recognize your face."
"I was almost sure that you would."
"Let me unlock the gate for you," the guard suggested.
"Excellent idea,"
Barak said, letting go of the man's shirt. The guard opened the gate quickly, and the party rode into a spacious courtyard. Greneg, the ambassador of King Anheg to the imperial court of Tolhanath, was a burly man almost as big as Barak. His beard was trimmed very short, and he wore a Tolnedran-style blue mantle. He came down the stairs 2 at a time and caught Barak in a vast bear hug.
"You pirate!" he roared. "What are you doing in Tolhanath?" "Oneg's decided to invade the place," Barak joked. "As soon as we have rounded up the gold and young women, we're going to let you burn the city."
Greneg's eyes glittered with momentary hunger.
"Wouldn't that infuriate them?" he said with a vicious grin. "What happened to your beard?"
Greneg coughed and looked embarrassed. "It's not important."
"We have never had any secrets," Barak accused.
Greneg spoke quietly to his cousin for a moment, looking very ashamed of himself, and Barak burst out with a great roar of laughter.
"Why did you let her do that?"
"I was drunk," Greneg said. "Let's go inside. I've got a keg of good ale in the cellar." The rest of them followed the 2 big men into the house, and they went down a broad hallway to a room with Terek furnishings. Heavy chairs and benches covered with skins, a rush-strewn floor, and a huge fireplace where the butt end of a large log smoldered. Several pitch-smeared torches smoked in iron rings on the stone wall.
"I feel more at home here,"
Greneg said. A servant brought tankards of dark brown ale for them all, and then quietly left the room. Garion quickly lifted his tankard and took a large swallow of the bitter drink before Aunt Paul could suggest something more bland. She watched him without comment, her eyes expressionless. Greneg sprawled in a large hand-hewn chair with a bearskin tossed over it.
"Why are you really in Tolhanath, Barak?"
"Greneg," Barak said seriously,
"this is Belgarath. I am sure that you have heard of him."
The ambassador's eyes widened, and he inclined his head.
"My house is yours," he said respectfully.
"Can you get me in to see Ranbaroon?"
Mr. Wolf asked, sitting on a rough bench near the fireplace.
"Without any difficulty."
"Good. I have to talk to him, and I don't want to stir up any fuss in the process."
Barak introduced the others then, and his cousin nodded politely to each of them.
"You've come to Tolhanath during a turbulent period,"
he said after the amenities were over.
"The nobility of Tolnedra gathered in the city like ravens on a dead cow."
"We picked up a hint or 2 of that on our way south," Silk told him. "Is it as bad as we've had?"
"Probably worse,"
Greneg said, scratching at one ear.
"Dynastic succession only happens a few times in each eon. The Baroons have been in power now for over 600 years, and the other houses are anticipating the chargeover with a great deal of enthusiasm."
"Who's the most likely to succeed, Ranbaroon?" Mr. Wolf asked.
"Right at the moment, the best bet would probably be the Grand Duke Kador of Tolvoadu," Greneg answered. "He seems to have more money than the rest. The Honeths are richer, of course, but they've got 7 candidates, and their wealth is spread out a little too thin. The other families aren't really in the running. The Boruns don't have anyone suitable, and no one takes the Ranites seriously.
Garion carefully set his tankard on the floor beside the stool that he was sitting on. The bitter ale did not really taste that good, and he felt vaguely cheated somehow. The half-tankard he had drunk made his ears quite warm, though, and the end of his nose seemed a little numb.
A Vorduvian we met said that the Horbites are using poison, Silk said. They all are. Grinnick wore a slightly disgusted look. The Horbites are just a little more obvious about it, that's all. If Ran Borun dies tomorrow, though, Kador will be the next emperor.
Mr. Wolf frowned.
I've never had much success dealing with the Vorduvians.
They don't really have imperial stature.
The old emperor's still in pretty fair health, Grinnig said. If he hangs on for another year or two, the Hornets will probably fall into line behind one candidate, whichever one survives, and then they'll be able to bring all of their money to bear on the situation. These things take time, though. The candidates themselves are staying out of town for the most part, and they're all being extremely careful, so the assassins are having a great deal of difficulty reaching them.
He laughed then, taking a long drink of ale.
They are funny people.
Can we go to the palace now? Mr. Wolf asked.
We'll want to change clothes first, Aunt Paul said firmly.
Again, Polgara?
Wolf gave her a long, suffering look.
Just do it, Father. I won't let you embarrass us by wearing rags to the palace.
I'm not going to wear that robe again.
The old man's voice was stubborn.
No, she said. It wouldn't be suitable. I am sure the ambassador can lend you a mantle. You won't be quite so obvious that way.
Whatever. Whatever you say, anyway, Paul.
Wolf sighed, giving up. After they had changed, Grennig formed up his honor guard, a grim-looking group of Cherok warriors, and they were escorted along the broad avenues of Tolhanoth toward the palace. Garion, all bemused by the opulence of the city and feeling just a trifle giddy from the effects of the half-tankard of ale he had drunk, rode quietly beside Silk, trying not to gawk at the huge buildings or the richly dressed Tonedrons strolling with grave decorum in the noonday sun.
Chapter 16.
The imperial palace sat on a high hill in the center of Tolhanoth. It consisted not of one building, but rather was a complex of many large and small, all built of marble and surrounded by gardens and lawns where cypress trees cast a pleasing shade. The entire compound was enclosed by a high wall, surmounted by statues spaced at intervals along its top. The legionnaires at the palace gate recognized the Cherok ambassador and sent immediately for one of the emperor's chamberlains, a gray-haired official in a brown mantle.
"I need to see Ran Barun, Lord Morin,"
Grinnig told him as they all dismounted in a marble courtyard just inside the palace gate.
"It's a matter of urgency."
"Of course, Lord Grinnig,"
the gray-haired man assented.
"His Imperial Majesty is always delighted to speak with the personal envoy of King Aneg. Unfortunately, His Majesty is resting just now. I should be able to get you in to see him sometime this afternoon, tomorrow morning at the latest."
"This won't wait, Morin. We have to see the Emperor immediately. You had better go to wake him up."
Lord Morin looked surprised.
"It can't be that urgent,"
he suggested chidingly.
"I'm afraid so,"
Grinnig said. Morin pursed his lips thoughtfully as he looked at each member of the party.
"You know me well enough to realize that I wouldn't ask this lightly, Morin," Grinnig said.
Morin sighed.
I am trusting you a great deal, Grinnig. All right, then, come along. Ask your soldiers to wait."
Grinnig made a curt gesture to his guards, and the party followed Lord Morin through a broad courtyard to a columned gallery that ran along one of the buildings.
"How's he been?"
Grinnig asked, as they walked along the shady gallery.
"His health is still good,"
Morin answered,
but his temper's been deteriorating lately. The Baroons have been resigning their posts in flocks and returning to Tol Baroon.
That seems prudent under the circumstances, Grinnig said. I suspect that a certain number of fatalities are likely to accompany the secession.
Probably so, Morin agreed. But His Majesty finds it a bit distressing to be abandoned by members of his own family.
He stopped by an arched marble gate where 2 legionnaires in gold-embellished breastplates stood stiffly.
Please, leave your weapons here. His Majesty is sensitive about such things. I am sure that you can understand.
Of course, Grinnig said, pulling a heavy sword out from under his mantle and leaning it against the wall. They all followed his example, and Lord Morin's eyes flickered slightly with surprise when Silk removed 3 different daggers from various places beneath his garments. Formidable equipment. The Chamberlain's hands flicked in the gestures of the secret language. Troubled times, Silk's fingers explained deprecatingly. Lord Morin smiled faintly and led them through the gate into the garden beyond. The lawn in the garden was neatly manicured. There were softly splashing fountains, and the rose bushes were well pruned. Fruit trees that seemed to be very old were budding, almost ready to burst into bloom in the warm sun. Sparrows bickered over nesting sites on the twisted limbs. Grinnig and the others followed Morin along a curving marble walk toward the center of the garden. Ranbarun the 23rd, Emperor of Tolnedra, was a small, elderly man, quite bald, and dressed in a gold-colored mantle. He lounged in a heavy chair beneath a budding grape arbor, feeding small seeds to a bright canary perched on the arm of his chair. The emperor had a little beak-like nose and bright, inquisitive eyes.
"I said I wanted to be left alone, Morin,"
he said in a testy voice, looking up from his canary.
"A million apologies, Your Majesty,"
Lord Morin explained, bowing deeply.
"Lord Grinnig, the ambassador of Skerek, wishes to present you a matter of gravest urgency. He convinced me that it simply could not wait."
The Emperor looked sharply at Grinnig. His eyes grew sly, almost malicious.
"I see that your beard's beginning to grow back, Grinnig."
Grinnig's face flushed slowly.
"I should have known that Your Majesty would have heard of my little misfortune."
"I know everything that happens in Tolhanath, Lord Grinnig," the Emperor snapped. "Even if all my cousins and nephews are running like rats out of a burning house, I still have a few faithful people around me. Whatever possessed you to take up with that Nadrak woman? I thought you Elons despised Engrax."
Grinnig coughed awkwardly and glanced quickly at Aunt Paul.
"It was a kind of joke, Your Majesty. I thought it might embarrass the Nadrak ambassador, and his wife is, after all, a handsome-looking woman. I didn't know she kept a pair of scissors under her bed."
"She keeps your beard in a little gold box, you know," the Emperor smirked. "And she shows it to all of her friends."
"She's an evil woman,"
Grinnig said mournfully.
And who are these?"
the Emperor asked, waving one finger at the members of the party standing on the grass, somewhat behind Ambassador Grinnig.
"My cousin Barak and some friends," Grinnig said. "They are the ones who have got to talk to you."
"The Earl of Trelheim?" the Emperor asked. "What are you doing in Tolhanath, my lord?"
"Passing through, Your Majesty,"
Barak replied, bowing. Ranbarun looked sharply at each of the rest in turn, as if actually seeing them for the first time.
"This would be Prince Keldar of Dresnia," he said, "who left Tolhanath in a hurry last time he was here, posing as an acrobat in a traveling circus, I believe, and about one jump ahead of the police."
Silk also bowed politely.
"And Hettar,
Belgariad, the Emperor continued. The man who's trying to depopulate Tolmurgo single-handedly.
Hetar inclined his head.
Morin, the Emperor demanded sharply. Why have you surrounded me with Elons? I don't like Elons.
It is this matter of urgency, Your Majesty,
Morin replied apologetically.
And an errand? The Emperor said, looking at Mandoralin. A membrate, I should say.
His eyes narrowed.
From the descriptions that I have heard, he could only be the Baron of Omandor.
Mandoralin's bow was gracefully elaborate.
Mine eye is most keen, Your Majesty, to have read us each in turn without prompting.
Not all of you precisely,
the Emperor said.
I don't recognize the Sindor, or the Raven lad.
Garion's mind jumped. Barak had once told him that he resembled a raven more than anything else, but that thought had been lost in the welter of events which had followed the chance remark. Now the Emperor of Tolneldra, whose eyes seemed to have an uncanny ability to penetrate to the true nature of things, had also identified him as a raven. He glanced quickly at Aunt Paul, but she seemed absorbed in examining the buds on a rose bush. Mr. Wolf said,
The Sindar is Dernek, a smith. In Sindaria that is a useful trade, and it's considered somewhat akin to nobility. The lad is my grandson Garion.
The Emperor looked at the old man.
It seems that I should know who you are. There's something about you.
He paused thoughtfully. The canary, which had been perched on the arm of the Emperor's chair, suddenly burst into song. He launched himself into the air and fluttered directly to Aunt Paul. She held out her finger, and the bright bird landed there, tipped back his head, and sang ecstatically, as if his tiny heart were breaking with adoration. She listened gravely to his song. She wore a dark blue dress, elaborately laced at the bodice, and a short sable cape.
"What are you doing with my canary?"
the Emperor demanded.
"Listening," she said.
"How did you get him to sing? I've been trying to coax him into song for months."
"You didn't take him seriously enough." "Who is this woman?" the Emperor asked.
My daughter, Polgara, Mr. Wolf said. She has a particularly keen understanding of birds.
The Emperor laughed suddenly, a harshly skeptical laugh.
"Oh, come now. You really don't expect me to accept that, do you?"
Wolf looked at him gravely.
Are you really sure you don't know me, Ranbaron?
He asked mildly. The pale green mantle Grenig had lent him made him look almost like a Tolnedran. Almost, but not quite.
It's a clever ruse, the Emperor said. You look the part, and so does she. But I'm not a child. I gave up fairy tales a long time ago.
That's a pity. I'd guessed that your life's been a little empty since then.
Wolf looked around at the manicured garden with the servants and the fountains and the members of the Emperor's personal guard posted unobtrusively here and there among the flower beds.
Even with all of this, Ranbaron, a life without any wonder left in it is flat and stale.
His voice was a little sad.
I think that perhaps you gave up too much.
Morin, Ranbaron demanded peremptorily. Send for Zeril. We settle this immediately.
At once, Your Majesty,
Morin said, and beckoned to one of the servants. May I have my canary back? The Emperor asked Aunt Paul rather plaintively.
Of course.
She moved across the grass toward the chair, stepping slowly to avoid startling the trilling little bird.
Sometimes I wonder what they are saying when they sing, Ranbaron said.
Right now he's telling me about the day he learned to fly, Aunt Paul said. That is a very important day for a bird.
She reached out her hand, and the canary hopped onto the Emperor's finger, still singing, and with its bright eye cocked toward Ranbaroon's face. "That's an amusing conceit, I suppose." The little old man smiled, staring out at the sunlight sparkling on the water in one of the fountains. "But I'm afraid I don't have time for that kind of thing. Right now, the whole nation is holding its breath in anticipation of my death. They all seem to think that the greatest thing I can do for Tonedra is to die immediately. Some of them have even gone to the trouble of trying to help me along. We caught 4 assassins inside the palace grounds just last week. The Baroons, my own family, are deserting me to the point that I scarcely have enough people left to run the palace, much less the Empire. Ah, here comes Zeriel." A lean, bushy-browed man in a red mantle covered with mystic symbols scurried across the lawn and bowed deeply to the Emperor. "You sent for me, Your Majesty?" "I am informed that this woman is Polgara the sorceress," the Emperor said, "and that the old man there is Belgarath. Be a good fellow, Zeriel, and have a look into their credentials." "Belgarath and Polgara?" the bushy-browed man scoffed. "Surely Your Majesty is not serious. The names are mythological. No such people exist." "You see," the Emperor said to Aunt Paul, "you don't exist. I have it on the very best authority. Zeriel's a wizard himself, you know." "Really?" "One of the very best," he assured her. "Of course, most of his tricks are just sleight of hand, since sorcery's only a sham, but he amuses me, and he takes himself very seriously. You may proceed, Zeriel, but try not to raise an awful stink, the way you usually do." "That won't be necessary, Your Majesty," Zeriel said. "If they were wizards of any kind, I'd have recognized them immediately. We have special ways of communicating, you know." Aunt Paul looked at the wizard with one eyebrow slightly raised. "I think that you should look a bit closer, Zeriel. Sometimes," she suggested, "we miss things." She made an almost imperceptible gesture, and Garion seemed to hear a faint rush of sound. The wizard stared, his eyes fixed on open air directly in front of him. His eyes began to bulge, and his face turned deathly pale. As if his legs had been cut from under him, he fell onto his face. "Forgive me, Lady Polgara," he croaked, groveling. "That's supposed to impress me, I assume," the Emperor said. "I've seen men's minds overwhelmed before, however, and Zeriel's mind is not all that strong to begin with." "This is getting tiresome, Ranbaroon," she said tartly.
"You really ought to believe her, you know."
The canary spoke in his tiny, piping voice.
"I knew who she was immediately. Of course, we're much more perceptive than you things that creep around on the ground. Why do you do that? If you just try, I'm sure you could be able to fly. And I wish you'd stop eating so much garlic. Makes you smell awful."
"Hush now," Aunt Paul said gently to the bird. "You can tell him all about it later." The Emperor was trembling violently, and he stared at the bird as if it were a snake.
"Why don't we all just behave as if we believed that Polgara and I are who we say we are?" Mr. Wolf suggested. "We could spend the rest of the day trying to convince you, and we really don't have that much time. There are some things I have to tell you, and they are important, no matter who I am."
"I think that I can accept that,"
Ranbaroon said, still trembling and staring at the now silent canary. Mr. Wolf clasped his hands behind his back and stared up at a cluster of bickering sparrows on the limb of a nearby tree.
"Early last fall," he began, "Zadar the apostate crept into the throne room at Reva and stole the Orb of Aldur."
"He did what?"
Ranbaroon demanded, sitting up quickly. "How?"
"We don't know," Wolf answered. When I catch up with him, maybe I'll ask him. I am sure, however, that you can see the importance of the event.
Obviously,
the Emperor replied. The Elons and the Sendars are quietly preparing for war, Wolf told him.
war?
Ranbaroon asked in a shocked voice.
With whom?
The Angarax, of course.
And what has Zadar got to do with the Angarax? He could be acting on his own, couldn't he?
Surely you're not that simple, Aunt Paul remarked.
You forget yourself, lady, Ranbaroon said stiffly. Where's Zadar now? He went through Tolhanath about 2 weeks ago, Wolf replied. If he can get across the border into one of the Angarak kingdoms before I can stop him, the Alons will march.
And Orindia with them, Mandaralan said firmly. King Coradulan has also been advised.
You'll tell the world apart,
the Emperor protested. Perhaps, Wolf admitted. But we cannot let Zadar get to Torak with the orb.
I'll send emissaries at once. This has to be headed off before it gets out of hand.
It's a little late for that, Barak said grimly. Anheg and the others are not in any mood for Tornedran diplomacy right now.
Your people have a bad reputation in the north, Your Majesty, Silk pointed out. They always seem to have a few trade agreements up their sleeves. Every time Tornedra mediates a dispute, it seems to cost a great deal. I don't think we can afford your good offices any more. A cloud passed in front of the sun, and the garden seemed suddenly chilly in its shadow.
This is being blown out of all proportion, the Emperor protested. The Alons and the Angarax have been squabbling over that worthless stone for thousands of years. You've been waiting for the chance to fall on each other, and now you have got an excuse. Well, enjoy yourselves. Tornedra is not going to get involved as long as I am her Emperor.
You're not going to be able to sit on one side in this, Ranbaroon, Aunt Paul said.
And why not? The orb doesn't concern me one way or the other. Go ahead and destroy each other if you want. Tornedra will still be here when it is all over.
I doubt it, Wolf told him. Your empire's crawling with Murgos. They could overrun you in a week.
They are honest merchants, here on honest business.
Murgos don't have honest business, Aunt Paul told him. Every Murgo in Tornedra is here because he was sent by the Grolam High Priest.
That is an exaggeration,
Ranbaroon said stubbornly.
The whole world knows that you and your father have an obsessive hatred of all Angarax, but times have changed.
Khtal Murgos is still ruled from Rakhtal, Wolf said, and Krochak is master there. Krochak has not changed, even if the world has. The merchants from Rakgoska might seem civilized to you, but they all jump when Krochak whistles, and Krochak's the disciple of Torak.
Torak is dead.
Really? Have you seen his grave? Have you opened the grave and seen his bones?
My empire is very expensive to run, the Emperor said, and I need the revenue the Murgos bring me. I have got agents in Rakgoska and all along the South Caravan route, so I would know if the Murgos were getting ready for any kind of move against me. I am just a little suspicious that all of this might be the result of some internal contention within the Brotherhood of Sorcerers. You people have your own motives, and I am not going to let you use my empire as a pawn in your power struggles.
And if the Angarax win, Aunt Paul said, how do you plan to deal with Torak?
I am not afraid of Torak.
Have you ever met him?
Wolf asked.
Obviously not. Listen, Belgarath, you and your daughter have not been friendly to Tornedra. You treated us like a defeated enemy after Vomimbre.
Your information's interesting, and I will consider it in its proper perspective. But Tonedran policy is not dominated by Alon preconceptions. Our economy relies heavily on trade along the South Caravan route. I am not going to disrupt my empire simply because you happen to dislike Murgos.
You are a fool, then, Wolf said bluntly.
You would be surprised at how many people think so. Maybe you will have better luck with my successor. If he is a Vorduvian or a Honoth, you might even be able to bribe him. But Baroons do not take bribes or advice, Aunt Paul added. Only when it suits us, Lady Polgara.
I think we have done everything we can here, Wolf decided.
A bronze door at the back of the garden slammed open, and a tiny girl with flaming hair stormed through, her eyes ablaze. At first, Geryon thought she was a child, but as she came closer he realized that she was somewhat older than that. Although she was very small, the short sleeveless green tunic she wore displayed limbs that were much closer to maturity. He felt a peculiar kind of shock when he saw her, almost, but not quite, like recognition. Her hair was a tumbled mass with long, elaborate curls cascading down over her neck and shoulders, and it was a color that Geryon had never seen before, a deep, burnished red that seemed somehow to glow from within. Her skin was a golden color that seemed, as she swept through the shadows of the trees near the gate, to have an almost greenish cast to it. She was in a state verging on sheer rage.
"Why am I being kept prisoner here?"
she demanded of the Emperor. "What are you talking about?" Ranbaroon asked.
"The Legionnaires. They will not let me leave the palace grounds."
"Oh, that."
"Exactly that."
"They are acting on my orders, Tenedra," the Emperor told her.
"So they said. You must tell them to stop it."
"No."
"No?"
Her tone was incredulous.
"No?"
Her voice climbed several octaves.
"What do you mean, no?"
"It is too dangerous for you to be out in the city just now," the Emperor said placatingly.
"Nonsense," she snapped. "I don't intend to sit around in this stuffy palace just because you are afraid of your own shadow. I need some things from the market."
"Send someone."
"I don't want to send anyone," she shouted at him. "I want to go myself."
"Well, you can't," he said flatly. "Spend your time on your studies instead."
"I don't want to study," she cried. "Cheebers is a stuffy idiot, and he bores me. I do not want to sit around talking about history or politics or any of the rest of it. I just want an afternoon to myself."
"I'm sorry."
"Please, Father,"
she begged, her tone dropping into a wheedling note. She took hold of one of the folds of his gold mantle and twisted it around one of her tiny fingers.
"Please."
The look she directed at the Emperor through her lashes would have melted stone.
"Absolutely not,"
he said, refusing to look at her. "My order stands. You will not leave the palace grounds."
"I hate you,"
she cried. Then she ran from the garden in tears.
"My daughter,"
the Emperor explained almost apologetically.
"You cannot imagine what it is like having a child like that."
"Oh, I can imagine, all right,"
Mr. Wolf said, glancing at Aunt Paul. She looked back at him, her eyes challenging.
"Go ahead. Say it, Father. I am sure you won't be happy until you do."
Wolf shrugged. Forget it." Ranbaroon looked thoughtfully at the two of them.
"It occurs to me that we might be able to negotiate a bit here," he said, his eyes narrowing.
"What did you have in mind?"
Wolf asked.
"You have a certain authority among the Alons,"
the Emperor suggested.
Some,"
Wolf admitted carefully.
"If you were to ask them, I am sure they would be willing to overlook one of the more absurd provisions of the Accords of Omimbre."
"Which one is that?"
"There's really no necessity for Senedra to journey to Riva, is there? I am the last emperor of the Barun dynasty, and when I die, she won't be an imperial princess anymore." Under the circumstances, I would say that the requirement does not really apply to her. It's nonsense anyway. The line of the Raven King became extinct 1,300 years ago, so there isn't going to be any bridegroom waiting for her in the hall of the Raven King. As you have seen, Tolnedra is a very dangerous place just now. St. Endra's 16th birthday is only a year or so off, and the date is well known. If I have to send her to Riva, half of the assassins in the Empire are going to be lurking outside the palace gates, waiting for her to come out. I would rather not take that kind of risk. If you could see your way clear to speak to the Alons, I might be able to make a few concessions regarding the Murgos, restrictions on their numbers, closed areas, that sort of thing. No, Ranbarun, Aunt Paul said flatly. Tolnedra will go to Riva. You have failed to understand that the accords are only a formality. If your daughter is the one destined to become the bride of the Raven King, no force on earth can prevent her from being in that throne room at Riva on the appointed day. My father's recommendations about the Murgos are only suggestions for your own good. What you choose to do about the matter is your affair. I think we have just about exhausted the possibilities of this conversation, the Emperor stated coldly. Two important-looking officials came into the garden and spoke briefly to Lord Moran. Your Majesty, the grey-haired chamberlain said deferentially, the Minister of Trade wanted to inform you that he has reached an excellent agreement with the trade deputation from Rakgoska. The gentlemen from Ktormogos were most accommodating. I am delighted to hear it, Ranbarun said, throwing a meaningful look at Mr. Wolf. The contingent from Rakgoska would like to pay their respects before they leave, Moran added. By all means, the Emperor said. I'll be delighted to receive them here. Moran turned and nodded shortly to the two officials near the gate. The officials turned and spoke to someone outside, and the gate swung open. 5 Murgos strode into the garden. Their coarse black robes were hooded, but the hoods were thrown back. The front of their robes were unclasped, and the chain-mail shirts they all wore gleamed in the sunlight. The Murgo in front was a bit taller than the others, and his bearing indicated that he was the leader of the deputation. A welter of images and partial memories flooded Gerion's mind as he looked at the scar-faced enemy he had known all of his life. The strange pull of the silent, hidden linkage between them touched him. It was Asherak. Something brushed Gerion's mind, tentative only, not the powerful force that the Murgo had directed him in the dim hallway in Anheg's palace at Valalorn. The amulet under his tunic became very cold, and yet seemed to burn at the same time.
Your Imperial Majesty,
Asherak said, striding forward with a cold smile.
We are honored to be admitted into your august presence.
He bowed, his mail shirt clinking. Horak was holding Hetar's right arm firmly, and Mandaralan moved and took the other. I am overjoyed to see you again, worthy Asherak, the Emperor said. I am told that an agreement has been reached.
Beneficial to both sides, Your Majesty.
The best kind of agreement, Ranbarun approved.
Tor Urgas, King of the Murgos, sends greetings,
Asherak said.
His Majesty feels most keenly the desirability of cementing relations between Ktormogos and Tonitra. He hopes that one day he may call your Imperial Majesty brother.
We respect the peaceful intentions and legendary wisdom of Taurogos. The Emperor smiled with a certain smugness. Asherak looked around, his black eyes flat.
Well, Ambar, he said to Silk, your fortunes seem to have improved since we met last in Mingan's counting room in Darin.
Silk spread his hands in an innocent-looking gesture. The gods have been kind. Most of them, anyway. Asherak smiled briefly. You know each other? The Emperor asked, a bit surprised. Oh, we've met, Your Majesty, Silk admitted. In another kingdom, Asherak added. He looked directly then at Mr. Wolf. Belgarath, he said politely, with a brief nod. Kamdar, the old man replied. You're looking well. Thank you. It seems that I am the only stranger here, the Emperor said. Kamdar and I have known each other for a very long time, Mr. Wolf told him. He glanced at the Murgo with a faintly malicious twinkle in his eyes. I see that you have managed to recover from your recent indisposition. Asherak's face flickered with annoyance, and he looked quickly at his shadow on the grass as if for reassurance. Garion remembered what Wolf had said atop the tor after the attack of the Algroths, something about a shadow returning by an indirect route. For some reason, the information that Asherak the Murgo and Kamdar the Grolem were the same man did not particularly surprise him. Like a complex melody that had been faintly out of tune, the sudden merging of the two seemed right, somehow. The knowledge clicked in his mind like a key in a lock. Someday you will have to show me how you did that, Asherak was saying. I found the experience interesting. My horse had hysterics, however. My apologies to your horse. Why is it that I feel as if I am missing about half of this conversation? Ran Baroon asked. Oh, forgive us, Your Majesty, Asherak said. Ancient Belgarath and I are renewing an old enmity. We have seldom had the opportunity to speak to each other with any degree of civility. He turned and bowed politely to Aunt Paul. Milady Polgara, you are as beautiful as ever. He eyed her with a deliberately suggestive stare. You haven't changed much either, Kamdar. Her tone was mild, even bland, but Garion, who knew her so well, recognized immediately the deadly insult she had just delivered to the Grolem. Charming, Asherak said with a faint smile. This is better than a play, the Emperor cried delightedly. You people are actually dripping with malice. I wish I had the opportunity to see the first act. The first act was very long, Your Majesty, Asherak said, and quite often tedious. As you may have noticed, Belgarath sometimes gets carried away with his own cleverness. I'm certain I'll be able to make up for that, Mr. Wolf told him with a slight smile. I promise you that the last act will be extremely short, Kamdar. Threats, old man? I thought we had agreed to be civilized. I can't recall when we have ever agreed on anything, Wolf said. He turned toward the Emperor. I think we will leave now, Ran Baroon. With your permission, of course. Of course, the Emperor replied. I am pleased to have met you, though I still don't believe in you naturally. My skepticism, however, is theological, not personal. I'm glad of that, Wolf said, and quite suddenly he grinned impishly at the Emperor. Ran Baroon laughed. I look forward to our next meeting, Belgarath, Asherak said. I wouldn't, if I were you, Wolf advised him, then turned and led the way out of the Emperor's garden. Chapter 17. It was mid-afternoon when they emerged from the palace gate. The broad lawns were green in the warm spring sunlight, and the cypress trees stirred in a faint breeze. I don't think we want to stay in Tol Honeth too much longer, Wolf said.
You will leave now, then?
Mandralan asked.
There's something I have to do first,
Wolf replied, squinting into the morning sunlight.
Barak and his cousin will come along with me. The rest of you, go on back to Grinnig's house and wait there.
We'll stop by the central market on our way, Aunt Paul told him. There are a few things that I need.
This is not a shopping expedition, Paul.
The Grolums already know that we are here, Father, so there is no point in creeping about like sneak thieves, now is there?
He sighed.
All right, Paul.
I knew you'd see it my way.
Mr. Wolf shook his head helplessly and rode off with Barak and Grennig. The rest of them rode down the hill from the palace toward the gleaming city below. The streets at the foot of the hill were broad and lined on either side by magnificent houses, each almost a palace in itself.
The rich and the noble, Silk said. In Tolhanath, the closer you live to the palace, the more important you are.
"'Tis oft-times thus, Prince Keldar,"
Mandaralan observed.
"Wealth and position sometimes need the reassurance of proximity to the seat of power. By ostentation and propinquity to the throne, small men are able to avoid facing their own inadequacy."
I couldn't have said it better myself. The central marketplace of Tolhanath was a vast square, filled with bright-colored booths and stalls where a significant portion of the goods of the world were on display. Aunt Paul dismounted, left her horse with one of the Kerrick guards, and moved busily from booth to booth, buying, it appeared, almost everything in sight. Silk's face blanched often at her purchases, since he was paying for them.
"Can't you talk to her?" the small man pleaded with Garion. "She's destroying me."
"What makes you think she'd listen to me?"
Garion asked.
"Well, you could at least try," Silk said desperately.
3 richly mantled men stood near the center of the market, arguing heatedly.
"You are mad, Haldor,"
one of them, a thin man with a snub nose, said agitatedly.
"The Huns would strip the Empire for their own profit."
His face was flushed, and his eyes bulged dangerously.
"Would Cador of the Vorduvians be any better?"
the stout man named Haldor demanded.
"You're the one who's mad, Radan. If we put Cador on the throne, he'll grind us all underfoot. There's such a thing as being too imperial."
"Well, how dare you?"
Radan almost screamed at him, his perspiring face growing darker.
"Grand Duke Cador is the only possible choice. I would vote for him, even if he had not paid me."
He flung his arms about wildly, and his tongue seemed to stumble over his words.
"Cador's a pig,"
Haldor said flatly, carefully watching Radan as if gauging the impact of his words.
"An arrogant, brutal pig with no more right to the throne than a mongrel dog. His great-grandfather bought his way into the House of Vordu, and I would sooner open a vein than bow to the offspring of a sneak thief from the docks of Tol Vordu."
Radan's eyes almost started from his head at Haldor's calculated insults. He opened his mouth several times as if trying to speak, but his tongue seemed frozen with fury. His face turned purple, and he clawed at the air in front of him. Then his body stiffened and began to arch backward. Haldor watched him with an almost clinical detachment. With a strangled cry, Radan toppled back onto the cobblestones, his arms and legs thrashing violently. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he began to foam at the mouth as his convulsions became more violent. He began to bang his head on the stones, and his twitching fingers clutched at his throat.
"Amazing potency,"
the third mantled man said to Haldor.
"Where did you find it?"
"A friend of mine recently made a voyage to Stithis Tor,"
Haldor said, watching Radan's convulsions with interest.
Beautiful part of it is that it is completely harmless unless one gets excited. Radan would not drink the wine until I tasted it first to prove that it was safe."
"You've got the same poison in your own stomach?"
the other man asked with astonishment.
"Oh, I am quite safe. My emotions never get the best of me."
Radan's convulsions had grown weaker. His heels beat at the stones with a rapid pattering sound. Then he stiffened, gave a long, gurgling sigh, and died.
I don't suppose you've got any of the drug left, do you? Haldor's friend asked thoughtfully. I would be willing to pay quite a bit for something like that.
Haldor laughed. Why don't we go to my house, and we will talk about it? Over a cup of wine, perhaps? The other man threw him a startled glance. Then he laughed too, although a bit nervously. The two of them turned and walked away, leaving the dead man sprawled on the stones. Geryon stared in horror at them, and then at the black-faced corpse lying so grotesquely twisted in the center of the marketplace. The Tolnedrons near the body seemed to ignore its existence.
"Why doesn't somebody do something?"
he demanded.
"They are afraid," Silk said. "If they show any concern, they might be mistaken for partisans. Politics here in Tolhanath are taken very seriously."
"Why shouldn't someone notify the authorities?"
Dernick suggested, his face pale and his voice shaking.
"Oh, I'm sure it's already been taken care of," Silk said. "Let's not stand around staring. I don't think we want to get involved in this sort of thing."
Aunt Paul came back to where they were standing. The two Carrick warriors from Grinnig's house who had been accompanying her were loaded down with bundles, and both of them looked a little bit sheepish about it.
"What are you doing?" she asked Silk. "We were just watching a bit of Tolnedron politics in action," Silk said, pointing at the dead man in the center of the square. "Poison?" she asked, noting Radan's contorted limbs. Silk nodded. A strange one. It doesn't seem to work unless the victim gets excited." "Athsat," she said with a grim nod. "You've heard of it before?" Silk seemed surprised. She nodded. "Yes, it's quite rare. Very expensive. I did not think the Niasans would be willing to sell any of it."
"I think we should move away from here,"
Hetar suggested.
"There's a squad of legionnaires coming, and they might want to question any witnesses."
"Oh, good idea," Silk said, and led them toward the far side of the marketplace. Near the row of houses that marked the edge of the square, 8 burly men carried a heavily veiled litter. As the litter approached, a slender, jeweled hand reached languidly out from behind the veil and touched one of the porters on the shoulder. The 8 men stopped immediately and set the litter down. "Silk," a woman's voice called from within the litter, "what are you doing back in Tolhanath?"
"Bethra?"
Silk said. "Is that you?" The veil was drawn back, revealing a lushly endowed woman lounging on a crimson satin cushion inside the litter. Her dark hair was elaborately curled with strings of pearls woven into her tresses. Her pink silken gown clung to her body, and golden rings and bracelets clasped her arms and fingers. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, and her long-lashed eyes were wicked. There was about her a kind of over-ripeness, an almost overpowering sense of self-indulgent corruption. For some reason, Geryon felt himself blushing furiously. "I thought you'd still be running," she said archly to Silk. "The men I sent after you were very professional." Silk bowed with an ironic little flourish. "Oh, they were quite good, Bethra," he agreed with a wry grin. "Not quite good enough, but very good, actually. I hope you didn't need them any more." "Yes, I always wondered why they didn't come back," she laughed. "I should have known, of course. I hope you didn't take it personally." "Oh, certainly not, Bethra. It's just part of the profession, after all." "I knew you'd understand. I had to get rid of you. You were disrupting my entire plan." Silk grinned wickedly. "I know. And after all you had to go through to set it up, and with the Tullish ambassador, no less." She made a disgusted face. "Whatever happened to him?" "He went swimming in the Nadrain." "I didn't know that Tulls swam all that well." "Oh, they don't. Particularly not with large rocks tied to their feet. After you'd destroyed the whole thing, I didn't really need him any more. And there were some things I
didn't want him mentioning in certain quarters?
You always were prudent, Bethra.
And what are you up to now?
She asked curiously. Silk shrugged. A little of this, a little of that.
The succession?
Oh, no. I know better than to get involved in that. Which side are you on?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Silk looked around, his eyes narrowing.
I could use some information, Bethra, if you are free to talk about it, of course. About what, Silk?
The city seems to be awash with Murgos. If you're not presently involved with them, I would appreciate anything you could tell me. She smiled at him archly.
And what would you be willing to pay?
Could we not just call it professional courtesy? She smiled wickedly at him, and then laughed.
Why not? I like you, Silk. And I think I'll like you even more if you owe me a favor.
I will be your slave, he promised.
Liar, she thought for a moment. The Murgos have never really shown all that much interest in trade. But a few years ago, they began arriving in 2s and 3s. And then late last summer, whole caravans started coming in from Rakgoska.
You think that they want to influence the secession?
Oh, that would be my guess. There's a great deal of red gold in Tolhanath suddenly. My coin chests are full of it.
Silk grinned. Yes, but it all spins.
Oh, it does indeed.
Have they picked any one candidate?
Not that I've been able to determine. They seem to be divided into 2 different factions, and there's quite a bit of antagonism between them.
That could be a ruse, of course.
Oh, but I don't think so. I think the antagonism has to do with the quarrel between Zadar and Tuchek. Each side wants to get control of the next emperor. They are spending money like water.
Do you know the one called Ashrak?
Ah, that one, she replied. The other Murgos are all afraid of him. At the moment, he seems to be working for Tuchek, but I think he's playing some game of his own. He owns the Grand Duke Kador outright, and Kador's closest to the throne right now. That puts Asherak in a very powerful position. And that's about all that I really know.
Thank you, Bethra, Silk said respectfully.
Are you planning to stay in Tolhanath for long?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, pity. I was hoping you might be able to come by for a visit. We could talk over old times. I don't have many close friends anymore, or dear enemies like you.
Silk laughed dryly. Yes, I wonder why. I don't imagine that I could swim much better than the Tulish ambassador did. You are a dangerous woman, Bethra.
Oh, in more ways than one, she admitted,
stretching languidly.
But your life's not really in any danger from me, Silk. Not any more.
It was not my life that I was worried about. Silk grinned at her.
Yes, that's another matter, of course, she admitted. Don't forget, you owe me a favor.
I hunger for the opportunity to repay the debt, he said impudently.
You are impossible, she laughed,
and then gestured to her porters. They lifted her litter to their shoulders.
Goodbye, Silk.
Goodbye, Bethra, he replied with a deep bow. Absolutely disgusting, Dernick said in a voice strangled with outrage as the porters marched away with the litter. Why is a woman like that even permitted to stay in the city?
Bethra?
Silk asked in surprise.
Why, she's the most brilliant and fascinating woman in Tolhanath. Men come from all over the world just for an hour or 2 with her.
For a price, of course,
Dernick said.
Oh, don't misunderstand her, Dernick, Silk told him. Her conversation's probably more valuable than...
He coughed slightly with a quick glance at Aunt Paul.
Really?
Dernick questioned, in a voice heavy with sarcasm.
Silk laughed. Nick, I love you like a brother. But you are a terrible prude. Do you know that? Leave him alone, Silk, Aunt Paul said firmly. I like him exactly the way he is. Oh, but I'm only trying to improve him, Lady Polgara, Silk explained innocently. Barak is right about you, Prince Kaldar. You are a very bad man. Yes, it's all in the line of duty. I sacrifice my more delicate feelings for the sake of my country. Of course. Surely you don't imagine that I enjoy that sort of thing. Why don't we just let it drop? She suggested. Grenag, Barak, and Mr. Wolf returned to Grenag's house not long after the others had arrived. Well, Aunt Paul asked Wolf, as the old man came into the room where they had been waiting.
He went south,
Wolf said. South? He didn't turn east toward Krolmurgost's?
No. He's probably trying to avoid a meeting with Tujek's people. He'll look for a quiet place to slip across the border. Either that, or he's headed for Nyissa. Perhaps he's made some arrangements with Salmistra. We will have to follow him to find out.
I met an old friend in the marketplace, Silk said from the chair in which he lounged. She tells me that Asherak's been involved in the politics of succession. It appears that he's managed to buy the Grand Duke of Vordu. If the Vorduvians get the throne, Asherak's going to have Tonedra in the palm of his hand. Mr. Wolf scratched thoughtfully at his beard.
We're going to have to do something about him, sooner or later. He is beginning to make me just a little tired.
We could stop over for a day or so, Aunt Paul suggested. Attend to it once and for all.
No. It's probably best not to do that sort of thing here in the city. The business is likely to be a bit noisy, and Tornedrans get excited about things that they cannot understand. I am sure he'll give us an opportunity later, in some less populated place.
Do we leave now, then?
Let's wait until morning. We'll probably be followed, but if the streets are empty, it'll make things a little more difficult for them.
This ends Disc 7. Please change to Disc 8.
We'll probably be followed, but if the streets are empty, it'll make things a little more difficult for them.
Talk to my cook, then, Grinnig said.
Least I can do is send you on your way with a good meal to help you face the road. Then, of course, there's still that barrel of ale to be dealt with.
Mr. Wolf smiled broadly at that, and then caught Aunt Paul's reproving frown.
It would only go flat, Paul, he explained. Once it's broached, you have to drink it up fairly quickly. It would be a shame to waste it, wouldn't it?
Chapter 18. They left Grenig's house before dawn the next morning, dressed once more in their travelling clothes. They slipped quietly out a back gate and proceeded through those narrow alleys and back streets that Silk always seemed able to find. The sky to the east was beginning to lighten when they reached the massive bronze gate on the south end of the island.
"How long until the gate opens?"
Mr. Wolf asked one of the legionnaires. Not much longer, the legionnaire told him, just as soon as we can see the far bank clearly. Wolf grunted. He had grown quite mellow the evening before, and he was obviously troubled by a headache this morning. He dismounted, went to one of the pack horses, and drank from a leather water-skin. That isn't going to help, you know, Aunt Paul told him a bit smugly. He chose not to answer. I think it's going to be a lovely day today, she said brightly, looking first at the sky and then at the men around her who slumped in their saddles in attitudes of miserable dejection.
"You're a cruel woman, Polgara,"
Barak said sadly.
"Did you talk to Grinnig about that ship?"
Mr. Wolf asked.
"I think so," Barak replied. "I seem to remember saying something about it."
"It is fairly important," said Wolf. "And what's this?" Aunt Paul asked.
"I thought it might not be a bad idea to have a ship waiting off of the mouth of the River of the Woods. If we have to go to Stethistore, it would probably be better to sail there, rather than wade through the swamps in northern Yissa."
"That's a very good idea, actually. I'm surprised it occurred to you, considering your condition last night."
"Do you suppose that we could talk about something else?" he asked somewhat plaintively.
It grew imperceptibly lighter, and the command to open the gate came from the watchtower on the wall above. The legionnaires slipped the iron bar and swung the ponderous gate open. With Mandorallan at his side, Silk led them out through the thick portal and across the bridge that spanned the dark waters of the Nedrain. By noon they were 8 leagues south of Tolhunath, and Mr. Wolfe had somewhat regained his composure, though his eyes still seemed a bit sensitive to the bright spring sunlight. He winced now and then when a bird sang a bit too near.
"Either's coming up behind,"
Hitar said.
"How many?"
Beric wanted to know.
2.
"Ordinary travellers, perhaps," Aunt Paul said.
The 2 figures on horseback appeared from around a bend behind them and stopped. They spoke together for a moment, and then came on, their bearing somewhat cautious. They were a peculiar pair. The man wore a green Tolnedran mantle, a garment not really suited for riding. His forehead was quite high, and his hair was carefully combed to conceal his encroaching baldness. He was very skinny, and his ears stuck out from the side of his head like flaps. His companion appeared to be a child, dressed in a hooded travelling cloak, and with a kerchief across her face to keep out the dust.
"Good day to you,"
the skinny man greeted them politely as the pair drew alongside.
"Hello,"
Silk returned.
"Warm for so early in the year, isn't it?"
the Tolnedran said.
"Yes, we noticed that." "I wonder, do you have a bit of water that you could spare?"
"Of course," Silk said. He looked at Geryon and gestured toward the pack animals. Geryon dropped back and unhooked a leather waterskin from one of the packs. The stranger removed the wooden stopper and carefully wiped the mouth of the skin. He offered the bag to his companion. She removed her kerchief and looked at the skin with an expression of perplexity.
"Like this, your, milady?"
the man explained, taking the skin back, raising it in both hands, and drinking.
"I see,"
the girl said. Geryon looked at her more closely. The voice was familiar for some reason, and there was something about her face. She was not a child, though she was very small, and there was a kind of self-indulged petulance about her tiny face. Geryon was almost certain he had seen her somewhere before. The Tolnedran handed the waterskin back to her, and she drank, making a small face at the resinous taste. Her hair was a purplish black, and there were faint dark smears on the collar of her travelling cloak that indicated the color was not natural.
"Thank you, Jeepers,"
she said after she had drunk.
"And I thank you, sir,"
she said to Silk. Geryon's eyes narrowed as a dreadful suspicion began to grow in his mind.
"Are you going far?"
the skinny man asked Silk. "Quite a ways. I am Redek of Boktor, a Dresnian merchant, and I am bound to the south with Sandarian woolens. This break in the weather destroyed the market in Tolhunath, so I thought I would try Tolrain. It is in the mountains, and it is probably still cold there."
"You're taking the wrong road, then,"
the stranger said. "The road to Tolrain lies off to the east." "I have had trouble on that road," Silk said glibly. "Robbers, you know. I thought it would be safer to go through Tolbarun."
"What a coincidence,"
the skinny man told him.
"My pupil and I are bound for Tolbarun ourselves."
"Yes," Silk admitted. "Quite a coincidence."
"Perhaps we could ride along together."
Silk looked doubtful.
"Oh, I don't see any reason why not,"
Aunt Paul decided before he could refuse.
"You're a most kind, gracious lady,"
the stranger said.
"I am Master Jeebers, Fellow of the Imperial Society, a tutor by profession. Perhaps you have heard of me?"
"I can't really say so," Silk told him, "although
That's not too remarkable, since we are strangers here in Tolnedra.
Jeebers looked a bit disappointed.
I suppose that is true. This is my pupil, Lady Sherelle. Her father's a Grand Master merchant, the Baron Reldan. I am accompanying her to Tolbarun, where she's to visit relatives.
Geryon knew that it was not true. The tutor's name had confirmed his suspicions. They rode several miles farther, with Jeebers babbling animatedly at Silk. He spoke endlessly about his learning and continually prefaced his remarks with references to important people who seemed to rely on his judgment. Although he was tiresome, he appeared to be quite harmless. His pupil rode beside Aunt Paul, saying very little.
I think it's time we stopped for a bite to eat, Aunt Paul announced. Would you and your pupil care to join us, Master Jeebers? We have plenty. I am quite overcome by your generosity, the tutor said. We would be delighted.
They stopped the horses near a small bridge that crossed a brook and led them into the shade of a thick clump of willows not far from the road. Durnick built a fire, and Aunt Paul began to unload her pots and kettles. Master Jeeber's pupil sat in her saddle until the tutor quickly stepped over to help her down. She looked at the slightly marshy ground near the brook unenthusiastically. Then she glanced imperiously at Geryon.
You, boy,
she called.
Fetch me a cup of fresh water.
The brook's right there, he told her, pointing. She stared at him in amazement.
But the ground is all muddy,
she objected. It does seem that way, doesn't it? He admitted, and then quite deliberately turned his back on her and went over to help his aunt.
Aunt Paul,
he said after several moments of debating with himself.
Yes, dear. I don't think the Lady Sherelle's who she says she is. Oh? I'm not completely positive, but I think she's the Princess Chenedra, the one who came into the garden when we were at the palace. Yes, dear, I know. You know? Well, of course. Would you hand me the salt, please? Well, isn't it dangerous to have her with us? Oh, not really. I think we can manage it. Won't she be a lot of bother? An imperial princess is supposed to be a lot of bother, dear.
After they had eaten a savory stew which seemed to Geryon quite good, but which their little guest appeared to find distasteful, Jeebers began to approach a subject which had obviously been on his mind since they had first met. Despite the best efforts of the legions, the roads are never entirely safe, the fussy man said. It is imprudent to travel alone, and the Lady Sherelle's been entrusted to my care. Since I am responsible for her safety, I was wondering if we might travel along with you. We would not be any bother, and I'd be more than happy to pay for whatever food that we eat. Sulk glanced quickly at Aunt Paul. Of course, she said. Sulk looked surprised. There's no reason we cannot travel together. We are all going to the same place, after all. Sulk shrugged. Anything you say. Geryon knew the idea was a mistake so serious that it bordered on disaster. Jeebers would not be a good traveling companion, and his pupil showed every sign of quickly becoming intolerable. She was obviously accustomed to extensive personal service, and her demands were probably made without thought. They were still demands, however, and Geryon knew immediately who was most likely to be expected to attend to them. He got up and walked around to the far side of the clump of willows. The fields beyond the trees were pale green in the spring sunshine, and small white clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Geryon leaned against a tree and gazed out at the fields without actually seeing them. He would not become a servant, no matter who their little guest might be. He wished there were some way he could get that firmly established right at the outset, before things got out of hand. "Have you lost your senses?" he heard Mr. Wolf say to Paul somewhere behind him in the trees.
Ranbaroon's probably got every legion in Tolnedra looking for her by now.
This is my province, old wolf, Aunt Paul told him. Don't interfere. I can manage things so that we won't be bothered by the legions.
We don't have the time to coddle her, the old man said. I'm sorry, Paul, but the child's going to be an absolute little monster. You saw the way she acted toward her father.
It is no great chore to break bad habits, she said, unconcerned.
Wouldn't it be simpler just to arrange to have her taken back to Tolhanath?
She has already run away once, Aunt Paul answered. If we send her back, she will just run away again. I'll feel much more comfortable having her imperial little highness, where I can put my hands on her when I need her. When the proper time comes, I don't want to have to take the world apart looking for her.
Wolf sighed. Oh, have it your way, Paul.
Naturally.
Just keep that brat away from me. She sets my teeth on edge. Do any of the others know who she is?
Geryon does.
Geryon? That's surprising.
Not really. He is brighter than he looks.
A new emotion began to grow in Geryon's already confused mind. Aunt Paul's obvious interest in Senedra sent a sharp pang through him. With a certain amount of shame, he realized that he was jealous of the attention the girl was receiving. In the days that followed, Geryon's fears quickly proved to be well-founded. An inadvertent remark about Faldor's farm had revealed quite early to the princess his former status as a scullery boy, and she used the knowledge heartlessly to browbeat him into 100 stupid little errands every day. To make it all worse, each time he tried to resist, Aunt Paul would firmly remind him to pay more attention to his manners. Inevitably, he became quite surly about the whole business. The princess developed a story about the reason for her departure from Tolhanath as they rode south. The story changed daily, growing more wildly implausible with every passing league. At first, she seemed content to be on a simple excursion to visit relatives. Then she dropped dark hints about flight from a marriage to an ugly old merchant. Next, there were even darker hints about a plot to capture her and hold her for ransom. Finally, in a crowning effort, she confided to them that the proposed kidnapping was politically motivated, a part of some vast scheme to gain power in Tolnedra.
"She's an awful liar, isn't she?"
Geryon asked Aunt Paul when they were alone one evening.
"Yes, dear. Lying is an art. A good lie should not be embellished so much," Aunt Paul agreed. "She'll need a lot more practice if she plans to make a career out of it."
Finally, about 10 days after they had left Tolhanath, the city of Talbaroon came into sight in the afternoon sun. "It looks like this is where we part company," Silk said to Jeebers, with a certain amount of relief.
"And you're going into the city?"
Jeebers asked. "I don't think so," Silk answered. "We don't really have any business to take care of there, and the usual explanations and searches just waste time, not to mention the expense of the bribes. We will go around Tolbaroon and pick up the road to Tolrain on the other side."
"We can ride a bit farther with you then," Senedra said quickly. "My relatives live on an estate to the south of the city."
Jeebers stared at her in amazement. Aunt Paul drew in her horse and looked at the small girl with a raised eyebrow.
"This seems like as good a place as any for us to have a little talk," she said.
Silk looked quickly at her and then nodded.
"I believe, little lady,"
Aunt Paul told the girl, when they had all dismounted,
"that the time has come for you to tell us the truth." "But I have,"
Senedra protested.
"Oh, come now, child," Aunt Paul said. "Those stories of yours have been very entertaining, but you don't actually think anyone believed them, do you? Some of us already know who you are, but I really think we should get it out in the open." You know?" Senedra faltered. "But of course, dear. Would you like to tell them, or shall I?"
Senedra's little shoulders drooped.
"Tell them who I am, Master Jeebers," she ordered quietly. Do you really think that's wise, your ladyship?
Jeebers asked nervously.
They already know anyway. If they were going to do anything to us, they would have done it a long time ago. We can trust them.
Jeebers drew in a deep breath and then spoke rather formally.
I have the honor to introduce Her Imperial Highness and the Princess Enedra, daughter to His Imperial Majesty Ranbaroon the 23rd, and the jewel of the House of Baroon.
Silk whistled, and his eyes widened momentarily. The others showed similar signs of amazement.
The political situation in Talhanith had become far too volatile for too menacing, that is, for Her Highness to remain safely in the capital. The Emperor commissioned me to convey his daughter secretly to Tol Baroon, here, where the members of the Baroon family can protect her from the plots and machinations of the Vordus, the Hannas, and the Horbites. I am proud to say that I have managed to execute my commission rather brilliantly, with your help, of course. I'll mention your assistance in my report. A footnote, perhaps, or maybe even an appendix.
Barak pulled at his beard, his eyes thoughtful.
An imperial princess travels across half of Tolnedra with only a schoolmaster for protection? He questioned. At a time when they are knifing and poisoning each other in the streets?
It does seem a trifle risky, doesn't it?
Hetar agreed.
Did thine emperor charge thee with this task in person?
Mandorellan asked Jeebers.
It was not necessary, Jeebers said stiffly. His Majesty has a great deal of respect for my judgment and discretion. He knew that I'd be able to devise a safe disguise and a secure mode of travel. The princess assured me of his absolute confidence in me. It all had to be done in utmost secrecy, of course. That is why she came to my chambers in the middle of the night to advise me of his instructions, and why we left the palace without telling anyone what we were.
His voice trailed off, and he stared at Senedra in horror.
You might as well tell him the truth, dear, Aunt Paul advised the little princess. I think he's guessed it already.
Senedra's chin lifted arrogantly.
The orders came from me, Jeebers. My father had nothing to do with it.
Jeebers went deathly pale, and he nearly collapsed.
What idiocy made you decide to run away from your father's palace?
Barak demanded of the tiny girl.
All of Tolnedra's probably looking for you, and we're caught right in the middle of it.
Gently, Wolf said to the hulking Cherak. She may be a princess, but she's still a little girl. Don't frighten her.
The question is to the point, though, Hetar observed. If we were caught with an imperial princess in our company, we would all see the inside of a Tolnedran dungeon.
He turned then to Senedra.
Do you have an answer? Or were you just playing games?
She drew herself up haughtily.
I am not accustomed to explaining my actions to servants.
We're going to have to clear up a few misconceptions before long, I see, said Wolf.
Just answer the question, dear, Aunt Paul told the girl. Never mind who asked it. My father had imprisoned me in the palace.
Senedra said it in a rather offhand way, as if that explained everything.
It was intolerable, so I left. There's another matter, too, but that's a matter of politics that you wouldn't understand.
You'd probably be surprised at what we would understand, Senedra,
Mr. Wolf told her.
I'm accustomed to being addressed as my lady, or as your highness.
And I am accustomed to being told the truth.
I thought you were in charge,
Senedra said to Silk. Appearances are deceiving, Silk observed blandly. I would answer the question.
It's an old treaty. I didn't sign it, so I don't see why I should be bound by it. I am supposed to present myself in the throne room at Riva on my 16th birthday.
We know that, Barak said impatiently. What's the problem?
I'm not going, that's all, Senedra announced. I won't go to Riva, and no one can make me go. The queen in the Wood of the Dryads is my kinswoman, and she will give me sanctuary.
Jeebers had partially recovered.
"What have you done?" he demanded, aghast. "I undertook this with the clear understanding that I would be rewarded, even promoted. You have put my head on the block, you little idiot." "Jeebers!" she cried, shocked at his words. "Let's get off the road a ways," Silk suggested. "We've obviously got quite a bit to discuss, and we are likely to be interrupted here on the main highway."
"Probably a good idea,"
Wolf agreed.
"Let's find some quiet place and set up for the night. We will decide what we are going to do, and then we can start out fresh in the morning."
They remounted and rode across the rolling fields toward a line of trees that marked the course of a winding country lane about a mile away.
"How about there?"
Dernick suggested, pointing at a broad oak which stood beside the lane, its branches beginning to leaf out in the late afternoon sunlight.
That should do,"
Wolf said. It was pleasant in the dappled shade beneath the spreading limbs of the oak. The lane was lined with low stone walls, mossy and cool. A stile stepped over one of the walls just there, and a path meandered across the field from it toward a nearby pond, sparkling in the sun.
"We put fire down behind one of the walls," Dernick said. "It won't be seen from the main road that way."
"I'll get some wood," Geryon volunteered, looking at the dead limbs littering the grass beneath the tree. They had, by now, established a sort of routine in the setting up of a night's encampment. The tents were erected, the horses watered and picketed, and the fire was started all within the space of an hour. Then Dernick, who had noticed a few telltale circles on the surface of the pond, heated an iron pin in the fire and carefully hammered it into a hook. "What's that for?" Geryon asked him.
"I thought some fish might be good for supper,"
the smith said, wiping the hook on the skirt of his leather tunic. He laid it aside then and lifted a second pin out of the fire with a pair of tongs.
"Would you like to try your luck, too?"
Geryon grinned at him. Barak had stood nearby, combing the snarls out of his beard. He looked up rather wistfully.
"I don't suppose you'd have time to make another hook, would you?"
Dernick chuckled.
"It only takes a couple minutes."
"We'll need bait,"
Barak said, getting up quickly.
"Where's your spade?"
Not long afterward, the three of them crossed the field to the pond, cut some saplings for poles, and settled down to serious fishing. The fish, it appeared, were ravenous, and attacked the worm-baited hooks in schools. Within the space of an hour, nearly 24 respectable-sized trout lay in a gleaming row on the grassy bank of the pond. Aunt Paul inspected their catch gravely when they returned as the sky turned rosy overhead with the setting of the sun. "Very nice. But you forgot to clean them."
"Oh,"
Barak said. He looked slightly pained.
"We thought that... Well, what I mean is, as long as we caught them..."
He left it hanging. "Go on," she said with a level gaze.
Barak sighed.
"I guess we had better clean them,"
he regretfully told Dernick and Geryon.
"You're probably right, then,"
Dernick agreed. The sky had turned purple with evening, and the stars had begun to come out when they sat down to eat. Aunt Paul had fried the trout to a crisp golden brown, and even the sulky little princess found nothing to complain about as she ate. After they had finished, they set aside their plates and took up the problem of Tenedra and her flight from Tol Hanath. Jeebers had sunk into such abject melancholy that he could offer little to the discussion. Tenedra adamantly announced that even if they were to turn her over to the Baroons in the city, she would run away again. In the end, they reached no conclusion. "We're in trouble, no matter what we do," Silk summed it up ruefully. "Even if we try to deliver her to her family, there are bound to be some embarrassing questions. And I am sure that she can be counted on to invent a colorful story that will put us in the worst possible light." "We can talk about it some more in the morning," Aunt Paul said, her placid tone indicating that she had already made up her mind about something, but she did not elaborate. Shortly before midnight, Jeebers made his escape. They were all awakened by the thudding of his horse's hooves as the panic-stricken tutor fled at a gallop toward the walls of Tol Baroon.
Silk stood in the flickering light of the dying fire, his face angry. "Why didn't you stop him?" he asked Tethok, who had been standing watch.
"I was told not to," the leather-clad Elgar said with a glance at Aunt Paul.
"It solves the only real problem we had," Aunt Paul explained. "The schoolmaster would only have been excess baggage." "You knew that he was going to run away?" Silk asked. "Naturally. I helped him to arrive at the decision. He will go straight to the Boruns and try to save his own skin by informing them that the princess ran away from the palace on her own, and that we have her now." "You have to stop him, then," Tenedra said in a ringing voice. Go after him, bring him back." "After all the trouble I went to persuading him to leave? Oh, don't be so foolish," Aunt Paul answered. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Tenedra demanded. "You seem to forget who I am."
"Young lady," Silk said urbanely,
"I think that you would be amazed at how little Polgara is concerned about who you are." "Polgara?" Tenedra faltered. "The Polgara? I thought you said that she was your sister." "I lied," Silk confessed. "It's a vice that I have." "You're not an ordinary merchant?" the girl accused him. "He is Prince Keldar of Drasnea," Aunt Paul said. "The others have a similar eminence. I am sure you can see how little your title impresses us. We have our own titles, so we know how empty they are." If you were Polgara, well, then he must be—" The princess turned to stare at Mr. Wolf, who had seated himself on the lowest step of the stile to pull on his shoes. "Yes," Aunt Paul said. "He doesn't really look the part, now does he?" "What are you doing in Tolnedra?" Tinedra asked in a stunned voice. "Are you going to use magic of some kind to control the outcome of the secession?"
"Why should we?"
Mr. Wolf said, getting to his feet.
Tornedrans always seem to think that their politics shake the whole world, but the rest of the world's really not all that concerned about who gains the throne in Tol Honeth. We are here on a matter of much greater urgency."
He looked off into the darkness in the direction of Tol Barun.
"It will take Jeebus a certain amount of time to convince the people in the city that he's not a lunatic. But it would probably be a good idea if we left the area. I imagine we had better stay away from the main highway."
"That's no problem," Silk assured him. "And what about me?" Sinudra asked. "You wanted to go to the Wood of the Dryads," Aunt Paul told her. "We were going in that direction anyway, so you will stay with us. We will see what Queen Xantha says when we get you there." "Am I to consider myself a prisoner, then?" the princess asked stiffly. "You can. It makes you feel better, dear," Aunt Paul said. She looked at the tiny girl critically in the flickering firelight. "I'm going to have to do something about your hair, though. What did you use for dye? It looks awful." Chapter 19. They moved rapidly south for the next few days, traveling frequently at night to avoid the mounted patrols of legionnaires who were beating the countryside in their efforts to locate Tenedra.
"Maybe we should have hung on to Jeebus,"
Barak muttered sourly after one near brush with the soldiers.
"He's roused every garrison from here to the border. It might have been better to have dropped him off in some isolated place or something."
"That or something has a certain ring of finality to it, old friend," Silk said with a sharp little grin.
Barak shrugged. "It's a solution to a problem."
Silk laughed. "You really should try not to let your knife do all of your thinking for you. That's the one quality we find least attractive in our Charrick cousins."
"And we find this compulsion to make clever remarks, which seems to overwhelm our Drasnian brothers now and then, almost equally unattractive,"
Barak told him coolly. "Oh, nicely put," Silk said with mock admiration. They rode on, watchful, always ready to hide or to run. During those days they relied heavily on Hettar's curious ability. Since the patrols searching for them were inevitably mounted, the tall, hawk-faced Algar swept their surroundings with his mind, searching for horses. The warnings he could thus provide usually gave them sufficient notice of the approach of the patrols.
"What is it like?"
Garion asked him one cloudy mid-morning, as they rode along a seldom-used and weed-grown track to which Silk had led them.
"I mean, being able to hear a horse's thoughts."
"I don't think I can describe it exactly," Hettar answered. "I have always been able to do it, so I cannot imagine what it is like not doing it. There is a kind of reaching out in a horse's mind, a sort of inclusiveness. A horse seems to think we instead of I. I suppose it is because in their natural condition they are members of a herd. After they get to know you, they think of you as a herd mate. Sometimes they even forget that you are not a horse."
He broke off suddenly.
"Belgarath," he announced sharply. "There's another patrol coming, just beyond that hill over there. 20 or 30 of them."
Mr. Wolf looked about quickly.
"Have we got time to reach those trees?"
He pointed at a thick stand of scrub maple about a half-mile ahead.
"If we hurry."
"Then run,"
Wolf ordered, and they all kicked their horses into a sudden burst of speed. They reached the trees just as the first few raindrops of the spring shower that had been threatening all morning pattered onto the broad leaves. They dismounted and pushed in among the springy saplings, worming their way back out of sight, leading their horses. The Tolnedrun patrol came over the hilltop and swept down into the shallow valley. The captain in charge of the legionnaires pulled in his horse not far from the stand of maples and dispersed his men with a series of sharp commands. They moved out in small groups, scouting the weedy road in both directions and surveying the surrounding countryside from the top of the next rise. The officer and a civilian in a grey riding cloak remained behind, sitting their horses beside the track. The captain squinted distastefully up into the sprinkling rain.
"It is going to be a wet day,"
he said, dismounting, and pulling his crimson cloak tighter around him. His companion also swung down and turned so that the party hiding among the maples was able to see his face. Garion felt Hettar tense suddenly. The man in the cloak was a Murgo.
"Over here, Captain,"
the Murgo said, leading his horse into the shelter provided by the outspreading limbs of the saplings at the edge of the stand. The Tolnedran nodded and followed the man in the riding cloak.
"Have you had a chance to think over my offer?"
"I thought it was only speculation," the captain replied. "We don't even know that these foreigners are in this quadrant."
"My information is that they are going south, Captain. I think you can be quite certain that they are somewhere in your quadrant."
"There's no guarantee that we will find them, though. And even if we do, it would be very difficult to do what you propose."
"Captain,"
the Murgo explained patiently,
"it is for the safety of the princess, after all. If she is returned to Tolhanath, the Varduvians are going to kill her. You have read those documents I brought you."
"She will be safe with the Baroons. The Varduvians aren't going to come into southern Tolnedra after her."
"The Baroons are only going to turn her over to her father. You are a Baroon yourself. Would you defy an emperor of your own house?"
The captain's face was troubled.
"Her only hope of safety is with the Horbites."
"What guarantees do I have that she will be safe with them?"
"Or the best guarantee of all, politics. The Horbites are doing everything in their power to block the Grand Duke Kedor on his march to the throne. Since he wants the princess dead, the Horbites naturally want to keep her alive. It is the only way, really, to ensure her safety, and you become a wealthy man in the process."
He jingled a heavy purse suggestively. The captain still looked doubtful.
"Suppose we double the amount,"
the Murgo said in a voice that almost purred. The captain swallowed hard.
It is for her safety, isn't it?
Of course it is.
It's not as if I were betraying the House of Borun.
You are a patriot, Captain,
the Murgo assured the officer, with a cold smile. And Paul was holding Senedra's arm quite firmly as they crouched together among the trees. The tiny girl's face was outraged, and her eyes were blazing. Later, after the legionnaires and their Murgo friend had departed, the princess exploded.
"How dare they?"
she raged.
"And for money."
That's Telnedran politics for you, Silk said, as they led their horses out of the stand of saplings into the drizzly morning.
But he is a Borun," she protested. "A member of my own family."
Telnedran's first loyalty is to his purse, Silk told her. I am surprised that you haven't discovered that by now, Your Highness. A few days later, they topped a hill and saw the wood of the Dryads spreading like a green smudge on the horizon. The showers had blown off, and the sun was very bright.
"We will be safe once we reach the wood," the princess told them. "The legions will not follow us there."
"What's to stop them?" Garion asked her.
"The treaty with the Dryads. Do you not know anything?"
Garion resented that remark.
"There's no one about," Hetar reported to Mr. Wolf. "We can go slow, or wait for dark."
"Let's make a run for it. I'm getting tired of dodging patrols."
They started down the hill at a gallop toward the forest lying ahead of them. There seemed to be none of the usual brushy margin which usually marked the transition from fields to woodlands. The trees simply began. When Wolf led them beneath those trees, the change was as abrupt as if they had suddenly gone inside a house. The wood itself was a forest of incredible antiquity. The great oaks spread so broadly that the sky was almost never visible. The forest floor was mossy and cool, and there was very little undergrowth. It seemed to Garion that they were all quite tiny under the vast trees, and there was a strange, hushed quality about the woods. The air was very still, and there was a hum of insects, and from far overhead, a chorus of birdsong.
"Strange," Dernick said, looking around. "I don't see any sign of woodcutters."
"Woodcutters?"
Senedra gasped.
"In here? They would not dare come into this wood."
"The wood is inviolate, Dernick," Mr. Wolf explained. "The Borun family has a treaty with the Dryads. No one has touched a tree here for over 3,000 years.
This is a curious place,"
Mandaralan said, looking around a bit uncomfortably.
"Methinks I feel a presence here. A presence not altogether friendly."
"The wood is alive," Senedra told him. "It doesn't really like strangers, but don't worry, Mandoralan. You're safe as long as you are with me."
She sounded quite smug about it.
"Are you sure the patrols won't follow us?" Dernick asked. "Jeebers knew we were coming here after all, and I'm sure he told the Baroons."
"The Baroons won't violate their treaty with the Dryads. Not for any reason," Wolf assured him.
"I have never known of a treaty that a Telnedran would not step around if it was to his advantage," Silk spoke skeptically.
"This one is a bit different. The Dryads gave one of their princesses to a young noble of the House of Borun. She became the mother of the Emperor of the First Borun dynasty. The fortunes of the Baroons are very intimately tied up in the treaty. They are not going to gamble with that, not for any reason."
"What exactly is a Dryad?"
Garion asked. The strange sense of a presence, an awareness in the wood, made him want to talk to cover the oppressive, watchful silence.
"A small group, quite gentle. I have always rather liked them. They aren't human, of course," said Mr. Wolf, "but that's not all that important."
"I'm a Dryad,"
Tenedra said rather proudly. Garion stared at her.
Technically, she's right. The Dryad line seems to breed true on the female side of the House of Borun. That's one of the things that keeps the family honest about the treaty. All those wives and mothers who'd pack up and leave, if it were ever broken.
She looks human,
Garion objected, still staring at the princess.
The Dryads are so closely related to humans that the differences are hardly significant,
said Wolf.
That probably explains why they didn't go mad like the other monsters did when Torak cracked the world.
Monsters?
Tenedra protested loudly.
Your pardon, Princess. It is an Ulgo term, used to describe the non-humans, who supported Gorum at Prolgu when he met with the god Ul.
Do I look like a monster to you?
She demanded, tossing her head angrily.
A poor choice of words, perhaps. Forgive me.
Monsters, indeed.
Wolf shrugged.
There's a stream not far ahead, if I remember right. We will stop there and wait until word of our arrival reaches Queen Xantha. It is not a good idea to go into the territory of the Dryads without the Queen's permission. They can get quite nasty if they are provoked.
I thought you said they were gentle,
Dernick said.
Within reason. But it's not a good idea to irritate people who communicate with trees when you are in the middle of the forest. Unpleasant things have a way of happening. He frowned. That reminds me. You had better stow your axe away out of sight. Dryads have strong feelings about axes and fires. They are most unreasonable about fire. We'll have to keep our fires small and only for cooking.
They rode in, under a colossal oak beside a sparkling stream purling over mossy rocks, dismounted and set up their dun-colored tents. After they had eaten, Garion wandered around feeling bored. Mr. Wolf was napping, and Selk had lured the others into a dice game. Aunt Paul had seated the princess on a log, and was stripping the purple dye from her hair. "If you don't have anything else to do, Garion, why don't you go bathe?" "Bathe? Where?" "I'm sure you'll find a pool somewhere along the stream," she said, carefully lathering Tenedra's hair. "You want me to bathe in that water? Aren't you afraid I'll catch cold?" "You're a healthy boy, dear, but a very dirty one. Now go wash." Garion gave her a dark look, and went to one of the packs for clean clothing, soap, and a towel. Then he stamped off upstream, grumbling at every step. Once he was alone under the trees, he felt even more strongly that a peculiar sense of being watched was about. It was not anything definable. There seemed to be nothing specific about it, but rather it felt as if the oaks themselves were aware of him, and were passing information about his movements among themselves with a kind of vegetative communication he could not begin to understand. There seemed to be no menace in it, merely a kind of watchfulness. Some distance from the tents he found a fairly large pool where the stream dropped in a waterfall from the rocks above. The water in the pool was very clear, and he could see the bright pebbles on the bottom and several large trout that eyed him warily. He tested the water with his hand and shuddered. He considered subterfuge, a quick splashing of water on his body, and a bit of soap on the more obvious smudges. But on reflection, he gave up the notion. Aunt Paul would settle for nothing less than a complete bath. He sighed bitterly, and began to take off his clothing. The first shock was awful, but after a few minutes he found that he could bear it. In a short time it even became exhilarating. The waterfall provided a convenient means for rinsing off the soap, and before long he found that he was actually enjoying himself. "You're making an awful lot of noise," Tenedra said, standing on the bank and appraising him quite calmly. Garion immediately dove to the bottom of the pool. Unless one is a fish, however, one can hardly remain under water indefinitely. After about a minute, he struggled to the surface and popped his head out of the water, gasping and sputtering.
"Whatever are you doing?" Zenidra asked. She was wearing a short white tunic, sleeveless and belted at the waist, and open sandals with laces that crisscrossed her slender ankles and calves and tied just below her knees. She carried a towel in one hand. Go away," Garion spluttered. "Oh, don't be so silly," she said, sitting down on a large stone and beginning to unlace her sandals. Her coppery hair was still damp and tumbled in a heavy mass about her shoulders. "What are you doing?" "I want to bathe. Are you going to be much longer?" "Go someplace else," Garion cried, starting to shiver but remaining determinedly crouched over in the water with only his head sticking out. "This place looks just fine. How's the water?" "Cold," he chattered. "But I'm not coming out until you go away." "Oh, don't be such a ninny," she told him. He shook his head stubbornly, his face flaming. She sighed with exasperation. "Oh, very well. I won't look. But I think you're being very silly. At the baths in Tolhanath, no one thinks anything at all about such things." This isn't Tolhanath," he told her pointedly. "I'll turn my back if that will make you feel better." She said it, getting up and standing with her back toward the pool. Not entirely trusting her, Garion crept from the pool and, still dripping, jerked on his drawers and hose. "All right," he called. "You can have the pool now." He mopped at his streaming face and hair with his towel. "I'm going back to the tents." "The Lady Polgara says that you are to stay with me," she said, calmly untying the cord about her waist. "Aunt Paul said what?" he demanded, terribly shocked. "You are supposed to stay with me to protect me." She took hold of the hem of her tunic, obviously preparing to take it off. Garion spun about and stared determinedly at the trees. His ears flamed and his hands trembled uncontrollably. She laughed a small silvery laugh, and he could hear splashing as she entered the pool. She squealed from the shock of the cold water, and then there was more splashing. "Bring me the soap," she commanded. Without thinking, he bent to pick up the soap and caught one brief glimpse of her standing waist-deep in the water before he shut his eyes tightly. He backed toward the pool, his eyes closed and the hand holding the soap thrust out awkwardly behind him. She laughed again and took the soap from his hand. After what seemed an eternity, the princess completed her bath, emerged from the pool, dried herself, and put her clothes back on. Garion kept his eyes firmly shut the entire time. "You Sindars have such curious notions," she said, as they sat together in the sun-warmed glade beside the pool. She was combing her deep red hair, her head inclined to one side and the comb pulling down through the thick, damp tangles. "The baths in Tolhanath are open to all, and athletic contests are always conducted without clothing. Just last summer I myself ran against a dozen other girls in the Imperial Stadium. Their spectators were most appreciative." "I can imagine," Garion said dryly. "What's that?" she asked, pointing at the amulet resting against his bare chest. "My grandfather gave it to me last Aristide," Garion answered. "Let me see." She held out her hand. He leaned forward. "Take it off so I can see it," she ordered. "I'm not supposed to take it off. Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul say I'm never supposed to take it off for any reason. I think there's a spell of some kind on it." "What a strange idea," she remarked, as she bent to examine the amulet. "They aren't really sorcerers, are they?" "Mr. Wolf is 7,000 years old. He knew the god Aldur. I've seen him make a tree grow from a small twig in a matter of minutes and set rocks on fire. Aunt Paul cured a blind woman with a single word, and she can turn herself into an owl." "I do not believe in such things. I'm sure there's another explanation."
Garion shrugged and pulled on his linen shirt and brown tunic. He shook his head and raked his fingers through his still damp hair.
"You're making an awful mess of it," she observed critically. "Here." She stood up and stepped behind him. "Let me do it." She put the comb to his hair and began pulling it through carefully. "You have nice hair for a man." "It's just hair," he said indifferently. She combed in silence for a moment or two, then took his chin in her hand,
turned his head and looked at him critically. She touched his hair at the sides a time or two until it was arranged to her satisfaction.
"That's better."
"Thank you." He was a bit confused by the change in her. She sat down again on the grass, clasped her arms around one knee, and gazed at the sparkling pool.
"Geryon?"
she said finally.
"Yes?" "What is it like to grow up as an ordinary person?"
He shrugged. "I've never been anything but ordinary, so I wouldn't know what to compare it to."
"You know what I mean. Tell me about where you grew up and what you did and all."
So he told her about Faldor's farm, about the kitchen and Durnick's smithy, and Dorun and Runrig and Zubret.
"You are in love with Zubret, aren't you?"
she asked it almost accusingly. "I thought I was. But so much has happened since we left the farm that sometimes I can't even remember what she looks like. I think I could do without being in love anyway. From what I've seen of it, it's pretty painful most of the time."
"You are impossible,"
she said, and then she smiled at him, her little face framed in the blazing mass of her sun-touched hair. "Probably. All right, now, you tell me what it's like to grow up as a very special person."
"Oh, but I'm not that special."
"You're an imperial princess," he reminded her. "I'd call that pretty special."
"Oh, that,"
she said, then giggled.
"You know, sometimes since I joined you people, I almost forget that I'm an imperial princess."
"Almost," he said with a smile, "but not quite."
"No," she agreed, "not quite."
She looked out across the pool again.
"Most of the time being a princess is very boring. It is all ceremonies and formalities. You have to stand around most of the time listening to speeches or receiving state visitors. There are guards around all the time, but sometimes I sneak away so I can be myself. It makes them furious."
She giggled again, and then her gaze turned pensive.
"Let me tell your fortune,"
she said, taking his hand.
"Can you tell fortunes?" "It's only make-believe," she admitted. "My maids and I play at it sometimes. We all promise each other high-born husbands and many children."
She turned his hand over and looked at it. The silvery mark on his palm was very plain now, and the skin was clean.
"Whatever is that?"
"I don't know."
"It's not a disease, is it?"
"No, it's always been there.
I think it's got something to do with my family. Aunt Paul doesn't like to have people see it for some reason, so she tries to keep it hidden." "How could you hide something like that?"
"She finds things for me to do that keep my hands dirty most of the time."
"How strange,"
she said.
"I have a birthmark, too, right over my heart. Would you like to see it?"
She took hold of the neck of her tunic. "I'll take your word for it," Geryon told her, blushing furiously. She laughed, a silvery, tinkling little laugh.
"You are a very strange boy, Geryon. You are not at all like the other boys I've met."
"They were Tolnedrins, probably," Geryon pointed out. "I'm a Sindar. Or, at least that's the way I was raised. So there are bound to be differences."
"You sound as if you are not sure what you are."
"Well, Silk says I'm not a Sindar. He says he's not sure exactly what I am, and that's very odd. Silk can recognize anybody for what he is immediately. Your father thought I was Raven."
"Since the Lady Polgara is your aunt and Belgarath's your grandfather, you are probably a sorcerer,"
Tenedra observed. Geryon laughed. "Me? Oh, that's silly. Besides, the sorcerers aren't a race, not like the Kerriks or Tolnedrins or Ravens. It's more like a profession, I think, sort of like being a lawyer or a merchant, only there aren't any new ones. The sorcerers are all thousands of years old. Mr. Wolf says that maybe people have changed in some way, so they can't become sorcerers anymore." Tenedra had leaned back and was resting on her elbows, looking up at him.
"Geryon?"
"Yes?"
"Would you like to kiss me?"
Geryon's heart started to pound. Then Durnick's voice called to them from not far away, and for one flaming instant, Geryon hated his old friend. Chapter 20.
"Mistress Paul says it's time for you two to come back to the tents,"
Dernick told them when he reached the glade. There was a faint hint of amusement on his plain, dependable face, and he looked knowingly at the two of them. Garion blushed and then grew angry with himself for blushing. Tenedra, however, showed no concern at all.
"Has the Dryads come yet?"
she asked, getting to her feet and brushing the grass from the back of her tunic. "Not yet," Dernick answered. "Wolf says that they should find us soon. Seems to be some kind of a storm building up the south, and Mistress Paul thought the two of you ought to come back." Garion glanced at the sky and saw a layer of inky clouds moving up from the south, staining the bright blue sky as they rolled ponderously northward. He frowned.
"I've never seen clouds like that, have you, Dernick?"
Dernick looked up. Strange," he agreed. Garion rolled up the two wet towels, and they started back down the stream. The clouds blotted out the sun, and the woods became suddenly very dark. The sense of watchfulness was still there, that wary awareness they had all felt since they had entered the wood. But now there was something else as well. The great trees stirred uneasily, and a million tiny messages seemed to pass among the rustling leaves.
"They are afraid,"
Senedra whispered.
"Something is frightening them."
"What?" Dernick asked.
"The trees, they're afraid of something. Can't you feel it?"
He stared at her in perplexity. Far above them the birds suddenly fell silent, and a chill breeze began to blow, carrying with it a foul reek of stagnant water and rotting vegetation.
"What is that smell?"
Garion asked, looking about nervously.
"This is south of here,"
Senedra said.
"It's mostly swamps." "Is it that close?"
Garion asked.
"Not really,"
she said with a small frown. "It must be 60 leagues or more. Would a smell carry that far?"
"It's not likely," Dernick said. "At least it wouldn't be in Cindaria."
"How far is it to the tents?"
Senedra asked.
"About half a mile,"
Dernick answered.
"Maybe we should run,"
she suggested. Dernick shook his head.
"Ground's uneven. Running in a bad light's dangerous. We can walk a bit faster, though."
They hurried on through the gathering gloom. The wind began to blow harder, and the trees trembled and bent with its force. The strange fear that seemed to permeate the wood grew stronger.
"There's something moving over there,"
Garion whispered urgently, and pointed at the dark trees on the other side of the stream.
"I don't see anything,"
Senedra said.
"There, just beyond the tree with a large white limb. Is it a dryad?"
A vague shape slid from one tree to another in the half-light. There was something chillingly wrong with the figure.
Tenedra stared at it with revulsion. "It's not a dryad," she said. "It is something alien."
Dernick picked up a fallen limb and gripped it like a cudgel with both hands. Garion looked quickly around and saw another limb. He, too, armed himself. Another figure shambled between the two trees, a bit closer this time.
"We'll have to chance it," Dernick said grimly. "Be careful, but run. Get the others. Now, go."
Garion took Tenedra's hand, and they started to run along the stream bank, stumbling often. Dernick lagged farther and farther behind, his two-handed club swinging warningly about him. The figures were now all around them, and Garion felt the first surges of panic. Then Tenedra screamed. One of the figures had risen from behind a low bush directly in front of them. It was large and ill-shaped, and there was no face on the front of its head. 2 eye-holes stared vacantly as it shambled forward with its half-formed hands reaching out for them. The entire figure was a dark gray mud color, and it was covered with rotting, stinking moss that adhered to its oozing body. Without thinking, Garion thrust Tenedra behind him and leaped to the attack. The first blow of his club struck the creature solidly in the side, and the club merely sank into the body with no visible effect. One of the outstretched hands touched his face, and he recoiled from that slimy touch with revulsion. Desperately he swung again and struck the thing solidly on the forearm. With horror he saw the arm break off at the elbow. The creature paused to pick up the still-moving arm. Tenedra screamed again, and Garion spun about. Another of the mud men had come up behind her and had grasped her about the waist with both arms. It was starting to turn, lifting the struggling princess from the ground, when Garion swung his club with all of his might. The blow was not aimed at head or back, but rather at the ankles. The mudman toppled backward with both of its feet broken off. Its grip about Senedra's waist, however, did not loosen as it fell. Garion jumped forward, discarding his club and drawing his dagger. The substance of the thing was surprisingly tough. Vines and dead twigs were encased in the clay, which gave it its shape. Feverishly, Garion cut away one of the arms, and then tried to pull the screaming princess free. The other arm still clung to her. Almost sobbing with the need to hurry, Garion started hacking at the remaining arm.
"Look out!"
Senedra shrieked.
"Behind you!"
Garion looked quickly over his shoulder. The first mudman was reaching for him. He felt a cold grip about his ankle. The arm he had just severed had inched its way across the ground and grasped him.
"Garion!"
Barak's voice roared from a short distance.
"Over here! Hurry!"
There was a crashing in the bushes, and the great red-bearded Cherak appeared, sword in hand, with Hetar and Mandaralan close behind. With a mighty swing, Barak cut off the head of the first mudman. It sailed through the air and landed with a sickening thump several yards away. The headless creature turned and groped blindly, trying to put its hands on its attacker. Barak paled visibly, and then chopped away both outstretched arms. Still the thing shambled forward.
"The legs,"
Garion said quickly. He bent and hacked at the clay hand about his ankle. Barak lopped off the mudman's legs, and the thing fell. The dismembered pieces crawled toward him. Other mudmen had appeared, and Hetar and Mandaralan were laying about them with their swords, filling the air with chunks and pieces of living clay. Barak bent and ripped away the remaining arm which held Senedra. Then he jerked the girl to her feet and thrust her at Garion.
"Get her back to the tents. Where's Dernick?"
"He stayed behind to hold them off."
"We'll go help him. Run!"
Senedra was hysterical, and Garion had to drag her to the tents.
"What is it?"
Aunt Paul demanded.
"Monsters, out there in the woods,"
Garion said, pushing Senedra at her.
"They're made out of mud and you can't kill them. They've got Dernick."
He dove into one of the tents and emerged a second later with his sword in his hand and fire in his brain.
"Garion,"
Aunt Paul shouted, trying to disentangle herself from the sobbing princess.
"What are you doing?" "I've got to help Dernick." "You stay where you are." "No! Dernick's my friend."
He dashed back toward the fight, brandishing his sword.
"Garion, come back here!"
He ignored her and ran through the dark woods. The fray was raging about 100 yards from the tents. Barak, Hetar, and Mandaralan were systematically chopping the slime-covered mudmen into chunks, and Silk darted in and out of the melee, his short sword leaving great gaping holes in the thick, moss-covered monsters. Garion plunged into the fight, his ears ringing, and a kind of desperate exultation surging through him. And then Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul were there, with Senedra hovering ashen-faced and trembling behind them. Wolf's eyes blazed, and he seemed to tower over them all as he gathered his will. He thrust one hand forward, palm up.
"Fire!"
he commanded, and a sizzling bolt of lightning shot upward from his hand into the whirling clouds overhead. The earth trembled with the violence of the shattering thunderclap. Garion reeled at the force of the roaring in his mind. Aunt Paul raised her hand.
"Water,"
she said in a powerful voice. The clouds burst open, and rain fell so heavily that it seemed that the air itself had turned to water. The mudmen, still mindlessly stumbling forward, began to ooze and dissolve in the thundering downpour.
This ends Disc 8. Please change to Disc 9.
"We'll probably be followed, but if the streets are empty, it'll make things a little more difficult for them."
Talk to my cook, then,"
Grinnig said.
"Least I can do is send you on your way with a good meal to help you face the road. Then, of course, there's still that barrel of ale to be dealt with."
Mr. Wolf smiled broadly at that, and then caught Aunt Paul's reproving frown.
"It would only go flat, Paul," he explained. "Once it's broached, you have to drink it up fairly quickly. It would be a shame to waste it, wouldn't it?"
Chapter 18. They left Grenig's house before dawn the next morning, dressed once more in their traveling clothes. They slipped quietly out a back gate and proceeded through those narrow alleys and back streets that Silk always seemed able to find. The sky to the east was beginning to lighten when they reached the massive bronze gate on the south end of the island.
"How long until the gate opens?"
Mr. Wolf asked one of the legionnaires.
"Not much longer," the legionnaire told him. "Just as soon as we can see the far bank clearly."
Wolf grunted. He had grown quite mellow the evening before, and he was obviously troubled by a headache this morning. He dismounted, went to one of the pack horses, and drank from a leather waterskin.
"That isn't going to help, you know,"
Aunt Paul told him a bit smugly. He chose not to answer.
"I think it's going to be a lovely day today," she said brightly, looking first at the sky and then at the men around her who slumped in their saddles in attitudes of miserable dejection.
"You're a cruel woman, Polgara,"
Beric said sadly.
"Did you talk to Grinnig about that ship?"
Mr. Wolf asked.
"I think so,"
Beric replied.
"I seem to remember saying something about it."
"It is fairly important," said Wolf.
"And what's this?"
Aunt Paul asked.
"I thought it might not be a bad idea to have a ship waiting off of the mouth of the River of the Woods. If we have to go to Stethistore, it would probably be better to sail there, rather than wade through the swamps in northern Yissa."
"That's a very good idea, actually. I'm surprised it occurred to you, considering your condition last night."
"Do you suppose that we could talk about something else?"
he asked somewhat plaintively. It grew imperceptibly lighter, and the command to open the gate came from the watchtower on the wall above. The legionnaires slipped the iron bar and swung the ponderous gate open. With Mandorallan at his side, Silk led them out through the thick portal and across the bridge that spanned the dark waters of the Nedrain. By noon they were 8 leagues south of Tolhunath, and Mr. Wolf had somewhat regained his composure, though his eyes still seemed a bit sensitive to the bright spring sunlight. He winced now and then when a bird sang a bit too near.
"Either's coming up behind,"
Hitar said.
"How many?"
Beric wanted to know.
2.
"Ordinary travellers, perhaps?"
Aunt Paul said. The 2 figures on horseback appeared from around a bend behind them and stopped. They spoke together for a moment, and then came on, their bearing somewhat cautious. They were a peculiar pair. The man wore a green Tolnedran mantle, a garment not really suited for riding. His forehead was quite high, and his hair was carefully combed to conceal his encroaching baldness. He was very skinny, and his ears stuck out from the side of his head like flaps. His companion appeared to be a child, dressed in a hooded travelling cloak, and with a kerchief across her face to keep out the dust.
"Good day to you,"
the skinny man greeted them politely as the pair drew alongside.
"Hello,"
Silk returned.
"Warm for so early in the year, isn't it?"
the Tolnedran said.
"Yes, we noticed that." "I wonder, do you have a bit of water that you could spare?"
"Of course," Silk said. He looked at Geryon and gestured toward the pack animals. Geryon dropped back and unhooked a leather waterskin from one of the packs. The stranger removed the wooden stopper and carefully wiped the mouth of the skin. He offered the bag to his companion. She removed her kerchief and looked at the skin with an expression of perplexity.
"Like this, your, milady?"
the man explained, taking the skin back, raising it in both hands, and drinking.
"I see,"
the girl said. Geryon looked at her more closely. The voice was familiar for some reason, and there was something about her face. She was not a child, though she was very small, and there was a kind of self-indulged petulance about her tiny face. Geryon was almost certain he had seen her somewhere before. The Tolnedran handed the waterskin back to her, and she drank, making a small face at the resinous taste. Her hair was a purplish black, and there were faint dark smears on the collar of her travelling cloak that indicated the color was not natural.
"Thank you, Jeepers,"
she said after she had drunk.
"And I thank you, sir,"
she said to Silk. Geryon's eyes narrowed as a dreadful suspicion began to grow in his mind. "Are you going far?" the skinny man asked Silk. "Quite a ways. I am Radek of Boktor, a Dresnian merchant, and I am bound to the south with Sandarian woolens. This break in the weather destroyed the market in Tolhunath, so I thought I would try Tolrain. It is in the mountains, and it is probably still cold there." "You're taking the wrong road, then," the stranger said. "The road to Tolrain lies off to the east." "I have had trouble on that road," Silk said glibly. "Robbers, you know. I thought it would be safer to go through Tolbarun." "What a coincidence," the skinny man told him. "My pupil and I are bound for Tolbarun ourselves." "Yes," Silk admitted. "Quite a coincidence." "Perhaps we could ride along together." Silk looked doubtful. "Oh, I don't see any reason why not," Aunt Paul decided before he could refuse. "You're a most kind, gracious lady," the stranger said. "I am Master Jeebers, Fellow of the Imperial Society, a tutor by profession. Perhaps you have heard of me?" "I can't really say so," Silk told him, "although that's not too remarkable, since we are strangers here in Tolnedra." Jeebers looked a bit disappointed. "I suppose that is true. This is my pupil, Lady Sherelle. Her father's a Grand Master merchant, the Baron Reldan. I am accompanying her to Tolbarun, where she's to visit relatives." Geryon knew that it was not true. The tutor's name had confirmed his suspicions. They rode several miles farther, with Jeebers babbling animatedly at Silk. He spoke endlessly about his learning and continually prefaced his remarks with references to important people who seemed to rely on his judgment. Although he was tiresome, he appeared to be quite harmless. His pupil rode beside Aunt Paul, saying very little. "I think it's time we stopped for a bite to eat," Aunt Paul announced. "Would you and your pupil care to join us, Master Jeebers? We have plenty." "I am quite overcome by your generosity," the tutor said. "We would be delighted." They stopped the horses near a small bridge that crossed a brook and led them into the shade of a thick clump of willows not far from the road. Jurnik built a fire, and Aunt Paul began to unload her pots and kettles. Master Jeeber's pupil sat in her saddle until the tutor quickly stepped over to help her down. She looked at the slightly marshy ground near the brook unenthusiastically. Then she glanced imperiously at Geryon. "You, boy," she called. "Fetch me a cup of fresh water." "The brook's right there," he told her, pointing. She stared at him in amazement. "But the ground is all muddy," she objected. "It does seem that way, doesn't it?" he admitted, and then quite deliberately turned his back on her and went over to help his aunt. "Aunt Paul," he said after several moments of debating with himself. "Yes, dear. I don't think the Lady Sherelle's who she says she is." "Oh?" "I'm not completely positive, but I think she's the Princess Chenedra, the one who came into the garden when we were at the palace." "Yes, dear, I know." "You know?" "Well, of course. Would you hand me the salt, please?" "Well, isn't it dangerous to have her with us?" "Oh, not really. I think we can manage it." "Won't she be a lot of bother?" "An imperial princess is supposed to be a lot of bother, dear." After they had eaten a savory stew which seemed to Geryon quite good, but which their little guest appeared to find distasteful, Jeebers began to approach a subject which had obviously been on his mind since they had first met. "Despite the best efforts of the legions, the roads are never entirely safe," the fussy man said. "It is imprudent to travel alone, and the Lady Sherelle's been entrusted to my care. Since I am responsible for her safety, I was wondering if we might travel along with you. We would not be any bother, and I'd be more than happy to pay for whatever food that we eat." Silk glanced quickly at Aunt Paul. "Of course," she said. Silk looked surprised. "There's no reason we cannot travel together. We are all going to the same place, after all." Silk shrugged. "Anything you say." Geryon knew the idea was a mistake so serious that it bordered on disaster. Jeebers would not be a good traveling companion, and his pupil showed every sign of quickly becoming intolerable. She was obviously accustomed to extensive personal service, and her demands were probably made without thought. They were still demands, however, and Geryon knew immediately who was most likely to be expected to attend to them. He got up and walked around to the far side of the clump of willows. The fields beyond the trees were pale green in the spring sunshine, and small white clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Geryon leaned against a tree and gazed out at the fields without actually seeing them. He would not become a servant, no matter who their little guest might be. He wished there were some way he could get that firmly established right at the outset, before things got out of hand.
"Have you lost your senses?"
he heard Mr. Wolf say to Paul somewhere behind him in the trees.
"Ranbaroon's probably got every legion in Tolnedra looking for her by now."
"This is my province, old wolf," Aunt Paul told him. "Don't interfere. I can manage things so that we won't be bothered by the legions."
"We don't have the time to coddle her," the old man said. "I'm sorry, Paul, but the child's going to be an absolute little monster. You saw the way she acted toward her father."
"It is no great chore to break bad habits," she said, unconcerned.
"Wouldn't it be simpler just to arrange to have her taken back to Tolhanath?"
"She has already run away once," Aunt Paul answered. "If we send her back, she will just run away again. I'll feel much more comfortable having her imperial little highness, where I can put my hands on her when I need her. When the proper time comes, I don't want to have to take the world apart looking for her."
Wolf sighed. "Oh, have it your way, Paul."
"Naturally."
"Just keep that brat away from me. She sets my teeth on edge. Do any of the others know who she is?"
"Geryon does."
"Geryon? That's surprising."
"Not really. He is brighter than he looks." A new emotion began to grow in Geryon's already confused mind. Aunt Paul's obvious interest in Tolnedra sent a sharp pang through him. With a certain amount of shame, he realized that he was jealous of the attention the girl was receiving. In the days that followed, Geryon's fears quickly proved to be well-founded. An inadvertent remark about Faldor's farm had revealed quite early to the princess his former status as a scullery boy, and she used the knowledge heartlessly to browbeat him into 100 stupid little errands every day. To make it all worse, each time he tried to resist, Aunt Paul would firmly remind him to pay more attention to his manners. Inevitably, he became quite surly about the whole business. The princess developed a story about the reason for her departure from Tolhanath as they rode south. The story changed daily, growing more wildly implausible with every passing league. At first, she seemed content to be on a simple excursion to visit relatives. Then she dropped dark hints about flight from a marriage to an ugly old merchant. Next, there were even darker hints about a plot to capture her and hold her for ransom. Finally, in a crowning effort, she confided to them that the proposed kidnapping was politically motivated, a part of some vast scheme to gain power in Tolnedra. "She's an awful liar, isn't she?" Geryon asked Aunt Paul when they were alone one evening. "Yes, dear. Lying is an art. A good lie should not be embellished so much," Aunt Paul agreed. "She'll need a lot more practice if she plans to make a career out of it." Finally, about 10 days after they had left Tolhanath, the city of Talbarun came into sight in the afternoon sun. "It looks like this is where we part company," Silk said to Jeebers, with a certain amount of relief. "And you are going into the city?" Jeebers asked. "I don't think so," Silk answered. "We don't really have any business to take care of there, and the usual explanations and searches just waste time, not to mention the expense of the bribes. We will go around Tol Barun and pick up the road to Tol Rain on the other side."
"We can ride a bit farther with you, then," Tenedra said quickly. "My relatives live on an estate to the south of the city."
Jeebers stared at her in amazement. Aunt Paul drew in her horse and looked at the small girl with a raised eyebrow.
"This seems like as good a place as any for us to have a little talk," she said.
Silk looked quickly at her and then nodded.
"I believe, little lady,"
Aunt Paul told the girl, when they had all dismounted,
"that the time has come for you to tell us the truth." "But I have,"
Tenedra protested.
"Oh, come now, child," Aunt Paul said. "Those stories of yours have been very entertaining, but you don't actually think anyone believed them, do you? Some of us already know who you are, but I really think we should get it out in the open." You know?" Senedra faltered. "But of course, dear. Would you like to tell them, or shall I?"
Tenedra's little shoulders drooped.
"Tell them who I am, Master Jeebers," she ordered quietly. "Do you really think that's wise, your ladyship?" Jeebers asked nervously. "They already know anyway. If they were going to do anything to us, they would have done it a long time ago. We can trust them."
Jeebers drew in a deep breath and then spoke rather formally.
"I have the honor to introduce Her Imperial Highness and the Princess Enedra, daughter to His Imperial Majesty Ranbarun the 23rd, and the jewel of the House of Barun."
Silk whistled, and his eyes widened momentarily. The others showed similar signs of amazement.
"The political situation in Tolhaneth had become far too volatile for too menacing, that is, for Her Highness to remain safely in the capital. The Emperor commissioned me to convey his daughter secretly to Tol Barun, here, where the members of the Barun family can protect her from the plots and machinations of the Vordus, the Hannas, and the Horbites. I am proud to say that I have managed to execute my commission rather brilliantly, with your help, of course. I'll mention your assistance in my report. A footnote, perhaps, or maybe even an appendix."
Barak pulled at his beard, his eyes thoughtful.
"An imperial princess travels across half of Tolnedra with only a schoolmaster for protection?" he questioned. "At a time when they are knifing and poisoning each other in the streets?"
"It does seem a trifle risky, doesn't it?" Hetar agreed.
"Did thine emperor charge thee with this task in person?"
Mandoralin asked Jeebers.
"It was not necessary," Jeebers said stiffly. "His Majesty has a great deal of respect for my judgment and discretion. He knew that I'd be able to devise a safe disguise and a secure mode of travel. The princess assured me of his absolute confidence in me. It all had to be done in utmost secrecy, of course. That is why she came to my chambers in the middle of the night to advise me of his instructions, and why we left the palace without telling anyone what we were."
His voice trailed off, and he stared at Senedra in horror.
"You might as well tell him the truth, dear," Aunt Paul advised the little princess. "I think he's guessed it already."
Senedra's chin lifted arrogantly.
"The orders came from me, Jeebers. My father had nothing to do with it."
Jeebers went deathly pale, and he nearly collapsed.
"What idiocy made you decide to run away from your father's palace?"
Barak demanded of the tiny girl.
"All of Tolnedra's probably looking for you, and we're caught right in the middle of it."
"Gently," Wolf said to the hulking Cherak. "She may be a princess, but she's still a little girl. Don't frighten her."
"The question is to the point, though," Hetar observed. "If we were caught with an imperial princess in our company, we would all see the inside of a Tolnedran dungeon." He turned then to Senedra. "Do you have an answer? Or were you just playing games?"
She drew herself up haughtily.
"I am not accustomed to explaining my actions to servants."
"We're going to have to clear up a few misconceptions before long, I see," said Wolf.
Just answer the question, dear, Aunt Pole told the girl. Never mind who asked it. My father had imprisoned me in the palace.
Tenedra said it in a rather offhand way, as if that explained everything.
It was intolerable, so I left. There's another matter, too, but that's a matter of politics that you wouldn't understand.
You'd probably be surprised at what we would understand, Tenedra, Mr. Wolf told her.
I'm accustomed to being addressed as my lady, or as your highness.
And I am accustomed to being told the truth.
I thought you were in charge,
Tenedra said to Silk. Appearances are deceiving, Silk observed blandly. I would answer the question.
It's an old treaty. I didn't sign it, so I don't see why I should be bound by it. I'm supposed to present myself in the throne room at Riva on my 16th birthday.
We know that, Barak said impatiently. What's the problem?
I'm not going, that's all, Tenedra announced. I won't go to Riva, and no one can make me go. The queen in the Wood of the Dryads is my kinswoman, and she will give me sanctuary.
Jeebers had partially recovered. What have you done? He demanded, aghast. I undertook this with the clear understanding that I would be rewarded, even promoted. You have put my head on the block, you little idiot.
Jeebers!
She cried, shocked at his words. Let's get off the road a ways, Silk suggested. We've obviously got quite a bit to discuss, and we are likely to be interrupted here on the main highway.
Probably a good idea, Wolf agreed. Let's find some quiet place and set up for the night. We will decide what we are going to do, and then we can start out fresh in the morning.
They remounted and rode across the rolling fields toward a line of trees that marked the course of a winding country lane about a mile away.
How about there?
Dernick suggested, pointing at a broad oak which stood beside the lane, its branches beginning to leaf out in the late afternoon sunlight.
That should do, Wolf said.
It was pleasant in the dappled shade beneath the spreading limbs of the oak. The lane was lined with low stone walls, mossy and cool. A stile stepped over one of the walls just there, and a path meandered across the field from it toward a nearby pond, sparkling in the sun.
"We put fire down behind one of the walls," Dernick said. "It won't be seen from the main road that way."
"I'll get some wood," Geryon volunteered, looking at the dead limbs littering the grass beneath the tree. They had, by now, established a sort of routine in the setting up of a night's encampment. The tents were erected, the horses watered and picketed, and the fire was started all within the space of an hour. Then Dernick, who had noticed a few telltale circles on the surface of the pond, heated an iron pin in the fire and carefully hammered it into a hook. "What's that for?" Geryon asked him.
"I thought some fish might be good for supper,"
the smith said, wiping the hook on the skirt of his leather tunic. He laid it aside then and lifted a second pin out of the fire with a pair of tongs.
"Would you like to try your luck, too?"
Geryon grinned at him. Barak had stood nearby, combing the snarls out of his beard. He looked up rather wistfully.
"I don't suppose you'd have time to make another hook, would you?"
Dernick chuckled.
"It only takes a couple minutes." "We'll need bait," Barak said, getting up quickly. "Where's your spade?"
Not long afterward, the three of them crossed the field to the pond, cut some saplings for poles, and settled down to serious fishing. The fish, it appeared, were ravenous, and attacked the worm-baited hooks in schools. Within the space of an hour, nearly 24 respectable-sized trout lay in a gleaming row on the grassy bank of the pond. Aunt Paul inspected their catch gravely when they returned as the sky turned rosy overhead with the setting of the sun. "Very nice. But you forgot to clean them."
"Oh,"
Barak said. He looked slightly pained.
"We thought that... Well, what I mean is, as long as we caught them..."
He left it hanging. "Go on," she said with a level gaze.
Barak sighed. "I guess we had better clean them," he regretfully told Dernick and Geryon.
"You're probably right, then," Dernick agreed. The sky had turned purple with evening, and the stars had begun to come out when they sat down to eat. Aunt Paul had fried the trout to a crisp golden brown, and even the sulky little princess found nothing to complain about as she ate. After they had finished, they set aside their plates and took up the problem of Tenedra and her flight from Tolhanath. Jeebers had sunk into such abject melancholy that he could offer little to the discussion. Tenedra adamantly announced that even if they were to turn her over to the Baroons in the city, she would run away again. In the end, they reached no conclusion. "We're in trouble, no matter what we do," Silk summed it up ruefully. "Even if we try to deliver her to her family, there are bound to be some embarrassing questions. And I am sure that she can be counted on to invent a colourful story that will put us in the worst possible light." "We can talk about it some more in the morning," Aunt Paul said, her placid tone indicating that she had already made up her mind about something, but she did not elaborate. Shortly before midnight, Jeebers made his escape. They were all awakened by the thudding of his horse's hooves as the panic-stricken tutor fled at a gallop toward the walls of Tol Baroon. Silk stood in the flickering light of the dying fire, his face angry. "Why didn't you stop him?" he asked Tetar, who had been standing watch.
"I was told not to," the leather-clad Elgar said with a glance at Aunt Paul.
"It solves the only real problem we had," Aunt Paul explained. "The schoolmaster would only have been excess baggage." "You knew that he was going to run away?" Silk asked. "Naturally. I helped him to arrive at the decision. He will go straight to the Baroons and try to save his own skin by informing them that the princess ran away from the palace on her own, and that we have her now." "You have to stop him, then," Tenedra said in a ringing voice. Go after him, bring him back." "After all the trouble I went to persuading him to leave? Oh, don't be so foolish," Aunt Paul answered. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Tenedra demanded. "You seem to forget who I am." "Young lady," Silk said urbanely, "I think that you would be amazed at how little Polgara's concerned about who you are." "Polgara?" Tenedra faltered. "Thee? Polgara? I thought you said that she was your sister." "I lied," Silk confessed. "It's a vice that I have." "You're not an ordinary merchant?" the girl accused him. "He is Prince Keldar of Drasnea," Aunt Paul said. "The others have a similar eminence. I am sure you can see how little your title impresses us. We have our own titles, so we know how empty they are." If you were Polgara, well, then he must be—" The princess turned to stare at Mr. Wolf, who had seated himself on the lowest step of the stile to pull on his shoes. "Yes," Aunt Paul said. "He doesn't really look the part, now does he?" "What are you doing in Tolnedra?" Tenedra asked in a stunned voice. "Are you going to use magic of some kind to control the outcome of the secession?"
"Why should we?" Mr. Wolf said, getting to his feet. "Tornedrans always seem to think that their politics shake the whole world, but the rest of the world's really not all that concerned about who gains the throne in Tolhonath. We are here on a matter of much greater urgency." He looked off into the darkness in the direction of Tol Baroon. "It will take Jeebers a certain amount of time to convince the people in the city that he's not a lunatic. But it would probably be a good idea if we left the area. I imagine we had better stay away from the main highway."
"That's no problem," Silk assured him. "And what about me?" Tenedra asked. "You wanted to go to the Wood of the Dryads," Aunt Paul told her. "We were going in that direction anyway, so you will stay with us. We will see what Queen Xantha says when we get you there." "Am I to consider myself a prisoner, then?" the princess asked stiffly. "You can. It makes you feel better, dear," Aunt Paul said. She looked at the tiny girl critically in the flickering firelight. "I'm going to have to do something about your hair, though. What did you use for dye? It looks awful." Chapter 19. They moved rapidly south for the next few days, traveling frequently at night to avoid the mounted patrols of legionnaires who were beating the countryside in their efforts to locate Cenedra.
"Maybe we should have hung on to Jeebus,"
Barak muttered sourly after one near brush with the soldiers.
"He's roused every garrison from here to the border. It might have been better to have dropped him off in some isolated place or something."
"That or something has a certain ring of finality to it, old friend," Silk said with a sharp little grin.
Barak shrugged. "It's a solution to a problem."
Silk laughed. "You really should try not to let your knife do all of your thinking for you. That's the one quality we find least attractive in our Charrick cousins."
"And we find this compulsion to make clever remarks, which seems to overwhelm our Drasnian brothers now and then, almost equally unattractive,"
Barak told him coolly. "Oh, nicely put," Silk said with mock admiration. They rode on, watchful, always ready to hide or to run. During those days they relied heavily on Hetar's curious ability. Since the patrols searching for them were inevitably mounted, the tall, hawk-faced Algar swept their surroundings with his mind, searching for horses. The warnings he could thus provide usually gave them sufficient notice of the approach of the patrols. "What is it like?" Girion asked him one cloudy mid-morning, as they rode along a seldom used and weed-grown track to which Silk had led them. "I mean, being able to hear a horse's thoughts."
"I don't think I can describe it exactly," Hetar answered. "I have always been able to do it, so I cannot imagine what it is like not doing it. There is a kind of reaching out in a horse's mind, a sort of inclusiveness. A horse seems to think we instead of I. I suppose it is because in their natural condition they are members of a herd. After they get to know you, they think of you as a herd mate. Sometimes they even forget that you are not a horse."
He broke off suddenly.
"Belgarath," he announced sharply. "There's another patrol coming, just beyond that hill over there. 20 or 30 of them."
Mr. Wolf looked about quickly.
"Have we got time to reach those trees?"
He pointed at a thick stand of scrub maple about a half-mile ahead.
"If we hurry."
"Then run,"
Wolf ordered, and they all kicked their horses into a sudden burst of speed. They reached the trees just as the first few raindrops of the spring shower that had been threatening all morning pattered onto the broad leaves. They dismounted and pushed in among the springy saplings, worming their way back out of sight, leading their horses. The Tolnedron patrol came over the hilltop and swept down into the shallow valley. The captain in charge of the legionnaires pulled in his horse not far from the stand of maples and dispersed his men with a series of sharp commands. They moved out in small groups, scouting the weedy road in both directions and surveying the surrounding countryside from the top of the next rise. The officer and a civilian in a grey riding cloak remained behind, sitting their horses beside the track. The captain squinted distastefully up into the sprinkling rain. "It is going to be a wet day," he said, dismounting, and pulling his crimson cloak tighter around him. His companion also swung down and turned so that the party hiding among the maples was able to see his face. Girion felt Hetar tense suddenly. The man in the cloak was a Murgo.
"Over here, Captain,"
the Murgo said, leading his horse into the shelter provided by the outspreading limbs of the saplings at the edge of the stand. The Tolnedron nodded and followed the man in the riding cloak.
"Have you had a chance to think over my offer?"
"I thought it was only speculation," the captain replied. "We don't even know that these foreigners are in this quadrant."
"My information is that they are going south, Captain. I think you can be quite certain that they are somewhere in your quadrant."
"There's no guarantee that we will find them, though. And even if we do, it would be very difficult to do what you propose."
Captain,
the Murgo explained patiently.
it is for the safety of the princess, after all. If she has returned to Tol Hanath, the Varduvians are going to kill her. You have read those documents I brought you.
She will be safe with the Baroons. The Varduvians aren't going to come into southern Tolnedra after her.
The Baroons are only going to turn her over to her father. You are a Baroon yourself. Would you defy an emperor of your own house?
The captain's face was troubled.
Her only hope of safety is with the Horbites.
What guarantees do I have that she will be safe with them?
Or the best guarantee of all, politics. The Horbites are doing everything in their power to block the Grand Duke Kedor on his march to the throne. Since he wants the princess dead, the Horbites naturally want to keep her alive. It is the only way, really, to ensure her safety, and you'll become a wealthy man in the process.
He jingled a heavy purse suggestively. The captain still looked doubtful.
Suppose we double the amount,
the Murgo said in a voice that almost purred. The captain swallowed hard. It is for her safety, isn't it?
Of course it is.
It's not as if I were betraying the House of Borun.
You are a patriot, Captain,
the Murgo assured the officer, with a cold smile. Aunt Paul was holding Senedra's arm quite firmly as they crouched together among the trees. The tiny girl's face was outraged, and her eyes were blazing. Later, after the legionnaires and their Murgo friend had departed, the princess exploded.
"How dare they?"
she raged.
"And for money."
That's Telnedran politics for you, Silk said, as they led their horses out of the stand of saplings into the drizzly morning.
But he is a Baroon," she protested. "A member of my own family."
Telnedran's first loyalty is to his purse, Silk told her. I am surprised that you haven't discovered that by now, Your Highness. A few days later, they topped a hill and saw the wood of the Dryads spreading like a green smudge on the horizon. The showers had blown off, and the sun was very bright.
"We will be safe once we reach the wood," the princess told them. "The legions will not follow us there."
"What's to stop them?" Garion asked her.
"The treaty with the Dryads. Do you not know anything?"
Garion resented that remark.
"There's no one about,"
Hetar reported to Mr. Wolf.
"We can go slow, or wait for dark." "Let's make a run for it. I'm getting tired of dodging patrols."
They started down the hill at a gallop toward the forest lying ahead of them. There seemed to be none of the usual brushy margin which usually marked the transition from fields to woodlands. The trees simply began. When Wolf led them beneath those trees, the change was as abrupt as if they had suddenly gone inside a house. The wood itself was a forest of incredible antiquity. The great oaks spread so broadly that the sky was almost never visible. The forest floor was mossy and cool, and there was very little undergrowth. It seemed to Garion that they were all quite tiny under the vast trees, and there was a strange, hushed quality about the woods. The air was very still, and there was a hum of insects, and from far overhead, a chorus of birdsong.
"Strange," Dernick said, looking around. "I don't see any sign of woodcutters."
"Woodcutters?"
Senedra gasped.
"In here? They would not dare come into this wood."
"The wood is inviolate, Dernick," Mr. Wolf explained. "The Baroon family has a treaty with the Dryads. No one has touched a tree here for over 3,000 years. "This is a curious place," Mandaralan said, looking around a bit uncomfortably. "Methinks I feel a presence here. A presence not altogether friendly."
"The wood is alive,"
Senedra told him.
"It doesn't really like strangers, but don't worry, Mandaralan. You are safe as long as you are with me."
She sounded quite smug about it.
"Are you sure the patrols won't follow us?" Dernick asked. "Jeebros knew we were coming here after all, and I'm sure he told the Baroons."
The Baroons won't violate their treaty with the Dryads. Not for any reason, Wolf assured him.
I have never known of a treaty that a Tonedran would not step around if it was to his advantage, Silk spoke skeptically.
This one is a bit different. The Dryads gave one of their princesses to a young noble of the House of Baroon. She became the mother of the Emperor of the First Baroon dynasty. The fortunes of the Baroons are very intimately tied up in the treaty. They are not going to gamble with that, not for any reason.
What exactly is a Dryad?
Geryon asked. The strange sense of a presence, an awareness in the wood, made him want to talk to cover the oppressive, watchful silence.
A small group, quite gentle. I've always rather liked them. They aren't human, of course, said Mr. Wolf, but that's not all that important.
I'm a Dryad,
Tinedra said rather proudly. Geryon stared at her.
Technically, she's right. The Dryad line seems to breed true on the female side of the House of Baroon. That's one of the things that keeps the family honest about the treaty. All those wives and mothers who'd pack up and leave, if it were ever broken.
She looks human,
Geryon objected, still staring at the princess.
The Dryads are so closely related to humans that the differences are hardly significant, said Wolf. That probably explains why they didn't go mad like the other monsters did when Torak cracked the world.
Monsters?
Tinedra protested loudly.
Your pardon, Princess. It is an Ulgo term, used to describe the non-humans, who supported Gorum at Progu when he met with the god Ul.
Do I look like a monster to you?
She demanded, tossing her head angrily.
A poor choice of words, perhaps. Forgive me.
Monsters, indeed.
Wolf shrugged.
There's a stream not far ahead, if I remember right. We will stop there and wait until word of our arrival reaches Queen Xantha. It is not a good idea to go into the territory of the Dryads without the Queen's permission. They can get quite nasty if they are provoked.
I thought you said they were gentle,
Dernick said. Within reason. But it's not a good idea to irritate people who communicate with trees when you are in the middle of the forest. Unpleasant things have a way of happening. He frowned. It reminds me. You had better stow your axe away out of sight. Dryads have strong feelings about axes and fires. They are most unreasonable about fire. We'll have to keep our fires small and only for cooking.
They rode in, under a colossal oak beside a sparkling stream purling over mossy rocks, dismounted and set up their dun-colored tents. After they had eaten, Geryon wandered around feeling bored. Mr. Wolf was napping, and Silk had lured the others into a dice game. Aunt Paul had seated the princess on a log, and was stripping the purple dye from her hair. "If you don't have anything else to do, Geryon, why don't you go bathe?" "Bathe? Where?" "I'm sure you'll find a pool somewhere along the stream," she said, carefully lathering Tinedra's hair. "You want me to bathe in that water? Aren't you afraid I'll catch cold?" "You're a healthy boy, dear, but a very dirty one. Now go wash." Geryon gave her a dark look, and went to one of the packs for clean clothing, soap, and a towel. Then he stamped off upstream, grumbling at every step. Once he was alone under the trees, he felt even more strongly that a peculiar sense of being watched was about. It was not anything definable. There seemed to be nothing specific about it, but rather it felt as if the oaks themselves were aware of him, and were passing information about his movements among themselves with a kind of vegetative communication he could not begin to understand. There seemed to be no menace in it. merely a kind of watchfulness. Some distance from the tents he found a fairly large pool where the stream dropped in a waterfall from the rocks above. The water in the pool was very clear, and he could see the bright pebbles on the bottom and several large trout that eyed him warily. He tested the water with his hand and shuddered. He considered subterfuge, a quick splashing of water on his body and a bit of soap on the more obvious smudges. But on reflection, he gave up the notion. Aunt Paul would settle for nothing less than a complete bath. He sighed bitterly and began to take off his clothing. The first shock was awful, but after a few minutes he found that he could bear it. In a short time it even became exhilarating. The waterfall provided a convenient means for rinsing off the soap, and before long he found that he was actually enjoying himself.
"You're making an awful lot of noise,"
Senedra said, standing on the bank and appraising him quite calmly. Geryon immediately dove to the bottom of the pool. Unless one is a fish, however, one can hardly remain under water indefinitely. After about a minute, he struggled to the surface and popped his head out of the water, gasping and sputtering.
"Whatever are you doing?"
Senedra asked. She was wearing a short white tunic, sleeveless and belted at the waist, and open sandals with laces that crisscrossed her slender ankles and calves and tied just below her knees. She carried a towel in one hand.
Go away,"
Geryon spluttered.
"Oh, don't be so silly,"
she said, sitting down on a large stone and beginning to unlace her sandals. Her coppery hair was still damp and tumbled in a heavy mass about her shoulders.
"What are you doing?" "I want to bathe. Are you going to be much longer?"
"Go someplace else," Geryon cried, starting to shiver but remaining determinedly crouched over in the water with only his head sticking out.
"This place looks just fine. How's the water?"
"Cold," he chattered. "But I'm not coming out until you go away."
"Oh, don't be such a ninny," she told him.
He shook his head stubbornly, his face flaming. She sighed with exasperation.
"Oh, very well. I won't look. But I think you're being very silly. At the baths in Tolhanath, no one thinks anything at all about such things."
This isn't Tolhanath," he told her pointedly.
"I'll turn my back if that will make you feel better."
She said it, getting up and standing with her back toward the pool. Not entirely trusting her, Geryon crept from the pool and, still dripping, jerked on his drawers and hose.
"All right," he called. "You can have the pool now."
He mopped at his streaming face and hair with his towel.
"I'm going back to the tents." "The Lady Polgara says that you are to stay with me," she said,
calmly untying the cord about her waist.
"Aunt Paul said what?"
he demanded, terribly shocked.
"You are supposed to stay with me to protect me."
She took hold of the hem of her tunic, obviously preparing to take it off. Geryon spun about and stared determinedly at the trees. His ears flamed and his hands trembled uncontrollably. She laughed a small silvery laugh, and he could hear splashing as she entered the pool. She squealed from the shock of the cold water, and then there was more splashing.
"Bring me the soap,"
she commanded. Without thinking, he bent to pick up the soap and caught one brief glimpse of her standing waist-deep in the water before he shut his eyes tightly. He backed toward the pool, his eyes closed and the hand holding the soap thrust out awkwardly behind him. She laughed again and took the soap from his hand. After what seemed an eternity, the princess completed her bath, emerged from the pool, dried herself, and put her clothes back on. Geryon kept his eyes firmly shut the entire time.
"You Sindars have such curious notions," she said, as they sat together in the sun-warmed glade beside the pool.
She was combing her deep red hair, her head inclined to one side and the comb pulling down through the thick, damp tangles.
"The baths in Tolhanath are open to all, and athletic contests are always conducted without clothing. Just last summer I myself ran against a dozen other girls in the Imperial Stadium. The spectators were most appreciative."
"I can imagine," Geryon said dryly.
"What's that?"
she asked, pointing at the amulet resting against his bare chest.
My grandfather gave it to me last Aristide,
Garion answered.
Let me see.
She held out her hand. He leaned forward.
Take it off so I can see it, she ordered. I'm not supposed to take it off. Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul say I'm never supposed to take it off for any reason. I think there's a spell of some kind on it. What a strange idea, she remarked, as she bent to examine the amulet. They aren't really sorcerers, are they? Mr. Wolf is 7,000 years old. He knew the god Alder. I've seen him make a tree grow from a small twig in a matter of minutes and set rocks on fire. Aunt Paul cured a blind woman with a single word, and she can turn herself into an owl. I do not believe in such things. I'm sure there's another explanation.
Garion shrugged and pulled on his linen shirt and brown tunic. He shook his head and raked his fingers through his still damp hair.
You're making an awful mess of it,
she observed critically.
Here.
She stood up and stepped behind him.
Let me do it.
She put the comb to his hair and began pulling it through carefully.
You have nice hair for a man.
It's just hair, he said indifferently. She combed in silence for a moment or two, then took his chin in her hand, turned his head and looked at him critically. She touched his hair at the sides a time or two until it was arranged to her satisfaction.
That's better.
Thank you. He was a bit confused by the change in her. She sat down again on the grass, clasped her arms around one knee, and gazed at the sparkling pool.
Garion?
She said finally.
Yes? What is it like to grow up as an ordinary person?
He shrugged.
I've never been anything but ordinary, so I wouldn't know what to compare it to. You know what I mean. Tell me about where you grew up and what you did and all.
So he told her about Faldor's farm, about the kitchen and Durnick's smithy, and Dorun and Runrig and Zubret.
You are in love with Zubret, aren't you?
She asked it almost accusingly.
I thought I was. But so much has happened since we left the farm that sometimes I can't even remember what she looks like. I think I could do without being in love anyway. From what I've seen of it, it's pretty painful most of the time. You are impossible, she said, and then she smiled at him, her little face framed in the blazing mass of her sun-touched hair. Probably. All right, now, you tell me what it's like to grow up as a very special person. Oh, but I'm not that special. You're an imperial princess, he reminded her. I'd call that pretty special. Oh, that, she said, then giggled. You know, sometimes since I joined you people, I almost forget that I'm an imperial princess. Almost, he said with a smile, but not quite. No, she agreed, not quite. She looked out across the pool again. Most of the time being a princess is very boring. It is all ceremonies and formalities. You have to stand around most of the time listening to speeches or receiving state visitors. There are guards around all the time, but sometimes I sneak away so I can be myself. It makes them furious. She giggled again, and then her gaze turned pensive. Let me tell your fortune, she said, taking his hand. Can you tell fortunes? It's only make-believe, she admitted. My maids and I play at it sometimes. We all promise each other high-born husbands and many children. She turned his hand over and looked at it. The silvery mark on his palm was very plain now, and the skin was clean. Whatever is that? I don't know. It's not a disease, is it? No, it's always been there. I think it's got something to do with my family. Aunt Paul doesn't like to have people see it for some reason, so she tries to keep it hidden. How could you hide something like that? She finds things for me to do that keep my hands dirty most of the time. How strange, she said. I have a birthmark, too, right over my heart. Would you like to see it? She took hold of the neck of her tunic. I'll take your word for it, Garion told her, blushing furiously. She laughed, a silvery, tinkling little laugh. You're a very strange boy, Garion. You are not at all like the other boys I've met. They were Tolnedrins, probably, Garion pointed out. I'm a Sindar. Or, at least that's the way I was raised. So there are bound to be differences. You sound as if you are not sure what you are. Well, Silk says I'm not a Sindar. He says he's not sure exactly what I am, and that's very odd. Silk can recognize anybody for what he is immediately. Your father thought I was Raven. Since the Lady Polgara is your aunt and Belgarath's your grandfather, you are probably a sorcerer, Tenedra observed.
Garion laughed.
Me? Oh, that's silly. Besides, the sorcerers aren't a race, not like the Kerriks or Tolnedrans or Ravens. It's more like a profession, I think. Sort of like being a lawyer or a merchant. Only there aren't any new ones. The sorcerers are all thousands of years old. Mr. Wolf says that maybe people have changed in some way, so they can't become sorcerers anymore.
Tenedra had leaned back and was resting on her elbows, looking up at him.
Garion? Yes?
Would you like to kiss me?
Garion's heart started to pound. Then Dernick's voice called to them from not far away, and for one flaming instant, Garion hated his old friend. Chapter 20.
Mistress Paul says it's time for you two to come back to the tents, Dernick told them when he reached the glade.
There was a faint hint of amusement on his plain, dependable face, and he looked knowingly at the two of them. Garion blushed and then grew angry with himself for blushing. Tenedra, however, showed no concern at all.
Have the Dryads come yet?
She asked, getting to her feet and brushing the grass from the back of her tunic.
Not yet, Dernick answered. Wolf says that they should find us soon. Seems to be some kind of a storm building up the south, and Mistress Paul thought the two of you ought to come back.
Garion glanced at the sky and saw a layer of inky clouds moving up from the south, staining the bright blue sky as they rolled ponderously northward. He frowned.
I've never seen clouds like that, have you, Dernick?
Dernick looked up.
Strange, he agreed.
Garion rolled up the two wet towels, and they started back down the stream. The clouds blotted out the sun, and the woods became suddenly very dark. The sense of watchfulness was still there, that wary awareness they had all felt since they had entered the wood. But now there was something else as well. The great trees stirred uneasily, and a million tiny messages seemed to pass among the rustling leaves.
They are afraid, Tenedra whispered. Something is frightening them.
What? Dernick asked.
The trees, they're afraid of something. Can't you feel it?
He stared at her in perplexity. Far above them the birds suddenly fell silent, and a chill breeze began to blow, carrying with it a foul reek of stagnant water and rotting vegetation.
What is that smell?
Garion asked, looking about nervously.
This is south of here, Tenedra said. It's mostly swamps. Is it that close? Garion asked. Not really, she said with a small frown. It must be 60 leagues or more. Would a smell carry that far?
It's not likely, Dernick said. At least it wouldn't be in Sindaria.
How far is it to the tents?
Tenedra asked.
About half a mile,
Dernick answered.
Maybe we should run,
she suggested. Dernick shook his head.
Ground's uneven. Running in a bad light's dangerous. We can walk a bit faster, though.
They hurried on through the gathering gloom. The wind began to blow harder, and the trees trembled and bent with its force. The strange fear that seemed to permeate the wood grew stronger.
There's something moving over there,
Garion whispered urgently, and pointed at the dark trees on the other side of the stream.
I don't see anything, Tenedra said. There, just beyond the tree with a large white limb. Is it a dryad?
A vague shape slid from one tree to another in the half-light. There was something chillingly wrong with the figure. Tenedra stared at it with revulsion.
It's not a dryad, she said. It is something alien.
Dernick picked up a fallen limb and gripped it like a cudgel with both hands. Garion looked quickly around and saw another limb. He, too, armed himself. Another figure shambled between the two trees, a bit closer this time.
We'll have to chance it, Dernick said grimly. Be careful, but run. Get the others. Now, go.
Geryon took Tenedra's hand, and they started to run along the stream bank, stumbling often. Dernick lagged farther and farther behind, his two-handed club swinging warningly about him. The figures were now all around them, and Geryon felt the first surges of panic. Then Tenedra screamed. One of the figures had risen from behind a low bush directly in front of them. It was large and ill-shaped, and there was no face on the front of its head. 2 eye-holes stared vacantly as it shambled forward with its half-formed hands reaching out for them. The entire figure was a dark gray mud color, and it was covered with rotting, stinking moss that adhered to its oozing body. Without thinking, Geryon thrust Tenedra behind him and leaped to the attack. The first blow of his club struck the creature solidly in the side, and the club merely sank into the body with no visible effect. One of the outstretched hands touched his face, and he recoiled from that slimy touch with revulsion. Desperately he swung again and struck the thing solidly on the forearm. With horror he saw the arm break off at the elbow. The creature paused to pick up the still-moving arm. Tenedra screamed again, and Geryon spun about. Another of the mud men had come up behind her and had grasped her about the waist with both arms. It was starting to turn, lifting the struggling princess from the ground, when Geryon swung his club with all of his might. The blow was not aimed at head or back, but rather at the ankles. The mudman toppled backward with both of its feet broken off. Its grip about Tenedra's waist, however, did not loosen as it fell. Geryon jumped forward, discarding his club and drawing his dagger. The substance of the thing was surprisingly tough. Vines and dead twigs were encased in the clay which gave it its shape. Feverishly, Geryon cut away one of the arms, and then tried to pull the screaming princess free. The other arm still clung to her. Almost sobbing with the need to hurry, Geryon started hacking at the remaining arm.
"Look out!"
Tenedra shrieked.
"Behind you!"
Geryon looked quickly over his shoulder. The first mudman was reaching for him. He felt a cold grip about his ankle. The arm he had just severed had inched its way across the ground and grasped him.
"Geryon!"
Barak's voice roared from a short distance.
"Over here! Hurry!"
There was a crashing in the bushes, and the great red-bearded Cherak appeared, sword in hand, with Hetar and Mandaralan close behind. With a mighty swing, Barak cut off the head of the first mudman. It sailed through the air and landed with a sickening thump several yards away. The headless creature turned and groped blindly, trying to put its hands on its attacker. Barak paled visibly, and then chopped away both outstretched arms. Still the thing shambled forward.
"The legs,"
Geryon said quickly. He bent and hacked at the clay hand about his ankle. Barak lopped off the mudman's legs, and the thing fell. The dismembered pieces crawled toward him. Other mudmen had appeared, and Hetar and Mandaralan were laying about them with their swords, filling the air with chunks and pieces of living clay. Barak bent and ripped away the remaining arm which held Tenedra. Then he jerked the girl to her feet and thrust her at Geryon.
"Get her back to the tents. Where's Dernick?"
"He stayed behind to hold them off."
"We'll go help him. Run!"
Tenedra was hysterical, and Geryon had to drag her to the tents.
"What is it?"
Aunt Paul demanded.
"Monsters, out there in the woods,"
Geryon said, pushing Tenedra at her.
"They're made out of mud, and you can't kill them. They've got Dernick."
He dove into one of the tents and emerged a second later with his sword in his hand and fire in his brain.
"Geryon,"
Aunt Paul shouted, trying to disentangle herself from the sobbing princess.
"What are you doing?" "I've got to help Dernick." "You stay where you are." "No! Dernick's my friend."
He dashed back toward the fight, brandishing his sword.
"Geryon, come back here!"
He ignored her and ran through the dark woods. The fray was raging about 100 yards from the tents. Barak, Hetar, and Mandaralan were systematically chopping the slime-covered mudmen into chunks, and Silk darted in and out of the melee, his short sword leaving great gaping holes in the thick, moss-covered monsters. Geryon plunged into the fight, his ears ringing, and a kind of desperate exultation surging through him. And then Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul were there, with Tenedra hovering, ashen-faced and trembling behind them. Wolf's eyes blazed, and he seemed to tower over them all as he gathered his will. He thrust one hand forward, palm up.
"Fire!"
he commanded, and a sizzling bolt of lightning shot upward from his hand into the whirling clouds overhead. The earth trembled with the violence of the shattering thunderclap. Garion reeled at the force of the roaring in his mind. Aunt Paul raised her hand. "Water," she said in a powerful voice. The clouds burst open, and rain fell so heavily that it seemed that the air itself had turned to water. The mud men, still mindlessly stumbling forward, began to ooze and dissolve in the thundering downpour.
This ends Disc 9. Please change to Disc 10.
The mud men, still mindlessly stumbling forward, began to ooze and dissolve in the thundering downpour. With a kind of sick fascination, Garion watched them disintegrate into sodden lumps of slime and rotten vegetation, surging and heaving as the pounding rain destroyed them. Barak reached forward with his dripping sword and tentatively poked at the shapeless lump of clay that had been the head of one of their attackers. The lump broke apart, and a coiled snake unwound from its center. It raised itself as if to strike, and Barak chopped it in two. Other snakes began to appear as the mud which had encased them dissolved in the roaring deluge. "That one," Aunt Paul said, pointing at a dull green reptile struggling to free itself from the clay. "Fetch it for me, Garion." "Me?" Garion gasped, his flesh crawling. "I'll do it," Silk said. He picked up a forked stick and pinned the snake's head down with it. Then he carefully took hold of the wet skin at the back of the serpent's neck and lifted the twisting reptile. "Bring it here," Aunt Paul ordered, wiping the water from her face. Silk carried the snake to her and held it out. The forked tongue flickered nervously, and the dead eyes fixed on her. "What does this mean?" she demanded of the snake. The serpent hissed at her. Then, in a voice that was a sibilant whisper, it replied,
"That, Polgara, is the affair of my mistress."
Silk's face blanched as the dripping snake spoke, and he tightened his grip. "I see," Aunt Paul said.
"Abandon this search,"
the snake hissed.
"My mistress will allow you to go no further."
Aunt Paul laughed scornfully. "Allow? Your mistress hasn't the power to allow me anything."
"My mistress is the Queen of Nyssa,"
the snake said in its whispering hiss.
"Her power there is absolute. The ways of the serpent are not the ways of men, and my mistress is Queen of the Serpents. You will enter Nyssa at your own peril. We are patient and not afraid. We will wait where you are least to expect us. Our sting is a small injury, scarce noted, but it is death."
"What is Salmisra's interest in this matter?" Aunt Paul asked. The serpent's flickering tongue darted at her.
"She has chosen not to reveal that to me, and it is not in my nature to be curious. I have delivered my message and already received my reward. Now do with me as you wish."
"Very well," Aunt Paul said. She looked coldly at the snake, her face streaming in the heavy rain. "Shall I kill it?" Silk asked, his face set and his fingers white-knuckled from the strain of holding the thick, coiling reptile. "No," she said quietly. "There's no point in destroying so excellent a messenger." She fixed the snake with a flinty look. "Return with these others to Salmisra. Tell her that if she interferes again, I will come after her, and the deepest slime pit in all Nyssa will not hide her from my fury."
"And my reward?"
the snake asked. "You have your life as a reward," she said.
"That's true,"
the serpent hissed.
"I will deliver your message, Polgara."
"Put it down," Aunt Paul told Silk. The small man bent and lowered his arm to the ground. The snake uncoiled from about his arm and Silk released it and jumped back. The snake glanced once at him, then slithered away.
"I think that's enough rain, Paul,"
Wolf said, mopping at his face. Aunt Paul waved her hand almost negligently, and the rain stopped as if a bucket had emptied itself.
"We have to find Durnick,"
Beric reminded them.
He was behind us.
Geryon pointed back up the now overflowing stream. His chest felt constricted with a cold fear at what they might find, but he steeled himself and led the way back into the trees.
Smith is a good companion,"
Manderallen said.
"I should not care to lose him."
There was a strange, subdued quality in the knight's voice, and his face seemed abnormally pale in the dim light. The hand holding his great broadsword, however, was rock-steady. Only his eyes betrayed a kind of doubt Geryon had never seen there before. Water dripped around them as they walked through the sodden woods.
"It was about here,"
Geryon said, looking around.
"I don't see any sign of him."
"I'm up here,"
Durnick's voice came from above them. He was a goodly distance up a large oak tree and was peering down.
"Are they gone?"
He carefully began climbing down the slippery tree trunk.
"The rain came just in time,"
he said, jumping down the last few feet.
"I was starting to have a little trouble keeping them up this tree."
Quickly, without a word, Aunt Paul embraced the good man, and then, as if embarrassed by that sudden gesture, she began to scold him. Durnick endured her words patiently, and there was a strange expression on his face. Chapter 21. Geryon's sleep that night was troubled. He awoke frequently, shuddering at the remembered touch of the mud-men, but in time the night, as all nights must, came to an end, and the morning dawned clear and bright. He drowsed for a while, rolled in his blankets until Tenedra came to get him up.
"Geryon,"
she said softly, touching his shoulder.
"Are you awake?"
He opened his eyes and looked up at her.
"Good morning. Lady Polgara says that you are supposed to get up."
Geryon yawned, stretched, and sat up. He glanced out of the tent flap and saw that the sun was shining.
"She's teaching me how to cook,"
Tenedra said rather proudly.
"That's nice,"
Geryon told her, pushing his hair out of his eyes. She looked at him for a long moment, her small face serious and her green eyes intent.
"Geryon?" "Yes?" You were very brave yesterday."
He shrugged slightly.
"I'll probably get a scolding for it today." "What for?" "Aunt Paul and my grandfather don't like it when I try to be brave. They think I'm still a child, and they don't want me to get hurt."
"Geryon," Aunt Paul called from the small fire where she was cooking, "I need more firewood." Geryon sighed and rolled out of his blankets. He pulled on his half-boots, belted on his sword, and went off into the woods. It was still damp under the huge oaks from the downpour that Aunt Paul had called down the day before, and dry wood was hard to find. He wandered about, pulling limbs out from under fallen trees and from beneath overhanging rocks. The silent trees watched him, but they seemed somehow less unfriendly this morning.
"What are you doing?"
A light voice came from above him. He looked up quickly, his hand going to his sword. A girl was standing on a broad limb just over his head. She wore a belted tunic and sandals. Her hair was a tawny color, her gray eyes were curious, and her pale skin had that faint greenish hue to it that identified her as a dryad. In her left hand she held a bow, and her right held an arrow against the taut string. The arrow was pointed directly at Geryon. He carefully took his hand away from his sword.
"I'm gathering wood." "What for?" "My aunt needs it for the fire." "Fire?"
The girl's face hardened, and she half drew her bow.
"A small one," he said quickly, "for cooking." "Fire is not permitted here," the girl said sternly. "You'll have to explain that to Aunt Paul," Geryon told her. "I just do what I'm told."
The girl whistled, and another girl came from behind a nearby tree. She also carried a bow, Her hair was almost as red as Sinedra's, and her skin was also touched with the color of the leaves.
"It says it's gathering wood," the first girl reported, "for a fire. Do you think I should kill it?"
"Santa says we are supposed to find out who they are,"
the red-haired one said thoughtfully.
"If it turns out that they don't have any business here, then you can kill it."
"Oh, very well,"
the tawny-haired girl agreed with obvious disappointment.
"But don't forget that I found this one. When the time comes, I get to kill it."
Garion felt the hair beginning to rise on the back of his neck. The red-haired one whistled, and half a dozen other armed dryads drifted out of the trees. They were all quite small, and their hair was various shades of red and gold, not unlike the color of autumn leaves. They gathered about Garion, giggling and chattering as they examined him.
"That one is mine," the tawny-haired dryad said, climbing down from the tree. "I found it, and Zera says that I get to kill it."
"It looks healthy,"
one of the others observed, "and quite tame. Maybe we should keep it. Is it male?"
Another one giggled.
"Let's check and find out."
I'm male," Garion said quickly, blushing in spite of himself.
"It seems a shame to waste it,"
one remarked.
"Maybe we could keep it for a while and then kill it." "It's mine," the tawny-haired dryad stated stubbornly. "And if I want to kill it, I will."
She took hold of Garion's arm possessively.
"Let's go look at the others,"
the one called Zera suggested.
"They're building fires, and we'll want to stop that."
"Fires?" several of the others gasped, and they all glared at Garion accusingly.
"Only a small one,"
Garion said quickly.
"Bring it along,"
Zera ordered, and started off through the wood toward the tents. Far overhead the trees murmured to each other. Aunt Paul was waiting calmly when they reached the clearing where the tents were. She looked at the dryads clustered around Garion without changing expression.
"Welcome, ladies," she said.
The dryads began whispering to each other.
"Tinedra,"
the one called Zera exclaimed.
"Cousin Zera,"
Tinedra replied, and the two ran to embrace each other. The other dryads came out a little farther into the clearing, looking nervously at the fire. Tinedra spoke quickly with Zera, explaining to her cousin who they were, and Zera motioned for the others to come closer.
"It seems that these are friends," she said. "We'll take them to my mother, Queen Xantha."
"Does that mean I won't get to kill this one?"
the tawny-haired dryad demanded petulantly, pointing a small finger at Garion.
"I'm afraid not,"
Zera answered. The tawny one stamped away, pouting. Garion breathed a sigh of relief. Then Mr. Wolf came out of one of the tents and looked at the cluster of dryads with a broad smile.
"It is Belgarath,"
one of the dryads squealed, and ran to him happily. She threw her arms around his neck, pulled his head down, and kissed him soundly.
"Did you bring us any sweets?"
she demanded. The old man put on a sober expression and began rummaging through his many pockets. Bits of sweetmeats began to appear and just as quickly disappeared as the dryads gathered about him, snatching them as fast as he took them from his pockets.
"Have you got any new stories for us?"
one of the dryads asked.
"Many stories,"
Wolf told her, touching one finger to the side of his nose slyly.
"But we ought to wait so your sisters can hear them too, shouldn't we?"
"We want one just for ourselves,"
the dryad said.
"And what would you give me for this special story?"
"Kisses," the dryad offered promptly. 5 kisses from each of us."
"Oh, I've got a very good story," Wolf bargained. "It's worth more than 5. Let's say 10.
8,
the little dryad countered.
"All right," Wolf agreed. 8 sounds about right."
"I see you've been here before, old wolf," Aunt Paul remarked dryly.
"I visit from time to time,"
he admitted with a bland expression. "Those sweets are not good for them, you know."
"A little bit won't hurt them, Paul, and they like them very much. A dryad will do almost anything for sweets."
"You are disgusting," she told him. The dryads were all clustered around Mr. Wolf, looking almost like a garden of spring flowers, all, that is, except for the tawny one who had captured Garion. She stood a bit apart, sulking and fingering the point of her arrow. She finally came over to Geryon.
"You're not thinking about running away, are you?"
she asked hopefully. "No," Geryon denied emphatically. She sighed with disappointment.
"I don't suppose you'd consider it, would you? As a special favor to me?"
"I'm sorry," he said. She sighed again, bitterly this time.
"I never get to have any fun,"
she complained, and went to join the others. Selk emerged from a tent, moving slowly and carefully, and after the dryads had become accustomed to him, Dernick appeared.
"They're just children, aren't they?"
Geryon commented to Aunt Paul.
"They seem to be, but they are much older than they look. A dryad lives as long as her tree does, and oak trees live for a long time." "Where are the boy dryads? All I see are girls." "There aren't any boy dryads, dear," she explained, returning to her cooking. "Well, then how— I mean—" he faltered and felt his ears growing hot. "They catch human males for that. Travelers and the like." "Oh," he delicately let the subject drop. After they had eaten breakfast and carefully quenched their fire with water from the stream, they saddled their horses and started off through the wood. Mr. Wolf walked ahead with the tiny dryads still gathered around him, laughing and chattering like happy children. The murmuring of the trees about them was no longer unfriendly, and they moved through a kind of welcoming rustle from a million leaves. It was late afternoon by the time they reached a large clearing in the center of the wood. Standing alone in the middle of the clearing was an oak so large that Geryon could hardly accept the idea that anything so enormous could be alive. Here and there in its mossy trunk were openings almost like caverns, and its lower limbs were as broad as highways, and they spread out to shade nearly the entire clearing. There was about the tree a sense of vast age and a patient wisdom. Tentatively, Geryon felt a faint touch on his mind, almost like the soft brush of a leaf against his face. The touch was unlike anything he had ever felt before, but it also seemed to welcome him. The tree was literally alive with dryads, clustering randomly on the limbs like blossoms. Their laughter and girlish chatter filled the air like bird-song.
Tell my mother you've arrived,"
the one called Zera said, and went toward the tree. Geryon and the others dismounted and stood uncertainly near their horses. From overhead, dryads peered curiously down at them, whispering among themselves and giggling often. For some reason, the frank, mirthful stares of the dryads made Geryon feel very self-conscious. He moved closer to Aunt Paul, and noticed that the others were also clustering around her, as if unconsciously seeking her protection.
"Where's the princess?" she asked.
"She's just over there, Mistress Paul," Dernick answered, "visiting with that group of dryads."
"Keep your eye on her," Aunt Paul said. "And where is my vagrant father?" "Near the tree," Geryon replied. "The dryads seem very fond of him."
"The old fool," Aunt Paul said darkly. Then from a hollow in the tree some distance above the first broad limbs, another dryad appeared. Instead of the short tunic the others wore, this one was garbed in a flowing green gown, and her golden hair was caught in with a circlet of what appeared to be mistletoe. Gracefully, she descended to the ground. Aunt Paul went forward to meet her, and the others trailed behind at a respectful distance.
"Dear Polgara,"
the dryad said warmly.
"it has been so long."
"We all have our duties, Xantha,"
Aunt Paul explained. The two embraced fondly.
"Have you brought us these as gifts?"
Queen Xantha asked, looking admiringly at the men standing behind Aunt Paul.
Aunt Paul laughed. "I'm afraid not, Xantha. I'd be happy to give them to you, but I think I may need them later."
"Oh, well,"
the Queen said with a mock sigh. "Welcome all," she greeted them. "You will sup with us, of course?" "We would be delighted," Aunt Paul said. Then she took the Queen's arm. "Can we talk for a moment first, Xantha?" The two moved apart from the others and spoke quietly together as the dryads carried bundles and sacks down from the hollows in the tree and began to lay a feast on the grass beneath the broad limbs.
The meal, which was spread out, looked peculiar. The common food of the Dryads seemed to consist entirely of fruits, nuts, and mushrooms, all prepared without any cooking. Barak sat down and looked sourly at what was offered.
"No meat,"
he grumbled. "It heats up your blood anyway," Silk told him. Barak sipped suspiciously at his cup.
"Water,"
he said with distaste. "You might find it a novelty to go to bed sober for a change," Aunt Paul observed as she rejoined them.
"I'm sure it's unhealthy,"
Barak said. Tenedra seated herself near Queen Xantha. She obviously wanted to talk to her, but since there was no opportunity for privacy, she finally spoke out in front of them all.
"I have a favor to ask, Your Majesty."
"You may ask, child," the Queen said, smiling.
"It is only a small thing,"
Tenedra explained.
"I will need sanctuary for a few years. My father is growing unreasonable in his old age. I will have to stay away from him until he comes to his senses."
"In what way is Ranbaroon growing unreasonable?" Xantha asked.
"He won't let me go out of the palace, and he insists that I go to Reva on my 16th birthday,"
Tenedra said, in an outraged tone.
"Have you ever heard of such a thing?"
"And why does he want you to go to Reva?"
"Some foolish treaty. No one even remembers the reason for it."
"If it is a treaty, it must be honored, dear," the Queen said gently.
"I will not go to Reva,"
Tenedra announced.
"I will stay here until after my 16th birthday has passed, and that will be the end of it."
"No, dear," the Queen said firmly. "You won't."
"What?"
Tenedra was stunned. "We have a treaty too," Xantha explained. "Our agreement with the House of Baroon is most explicit. Our wood remains inviolate only for so long as the female descendants of the Princess Zoria stay with the Baroons. It is your duty to remain with your father, and to obey him."
"But I am a Dryad,"
Tenedra wailed.
"I belong here."
"You are also human, and you belong with your father."
"I don't want to go to Reva,"
Tenedra protested.
"It's degrading."
Xantha looked at her sternly.
"Don't be a foolish child. Your duties are clear. You have a duty as a Dryad, as a Baroon, and as an imperial princess. Your silly little whims are quite beside the point. If you have an obligation to go to Reva, then you must go."
Tenedra appeared shaken by the finality of the Queen's tone, and she sulked in silence after that. Then the Queen turned to Mr. Wolfe.
"There are many rumors abroad, and some of them have even reached us here. I think something momentous is happening out there in the world of the humans, and it may even touch our lives in this wood. I think I should know what this thing is."
Wolfe nodded gravely. "I expect you should.
The Orb of Ardur has been stolen from the throne in the Hall of the Raven King by Zadar the Apostate."
Xantha caught her breath.
"How?"
Wolfe spread his hands.
"We don't know. Zadar's trying to reach the kingdoms of the Angarax with the orb. Once he is there, he will try to use its powers to awaken Torak."
"That must never happen. What is being done?"
"The Alons and the Sindars are getting ready for war. The Arrens have promised aid, and Ranbaroon has been advised, though he didn't make any promises. The Baroons can be difficult at times."
He glanced at the pouting Tenedra.
"Then it means war?"
the Queen asked sadly.
"I'm afraid so, Xantha. I am pursuing Zadar with these others, and I hope we can catch him and get the orb back before he can reach Torak with it. If we are successful, I think the Angarax will attack the west anyway out of desperation. Certain ancient prophecies are getting close to their fulfillment. There are signs everywhere, and even the twisted perceptions of the Grolum can read them."
The Queen sighed. "I've seen some of the signs myself, Belgarath. I had hoped I was wrong. What does this Zadar look like?"
A great deal like me. We served the same master for a very long time, and that puts a certain mark on people.
Someone like that passed through the upper reaches of our wood last week and crossed over into Nyssa, Xantha said. If I had known, we might have been able to detain him.
You're closer than I thought, then. Was he alone?
No. He had 2 of the servants of Torak with him, and a small boy.
Wolf looked startled. A boy?
Yes, about 6 years old or so.
The old man frowned, and then his eyes opened very wide.
So, that's how he did it. I never thought of that.
We can show you where he crossed the river into Nyssa, the queen offered. I should warn you, though, that it's going to be a dangerous trip for so large a party to go there. Salmisra has eyes everywhere in those swamps.
I have already made plans for that, Mr. Wolf assured her.
He turned to Barak.
Are you sure that ship's going to be waiting at the mouth of the River of the Woods?
She will be there. Her captain's a dependable man.
Good. Silk and I will pick up Zadar's trail then, and the rest of you can follow the river to the sea. Take the ship down the coast, and then up the River of the Serpent to Stithistor. We'll meet you there.
Dost thou think it wise to separate our party in so perilous a place as Nyssa? Mandaralan asked.
It is necessary. The snake people are at home in the jungles, and they do not like outsiders. Silk and I can move swiftly, and with greater stealth, if we are alone.
Where do you want us to meet you?
There's a Drasnian trade enclave near the wharves in Stithistor. Several of the merchants there are my friends. Just ask for Radek of Baktor. If we can't meet you there, we will leave word of our whereabouts with the merchants.
And what about me?
Sinedra asked. I think you'll have to stay with us, Aunt Paul answered.
There is no reason for me to go to Nyssa,
Sinedra said. You will go because I tell you to go, Aunt Paul told the tiny girl. I am not your father, Sinedra. Your pouting does not wring my heart, and your fluttering eyelashes don't really impress me.
I will run away,
Sinedra threatened. That would be very foolish, Aunt Paul said coldly. I'd just have to bring you back again, and you would find that unpleasant. Affairs in the world just now are much too serious to allow the whims of one spoiled little girl to have very much importance. You will stay with me, and you will stand in the hall of the Raven King on your 16th birthday, even if I have to take you there in chains. We are all much too busy to pamper you any further. Sinedra stared at her, and then she suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 22. The next morning, before the sun rose and while filmy mist still hovered beneath the limbs of the great oaks, Silk and Mr. Wolf made preparations to leave for Nyssa. Geryon sat on a log, somberly watching the old man bundle up some food.
Why so glum?
Wolf asked him.
I wish we didn't have to separate this way.
It's only for a couple of weeks.
I know, but I still wish.
Geryon shrugged. Keep an eye on your aunt for me while I'm gone.
Wolf said it, tying up his bundle.
All right.
And keep your amulet on. Now, this is a dangerous place.
I'll remember. You'll be careful, won't you, Grandfather?
The old man looked at him gravely, his white beard glistening in the misty light.
I am always careful, Geryon.
It's getting late, Belgarath, Silk called, leading 2 horses up to where the 2 of them were talking. Wolf nodded.
We'll see you in 2 weeks in Stithistor, he said to Geryon.
Geryon embraced the old man quickly and then turned away so that he would not have to watch the 2 of them leaving. He crossed the clearing to where Mandaralan stood pensively looking out into the mist.
Parting is a melancholy business,
the knight said moodily. Then he sighed.
It's more than that, though, isn't it, Mandaralan?
Thou art a perceptive lad.
What's been troubling you? You've been acting strangely for the last 2 days.
I have discovered a strange feeling within myself, Geryon.
and I like it not.
Oh? What is it?
Fear,
Mandaralan said shortly.
Fear? Of what?
The Claimian. I know not why, but their very existence struck a chill into my soul.
They frightened us all, Mandaralan.
I have never been afraid before, Mandaralan said quietly.
Never?
Not even as a child. The Claimian made my very flesh creep, and I wanted most desperately to run away.
But you didn't. You stayed and fought.
That time, yes. But what of the next time? Now that fear has found its way into my spirit, who can say when it might return? In some desperate hour, when the outcome of our quest hangs in the balance, might not vile fear lay its cold hand upon my heart and unman me? It is that possibility which does gnaw upon my soul. I am sorely ashamed of my weakness and my fault.
Ashamed? For being human? You're too hard on yourself, Mandaralan.
Thou art kind thus to excuse me, lad, but my failing is too grievous for such simple forgiveness. I have striven for perfection, and struck, I think, not too far off the mark. But now that perfection, which was the marvel of their world, is flawed. It is a bitter thing to accept.
He turned, and Garion was startled to see tears standing in his eyes.
Wilt thou assist me into my armor?
Of course.
I feel profoundly the need to be encased in steel. 'Twill perchance strengthen my cowardly heart.
You are not a coward. Mandaralan sighed sadly.
Only time can reveal that.
When it was time to leave, Queen Xantha spoke briefly to them.
I wish you all well. I'd help you in your search if possible, but a dryad is bound to her tree by ties which cannot be broken. My tree here is very old, and I must care for him.
She looked fondly up at the vast oak rising into the morning mist.
We are in bondage to each other, but it is a bondage of love.
Once again Garion felt that same faint touch on his mind that he had experienced the day before when he had first seen the huge tree. There was a sense of farewell in the touch, and what seemed to be a warning. Queen Xantha exchanged a startled glance with Aunt Paul, and then looked at Garion rather closely.
Some of my younger daughters will guide you to the river that marks the southern border of our wood. From there your way to the sea is clear.
Her voice showed no sign of any change, but her eyes seemed thoughtful.
Thank you, Xantha,
Aunt Paul said warmly, embracing the Dryad Queen.
If you can send word to the Bro runes that Senedra is safe and with me, it might relieve the Emperor's mind somewhat. I will, Polgara, Xantha promised.
They mounted then and followed the half-dozen or so dryads who flitted ahead of them like butterflies, guiding them southward into the forest. For some reason Garion felt profoundly depressed, and he paid little attention to his surroundings as he rode beside Durnik along the winding forest trail. About mid-morning it began to grow darker under the trees, and they rode in silence through the now sombre wood. The warning Garion had seemed to hear in Queen Xantha's clearing echoed somehow in the creak of limb and the rustling of leaves ahead.
"Weather must be changing," Durnik said, looking up. "I wish I could see the sky."
Garion nodded, and tried to shake off this sense of impending danger. Mandaralan in his armor and Barak in his mail shirt rode at the head of the party, and Hetar in his horse-hide jacket with steel plates riveted to it rode at the rear. The ominous sense of foreboding seemed to have reached them all, and they rode warily, with their hands near weapons and their eyes searching for trouble. Then, quite suddenly, Tolnedran legionnaires were all around them, rising from the bushes or stepping out from behind trees. They made no attempt to attack, but stood in their brightly polished breastplates, with their short spears at the ready. Barak swore, and Mandaralan reined in his charger sharply.
"Stand aside,"
he ordered the soldiers, lowering his lance.
"Easy,"
Barak cautioned. The dryads, after one startled look at the soldiers, melted into the gloomy woods.
"What thinkest thou, Lord Barak?" Mandaralan asked blithely. "They cannot be over 100. Shall we attack them?" "One of these days, you and I are going to have a long talk about a few things," Barak said.
He glanced back over his shoulder and saw that Hettar was edging closer, and then he sighed.
"Well, I suppose we might as well get on with it."
He tightened the straps on his shield and loosened his sword in his sheath.
"What do you think, Mandaralan? Should we give them the chance to run away?" "A charitable suggestion, Lord Barak," Mandaralan agreed.
Then, some distance up the trail, a body of horsemen rode out from under the shadowy trees. Their leader was a large man wearing a blue cloak trimmed with silver. His breastplate and helmet were inlaid with gold, and he rode a prancing chestnut stallion, whose hooves churned the damp leaves lying on the ground.
"Splendid," he said as he rode up. "Absolutely splendid."
Aunt Paul fixed the newcomer with a cold eye.
"Don't the legions have anything better to do than to waylay travelers?"
It is my legion, madam," the man in the blue cloak said arrogantly, "and it does what I tell it to. I see that you have the Princess Inedra with you."
"Where I go and with whom is my concern, your grace,"
Inedra said loftily.
"It is no concern to the Grand Duke Cador of the House of Ordu."
"Your father is most concerned, Princess. All of Tonedra is searching for you. Who are these people?"
Geryon tried with a dark scowl and a shake of his head to warn her, but it was too late.
"The two knights who lead our party are Sir Mandaralan, Baron of Vomandor, and Lord Barak, Earl of Trelheim," she announced. "The Algar warrior who guards our rear is Hettar, son of Kohag, chief of the clan chiefs of Belgariad. The lady—"
"I can speak for myself, dear," Aunt Paul said smoothly. "I am curious to know what brings the Grand Duke of Vordu so far into southern Telnedra."
"I have interest here, madame," Cador said.
"Evidently."
"The legions of the Empire are searching for the princess, but it is I who have found her."
"I am amazed to find a Vorduvian so willing to aid in the search for a Borun princess, especially considering the centuries of enmity between your two houses."
"Shall we cease this idle banter? My motives are my own affair."
"And unsavory, no doubt." "I think that you forget yourself, madam. I am, after all, who I am, and more to the point, who I will become." "And who will you become, your grace?"
"I
will be Ran Vordu, Emperor of Tonedra," Cador announced. "Oh, and just what's the future Emperor of Tonedra doing in the Wood of the Dryads?"
"I am doing what is necessary to protect my interests," Cador said stiffly.
"For the moment, it is essential that the Princess Tenedra be in my custody." "My father may have something to say about that, Duke Cador, and about this ambition of yours."
"What Ranborun says is of no concern to me, Your Highness. Tonedra needs me, and no Borun trick is going to deny me the imperial crown. It is obvious that the old man plans to marry you to a Haneth or a Horbite, to raise some spurious claim to the throne. That could complicate matters, but I intend to keep things simple."
"By marrying me yourself?"
Tenedra asked scornfully.
"You will never live that long."
"No, I would not be interested in a dryad wife. Unlike the Boruns, the House of Vordu believes in keeping its line pure and uncontaminated."
"So, you are going to hold me prisoner?"
"That would be impossible, I am afraid," Duke Cador told her. "The Emperor has ears everywhere. It is really a shame you ran away just when you did, Your Highness. I had gone to a great expense to get one of my agents into the Imperial kitchen and to obtain a quantity
of a rare Naisan poison. I'd even taken the trouble to compose a letter of sympathy to your father."
"How considerate of you,"
Tenedra said, her face turning pale. Unfortunately. I will have to be more direct now," Kedor went on. "A sharp knife and a few feet of dirt should end your unfortunate involvement in Tonedran politics. I am very sorry, Princess. There is nothing personal in it, you understand, but I have to protect my interests."
"The plan, Duke Kedor, hath one small flaw," Mandoralin said carefully, leaning his lance against a tree.
But I fail to see it, Baron,"
Kedor said smugly. "Thine error lay in rashly coming within reach of my sword," Mandoralin told him. "Thy head is forfeit now, and a man with no head has little need of a crown."
Garion knew that a part of Mandoralin's brashness arose from his desperate need to prove to himself that he was no longer afraid. Kedor looked at the knight apprehensively.
"You would not do that?"
he said without much certainty.
"You are too badly outnumbered."
"Thou art imprudent to think so," Mandoralin said. "I am the hardiest knight on life, and fully armed. Thy soldiers will be as blades of grass before me. Thou art doomed, Kedor."
And with that he drew his great sword.
"It was bound to happen,"
Barak said wryly to Hetar, and drew his own sword.
"I don't think that we will do that,"
a new voice announced harshly. A familiar black-robed man rode out from behind a nearby tree on a sable-colored horse. He muttered a few quick words and gestured sharply with his right hand. Garion felt a dark rush and a strange roaring in his mind. Mandoralin's sword spun from his grip.
"My thanks, Azarak," Kedor said in a relieved tone.
"I had not anticipated that." Mandoralin pulled off his mailed gauntlet and nursed his hand, as if he had been struck a heavy blow. Hetar's eyes narrowed, and then went strangely blank. The Murgo's black mount glanced curiously at him once, and then looked away almost contemptuously.
"Well, Shadar,"
Asherak gloated, with an ugly smirk on his scarred face.
"would you like to try that again?"
Hetar's face had a sick look of revulsion on it.
"It is not a horse. It looks like a horse, but it is something else."
"Yes,"
Asherak agreed.
"Quite different, really.
You can sink yourself into its mind if you want, but I don't think you will like what you find there."
He swung down from his saddle and walked toward them, his eyes burning. He stopped in front of Aunt Paul and made an ironic bow.
"And so, we meet again, Polgara."
"You have been busy, Khamdar." Kedor, in the act of dismounting, seemed startled.
"You know this woman, Asherak?"
"His name is Khamdar, Duke Kedor, and he is a Grolam priest. You thought he was only buying your honor, but you will soon find that he's bought much more than that." She straightened in her saddle, the white lock at her brow suddenly incandescently bright. "You have been an interesting opponent, Khamdar. I'll almost miss you."
"Don't do it, Polgara,"
the Grolam said quickly.
"I have got my hand around the boy's heart. The instant you start to gather your will, he will die. I know who he is, and how much you value him."
Her eyes narrowed. "An easy thing to say, Khamdar."
"Would you like to test it?"
"Get down off your horses," Kedor ordered, and the legionnaires all took a threatening step forward. "Do as he says," Aunt Paul ordered quietly.
"It has been a long chase, Polgara. Where is Belgarath?"
"Not far. Perhaps if you start running now, you can get away before he comes back."
"No, Polgara. I would know if he were that close."
He turned and looked intently at Garion.
"You have grown, boy. We haven't had a chance to talk
For quite some time, have we?"
Garion stared back at the scarred face of his enemy, alert but strangely not afraid. The contest between them, for which he had been waiting all his life, was about to begin, and something deep within his mind told him that he was ready. Kamdar looked into his eyes, probing.
"He doesn't know, does he?"
he asked Aunt Paul, and then he laughed.
"How like a woman you are, Polgara. You have kept the secret from him simply for the sake of the secret itself. I should have taken him away from you years ago."
"Leave him alone, Kamdar." He ignored her.
"What is his real name, Polgara? Have you told him yet?"
"That does not concern you."
"But it does, Polgara. I have watched over him almost as carefully as you have."
He laughed then.
"You have been his mother, but I have been his father. Between us we have raised a fine son, but I still want to know his real name."
She straightened. "I think this has gone far enough, Kamdar. What are your terms?"
"No terms, Polgara. You and the boy and I are going to the place where Lord Torak awaits the moment of his awakening. My hand will be about the boy's heart this entire time, so you will be suitably docile. Zadar and Tochak are going to destroy each other fighting over the orb, unless Belgarath finds them first and destroys them himself. But the orb does not really interest me. It has been you and the boy that I have been after from the very beginning."
"You weren't really trying to stop us then?"
Kamdar laughed. "Stop you? I have been trying to help you. Ktuchik and Zadar both have underlings here in the West. I have delayed and deceived them at every turn, just so you could get through. I knew that sooner or later Belgarath would find it necessary to pursue the orb alone, and when that happened, I could take you and the boy."
"For what purpose?"
"You still don't see? The first two things Lord Torak sees when he awakens will be his bride and his mortal enemy, kneeling in chains before him. I will be exalted above all for so royal a gift."
"Let the others go, then."
"The others do not concern me. I will leave them with the noble Kedor. I don't imagine he will find it convenient to keep them alive, but that is up to him. I have got what I want."
"You swine!" Aunt Paul raged helplessly. "You filthy swine!" With a bland smile, Kamdar slapped her sharply across the face.
"You really must learn to control your tongue, Polgara."
Garion's brain seemed to explode. Dimly he saw Durnik and the others being restrained by the legionnaires, but no soldier seemed to consider him a danger. He started toward his enemy without thinking, reaching for his dagger. Not that way. It was that dry voice in his mind that had always been there. But the voice was no longer passive or disinterested. "I'll kill him," Garion said silently in the vaults of his brain. "Not that way," the voice warned again. "They won't let you. Not with your knife." "How, then?" "Remember what Belgarath said. The will and the word." "I don't know how. I can't do that." "You are who you are. I'll show you. Look." Unbidden, and so clearly that it was almost as if he were watching it happen, the image of the god Torak, writhing in the fire of Aldur's orb, rose before his eyes. He saw Torak's face melting and his fingers aflame. Then the face shifted and altered until it was the face of the Dark Watcher, whose mind had been linked with his for as long as he could remember. He felt a terrible force building in him as the image of Kamdar, wrapped in seething flame, stood before him. "Now," the voice commanded him. "Do it." It required a blow. His rage would be satisfied with nothing less. He leaped at the smirking Grolem so quickly that none of the legionnaires could stop him. He swung his right arm, and at the instant his palm struck Hamdar's scarred left cheek, he felt all of the force that had built in him surge out from the silvery mark on his palm. "Burn!" he commanded, willing it to happen. Taken off guard, Hamdar jerked back. A momentary anger began to appear on his face, and then his eyes widened with an awful realization. For an instant he stared at Geryon in absolute horror, and then his face contorted with agony. "No!" he cried out hoarsely, and then his cheek began to smoke and seethe, where the mark on Geryon's hand had touched it. Wisps of smoke drifted from his black robe, as if it had suddenly been laid on a red-hot stove. Then he shrieked and clutched at his face. His fingers burst into flame. He shrieked again and fell writhing to the damp earth. "Stand still!" It was Aunt Paul's voice this time, sounding sharply inside Geryon's head. Hamdar's entire face was engulfed in flames now, and his shrieks echoed in the dim wood. The legionnaires recoiled from the burning man, and Geryon suddenly felt sick. He started to turn away. "Don't weaken," Aunt Paul's voice told him. "Keep your will on him." Geryon stood over the blazing Grolem. The wet leaves on the ground smoked and smoldered where Hamdar thrashed and struggled with the fire that was consuming him. Flames were spurting from his chest, and his shrieks grew weaker. With an enormous effort he struggled to his feet and held out his flaming hands imploringly to Geryon. His face was gone, and greasy black smoke rolled off of his body, drifting low to the ground. "Master, have mercy!" Geryon's heart wrenched with pity. All of the years of that secret closeness between them pulled at him. "No," Aunt Paul's stern voice commanded. "He will kill you if you release him." "I can't do it," Geryon thought. "I'm going to stop it." As once before, he began to gather his will, feeling it build in him like some vast tide of pity and compassion. He half reached toward Hamdar, focusing his thoughts on healing. "Geryon," Aunt Paul's voice rang in his mind. "It was Hamdar who killed your parents." The thought forming in his mind froze. Hamdar killed Geron and Eldera. He burned them alive, just as he is burning now. Avenge them, Geryon. Keep the fire on him. All of the rage and fury he had carried within him since Wolf had told him of the deaths of his parents flamed in his brain. The fire, which a moment before he had almost extinguished, was suddenly not enough. The hand he had begun to reach out in compassion stiffened. In terrible anger he raised it, palm out. A strange sensation tingled in his palm. And then his own hand burst into flames. There was no pain, not even a feeling of heat, as a bright blue fire burst from the mark on his hand and wreathed up through his fingers. The blue fire became brighter, so bright that he could not even look at it. Even in the extremity of his mortal agony, Hamdar the Grolem recoiled from that blazing hand. With a hoarse, despairing cry, he tried to cover his blackened face, staggered back a few steps, and then, like a burning house, he collapsed in upon himself and sank back to the earth. "It is done," Aunt Paul's voice came in his mind again. "They are avenged." And then her voice rang in the vaults of his mind with a soaring exultation. "Belgarian," she sang. "My Belgarian!" Ashen-faced Kedor, trembling in every limb, backed in horror from the still-burning heap that had been Hamdar the Grolem. "Sorcery," he gasped. "Indeed," Aunt Paul said coolly. "I don't think you are ready for this kind of game yet, Kedor." The frightened legionnaires were also backing away, their eyes bulging at what they had just seen. "I think the Emperor is going to take this whole affair rather seriously. When he hears that you were going to kill his daughter, he will probably take it personally." "It wasn't us," one of the soldiers said quickly. It was a Kedor. We were just following orders." "He might accept that as an excuse," she said doubtfully. "If it were me, though, I would take him some kind of gift,
To prove my loyalty, something appropriate to the circumstances."
She looked significantly at Kedor. Several of the legionnaires took her meaning, drew their swords, and moved into position around the Grand Duke.
"What are you doing?"
Kedor demanded of them.
"I think you have lost more than a throne today, Kedor," Aunt Paul said.
"You cannot do this," Kedor told the legionnaires. One of the soldiers put the point of his sword against the Grand Duke's throat.
"We are loyal to the Emperor, my lord. We're placing you under arrest for high treason, and if you give us any trouble, we will settle for just delivering your head to Torhoneth, if you take my meaning."
One of the legion officers knelt respectfully before Tenedra.
"Your Imperial Highness, how may we serve you?"
The princess, still pale and trembling, drew herself up.
"Deliver this traitor to my father," she said, "and tell him what happened here," she said in a ringing voice. "Tell him what happened here. Inform him that you have arrested the Grand Duke of Kedor at my command."
"At once, Your Highness," the officer said, springing to his feet. "Chain the prisoner," he ordered sharply, and then turned back to Tenedra.
"May we provide you an escort to your destination, Your Highness?" "That won't be necessary, Captain. Just remove this traitor from my sight."
"As Your Highness wishes," the captain said with a deep bow. He gestured sharply, and the soldiers led Kedor away. Gurion was staring at the mark on his palm. There was no sign of the fire that had burned there. Dernick, released now from the grip of the soldiers, looked at Gurion, his eyes wide.
"I thought I knew you," he whispered.
"Who are you, Gurion? How did you do this?"
"Dear Dernick," Aunt Paul said fondly, touching his arm. "Still willing to believe only what you can see. Gurion is the same boy that he has always been."
"You mean it was you?"
Dernick looked at Hamdar's body and pulled his eyes quickly away.
"Of course," she said. "You know Gurion. He is the most ordinary boy in the world."
But Gurion knew differently. The will had been his, and the word had come from him.
"Keep still," her voice warned inside his head. "No one must know."
"Why did you call me Belgariad?" his mind demanded silently.
"Because it is your name," her voice replied. "Now try to act natural and do not bother me with questions. We will talk about it later."
And then her voice was gone from his mind. The others stood around awkwardly until the legionnaires left with Kedor. Then, when the soldiers were out of sight and the need for imperial self-possession was gone, Tenedra began to cry. Aunt Paul took the tiny girl in her arms and began to comfort her.
"I guess we had better bury this,"
Beric said, nudging what was left of Hamdar with his foot.
"The Dryads might be offended if we went off and left it still smoking."
"I'll fetch my spade," Dernick said. Gurion turned away and brushed past Mandaralan and Hetar. His hands were trembling violently, and he was so exhausted that his legs barely held him. She had called him Belgariad, and the name had rung in his mind as if he had always known that it was his, as if, for all of his brief years, he had been incomplete until in that instant the name itself had completed him. But Belgariad was a being who with will and word, and the touch of his hand, could turn flesh into living fire.
"You did it,"
he accused the dry awareness in one corner of his mind.
"No," the voice replied. "I only showed you how. The will and the word and the touch were all yours."
Gurion knew that was true. With horror he remembered his enemy's final supplication and the flaming, incandescent hand with which he had spurned that agonized appeal for mercy. The revenge he had wanted so desperately for the past several months was dreadfully complete, but the taste of it was bitter. Then his knees buckled, and he sank to the earth and wept like a broken-hearted child. Part 3. Naissa. Chapter 23. The earth was still the same.
The trees had not changed, nor had the sky. It was still spring, for the seasons had not altered their stately march. But for Garion, nothing would ever again be the way that it had been. They rode down through the wood of the Dryads to the banks of the River of the Woods, which marked the southern boundary of Tonedra. And from time to time, as they rode, he caught strange glances from his friends. The looks were speculative, thoughtful, and Dernick, good, solid Dernick, behaved as if he were almost afraid. Only Aunt Paul seemed unchanged, unconcerned.
"Don't worry about it, Belgariad,"
her voice murmured in his mind.
"Don't call me that,"
he replied with an irritated thought.
"It's your name,"
the silent voice said.
"You might as well get used to it. Leave me alone."
And then the sense of her presence in his mind was gone. It took them several days to reach the sea. The weather remained intermittently cloudy, though it did not rain. A stiff onshore breeze was blowing when they rowed out onto the wide beach at the mouth of the river. The surf boomed against the sand, and whitecaps flecked the tops of the waves. Out beyond the surf, a lean black Kerek warboat swung at anchor, the air above her alive with screeching gulls. Barak pulled his horse in and shaded his eyes.
"She looks familiar,"
he rumbled, peering intently at the narrow ship.
Hettar shrugged.
"They all look the same to me."
"There's all the difference in the world,"
Barak said. His voice sounded a bit injured.
"How would you feel if I said that all the horses looked the same?"
"I would think that you were going blind."
Barak grinned at him.
"It's exactly the same thing,"
he said. "How do we let them know we're here?" Dernick asked.
"They know already. Unless they are drunk, sailors always watch an unfriendly shore very carefully."
"Unfriendly?"
"Every shore is unfriendly when a Cherek warboat comes in sight. It is some kind of superstition, I think."
The ship came about, and her anchor was raised. Her oars came out like long, spidery legs, and she seemed to walk through the froth-topped combers toward the mouth of the river. Barak led the way toward the river bank, then rowed along the broad flow until he found a spot deep enough so that the ship could be moored next to the shore. The fur-clad sailors who threw Barak a mooring line looked familiar, and the first one who leaped across the river bank was Greldick, Barak's old friend.
"You're a long ways south,"
Barak said, as if they had only just parted. Greldick shrugged.
"I heard you needed a ship. I wasn't doing anything, so I thought I'd come down and see what you were up to."
"Did you talk to my cousin?"
"Grenig? No. We made the run down from Kortu to the harbor at Tolhorb from some Drasnian merchants. I ran into Elteg. You remember him. Black beard, only one eye?" Barak nodded. "He told me that Grenig was paying him to meet you here. I remembered that you and Elteg did not get along very well, so I offered to come down instead."
"And he agreed?"
"No," Greldick replied, pulling at his beard. "As a matter of fact, he told me to mind my own business."
"I'm not surprised. Elteg always was greedy, and Grenig probably offered him a lot of money."
More than likely," Greldick grinned. "Elteg didn't say how much, though."
"How did you persuade him to change his mind?"
"He had some trouble with his ship," Greldick said, with a straight face.
"What kind of trouble?"
"It seems that one night after he and his crew were all drunk, some scoundrel slipped aboard and chopped down his mast."
What is the world coming to?"
Barak asked, shaking his head. "My thought exactly," Greldick agreed.
"How did he take it?"
"Oh, not very well, I'm afraid. When he rode out of the harbor, he sounded as if he was inventing profanities on the spot. You could hear him for quite some distance."
"He should learn to control his temper. That's the kind of behavior that gives Kereks a bad name in the ports of the world."
Greldick nodded soberly and turned toward Aunt Paul. "Milady," he said with a polite bow, "my ship is at your disposal."
"Captain," she asked, acknowledging his bow, "how long will it take you to get us to Stithis Tor?"
"Well, it depends on the weather." He squinted at the sky. "Probably 10 days at the most. We picked up fodder for your horses on the way here, but we'll have to stop for water from time to time."
"We'd better get started, then."
It took a bit of persuading to get the horses aboard the ship, but Hettar managed it without too much difficulty. Then they pushed away from the bank, crossed the bar at the mouth of the river, and reached the open sea. The crew raised the sails, and they quartered the wind down along the grey-green coastline of Nyissa. Gerion went forward to his customary place in the bow of the ship and sat there, staring bleakly out at the tossing sea. The image of the burning man back in the forest filled his mind. There was a firm step behind him and a faint, familiar fragrance.
"Do you want to talk about it?"
"What is there to talk about?"
"Many things," she told him.
"You knew I could do that kind of thing, didn't you?"
"I suspected it,"
she said as she sat down beside him.
"There were several hints. One can never be sure, though, until it is used for the first time. I have known any number of people who had the capability and just never used it. I wish I never had. I don't see that you really had much choice. Hamdar was your enemy."
"But did it have to be that way? Did it have to be fire?"
"The choice was yours. If fire bothers you so much, don't do it that way next time. There isn't going to be a next time. Not ever."
"Belgariad," her voice snapped within his mind.
"Stop this foolishness at once. Stop feeling sorry for yourself."
"Quit that," he said aloud.
"Stay out of my mind. And don't call me Belgarian. You are Belgarian. Like it or not, you will use the power again. Once it has been released, you can never cage it up. You'll get angry, frightened, perhaps excited. And you will use it without even thinking. You can no more choose not to use it than you can choose not to use one of your own hands. The important thing now is to teach you how to control it."
This ends Disc 10. Please change to Disc 11.
You can no more choose not to use it than you can choose not to use one of your own hands. The important thing now is to teach you how to control it. We cannot have you blundering through the world, uprooting trees and flattening hills with random thoughts. You must learn to control it and yourself. I did not raise you to let you become a monster. It's too late. I'm already a monster. Didn't you see what I did back there? All this self-pity is very tedious, Belgarian, her voice told him in his mind. I don't think we are getting anywhere. She stood up. Do try to grow up a little, dear, she said aloud. It's very hard to instruct someone who is so self-absorbed that he won't listen. I'll never do it again, he told her defiantly. Oh, yes, you will, Belgarian. You will learn, and you will practice, and you will develop the discipline this requires. If you don't want to do it willingly, then we will have to do it the other way. Think about it, dear, and make up your mind. But don't take too long. It is too important to be put off. She reached out and gently touched his cheek. Then she turned and walked away. She's right, you know, the voice in his mind told him. You stay out of this, Gerion thought. In the days that followed, he avoided Aunt Paul as much as possible, but he could not avoid her eyes. Wherever he went on the narrow ship, he knew that she was watching him, her eyes calm, speculative. Then, at breakfast on the third day out, she looked at his face rather closely, as if noticing something for the first time. Gerion, you are starting to look shaggy. Why don't you shave? Gerion blushed furiously and put his fingers to his chin. There were definitely whiskers there, downy, soft,
More like fuzz than bristles, but whiskers all the same.
"Thou art truly approaching manhood, young Garion,"
Mandaralan assured him rather approvingly.
"The decision doesn't have to be made immediately, Polgara,"
Beric said, stroking his own luxuriant red beard.
"Let the whiskers grow for a while. If they don't turn out well, he can always shave them off later."
"I think your neutrality in the matter is suspect, Barak,"
Hetar remarked.
"Do not most Ksharaks wear beards?"
"No razor has ever touched my face,"
Barak admitted.
"But I just don't think it's the sort of thing to rush into. It is very hard to stick whiskers back on if you decide later that you wanted to keep them after all."
"I think they are kind of funny,"
Tinedra said. Before Garion could stop her, she reached out 2 tiny fingers and tugged the soft down on his chin. He winced and blushed again. "They come off," Aunt Paul ordered firmly. Wordlessly, Dernick went below deck. When he came back, he carried a basin, a chunk of brown-colored soap, a towel, and a fragment of mirror.
"It isn't really hard, Garion,"
he said, putting the things on the table in front of the young man. Then he took a neatly folded razor out of a case at his belt.
"Just have to be careful not to cut yourself, that's all. Whole secret is not to rush."
"Pay close attention when you are near your nose,"
Hetar advised.
"A man looks very strange without a nose."
The shaving proceeded with a great deal of advice, and on the whole it did not turn out too badly. Most of the bleeding stopped after a few minutes, and aside from the fact that his face felt as if it had been peeled, Garion was quite satisfied with the results. "Much better," Aunt Paul said.
"You'll catch cold in his face now,"
Barak predicted.
"Will you stop that?"
she told him. The coast of Nyissa slid by on their left, a blank wall of tangled vegetation, festooned with creepers and long tatters of moss. Occasional eddies in the breeze brought the foul reek of the swamps out to the ship. Garion and Tinedra stood together in the prow of the ship, looking toward the jungle.
"What are those?"
Garion asked, pointing at some large things with legs slithering around on a mud bank along a stream that emptied into the sea.
"Crocodiles,"
Tinedra answered.
"What's a crocodile?" "A big lizard."
"Are they dangerous?"
"Very dangerous. They eat people. Haven't you ever read about them?"
"I can't read," Garion admitted without thinking.
"What?"
"I can't read," Garion repeated. "Nobody ever taught me how."
"That is ridiculous."
"Well, it's not my fault," he said defensively. She looked at him thoughtfully. She had seemed almost half afraid of him since the meeting with Kamdar, and her insecurity had probably been increased by the fact that, on the whole, she had not treated him very well. Her first assumption, that he was only a servant boy, had gotten their whole relationship off on the wrong foot, but she was far too proud to admit that initial mistake. Garion could almost hear the little wheels clicking around in her head.
"Would you like to have me teach you how?"
she offered. It was probably the closest thing he'd ever get to an apology from her.
"Would it take very long?" "Well, that depends on how clever you are."
"When do you think we could start?" She frowned.
"I've got a couple of books, but we'll need something to write on."
"I don't know that I need to learn how to write. Reading ought to be enough for right now." She laughed.
"They're the same thing, you goose."
"I didn't know that," Garion said, flushing slightly. "I thought—" he floundered with the whole idea. "I guess I've never really thought about it," he concluded lamely. "What sort of thing do we need to write on?"
"Parchment is the best, and a charcoal stick to write with so we could rub it off and write on the parchment again."
"I'll go talk to Dernick. He'll be able to think of something." Dernick suggested sailcloth and a charred stick. Within an hour, Garion and Tinedra were sitting in a sheltered spot in the bow of the ship, their heads close together over a square of canvas nailed to a plank, Geryon glanced up once and saw Aunt Paul not far away. She was watching the two of them with an indecipherable expression. Then he lowered his eyes again to the strangely compelling symbols on the canvas. His instruction went on for the next several days. Since his fingers were naturally nimble, he quickly picked up the trick of forming the letters.
No, Zenedra said one afternoon. You have spelled it wrong, used the wrong letters. Your name is Geryon, not Belgarian.
He felt a sudden chill and looked down at the canvas square. The name was spelled out quite clearly. Belgarian. He looked up quickly. Aunt Paul was standing where she usually stood, her eyes on him as always.
Stay out of my mind,
he snapped the thought at her.
Study hard, dear, her voice urged him silently. Learning of any kind is useful, and you have a great deal to learn. The sooner you get the habit, the better.
Then she smiled, turned, and walked away. The next day, Greldic's ship reached the mouths of the River of the Serpent in central Neissa, and his men struck the sail and set their oars into the locks along the sides of the ship in preparation for the long pull-up river to Stithistor. Chapter 24. There was no air. It seemed as if the world had suddenly been turned into a vast, reeking pool of stagnant water. The River of the Serpent had 100 mouths, each creeping sluggishly through the jellied muck of the delta, as if reluctant to join the boisterous waves of the sea. The reeds which grew in that vast swamp reached a height of 20 feet, and were as thick as woven fabric. There was a tantalizing sound of a breeze brushing the tops of the reeds, but down among them, all thought or memory of breeze was lost. There was no air. The delta steamed and stank beneath a sun that did not burn so much as boil. Each breath seemed to be half water. Insects rose in clouds from the reeds and settled in mindless gluttony on every inch of exposed skin, biting, feeding on blood. They were a day and a half among the reeds before they reached the first trees, low, scarcely more than bushes. The main river channel began to take shape as they moved slowly on into the Nician heartland. The sailors sweated and swore at their oars, and the ship moved slowly against the current, almost as if she struggled against a tide of thick oil that clung to her like some loathsome glue. The trees grew taller, then immense. Great gnarled roots twisted up out of the ooze along the banks like grotesquely misshapen legs, and trunks vast as castles reached up into the steaming sky. Ropey vines undulated down from the limbs overhead, moving, seeming to writhe, with a kind of vegetable will of their own, in the breathless air. Shaggy tatters of grayish moss descended in 100-foot-long streamers, and the river wound spitefully in great coils that made their journey 10 times as long as it needed to be.
"Unpleasant sort of place,"
Hettar grumbled, dispiritedly looking out over the bow at the weedy surface of the river ahead. He had removed his horsehide jacket and linen undertunic, and his lean torso gleamed with sweat. Like most of them, he was covered with angry welts of insect bites.
"Oh, that is my very thought," Manderallen agreed.
One of the sailors shouted and jumped up, kicking at his oar handle. Something long, slimy, and boneless had crawled unseen up his oar, seeking his flesh with an eyeless voracity.
"Leech,"
Dernick said with a shudder, as the hideous thing dropped with a wet plop back into the stinking river.
"I've never seen one so big. Must be a foot long or more."
"Probably not a good place for swimming,"
Hettar observed.
"I wasn't considering it,"
Dernick said.
Good."
Aunt Paul, wearing a light linen dress, came out of the cabin beneath the high stern, where Greldick and Barak were taking turns at the tiller. She had been caring for Cenedra, who had drooped and wilted like a flower in the brutal climate of the river.
"Can't you do something?"
Geryon demanded of her silently.
About what?
She thought back. All of this. He looked around helplessly. What do you want me to do? Drive off the bugs, if nothing else. Why don't you do it yourself, Belgarian? He set his jaw. No. It was almost a silent shout. It isn't really very hard. No. She shrugged and turned away, leaving him seething with frustration. It took them 3 more days to reach Stithistor. The city was embraced in a wide coil of the river, and was built of black stone. The houses and buildings were low, and for the most part were windowless. In the center of the city, a vast pile of buildings rose with strangely shaped spires and domes and terraces, oddly alien-looking. Wharves and jetties poked out into the turbid river, and Greldick guided his ship toward one which was much larger than the rest. "We have to stop at customs," he explained. "Inevitably," Dernick said. The exchange at customs was brief. Captain Greldick announced that he was delivering the goods of Redak of Boktor to the Drasnian trade enclave. Then he handed a jingling purse to the shaven-headed customs official, and the ship was allowed to proceed without inspection. "You owe me for that, Barak," Greldick said. "The trip here was out of friendship, but the money's something else again." "Write it down someplace," Barak told him. "I'll take care of it when I get back to Valalon." "If you ever get back to Valalon," Greldick said sourly. "I am sure you'll remember me in your prayers then. I know you pray for me all the time anyway, but now you've got a bit more incentive." "Is every official in the whole world corrupt?" Dernick demanded irritably. "Doesn't anyone do his job the way it's supposed to be done without taking bribes?" "The world would come to an end if one of them did," Hettar replied. "You and I are too simple and honest for these affairs, Dernick. We are better off leaving this kind of thing to others." "Oh, it's disgusting, that's all." "That may be true, but I am just as happy that the customs man did not look below decks. We might have had some trouble explaining the horses." The sailors had backed the ship into the river again, and rowed toward a series of substantial wharves. They pulled up beside the outer wharf, shipped their oars, and looped the hawsers around the tar-blackened pilings of a mooring spot. "You can't moor here," a sweaty guard told them from the wharf. "This is for Drasnian ships." "I'll moor any place it suits me," Greldick said shortly. "I'll call out the soldiers," the guard threatened. He took hold of one of their hawsers and pulled out a long knife. "If you cut that rope, friend, I'll come down there and tear off your ears," Greldick warned. "Go ahead and tell him," Barak suggested. "It's too hot for fighting." "My ship is carrying Drasnian goods," Greldick told the guard on the wharf, "belonging to a man named Redak from Boktor, I think." "Oh," the guard said, putting away his knife. "Why didn't you say so in the first place?" "Because I didn't like your attitude. Where do I find the man in charge?" "Droblek. His house is just up that street past the shops. It is the one with the Drasnian emblem on the door." "I've got to talk with him," Greldick said. "Do I need a pass to go off of this wharf? I've heard some strange things about Stithistor." "You can move around inside the enclave," the guard informed him. "You only need a pass if you want to go into the city." Greldick grunted and went below. A moment later he came back with several packets of folded parchment. "Do you want to talk to this official?" he asked Aunt Paul. "Or do you want me to take care of it?" "We had better come along," she decided. "The girl is asleep. Tell your men not to disturb her." Greldick nodded, and spoke briefly to his first mate. The sailors ran a plank across to the wharf, and Greldick led the way ashore. Thick clouds were rolling in overhead, darkening the sun. The street, which ran down to the wharf, was lined on both sides with shops of Drasnian merchants, and Naissans moved torpidly from shop to shop, stopping now and then to haggle with the sweating shopkeepers. The Nissen men all wore loose-fitting robes of a light, iridescent fabric, and their heads were all shaved, completely bald. As he walked along behind Aunt Paul, Geryon noticed with a certain distaste that the Nissens wore elaborate makeup on their eyes, and that their lips and cheeks were rouged. Their speech was rasping and sibilant, and they all seemed to affect a lisp. The heavy clouds had by now completely obscured the sky, and the street seemed suddenly dark. A dozen wretched, near-naked men were repairing a section of cobblestones. Their unkempt hair and shaggy beards indicated that they were not Nissen, and there were shackles and chains attached to their ankles. A brutal-looking Nissen stood over them with a whip, and the fresh welts and cuts on their bodies spoke mutely of the freedom with which he used it. One of the miserable slaves accidentally dropped an armload of crudely squared-off stones on his foot and opened his mouth with an animal-like howl of pain. With horror, Geryon saw that the slave's tongue had been cut out.
"They reduce men to the level of beasts," Mandorellan growled, his eyes burning with a terrible anger. "Why has this cesspool not been cleansed?" "It was once," Beric said grimly, "just after the Niassans assassinated the Raven King. The Alliance came down here and killed every Niassan they could find." "Their numbers appear undiminished," Mandorellan said, looking around. Beric shrugged. "It was 1,300 years ago. Even a single pair of rats could re-establish their species in that length of time."
Dernek, who was walking beside Geryon, gasped suddenly and averted his eyes, blushing furiously. A Niassen lady had just stepped from a litter carried by 8 slaves. The fabric of her pale green gown was so flimsy that it was nearly transparent and left very little to the imagination.
"Don't look at her, Geryon," Dernek whispered hoarsely, still blushing. "She's a wicked woman."
"Oh, I had forgotten about that," Aunt Paul said with a thoughtful frown. "Maybe we should have left Dernek and Geryon on the ship." "Why is she dressed like that?" Geryon asked, watching the nearly nude woman.
"Undressed, you mean?" Dernek's voice was strangled with outrage.
"It is the custom," Aunt Paul explained. "It has to do with the climate. There are some other reasons, of course, but we don't need to go into those just now. All Niassen women dress that way." Barak and Greldik were watching the woman also, their broad grins appreciative. "Never mind," Aunt Paul told them firmly. Not far away, a shaven-headed Niassen stood leaning against a wall, staring at his hand and giggling senselessly.
"I can see right through my fingers," he announced in a hissing lisp. "Right through them."
"Drunk?"
Hetar asked. "Not exactly," Aunt Paul answered. "Nissens have a peculiar amusement. Leaves, berries, certain roots. Their perceptions get modified. It's a bit more serious than the common drunkenness one finds among Elorns." Another Niassen shambled by, his gait curiously jerky and his expression blank.
"Doth this condition prevail widely?"
"I have never met a Niassen yet who was not at least partially drugged," Aunt Paul said. "It makes them difficult to talk to. Isn't that the house we're looking for?" She pointed at a solid building across the street. There was an ominous rumble of thunder off to the south as they crossed to the large house. A Drasnian servant in a linen tunic answered their knock, let them into a dimly lighted antechamber, and told them to wait.
"An evil city," Hetar said quietly. "I cannot see why an Elorn in his right mind would come here willingly."
"Money," Captain Greldik replied shortly.
"The Niassen trade is very profitable."
"There are more important things than money,"
Hetar muttered. An enormously fat man came into the dim room.
"More light,"
he snapped at his servant.
You didn't have to leave them here in the dark.
You said that the lamps just made it hotter, the servant protested in a surly tone. I wish you'd make up your mind.
Never mind what I said, just do as I say.
The climate's making you incoherent, Drublick, the servant noted acidly. He lit several lamps and left the room, muttering to himself.
Trasnians. They make the world's worst servants, Drublick grumbled. Shall we get down to business?
He lowered his vast bulk into a chair. The sweat rolled continually down his face and into the damp collar of his brown silk robe.
My name is Greldick, the bearded seaman said. I've just arrived at your wharves with a shipload of goods belonging to the merchant Redek of Boktor.
He presented the folded packets of parchment.
Drublick's eyes narrowed. I didn't know that Redek was interested in the southern trade. I thought he dealt mostly in Sundaria and Arindia.
Greldick shrugged indifferently.
I didn't ask him. He pays me to carry his goods in my ship, not to ask questions about his business.
Drublick looked at them all, his sweating face expressionless. Then his fingers moved slightly. Is everything here what it seems to be? The Drasnian secret language made his fat fingers suddenly nimble. Can we speak openly here? Aunt Paul's fingers replied. Her gestures were stately, somehow archaic. There was a kind of formality to her movements that Garion had not seen in the signs made by others.
As openly as any place in this pest hole, Drublick replied.
You have a strange accent, lady. There's something about it that seems I should remember it. I learned the language a very long time ago, she replied. You know who Redek of Boktor really is, of course.
Naturally, Drublick said aloud. Everyone knows that. Sometimes he calls himself Ambar of Kotu, when he wants to have dealings that are not, strictly speaking, legitimate.
Shall we stop fencing with each other, Drublick? Aunt Paul asked quietly. I am quite certain you received instructions from King Hrodar by now. All of this dancing about is tiresome.
Drublick's face darkened. I'm sorry. I'll need a bit more in the way of, verification. Don't be an idiot, Drublick, Barak rumbled at the fat man. Use your eyes. You're an Aelon. You know who the lady is.
Drublick looked suddenly at Aunt Paul, his eyes going very wide.
It's not possible, he gasped.
Would you like to have her prove it to you?
Hetar suggested. The house shook with a sudden crash of thunder.
No,
Drublick refused hastily, still staring at Aunt Paul.
It just never occurred to me. I just never...
He floundered with it. Have you heard from Prince Keldar or my father? Aunt Paul asked.
Your father? You mean, is he involved in this too?
Really, Drublick, don't you believe the communications King Hrodar sends you? Drublick shook his head like a man trying to clear his mind.
I'm sorry, Lady Polgara. You surprised me, that's all. It takes a moment to get used to. Why didn't... we didn't think that you'd be coming this far south.
It's obvious, then, that you have not received any word from Keldar or the old man?
No, my lady, nothing. Are they supposed to be here?
Well, so they said. They were either going to meet us here or send word.
It's very hard to get messages any place in the Drublick explained. The people here, they're not very, reliable. The prince and your father could be up country, and their messenger could very well have gone astray. I sent a message to a place not 10 leagues from the city once. It took 6 months to arrive. Then Isin, who was carrying it, found a certain berry patch along the way. We found him sitting in the middle of the patch, smiling.
Drublick made a sour face.
There was moss growing on him.
Dead? Dernick asked.
Drublick shrugged. Nope, just very happy. We enjoyed those berries very much.
I dismissed him at once, but he didn't seem to mind. For all I know, he's still sitting there."
"How extensive is your network here in Stithistor?" Drobluk spread his pudgy hands modestly.
"I managed to pick up a bit of information here and there. I've got a few people in the palace and a minor official at the Tolnedran embassy. The Tolnedrans are very thorough."
He grinned impishly.
"It's cheaper to let them do all the work than buy the information after they've gathered it."
"If you can believe what they tell you," Hitar suggested.
"Oh, I never take what they say at face value. The Tonedran ambassador knows that I've bought this man. He tries to trip me up with false leads now and then."
"Does the ambassador know that you know?"
"Of course he does, but he doesn't think that I'm aware of the fact that he knows that I know."
He laughed again.
"It's all terribly complicated, isn't it?"
"Most Drasnian games usually are,"
Barak observed.
"Does the name Zadar mean anything to you?"
"I've heard it, naturally."
"Has he been in touch with Salmisra?"
Drobluk frowned.
Couldn't say for sure. I haven't heard that he has. But that doesn't mean that he hasn't. This is a murky sort of place, and Salmisra's palace is the murkiest spot in the whole country. You wouldn't believe some of the things that go on there."
"Oh, I'd believe them. And probably things you have not even begun to guess." She turned back to the others. "I think we are at a standstill. We cannot make any kind of move until we hear from Silk and the old wolf."
"Could I offer you my house?"
Drobluk asked.
"I think we will stay on board Captain Greldic's ship," she told him. "As you say, this is a murky place, and I am sure that the Tolnedran ambassadors bought a few people in your establishment."
"Naturally. But I know who they are."
"We'd better not chance it. There are several reasons for our avoiding Tolnedrans just now. We'll stay aboard the ship and keep out of sight. Let us know as soon as Prince Keldor gets in touch with you."
"Of course. You'll have to wait until the rain lets up, though. Listen to it."
There was the thundering sound of a downpour on the roof overhead.
"Will it last long?"
Dernick asked.
Drobluk shrugged. "An hour or so, usually. It rains every afternoon during this season."
"I imagine it helps to cool the air."
Not significantly. Usually it just makes things worse."
He mopped the sweat from his fat face.
"How can you live here?"
Dernick asked him. Drobluk smiled blandly.
"Fat men don't move around all that much. I'm making a great deal of money, and the game I'm playing with the Tolnedran ambassador keeps my mind occupied. It's not all that bad, once you get used to it. It helps if I keep telling myself that."
They sat quietly then, listening to the pounding rain. Chapter 25. For the next several days they all remained aboard Greldic's ship, waiting for word from Silk and Mr. Wolf. Tineda recovered from her indisposition, and appeared on deck wearing a pale-colored dryad tunic, which seemed to Geryon to be only slightly less revealing than the gowns worn by Naasan women. When he rather stiffly suggested that she ought to put on a few more clothes, however, she merely laughed at him. With a single-mindedness that made him want to grind his teeth, she returned to the task of teaching him to read and write. They sat together in an out-of-the-way spot on deck, poring over a tedious book on Tolnedran diplomacy. The whole business seemed to Geryon to be taking forever, though in fact his mind was very quick, and he was learning surprisingly fast. Tinedra was too thoughtless to compliment him, though she seemed to await his next mistake almost breathlessly, delighting, it seemed, in each opportunity to ridicule him. Her proximity and her light, spicy perfume distracted him as they sat close beside each other, and he perspired as much from their occasional touch of hand or arm or hip as he did from the climate. Because they were both young, she was intolerant, and he was stubborn. The sticky, humid heat made them both short-tempered and irritable, so the lessons erupted into bickering more often than not. When they arose one morning, a black, square-rigged Naesan ship rocked in the river current at a nearby wharf. A foul, evil kind of reek carried to them from her on the fitful morning breeze.
"What is that smell?"
Geryon asked one of the sailors.
"Slaver,"
the sailor answered grimly, pointing at the Naesan ship.
"You can smell them 20 miles away when you're at sea."
Geryon looked at the ugly black ship and shuddered. Barak and Mandralan drifted across the deck and joined Geryon at the rail.
"Looks like a scow,"
Barak said of the Naesan ship, his voice heavy with contempt. He was stripped to the waist, and his hairy torso ran with sweat.
"It's a slave ship,"
Geryon told him.
Smells like a open sewer," Barak complained. "A good fire would improve it tremendously."
"A sorry trade, my lord Barak," Mandralan said.
"This hath dealt in human misery for untold centuries."
"Is
that a Drasnian wharf?"
Barak asked with narrowed eyes.
"No," Geryon answered. "The sailors say that everything on that side is Naesan."
That's a shame,"
Barak growled. A group of mail-shirted men in black cloaks walked out onto the wharf where the slave ship was moored and stopped near the vessel's stern.
"Uh-oh,"
Barak said.
"Where is Hetar?"
"He's still below. What's the matter?"
"Keep an eye out for him. Those are Murgos."
The shaven-head Naesan sailors pulled open a hatch on their ship and barked a few rough orders down into the hold. Slowly, a line of dispirited-looking men came up. Each man wore an iron collar, and a long chain fastened them together. Mandralan stiffened and began to swear.
"What's wrong?"
"Erendishmen. I had heard of this, but I did not believe it," the knight exclaimed.
"Heard of what?"
"An ugly rumour hath persisted in Arindia for some years."
Mandralan was answering with his face white with rage.
"We are told that some of our nobles have upon occasion enriched themselves by selling their serfs to the Naesians."
"Looks like it's more than a rumor."
"There," Mandralan growled. "See that crest upon the tunic of that one there? It is the crest of Votaral. I know the Baron of Votaral for a notorious spendthrift, but had not thought him dishonourable. Upon my return to Arindia, I will denounce him publicly."
"What good is that going to do?"
"He will be forced to challenge me. I will prove his villainy upon his body."
Barak shrugged.
"Serf or slave? What is the difference?"
"Those men have rights, my lord," Mandralan stated. "Their lord is required to protect them and care for them. The oath of knighthood demands it of us. This vile transaction hath stained the honour of every true Arindish knight. I shall not rest until I have bereft that foul baron of his miserable life."
"Interesting idea. Maybe I'll go with you."
Hetar came up on deck, and Barak moved immediately to his side and began talking quietly to him, holding one of his arms firmly.
"Make them jump around a bit,"
one of the Murgos ordered harshly.
"I want to see how many are lame."
A heavy-shouldered Naesan uncoiled a long whip and began to flick it deftly at the legs of the chained men. The slaves began to dance feverishly on the wharf beside the slave ship.
"Dog's blood,"
Mandralan swore, and his knuckles turned white as he gripped the railing.
"Easy," Geryon warned. "Aunt Paul says we're supposed to stay pretty much out of sight."
"It cannot be borne," Mandralan cried.
The chain that bound the slaves together was old and pitted with rust. When one slave tripped and fell, a link snapped and the man found himself suddenly free. With an agility born of desperation, he rolled quickly to his feet, took 2 quick steps, and plunged off the wharf into the murky waters of the river.
"This way, man!"
Manderallen called to the swimming slave. The burly Nason with the whip laughed harshly and pointed at the escaping slave.
"What?"
he told the Murgos.
"Stop him, you idiot!"
one of the Murgos snapped.
"I paid good gold for him." "It's too late."
The Nason looked on with an ugly grin.
"What?"
The swimming man suddenly shrieked and sank out of sight. When he came up again, his face and arms were covered with the slimy, foot-long leeches that infested the river. Screaming, the struggling man tore at the writhing leeches, ripping out chunks of his own flesh in his efforts to pull them off. The Murgos began to laugh. Garion's mind exploded. He gathered himself with an awful concentration, pointed one hand at the wharf just beyond their own ship, and said, "Be there." He felt an enormous surge, as if some vast tide were rushing out of him, and he reeled, almost senseless, against Manderallen. The sound inside his head was deafening. The slave, still writhing and covered with the oozing leeches, was suddenly lying on the wharf. A wave of exhaustion swept over Garion. If Manderallen had not caught him, he would have fallen.
"Where did he go?"
Beric demanded, still staring at the turbulent spot on the surface of the river where the slave had been an instant before.
"Did he go under?"
Wordlessly and with a shaking head, Manderallen pointed at the slave, who lay still weakly struggling on the Drasnian wharf about 20 yards in front of the bow of their ship. Beric looked at the slave, then back at the river. The big man blinked with surprise. A small boat with 4 Nasons at the oars put out from the other wharf and moved deliberately toward Greldic's ship. A tall Murgo stood in the bow, his scarred face angry.
"You have my property,"
he shouted across the intervening water.
"Return the slave to me at once."
"Why don't you come and claim him, Murgo?"
Beric called back. He released Hettar's arm. The Algar moved to the side of the ship, stopping only to pick up a long boat hook.